Hi everyone, and welcome to my top 300 albums. Here I have taken 300 albums and ranked them from my least favourite to my favourite, and I'm going to go through that list with you. But before I actually get to the list itself, I just want to make a few things clear, just to add a few caveats and just go through some rules, just to make sure that I've got all my bases covered and that you know what to expect. First of all, the rules. What am I including and what am I not including? Well, basically, the list of things that I'm not including is compilations. I'm not including anything where it's just a collection of songs from different places all brought together. For example, a greatest hits album or a live album. Those things I'm not including at all. Next up, EPs. Now, if an EP was simply a precursor to an album that was due to come out later, it's like a bit of a taster, I'm not going to include that. If instead it is its own set of music that didn't appear and it's basically a short album, then I'll include it, but I've set myself the limit of 20 minutes. So anything under 20 minutes, I'm just not going to include. Next up is soundtracks. I don't want to include soundtracks, game soundtracks primarily. I do like game soundtracks, but it feels like it's something very distinct and a whole different kettle of fish that doesn't really fit in this list, so I'm just not going to include them here. And lastly, nothing made by myself. I don't think I'm that good at making music. To be fair, I have done it as a creative process, just as something to do, but I just generally feel like it would be a bit too weird if I mix them into this list, so I'm just staying clear of that completely. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of a history so that you know where I'm at and where this is going, so that you kind of have a vague idea what to expect. Just to give you some background, because this is my list after all. I am what you would call a middle millennial, born in the late 80s. So I sort of have adapted the culture of that particular age group. Gives you a bit of an idea of more what to expect. But as for growing up, when I was a young child, I didn't have any interest in music, or very little. I liked music that was on some games, but I wasn't really into music in general. There was a few things that appeared on the radio that I was quite into, that I would get into, but that was very rare. That was just a one-off sort of thing, and music was something that I never really did get into. That is until I got to my teenage years and I was introduced to the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise, and the soundtrack to that, as it with many people my age, was a huge influence. And so my first real introduction to music in terms of being actually interested in it and looking it up and actively listening to it was through those soundtracks. And as teenagers do, I sort of expanded that from there via my friends, and because of the time that it was when the internet was really kicking off, I was able to look online and find new songs, but still sort of within the purview of what I already knew, maybe just like expanded a little bit. I mean, my friends mostly expanded it a bit more, but I wasn't as interested in those as I was in the stuff that I found, but it still played a part in it. That went on for a while, kind of on and off, but when it got to the 2010s and the mid-2010s, I didn't really do it as often, and I started to really slow down with it until it got to 2020 and I started my 5 albums a month project, where I take 5 albums for each month and I listen to each of them 4 or 5 times each, with the idea of this being that I would take new music that I hadn't heard before, or even just albums where I heard some of the songs but I wasn't really familiar with the entirety of the album, and I just listened to them a few times to get it into my head so that I would learn more music. And there's a lot of albums that I've discovered this way that I really like, and there's plenty that I find alright, as well as some that I just did not care for at all. But the idea is that I was just learning new music, and I have learned a lot of new music from that. Many of the albums on this list are from that project, the 5 albums a month project. In fact, over half of them are in that, especially towards the bottom of the list. When we get to the top of the list, there's going to be a lot less, but near the bottom, there's a lot that I've learned from that project. But again, that does include albums that I partially knew before then. And finally, before we actually start the list, I just want to go over some caveats. First of all, this should be obvious. This is my personal list, so you might think, where's this, where's that? Well, it's up to me at the end of the day. There's going to be many of the best albums lists ever out there that I don't know the vast majority of those albums, and some of them I might just not like. I can guarantee you that my list will not look like any of those type of lists at all. Second thing I want to point out is that I am not versed in music theory at all. I do not know how to talk about music. It's definitely not a speciality of mine, unlike games where I feel like I can really talk about how they work and the intricacies within them. So what I'm going to more likely do with a lot of these entries is I'm just going to talk about what it is and maybe give a bit of a history about it, about my experience with it, and yeah, in some cases that will be hardly anything at all. Even higher up on the list it might be very little. And some albums low on the list I might have a history of and might have a lot to say, so we'll just have to wait and see. And my last point that I want to make, and this is something that I really, really need you to take seriously, is that this list was incredibly difficult to make. It's so hard to do this, because with something like games, for example, I find that easier, even though that's not easy, it's still a lot easier. Problem with music is that it's very heavily mood-based. You can very much be in the mood for something and not care about something else, and then the next day will pass and suddenly there's something else that you really like, and you go into phases like in and out. So what I've tried to do is I've tried to be as general as possible, going over my life, how I felt about things throughout my entire life. So I must hammer home this point. Take it with a pinch of salt. The actual numbers themselves, they aren't a definitive point. Any album can shift 50 or 100 spaces up or down. Well, some of them can't shift 100 up or down, but plenty of them could shift in great numbers one way or the other, depending on my reassessment. So again, just take it with a pinch of salt. The difference between number 300 and number 200, it's not much at all. You can very easily rearrange those albums and I would just be like, yeah, okay, that makes kind of some sense, I suppose. So if I put one album at one point and then another album 3, 5, 20 spaces above that, do not take that as me definitively saying that yes, that album is definitely better than the other one in every single way, because I've tried my best, but it's something that just cannot be done. It's not a hard science. I just have to do what I can. But to help ground it a little bit and just add a bit of a timestamp, I will say that the list itself was finalised on the 21st of February of 2026. And I'm always listening to new music. There could be many other albums that I like much better than many of these ones I'm listing here. But if I haven't heard it before that date, I couldn't include it. So this is a time-stamped list. And with that, let's start. Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses. I've never really been into Guns N' Roses or that sort of 80s rock. I kind of knew a few of these tracks before going into this one. I knew Paradise City from Burnout Paradise, and I knew Sweet Child of Mine from Guitar Hero, I think. Welcome to the Jungle I heard from somewhere, I don't know. I suppose many of these songs are just out there in the ether, and I've never really cared about it as much. Those songs are okay. Quite like Rocket Queen as well, but for the most part, I guess it's not really my thing. Hide and Seek by The Birthday Massacre. This is a very recent one for me. I put it on for October of my 5 albums a month project back in 2025. I only very briefly heard of this band through a random YouTube video I watched where someone was going through a CD collection. I saw it and thought, oh, that looks like something I'll just give a random listen to. Really got into the song Down. It's a rather unusual style as well. It's a little metal. I mean, not really, a little bit, but very electronic and very much themed on horror and that sort of stuff. But this is the only album from this band that I've listened to. But what I have noticed looking at all their album covers is that they're all purple. I mean, most bands would have different colours for different albums, but for The Birthday Massacre, they're all purple. Why are they all purple? Doopy Time by Doopies. This one was recommended to me from someone from work to listen to on my 5 albums a month project, which I did in September of 2025. And there is some good songs on here. There's a couple of good songs on here. The issue is that I have with this album is that there aren't enough, and a lot of it is taken up with weird instrumentals and weird skits. It's basically a concept album where it's very difficult for me to tell what the concept is other than it's the story of these 2 kids going on an adventure. And I suppose the question you have to ask is, how good is it hearing kids sing? Because that is what a lot of this album is. And there are some good songs on, like I've said. I do like How Does It Feel? I do like Time and Space. Doopy Time, the title track, is actually also alright. But there's a lot of tracks where there's just nothing going on. It's just sound effects. Or the characters are speaking to one another. You'll get a lot of, "Hey Susie, where are we going today?" "I don't know, Caroline." "Shall we go on an adventure?" "I think we should." And to me, that is really the biggest problem with this album. Congratulations by MGMT. Now, I do know they had a big hit song called Kids, but I don't know that song. To be honest, the main reason I added this album to my 5 albums project was that I thought the album cover looked nice. I remember seeing it in HMV back when it came out, and I was thinking, that looks strange and interesting. But I never listened to the album until 2021, I believe it was. Very mixed album for me. Some tracks I like, some tracks I don't. I don't understand tracks like Someone's Missing and I Found a Whistle. I think overall I'm more used to music that's a little bit more in your face, especially with the vocal side of things. This is one of those albums where the vocals are very toned down. But to give an example of a song I do like, Song for Dan Tracy, whenever I see this album cover, I always think of the opening to that song. He spends his time, or maybe half of his time, about the time wandering round the creeks and cobblestones of Hackney lanes. So it has its moments that are kind of delightful, but that's it really. Small Craft on a Milk Sea by Brian Eno. This one I feel rather hard to judge. It's an instrumental, as he has become rather known for with his ambient soundscapes. And overall, it sounds quite nice. I do think it's one of those albums where, given the right context, you can really make good use of it. You could use it for background music of a certain type of scenery or something, I suppose. Something that would work well in a game, but a very particular type of game, like a slow game with an expansive world. But I do feel like, for me, I would have to judge this album strictly on my experiences with it, rather than a judgment of the sound itself, which is difficult. In part because I haven't experienced it that much, and it wasn't that long ago when I did. But if I have to give my favourites, I would say that Emerald and Lime is a good track. So is Emerald and Stone, which is basically the same but different instruments, maybe. And I also quite like Bone Jump and Dust Shuffle as well. Not for Threes by Played. This is another instrumental. Well, it's almost an instrumental album. There's a couple of songs that aren't instrumental. This one more on the electronic side, and it's definitely got that underground 90s electronic vibe to it. It's definitely got that sound. Not one that I'm really invested in. If I had to compare it to anything, it would be PS1 demo discs. That would be the feeling that I get, but again, that's just going off my own experience. For some reason, and I don't know what it is, but electronic albums, they do have a lot of tracks with weird names that just aren't words, or maybe they're foreign words, I don't know, like lat and fur. F-E-R. But I do remember the first track from this that I heard was Habla Idio, which is okay. But if you ask me, the highlights of this album are the actual songs with vocals in. There is Rakimu that has a sort of singing to it. There's no words per se, but there are vocals there. But I do like Lilith, which features Björk, and there's another song there called X-Talk, which is quite something. Sounds a bit nightmarish in its own weird way. Fundamental by Buck-O-Nine was a huge disappointment for me, because I like Buck-O-Nine, but I didn't really get into many of the songs here. If I had to pick a favourite, I would definitely say Don't Be Afraid. That's if we're not including the new rendition of My Town, which is a classic Buck-O-Nine song, and a very good one at that. But I don't know. It just wasn't all there, I don't think, and it sounds like his voice has gotten a bit strained as well, but that might just be me. And then we have Naked City, the self-titled debut album from Naked City. This is John Zorn, and this is the first album on the list that is not in my 5 albums a month project. We're not going to get many of those in the first 100, but this is one of them. So Naked City is a very particular style. It's very jazzy, but also very aggressive and fast in places. They do have some other tracks which are more slower and more melodic, I guess. And this album has a mix of both. And there are tracks from each of those styles that I do like. The problem with the short, fast, aggressive tracks, though, tends to be that they have a very limiting factor on how much enjoyment can come from them if you are into that sort of thing. At least for me. But this album does actually have a few covers on as well. And I say that works in their favour, such as Shot in the Dark. I will say though, I have listened to one other Naked City album and it has not made this list because I thought it was awful. So I'm not going to recommend this band, but there was a phase back when I discovered this album and I listened to it a bit every now and then, and it was okay. Heavy Petting by Bad Manners. This is another recent listen from me. I listened to this one in October of 2025, and I discovered this album by searching through Reddit because I was just curious and on the lookout for some bassy ska. And then I saw that this cropped up on a Reddit thread and I thought, oh, I'll check that out. Listened to Black Knight and I really like that song. So then I thought, oh, I'll check out the rest of the album. And the rest of the album is not as good as that song, but it's still pretty good. Die Mensch Machine by Kraftwerk, another album where my curiosity got the best of me. Now there is an English version of this album just called The Man Machine, but I decided I'm going to listen to the original version. So the melodies fit. Wir sind die Roboter actually fits, whereas We Are the Robots doesn't. But yeah, interesting to listen to something like this. Something from the 70s that was made to sound futuristic. I think this is the kind of thing where you should listen to it at least once. Pink Moon by Nick Drake is another random one-off album that I listened to for my 5 albums project. This one I listened to in, I believe it was June of 2025. Not much going on here. Just a guy with his acoustic singing along. Don't be expecting any bells and whistles, as they say. And now we have the oldest album that I've ever listened to, which is The Chirping Crickets by The Crickets, starring Buddy Holly. I think with this album I literally just thought to myself it would be neat to listen to something much, much older than what I'm used to. Because, you know, I dabbled in the 70s, but this is from the 50s. And so any thoughts or criticisms of this album is going to be met with, oh, but at the time, such and such. And I get that. But just to give my honest opinion, yeah, there are some songs that I just do not care for at all. For example, An Empty Cup. But to be honest, some of these songs, they're not half bad. Obviously, everybody knows that That'll Be the Day. But I would say that maybe Baby, It's Too Late, Rock Me My Baby are all better than that. And my favourite is the first track, Oh Boy. It's definitely something I would expect to hear in the Flintstones. And then we have Based on a True Story by Fat Freddy's Drop, also known as Boats. Did you get it? So this band randomly appeared in one of my YouTube searches or YouTube recommended sometime back in 2019. I'd never heard of them before, but I did decide to check them out, namely the song Roadie, and I do like that song, as well as K's Craze, which are my 2 favourite songs on the album. But this really is to me an album of extremes. There's a few songs here that are just so boring to me. Del Fuego and Hope and Flashback as well. I mean, I understand it's very smooth, very reggae influenced, but there are those tracks I just get absolutely nothing from at all. Starfire Burning Upon the Ice-Filled Throne of Ultima Thule by Balthagath. Just going to give a disclaimer straight up, I am not a metalhead at all. There are plenty of people out there who will listen to nothing but metal or an extortionate amount of metal, and I am definitely not one of those people because I don't really like it. But there are exceptions. So it was back in school around 2005 or so, I was talking to a friend about song titles that were long, and through that he introduced me to Balthagath. And this album is no stranger to long song titles, but what I think he wasn't expecting is that from what I heard, I actually quite liked it. But they are a very hit or miss kind of band for me. I would say the 2 biggest hits from this album for me are To Dethrone the Witch Queen of Midas Kun and The Splendour of a Thousand Swords Gleaming Beneath the Blazon of the Hyperborean Empire. Outside of those 2 songs, it's nice to have it in the background, I guess. Maya by MIA. So I think the way this album entered my consciousness was just by seeing it on a random episode of The Needle Drop. And the album art just sort of stuck in my mind. I mean, look at all those old style YouTube progress bars. But I listened to this on my 5 albums a month project towards the end of 2024. And this is not like anything that I would normally listen to. It does sound to me like it's got a very Gen Z style. But it's also very maximalist as well. But when I was listening to this album, I would certainly get moments stuck in my head every now and then. Like I'd just be on the bus and I just think to myself, I was born free, or XXXO, XXXO. I think if I was to listen to this again in the future, it would be more for nostalgic purposes of 2024. But I can't really imagine myself really wanting to listen to this. And then we have Vices and Virtues by Panic at the Disco, and this was another disappointment for me. I was into Panic at the Disco, but by the time this album came out, something felt a bit off. I don't know exactly what it was. And when I eventually did listen to it in my 5 albums a month project, it was rather underwhelming. I don't know, it sounds different. And I wasn't too big of a fan of the new style. Next up is East by Joanna Newsom. This is one of those albums that I knew kind of before my 5 albums project, but it wasn't until my 5 albums project that I actually listened to it in full properly. Just 5 tracks on this album, all of them pretty long. The first 2, Emily and Monkey and Bear, are the 2 that I knew before the 5 albums project, and I really like those songs. They're nice. The problem is that when I listened to the rest of the album, I was not as keen on it. Blood Sugar Sex Magik by the Red Hot Chili Peppers is next, and this is probably going to be quite controversial for placing this album so low on the list. For one, I don't really care, but to briefly go into a bit of background as to how I got into Red Hot Chili Peppers, I did hear the song Fight Like a Brave on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, that was my first experience with them, but I had a friend who had the Greatest Hits album, and the songs on that album were quite different to what I recall hearing from Fight Like a Brave, and even though it wasn't the type of music that I was really into, I did quite like it. This is going back to like 2004, 2003, 2004 maybe, and some of those songs do appear on this album. Under the Bridge I'm not as keen on, but I am a fan of Breaking the Girl and Suck My Kiss to a lesser extent. As for the songs that I didn't know from the Greatest Hits, I wasn't really all that into them, but if I have to pick my favourites among them, I would pick If You Had to Ask and Naked in the Rain. But all in all, I think I'm not as big into the older sound of Red Hot Chili Peppers compared to their more newer stuff. The second self-titled album by Seal, also known as Seal 2. This was the first album in this list that was a recommendation from my dad for my 5 albums a month project. I would certainly say that the most well-known song on this album is Kiss from a Rose, and I would say that song for me really is the epitome of the 90s, or rather the mid-90s. Definitely something I associate with that time in my childhood, probably because it was on Batman Forever, and I did like Batman Forever as a kid, just because I was a fan of Jim Carrey. But yeah, this album is basically more of that. Don't particularly have many favourites on this album other than obviously Kiss from a Rose, but I also like Prayer for the Dying as well. That's a good song. A Poet's Life by Tim Armstrong is next, and in a lot of cases when someone from a band that I like goes and does their own solo stuff, I'm not as keen on that stuff as I am their main stuff, and this one isn't an exception to that, though this one's definitely more on the reggae/ska side of things. Animals by Pink Floyd. I've heard a few Pink Floyd albums, and I listened to this one not long after I listened to The Wall, and I really wasn't keen on The Wall at all. This one is better than that, I think at least. It's divided into 3 long tracks, as lots of 70s music seems to do, at least the ones that I've heard. Aside from the intro and the outro, there's Dogs. That one takes up an entire 17 minutes, which is probably my least favourite of the 3. And then there's Pigs, and then there's Sheep. Sheep being my favourite, probably. But the thing is, what I find a lot of the time with music that lasts so long, it can be very hard to ground a song, which makes it very hard to remember. Until All the Ghosts Are Gone by Anecdoton is next. This is another prog rock album, but this one's much more recent. This one's from 2015. But it definitely does take a lot of influence from those 70s prog rock bands. And again, because of the style, I find it very difficult to ground it. If you were to ask me how any of the songs go, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. But for background music, it kind of works, I guess. They sometimes have a flute there, and on the final track they have a saxophone. And it's like, interesting. Then we have Climbing Out by Grey Matter. This is something that's much more my style, generally speaking. Also, a very recent listen for me. I listened to this in December of 2025. And I discovered this band through Ska Tune Network. I remember watching a video of theirs where they just went through some recommendations of lesser known ska bands. This was one of them, and I just picked it out at random, and I gave it a listen. And I thought, yeah, it's alright. Apollo 18 by They Might Be Giants. Now, what's funny about this is that quite typically I did first discover They Might Be Giants through the Malcolm in the Middle theme song, but also I need to take you back to about 2006 or so. Something that I will be referencing probably multiple times. There was one point around 2006 when my granddad brought us a big spindle full of DVDs, and on these DVDs were music files, just randomly assorted albums, and one of them that was on it was a They Might Be Giants compilation album. I listened to it and I got into a few songs. The only song on it I remember that was on Apollo 18 would have been Spider, which is an interesting song. Eventually I discovered the Fingertip series, which is a series of very short songs, one after the other, usually lasting a few seconds, and I did enjoy that. I did get into them and I did learn them. So this album was sort of, I guess, on the horizon when I started my 5 albums a month project, and I did listen to it rather early on in that project. It was December of 2020, and I've got to say, I'm not too sure how I feel about They Might Be Giants in general. I do like a lot of what they've got. The only issue is I think sometimes the desire to be comedic or silly can overwrite the quality of the music, and so a lot of it ends up sounding rather childish, which is unfortunate. Then we have Weezer's self-titled Green album. So, funny story, I think it was around 2002, my mum got me this compilation CD called The Greatest Air Guitar Album in the World Ever, And the reason I got that was because it had Ace of Spades on by Motorhead, which I knew that I liked from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. That song was near the start of disc 2, so what actually ended up happening was I listened to the early few tracks of disc 2 of that album quite a lot. But the song that I got into the most, other than Ace of Spades, was Hashpipe by Weezer, and I'd never heard of Weezer before. But I did really get into that song. It was a lot of fun, and it does give me a lot of nostalgia of that time being in my brother's bedroom playing Final Fantasy VII and Tony Hawk's 3. I never really got into Weezer after that though. I did listen to this album on my 5 albums a month project, and of course I enjoy Hashpipe, and the rest of them, they're also fine. That's my verdict, they're fine. The Else by There Might Be Giants, appearing just 2 spaces above the previous There Might Be Giants album, and as such there's not really anything for me to add here. I wasn't familiar with any of these songs going in, and my verdict is that, yeah, it's a little bit better than Apollo 18. It feels a little bit more serious than that album, but not by a lot. Deloused in the Comatorium by the Mars Volta. Now, I had a friend in school, my friend Ross. He was very much into the Mars Volta, but I didn't actually hear any of it through him. In fact, I'm not sure I heard any of their stuff until my 5 albums project. This was the first Mars Volta album I listened through this project, and I feel like it certainly had the benefit of the month that it was in, because the other 4 albums that month were all just awful. I didn't enjoy any of them. So this one was a bit of breath of fresh air from that. But again, it's a case of I find it very difficult to remember much of this, because it's very maximalist and very all over the place. I'm sure if I was to listen to it again, I'd remember things and go, oh yeah, I remember that bit there. But outside of Inertiatic ESP and Ariataka, which are my 2 favourite tracks, I don't really remember much of this at all. Then we have Anarchy by Chumbawamba. And just take a moment to soak in that album art. Isn't it nice with all the flowers? Well, I've had to use the alternate version of the album art here because if I used the original album cover, this video would probably get age restricted, so I'm not doing that. But yeah, Chumbawamba's a very interesting band for me. I, like everybody else, is aware of the song Tub Thumping, and so in 2011 I decided to look them up and see what else they've done and what their other stuff is like. I didn't venture too far for a while. As of time of recording, I've now listened to most of their stuff. On this album in particular, there are a few things I like, namely Georgina. I also quite like Mouthful of Shit and Bag Dog. Those 3 are my favourites, but the rest are fine. Friend or Foe by The Forces of Evil. This is the only album released by this band, and from what I've been able to find online, this was basically a backup plan for Aaron Barrett, who was under the belief that his main band Real Big Fish was going to fail after the release of Cheer Up. And to be quite honest, if this was just titled Real Big Fish, I don't think I would be able to tell the difference. And in fact, I imagine most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But Real Big Fish is one of those bands that people would think I was into, but I'm not really into them. And The Forces of Evil is mostly the same. I do remember when I first discovered this album, I listened to a few songs such as Angry Anthem and Mistake, and Go to Hell as well, and those songs were fine. And then when I put it on my 5 albums a month project and listened to it properly, I was just like, yeah, more of the same. Then there's Hunky Dory by David Bowie, which is the second album on this list as to be a recommendation from my dad, and I must admit I have never listened to David Bowie before this. I know for some people that would be a crime against humanity. Oh, you've got to listen to this, you've got to listen to that. But I quite enjoyed some of the songs on here. I quite like All You Pretty Things, and I also enjoy Kooks, Fill Your Heart and Andy Warhol, and Changes is also alright. There are a few songs on here that I couldn't really get into though. Something like 8-Line Poem, I couldn't tell you how that goes or anything. Of Wales and War by Les Claypool is next. Les Claypool is a very interesting case. He's certainly very talented. I do find some of his music writing style a bit questionable at times, but this album I think was just before he really went over the edge from my experience. For example, I did listen to his follow-up album, A Fungi and Foe, and I hated it. I thought it was just dreadful. But this one, shortly after it came out, I give it a bit of a listen, not much, not until my 5 albums project where I seriously listened to it. And yeah, I would say this is the point where his bass playing talent and his music writing skills aren't quite over the edge just yet. So you do get songs like One Better, and I would say Rumble on the Diesel and Iowangal are sort of teetering over that edge that I was talking about. And what we end up with here is a pretty decent album, unlike A Fungi and Foe, where he just went completely over the edge and it was... ugh. I don't like that album. It's horrible. Purr by Dancehall Crashers. Now, I think I discovered Dancehall Crashers through Yahoo Launch Music. Now, that's going back. It was a time when Yahoo had their own music service. Sort of like a radio. You have your own account and you have your own artist that you can like or rate, and they would go through different songs by different bands based on what they recommended you through your likes. It was either that or the song that they had on Short Music for Short People, which was a compilation album that came with 101 different bands, each playing like 30-second songs. And I listened to a bit of Dancehall Crashers around that time, which was mostly just whatever songs I managed to find online, which from this album includes Make Her Purr, Catfight and Cricket. But as is commonly the case in these early stages of this list, I didn't listen to this album properly until my 5 albums a month project, and the rest of the album is fine. Who would have guessed that that would be my conclusion? Then we have 2 by the President of the United States of America, and I'm not sure how I discovered this band, but I suspect it might have also been through Yahoo Launch. What I do know is that the first song of theirs I heard was Peaches, or at least that's the first song of theirs I recall hearing, which is not on this album. And I later found out that Peaches is actually quite a well-known song of theirs. But again, I discovered a few of their songs, I looked into them a little bit back then, but I don't think there was anything on this album that I had listened to before my 5 albums a month project. I would say they've got a bit of a grungy sound to them. Certainly don't sound anything like Nirvana or anything like that. I'm not keen on that type of music, generally speaking, but this is alright. Shot to Hell by Black Label Society is next, and this is the first album on this list that I actually discovered through that spindle I mentioned before that my granddad brought us, full of DVDs with music on them. So yeah, that was around 2006 or so, and this album was sort of just sitting in my collection and I never really gave it much of a second thought. But I did put it on my 5 albums a month project in October of 2024. I very much have a strong memory of that because it was during a week off that I had, and I spent a lot of time visiting a nearby town that I don't go to very often these days. And really, this isn't my style of music, I suppose. It sounds a lot older than it actually is. It does sound to me like it would be something you'd expect to hear from the 80s maybe. Quite heavy, but not fast. And it wasn't too bad. I especially like the track Give Yourself to Me. That's the one that I like the most. Earth 2 by Earth, the special low frequency version, even though there are no other versions. Now, this is a very strange one, and it goes into a particular point that I want to talk about. When it comes to music and judging the quality of music, sometimes you have to acknowledge that certain music has a different function than most other music. This isn't really an album that you put on because you want to rock out to it or anything that a lot of music would want you to do, and so that could lead a lot of people to dismiss this as completely worthless. Whereas I'm sure there's other people out there who will say like this is a legendary album. And so ranking something like this on a list like this is even more difficult than what most albums would be, because it's something that you're having to judge by completely different criteria. And I think comparing a lot of music is sort of like asking whether you prefer pizza or ice cream. It can be a difficult question, but at least there's things that you can compare them against. But I would say this album is more in line with taking a bath. And sometimes you just want a nice bath. And I do think that there are certain sounds that are nice to hear sometimes. Something like birds singing has its own value to it that you can't necessarily pinpoint in a musical sense. And I think this album is certainly the heavy, distorted version of that. There are only 3 tracks here, all of them very long. The first track, 7 Angels, is 15 minutes. It does have a melody to it. The second track, Teeth of Lions Rule the Divine, is a bit more random, I suppose, a bit more random sounding, and it's probably my least favourite. That one is 27 minutes, and the final track, Like Gold and Faceted, is half an hour of not much more than a single note being held. Of course, it's not just one note, it's just not like a square wave or anything like that. There are sounds that go on. You do have different sounds that harmonise with each other. But I remember first hearing this shortly after I heard about Anthony Fantano the Needle Drop mentioning it. This would have been back in 2011, and so I listened to the album and I just thought, this is strange. And for some time I did put it on. Next is The Ascension by Sufjan Stevens. This one I listened to in May of 2022. The album was only a couple years old at this point, and it had been on my radar for quite a bit of that time. I do like some of Sufjan's stuff, and this album was an interesting mix of his electronic style that he rarely taps into but sometimes does, and the more soft, folky stuff. But yes, I think when I was first exposed to this album, I saw the music video for Sugar and I thought it was alright. And when listening to this album, there's a few other tracks that I got into as well. My favourite is probably Lamentations, but there's a few others there as well, like Atavan, and Run Away With Me to a lesser extent, I would say. Pepper's Ghost by Buckethead. This is a strange one. I listened to it a little bit in 2012, maybe early 2012-ish. I know I was vaguely familiar with Buckethead through Les Claypool's stuff, and of course most people will know the track Jordan from one of the Guitar Hero games, and I did find myself enjoying some of the early tracks, namely Carpal Tunnel Slug and Magua's Scalp, and also Imprint to some degree. But I did listen to this for my 5 albums a month project back in April of 2023, and my general experience with Buckethead is that there are some really good tracks there, but I can sometimes find it quite difficult to pay attention for too long, because it does get a bit samey after a while. And then we have Silver Side Up by Nickelback. A funny story about this one. Back in 2002, shortly after the song How You Remind Me really gained popularity, my mum used to childmind this kid called Lee, and his thing was he used to ask everyone all the time, are you a townie or a mosher? Are you a townie or a mosher? And he was insistent that he was a mosher, and his reason for that was that he liked Nickelback, and every now and then he'd just go, never made it as a wise man. And that's what I associate this band with mostly. Since then, they've gained a notoriety for being rather generic and boring, and I can kind of see what they mean when they say they're generic, but I don't think it's that bad. You know, I think these songs are certainly serviceable, and when I did listen to this album in 2024, I think the track that stood out to me the most was Woke Up This Morning. That's probably my favourite one, if not How You Remind Me. But like I say, I can't think of How You Remind Me without also thinking of, are you a townie or a mosher? The Archandroid by Janelle Monáe, or is it the Archandroid? I don't really know. But what baffles me here is that I literally have no idea how this album came into my purview. I just sort of have it there, sat in my collection. No recollection of how I got it, when, where, what, I don't know, but I did. But, like a lot of the albums on the early stages of this list, it wasn't until very recently that I listened to this one. In this case, it was December of 2025, so very recent. Liked it more than I was expecting to. I don't know what I was expecting to hear, but I was expecting it to be a lot slower and softer. It is one of those albums that can escape from you a bit, because the tracks all bleed into each other, or at least they do a lot of the time, so it can be difficult to know exactly where you are. But it was a decent listen. Discovery by Electric Light Orchestra is next. Funny story how I actually discovered this band. It was back in the days of WinMX, which was slightly before LimeWire, and there was a song by ELO, as they're also known, which was mislabeled as Propagandy, and I did like that song, but didn't realise until later it was actually by ELO. This was a few years before they released a album which I think it might have been a greatest hits or something, because I do remember people in school were becoming familiar with Mr. Blue Sky. Either way though, neither of those songs are on this album. It does have a few songs that I knew I already liked, such as Last Train to London, and Don't Bring Me Down is probably my other favourite. But my key memory of this album was that I listened to it in July of 2022, and I started listening to it on the same day that I went over to Leeds to see my friend Fran. So I very much associate this album with the train journey there, and then again on the train journey back. It was then in March of 2025 that I listened to the next ELO album, which was Secret Messages. And I've heard that this one wasn't received quite as well as their other stuff. But this is quite a peculiar case for me because I don't particularly remember the songs on it very well. But I think on average, I would say these songs are quite enjoyable. It's just that none of them are remarkable. See, where some albums have hits and misses, this is the opposite. This is just a consistent, decent. The Melancholy Collection by Millencolin. Interestingly, this was my first ever physically owned album. Now, I have mentioned before that I have had CDs before. Prior to this, I did own the greatest air guitar album in the world ever, and back in the 90s, I had one of the Now That's What I Call Music CDs. But this was my first physical, proper, A-band, all their songs album that I owned. Although, do you want to call this an album? This is sort of one of those edge cases where it's not necessarily music that was made to be an album, but it's a collection of songs that didn't make albums. And so, for my purposes, I'm calling it an album. But yeah, I remember buying this when I was doing my work experience for school. During lunch or sometimes after work, I would meet up with my friends who are also working in the local area for their work experience. Ross, who I've mentioned before and will mention again later on, and Avril, who I will mention again once later on, probably. And one of those times I went to the music shop and bought this album. If you've ever played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, you'll recognise them through No Cigar. That song was on that game. And these songs, well, they're not that good, but they're alright. 2010 by Prince. So when this album came out, it came free in a newspaper, and I remember it was either my granddad or my dad, they just give it to me from the newspaper. Came in one of those slip cases, you know, those cardboard slip cases. And back then I had no interest in listening to this at all. So I just held on to it and didn't do anything with it. But I did listen to it eventually, again, very recently. This was also December of 2025. And I listened to this one a lot whilst I was doing data entry work voluntarily. So that's a nice moment of potential nostalgia, listening to Prince and doing data entry. But yeah, this album did surprise me. I liked it more than I thought I was going to. But also I was surprised at the style of it as well. A lot more minimal than I was expecting. Nothing really harmonises. There are a couple of backup vocals every now and then, but not really. But despite all that, it was alright. Favourite track is probably Beginning Endlessly. The rest of them quality-wise is probably about the same. Twice by Holly Cook is up next. Funny story about this one. This is an album I found whilst just searching YouTube, just as I was on the hunt for new music to find. Because that's the thing with a 5 albums a month project. You eventually run out of ideas and have to find new stuff. But the problem was that I found it, and this was before I thought to myself, I better save this. So eventually what I did was I made a playlist of music to check out so that I can refer back to it. But I found this before then, and I went a good while having completely forgotten what it was, and so it took a bit of extra searching to track it down again. But yeah, I found it, and I eventually listened to it in February of 2025, and I somewhat enjoyed it. Definitely got a reggae style feel to it. Very quickly became a big fan of the song Desdemona, but I'd also say the Tiger Balm is one of my favourites as well. Overall, I'd enjoyed it. Next up is How to Clean Everything by Propagandhi. Not the biggest Propagandhi fan, I will say that straight up. I've heard some of their newer stuff and I just can't really get into it, outside of maybe 1 or 2 tracks. But this album I like a bit more. Funny story here, this is another band that I discovered via WinMX giving me the wrong label for a song. When I first found the song Scar Sucks, it was listed as Less Than Jake. Now, back then, I didn't know Less Than Jake well enough to recognise the voice or anything like that. So I just took for granted it was a Less Than Jake song, until eventually I realised it wasn't. But it's also funny how this album actually features 2 instances of that, where I discovered ELO through their song Showdown, which is listed as Propagandhi, and I discovered Propagandhi through the song Scar Sucks, which was itself also mislabeled as a different band. But yeah, I listened to this album properly in October of 2022, but before then I would just occasionally listen to a few of their songs, mostly Scar Sucks. And in terms of this album, Stick the Fucking Flag Up Your Goddamn Ass, You Son of a Bitch. That was another one of my favourites. Man, I remember listening to that song when we went on holiday to Benidorm. Listening to that song and playing Pokemon Ruby. An interesting crossover of memories there. Next up is Nothing But Love by Just Friends, and that was a reference. Me doing it like that was a reference to a track on this album where they have a radio station where people call in and they say, what do you think about the album? And everyone's saying, no, this album is awful. The old stuff is better. So I thought, I'll check out some of their older stuff. And I checked out Rock to the Rhythm recently. February of 2026, I listened to the album and I thought, nope. Nothing But Love is definitely way better than that one. But Nothing But Love I listened to in 2025 during the summer. And interesting story about how I got this album. Don't remember exactly how I discovered it, but I knew, or I found online rather, there was a record label, Counterintuitive Records. On Bandcamp, they were selling their entire discography for $1. So I bought it. And then this one, I was just clicking at random. I heard the song Supersonic and I thought, oh yeah, that's alright. So then I checked out the album and the album is also alright. There's one of the guys singing though, I don't know what it is, but when he sings, he sounds like he's crying. And I don't really know why that is, but I'm not a fan of that. But this album does have some bops on it. I wouldn't normally say bops, I don't know why I just said it just then. But yeah, other than Supersonic, my favourite track is probably Get Down. Then there's Voyager by 311, and this was a big disappointment for me. I really like 311, or rather should I say, there's quite a bit of 311 that I do really like. But this album, it didn't quite do it for me. I tell you what it is, and some people might be thinking I'm talking nonsense here, but it's got a very Gen Z vibe to it. I mean, I don't know if that's something I'm just imagining, but if you listen to the start of Dodging Raindrops, to me, that's peak Gen Z style music. Nothing against Gen Z people, of course. They're a lovely bunch of folks. But the first track from this album that I heard was What The, and that is definitely my favourite from the album. And the rest of them are alright. I can't help notice that Rolling Through sounds a lot like Full Ride, as in the chorus from Rolling Through sounds a lot like the chorus from Full Ride. I can't be the only one that's picked up on that. But I will say this though, I love the album art. I would say this is my favourite album cover of all time, probably. Just not the actual music on it. Then we have Full Bloom, also by 311. This is the album afterwards, and this is very recent. It came out in 2024. Again, disappointing. Rather short as well. 311 tend to, well, not always, but they do often have quite bulky albums. Maybe I need to listen to it more, but for me, this was barely a step above Voyager. Do quite like the song Braver though, the final track. Lockjaw by Dancehall Crashes. I would say everything I said about Purr pretty much stays the same here. There are a few tracks that I heard before properly listening to this album, such as Don't Wanna Behave and Queen for a Day and Good for Nothing, and I think those are all good songs. But again, everything I said about Purr is pretty much true here. I just think this one's a bit better overall. Don't wanna be an American idiot. Man, American Idiot by Green Day. Now that's a bit of a flashback. This album came out towards the end of me doing my GCSEs, I believe. But I was more exposed to it when I started doing my A-levels. I did have a few friends at school that were into this band, and I was vaguely familiar with Green Day, but I'd never listened to them. I did enjoy American Idiot, the song. I enjoyed Boulevard of Broken Dreams and Holiday, as well as obviously Wake Me Up When September Ends. Those were the big ones, I would say. And eventually when I listened to this album properly, I would have said, yeah, it's fine. But I think of all the albums I've listed so far, this is probably the one that had the biggest cultural impact that I got to see firsthand. And I would say, at least from my experience, this album is the album that got people of my age to really pay attention and look into that pop punk style of music. Not for me personally, but that is what I saw. Keys Be Nights by Streetlight Manifesto is next. This is the second Streetlight Manifesto album that I listened to, which I did early in 2021. And even though I didn't know it at the time, this album is actually a re-recording. Originally it was released by Catch-22, but then one of the guys from that band, when he made Streetlight Manifesto, he decided that, yeah, we're going to remake this album. And I haven't heard the Catch-22 version, so I don't really have any means of comparing them. But what I do know is that, yeah, this sounds quite a lot like Streetlight Manifesto to me. Sometimes I find with their stuff that a lot of the melody can be lost in all the very fast singing, and everything happens just so suddenly, and that's definitely the case here. So again, I'm not massively into all the songs, but my favourites are probably the first two, Dear Sergio and Sick and Sad. But I also like Riding the Fourth Wave as well. That one's instrumental, which might be a contributing factor as to why it's one of my favourites. I don't know. Rhinoplasty by Primus. This is the second of two sort of album/EPs that they made where it was just cover tracks. The other one is Miscellaneous Debris, and I didn't really like that one. But this one is much better if you ask me. What we basically have here is 7 cover tracks, plus 2 bonus live tracks. Even if you want to exclude those live tracks, it's still a good album. Funny story though, I did originally discover Primus through their song that was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, Joey's a Race Car Driver, and then when I decided to go and look them up online, I managed to find Too Many Puppies, which is an original Primus song, but it appears on this album as well, sort of like a remake, as if they're covering themselves. And I remember hearing this version of Too Many Puppies and I thought, oh wow, this is so weird. Part of me thought it's not good, but then another part of me was like, well, it's weird enough that I kind of like it. There were some songs I'd stumble across every now and then that were kind of like that. But that rendition does reflect a lot of the sound on this album, especially, for example, The Family and the Fishing Net, which I would say is the best track on this album, maybe. But the rest of them are pretty good too. I would say except for The Thing That Should Not Be, which is a Metallica song, which explains exactly why I find that song mega boring. But another bit of trivia about me is that I used the track Behind My Camel for a media studies project that I did for my A-levels. Then we have Spice World by the Spice Girls, and I bet you weren't expecting this one. But I think it's safe to say that it was pretty impossible growing up in the 90s as a kid without having some level of exposure to the whole spice fever that took over. Now, I did mention in one of my caveats that when I was younger, as in during the 90s, I really didn't have any interest in music, but this was quite a cultural phenomenon, and I would be lying if I said the music was bad. I mean, sure, a lot of it is cheesy. One thing I really associate this album with is the PS1 game that I remember being at the childcare centre that I used to go to around 2000, 2001-ish, where you had the big head characters and you had to remix the songs. Pretty terrible game overall, but this was their second album, so this was slightly after the Spice Fever had, well, not died down, but it was on the tail end of that. Obviously, you've got Spice Up Your Life and Stop. Those were probably their two biggest hits on this album. Maybe Viva Forever as well, though I don't really remember hearing that as a kid. I would say the Saturday Night Divas is probably the worst song on this album. But yeah, there's a few decent songs on this. Move Over is probably one of my favourites, behind Spice Up Your Life and Stop. Then we have Evolver by 311, yet another 311 album to appear on this list. Sort of similar feelings to this as I do have with Voyager and Full Bloom. This is also one I came to rather late. Unlike Voyager and Full Bloom, which are relatively new albums, this one is from 2003. But when I added this to my 5 albums a month project, I did have an idea of 311, I knew some 311 stuff, but I didn't know any songs from this album. I can certainly tell it's from the early 2000s by how it sounds. It certainly reflects their style from that time. But unfortunately, aside from Don't Dwell, I didn't really think a great deal about many of these songs. And then we have another 311 straight after with Sound System. Again, I gave this a good listen on my 5 albums a month project. Except this time I did know a couple songs going in. I knew Come Original and I knew Flowing. Kind of like Come Original, I like Flowing a lot more. But I did end up getting into this album a little bit more than I did with Evolver. I really got into Large in the Margin, for example, and Strong All Along is also pretty good, I would say. But bit of a random funny story about this album. The first time I was given this album a good listen, this was in September of 2021. I was listening to it as I was walking to work. It was quite a bright sunny September day, and I saw a guy fall off his bike. Now, he was going the same direction as me, and I was quite a bit behind him, so he'd managed to get up and go long before I got close to him. But the story is that I now associate this album with seeing a guy fall off his bike. That is just an eternal connection that cannot be undone. The Avalanche by Sufjan Stevens is next, which, as you can see from the cover, is just a set of outtakes and extras from the Illinois album. So it's basically its own album. This is another album that I discovered, or I found rather, on the spindle of DVDs I mentioned before. And I never really gave it a good listen, at least not back then, around 2006 or so. But there were a handful of songs I really did get into. Adlai Stevenson was the first one, and then the Henny Boogie Band and No Man's Land were two that I got into as well. But the main one I got into is The Mistress Witch from McClure, and I was really into this song, I've got to tell you. I have a very vivid memory of being on the train. It was a long train journey, about 3 hours or so, and I was playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team on my DS, and I just listened to The Mistress Witch from McClure over and over and over again. I have a very strong memory of that day. Don't remember exactly when it was though. I feel like it was 2006, but it could have been 2007 or 2008 maybe. I don't think it was any later than that. Yeah, so it's a decent album, but really didn't need 3 different versions of Chicago though. In fact, didn't even need one. That song is already on the Illinois album. The Afterman Ascension by Coheed and Cambria. I had never heard of this band before, but I do recall seeing the album cover in maybe an HMV at one point. But I eventually added it to my list for my 5 albums a month project, and yeah, I kinda dig it. Favourite tracks? Goodnight Fair Lady and Key Entity Extraction 4, Evagria the Faithful. Hi there, this is So by Peter Gabriel. This is the 3rd album on this list as recommended by my dad. Again, had no idea what to expect going in. But when I listened to this, I feel like Don't Give Up was a song that I had heard before somewhere maybe. Might have just been imagining that. But yeah, when I asked my dad to guess what my favourite tracks were, he guessed completely correctly, which are Red Rain, Sledgehammer and Big Time. Opus Eponymous by Ghost, or as I like to think of it, the Scooby-Doo album. I mean, just look at that cover. Does that not look like it was directly taken from the intro to Scooby-Doo? I mean, they're even called Ghost. But yeah, honestly, listening to this, I was expecting something much faster and heavier. Maybe not faster so much, but definitely heavier. But it's got a bit more of a slow, echoey sound to it, I suppose. And it's certainly not something that would be high up on my list. But yeah, this ain't half bad. Symbolic by Voodoo Glow Skulls is next. This is a funny one, because I do quite like Voodoo Glow Skulls at their heart, but I do find also that a lot of the stuff is difficult to get into. It can sometimes be very fast and there's a lot of stuff going on and I can't really get through the noise. But hey, with this album, I like what I hear, especially the first 3 tracks. Tub Thumper by Chumbawamba is next. Of course, there is the one song that everybody knows from this band, which is Tub Thumping. And it was my memory of that song that encouraged me to look into this band. But this album wasn't really on my radar, at least not for a while, which you might think is quite strange. No, it took up until the 5 albums a month project where I seriously considered listening to it properly. And what's kind of interesting is that after having heard and learned more of their stuff over the years, the particular sound of a lot of these songs were less surprising to me. Maybe if I just went straight into this album, some of these songs might have sounded a bit strange. Yeah, they're not all quite as chanty as Tub Thumping is. But if I have to give one criticism to this album in particular, and I really do have to give it, I would have to say, look, I don't mind skits being in songs darted around and all that. Generally speaking, I would rather everything flow into the music. But seriously, this album just goes completely overboard with it. Blackbird by Fat Freddy's Drop. It's been quite a while since Based on a True Story cropped up. This is the second Fat Freddy's Drop album I listened to, but I think the big advantage that Blackbird has over Based on a True Story is not the quality of the good songs, but the quality of the bad songs. Whereas on Based on a True Story, there were a few songs there that I just thought were really boring and just completely uninteresting. This album doesn't really have any of those. Even the worst tracks here are okay. So Divided by And You Will Know Us by the Trail of Dead. I was a little bit familiar with this band just before this album came out. I do remember it being advertised on their website, it was, I think. And I had given a listen to Wasted State of Mind, and I liked that song. And then after it did come out, I listened to a little bit more, mostly Life. This is probably my favourite song from the album. But, as with many albums so far, I didn't really listen to this until my 5 albums a month project. And trust me, I did listen to some music by this band that I just did not like. But this is not such a case. This album is fine. Spice by Spice Girls. Yeah, did you really think we were going to have Spice World without this one? How foolish of you. And again, I must reiterate, I was not big into them, but I definitely remember Spice Fever going right through the school. They were absolutely everywhere. I in particular remember them being on these weird Jaffa Cakes cake bars, and people would argue over which one of them is the best. But this came out just before my 8th birthday, and I remember my friend Matthew would just sing Wannabe constantly, non-stop. Well, not non-stop, but a lot. And I remember this time for being not too long before I got my PS1, and also I ate a lot of spaghetti sauce flavoured Monster Munch around that time as well, because that flavour existed back then, and it was my favourite, and nobody else liked it. But yeah, this album, I mean, if you look at the big hits, obviously there's Wannabe, and you've also got Say You'll Be There, and Two Become One, and Who Do You Think You Are? Those songs were very present in my life around that time, because like I said, they were huge. But it's only really in looking back and thinking to myself, like, yeah, these songs are pretty good actually. It was actually not until many years later where I listened to the song Love Thing, which is on this album, and I realised, oh, this actually is also a very good song as well. That would have been sometime in the late 2010s that happened. But yeah, certainly not something I would go out of my way to choose to listen to. Definitely got that nostalgic feeling for me. And yeah, on reflection, it is rather cheesy, but you need a bit of cheese in your life. Kaboom! By I Fight Dragons. Hey, do you remember Nintendo? Wasn't Mega Man cool? Fun story, I recently showed this album cover to a friend of mine and I asked her to guess what year it came out. And immediately she just went, 2011. Because it's interesting, isn't it? It was around that time that there was a big nostalgic phase where people were remembering the 8-bit era. I mean, not me, I'm slightly a bit too young for that. But especially among the elder millennial crowd, there was a huge wave of nostalgia for it. And now it's been long enough since then that you could say it's rather nostalgic to look at that wave of nostalgia with nostalgia. I've had people tell me they associate this album with Adventure Time. For me, I would say more Scott Pilgrim. But yeah, it's rather pop-punk, but also rather chiptune sound, which again is tapping into that nostalgia. Don't ask me how I came to know about this album. I honestly don't know. It was another one of those that just appeared in my music library. I mean, not that it magically appeared there, but I just don't remember the story of how I discovered it at all. But yeah, I quite liked a few songs, namely Kaboom and Crazies. I have a vague memory of The Geeks Will Inherit the Earth as well. Again, very Scott Pilgrim coded. But when I finally did listen to this album properly for my 5 albums a month project, I would say my favourite track is the last one, Suburban Doxology. Then there's Finger 11 with their self-titled album up next. This is one of a few albums as recommended to me by my friend Kyle. He does worry about me not liking the things he recommends me, but considering that this is, I would say, the worst of the ones he's shown me, I honestly don't think he's got anything to worry about there. Yeah, with some people, when they recommend an album or they tell me something that they're into, sometimes I can listen to it and go, oh yeah, this is very much like that person to like this. And I know he has an idea of the type of music that I'm into, but from what I know of him, I would say this is the least like him album of those ones he's shown me. I don't know if he'd agree with me on that, and I don't think it really matters. But this album's fine, I've got no complaints. Let's Go is up next, which is by Rancid. I actually don't remember how I heard about Rancid. They were definitely adjacent to the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater style games, but they didn't appear on the first 4 Tony Hawk games, which are the ones that I was the most familiar with. But one way or another, I found them. And generally speaking, the earliest stuff of theirs that I found was stuff that was on this album. So songs like Sidekick and Salvation. But I was never that huge into this album. When I eventually gave it a good listen, I did develop a few favourites. Namely, St. Mary's one of my favourites, and I quite like Black and Blue as well. And Tenderloin's also alright. But as far as Rancid goes, I would say this is basic Rancid. It was the first album they released after Lars joined the band, and you can definitely hear it. Then we have Turn the Radio Off by Real Big Fish. This is another instance of an album that I discovered, or rather a band that I discovered as finding a song with the mislabeled artist on it. Again, going back to the Winamax days, the song Beer, which is from this album, was labelled as Less Than Jake, and I actually went believing it was Less Than Jake for some time. Listening to it now, it's so obviously not Less Than Jake, but back then I didn't know any better. Anyway, Real Big Fish is one of those bands I've had a very strange relationship with, because I think it's one of those bands that people would suspect that I would like a lot more than I do. I know, for example, my friend Kyle is very surprised that I don't like this band that much. But eventually I did learn that it was Real Big Fish that played Beer, and through that I actually searched them up to find other songs that they had done, and I'd found a few, including one other from this album, I believe, which is Everything Sucks. Oh, and also Sell Out as well. Yes, those two there. Those were probably my favourites from this album, and still to this day. I also later discovered 241, also from this album. Sort of like an instrumental, not quite, because they shout out the title every now and then. And so these were a few songs that I just genuinely enjoyed. But generally speaking, when I did do more of a deep dive into this band, I wasn't really all that into them. I think on this album in particular, for example, the song Say 10, I would say is really bad. I don't like that song at all. But the advantage that this album has is that it does host those songs I mentioned before that I would say are the better ones of theirs that I discovered when I first discovered this band. One Hot Minute by Red Hot Chili Peppers. I mentioned back when I talked about Blood Sugar Sex Magik that my friend Josh, who I will be mentioning again later on, he had the Greatest Hits album, and so I found out quite a few of their songs through that. There's only one song on this album, I think, that was on the Greatest Hits that I can recall, which was My Friends, which is a decent song, certainly not one of my favourites from the Greatest Hits. And I have heard that this album was received quite badly, but from my perspective, it's a bit better than Blood Sugar Sex Magik. It's a little bit more my style. As for the other songs on this album, Aeroplane and to a lesser extent Warped, those are a couple songs that I managed to find online shortly after being exposed to the Greatest Hits, so I had a vague familiarity with them. Also P, although I'm not really into P, it's a bit of an odd one. But other than that, my favourite track is probably Falling Into Grace. Paper Walls by Yellowcard. I never really got big into Yellowcard. I remember hearing about them because my friend Josh had a friend who was really into them, but I never really got into them myself. I do remember the whole thing of them being a pop-punk band, but with a violin, and me at that age would be like, oh wow, that's so weird, and that would have drawn me to them. And I did look up a few songs, and I did quite enjoy it, but like I said, I never really got into them. But that would have been a few years before this album came out. As far as I'm aware, Paper Walls is after the point that they were at their peak. So when I listened to this album for my 5 albums a month project, I didn't know any of these songs going in. And it's not an easy album to remember, nothing jumps out as being really all that great, but it's good. I certainly enjoyed it. This was one album I was a bit iffy on including, just because of how much I struggle to remember it, but then when I do actually play it and I put the songs on and I hear it, I think, oh yeah, I kind of remember this. So I'll allow it. Next up is Too Weird to Live, Too Rare to Die by Panic at the Disco. This is another very recent listen for me. I listened to this one in November of 2025. And do you remember back when I talked about Vices and Virtues very briefly, and I talked about how disappointing it was that it was so different to the original Panic at the Disco that I knew? Well, this one also is very different, but this one's better, I would certainly say, in its own way, that is. I do remember shortly after this came out, I thought to myself, oh well, let's see what Panic at the Disco have got that's new, because I haven't really kept up with them. And then I heard Girls, Girls, Boys, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is awful. That was back around 2014. Listening to it again now, that song, it's like, yeah, it's not great, but it's fine. Listening to this album as a whole, though, I think, yeah, it's pretty good. Songs like Casual Affair and Girl That You Love, as well as Nicotine and, to a lesser extent, Vegas Light, I think. Again, if I was to go by the standards of old Panic at the Disco, this would be a sore disappointment. And I'm definitely not a huge fan of this, but these songs are pretty decent. Comet by The Bouncing Souls. The Bouncing Souls did have a song on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. I did eventually listen to the album that song is from, and I didn't really like it much. But before then, sometime in the late 2010s, I think it was, I found this album and I listened to it a little bit, not much. But I remember listening to some songs like DFA. Couldn't really remember how they went. But then I probably listened to it in my 5 albums a month project and I quite liked it. Favourite song, without a doubt, is Fast Times. But overall, I've not really listened to this band that much. The Dwarves Are Born Again by Dwarves. This is another album that I've had to manually censor, because if this video went up without those censor bars on, it could get age restricted. And to be honest, the same can be said for pretty much any Dwarves album. They seem to be one of those bands that goes out of their way to try to be as offensive as possible. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people out there who say, oh, I like this because people can't handle it. Look at how offensive I'm willing to be. And I find that mentality to be rather pathetic, if I'm honest. No, I just put this album here because I like it. I first discovered Dwarves through the Short Music for Short People compilation. They had a song on there called The Band That Wouldn't Die. That song has been remade and lengthened for this album. The first track is probably my favourite, which is called The Dwarves Are Still the Best Band Ever. And you might be noticing a bit of a theme here. But yeah, I just enjoyed this album. I also quite like the song Bang Up. And there is a good chance that I might listen to this band more in the future. Troublemaker by Rancid is up next. I did sort of develop a bit of a Rancid phase, mostly from the mid to the late 2000s. This came out quite a while after that. I heard a few songs, such as Track Fast and Ghost of a Chance, but again, I probably listened to this album on my 5 albums a month project, to where I heard all of the album, and upon hearing it, again, it's one of those cases where nothing in particular stands out. I'm not massively into it, but I certainly enjoyed it. Battle Magic by Balsagoth. I mentioned very briefly when I was talking about Starfire Burning Upon the Icefall Throne of Ultima Thule about my friend Tom in school. He introduced me to this band just because we were having a discussion about long song titles, and he wasn't expecting me to like this band at all, but I listened to a bit and I quite enjoyed it. But what's notable is that the first track I actually heard from them is And Atlantis Falls, which is the final track on this album, and it's one of those instrumental tracks that doesn't quite sound like anything else. This band does tend to have a lot of proper songs, as it were, you know, where it's distinctly metal, but they also every now and then have the occasional instrumental, which is not heavy at all. It's just some, I suppose, generic fantasy style music, and Atlantis Falls is one of those. But I think this album is the album that really gives them their style that they became known for. So less heavy, dark, death metal sounding and more power metal, I would say. And there are a few songs here that I did get into. For example, The Dark Age of Chaos is unleashed at the Tortoise Shrine of Azura Kai, which itself is the second part in the Splendour of a Thousand Swords Gleaming Beneath the Blazon of the Hyperborean Empire trilogy. And I also quite like Blood Slakes the Sand at the Circus Maximus. That was another song that I very vividly remember listening to a lot when I was on holiday, playing Pokemon Ruby. I mentioned that briefly when I was talking about Propaganda earlier. But aside from that, I listened to this album fully in the 3rd month of my 5 albums a month project back in November of 2020. And even the low points on this album are okay. They're not the worst Balsagoth. Faxis 2, A Window of the Waking Mind by Coheed and Cambria. This is the 2nd album on this list as a recommendation from my friend Kyle, but also the 3rd Coheed and Cambria album that I ever listened to. It is in fact the only album that he has recommended that was from a band that I had already heard before. But yes, this is a very Kyle-like album, and I would say that I enjoy it more than the Afterman Ascension. I did also listen to the Afterman Descension, but I've not included that on this list just because I feel like I don't really remember it very well, even when I go back and listen to it, I have a very hard time remembering it. But yeah, this is the better one of the three, though it did take me some time to get into it. Favourite tracks, without a doubt, Shoulders and Comatose. Oh, and Love Murder 1, that's probably actually my favourite. Cosmic Candy by the Orion Experience. Man, I do have quite a strong nostalgia for one particular song on this album. That song being the first one, The Queen of White Lies. And all things considered, this is a very recent nostalgia. This is from 2017. Going back to 2017, I had gotten my new laptop. Not the one that I have at the moment, as of time of recording, but the one before that. I had started playing idle games like Clicker Heroes and Zombidle. And this is also when I discovered Black Mirror as well. I think I heard about it through the Hello Internet podcast with CGP Grey and Brady. And I very much remember talking to my friend Kyle about this at work quite a lot. But anyway, that's the nostalgia tied to adjacent things. As for this particular album, at our place of work, they would play music, and one of the tracks that would come on would be The Queen of White Lies by the Orion Experience. There were other songs of theirs that also played there, although from this particular album, I don't remember any. Apparently he remembers Adrian being played there, but I don't. But we actually made a thing about trying to find the different music that was played there. I managed to find most of the stuff between us, but he discovered this band. So I used to listen to The Queen of White Lies quite a bit towards the end of 2017. And I remember at work, we'd be on the listen out for it, as well as other songs as well, of course, but that would be one of them. And it would be a thing where every so often we just go, la 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 lies. Oh, fun times. But anyway, that's the nostalgia side. As for the album itself, yeah, I didn't really listen to it until my 5 albums a month project, as is very common the point in this early stage of the list. And I liked it, yeah, sure thing. But the highlight of this album and the true memories of this album for me is always going to be La 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 Lies, because that hits the nostalgia nerves back when I was in my late 20s. But anyway, that's just a bit of fun trivia, I suppose. Tonight the Stars Revolt by Powerman 5000. First discovered them, as a lot of people did, through Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. That game had an excellent soundtrack, and this was one of the ones that I did like. That being their song When Worlds Collide. It was at the childcare centre that I first played that game. And here we have a funny case of misheard lyrics. The line that goes at the end of all time, I first heard as at the interval time, as in the interval of a show. And so I was going, at the interval time. How funny. But yeah, this is one of those bands that I did kind of look into a little bit after the fact. Eventually, a few years down the line when we got the internet. The thing to remember with Tony Hawk's 2 is that the actual tracklist itself doesn't display the names of the songs. If you want to learn the name of the songs, you had to go into the credits. So there was this brief moment in time before the internet where the way I gathered songs was I recorded them on tape. Basically going into the sound test and holding a microphone up to the speaker and just getting some music that way. So you'd have, for example, Blood Brothers by Papa Roach, which is also from that game, and a few others that I really enjoyed, but also this one. And Powerman 5000 is one of those bands that I kind of liked what I heard. There was some songs I didn't really get into, there was some that I did. And all in all, I found this band rather average, I suppose. But during that phase, there weren't many songs from this particular album that I did get into. Other than When Worlds Collide, I think there was just The Son of X51, and Automatic to a lesser extent, but not really. Oh, and also Nobody's Real as well. I do find a problem with this band is that a lot of their songs could be quite hard to distinguish sometimes. But to be honest, it was in my 5 albums a month project when I gave this a proper listen, as is often the case, as you may well know by now. And it was fine. Next up is Mad Not Mad by Madness. I discovered Madness through my friend Josh. He's the one that had the Greatest Hits album for Red Hot Chili Peppers. Before that though, he had the Our House compilation, which I believe was the soundtrack to a Madness-themed musical. When he showed me that, I kind of was vaguely familiar with some of the songs, like House of Fun and Our House. And he did make me a copy of the CD. I remember this was probably back around 2002, shortly after it came out. But that was a compilation, so that's not eligible for this list. The only song on that compilation, though, that was on this album is White Heat. That was towards the end of the album, and it's much more on the softer side of Madness. And I would say that describes this album in general. But I did eventually look into a bit more of their music, and I found some more of their stuff, including a couple songs on this album, namely I'll Compete and Yesterday's Man, also Uncle Sam as well, which I would say are the 3 best tracks on this album, probably, besides White Heat. The rest of them are also fine, but again, this is definitely more on the softer side of Madness. Older Madness albums tend to be a lot more goofy, but this one was a bit different, at least from the stuff I've heard. Then we have This Painted Life by Lily Wolfe. This is, I think, the first EP on this list, and it barely qualifies. It's just over 20 minutes, but I tell you something, I'm glad it does, because there's quite a story behind this. So I'd mentioned recently with Cosmic Candy that me and my friend Kyle at work were listening out for the different songs that were being played. He managed to find the Orion Experience, and maybe a year or so later, maybe a few years later, I managed to find this. Because the fifth and final song on this EP, Jealousy, was played at work, and when I eventually found it, I showed it to him, and he was like, oh yeah, this is a good one. And it's quite funny, because this isn't really the style of music that either of us would go for. But we both really like this song, and for a while, we'd be on the lookout for it. And it's just so silly, it's so goofy. I mean, the music itself isn't particularly goofy, but just the atmosphere around it really was. When the song came on, I'd be like, oh, the song's on, this is it, this is it. And yeah, me especially, I really got into that song. I just go, I don't wanna be envious, I don't wanna see. But yeah, it was just a delightful experience. So I did put this EP eventually up on my 5 albums a month project. Listen to the other songs. Now, they don't have that same emotional connection as Jealousy does, that same nostalgia, but they're pretty decent. I certainly enjoyed them. I feel like it's one of those things where you can like something ironically, but at a point when you like something ironically too much, you just like it. And that's what this was for me. But also, that album cover, she looks so serious. The Hands That Thieve by Streetlight Manifesto. This was the third Streetlight Manifesto album that I listened to, and I'd say it was a lot less like Keysby Nights and a lot more like the other one. So it was November of 2021 that I listened to this, and it was a pretty good set of 5 albums that month, so I had a lot to compete with. I associate this album a lot with Modern Family, the TV show, because it was around that time that I started watching it. I don't know why this album in particular I associate with Modern Family, but that's just how it's turned out. As for the actual music, I would say that this album is probably harder to follow for me than any other album above it, probably. It is one of those cases where I struggle to remember it, but then when I listen to it, I enjoy it. It's got a very strange style to it. It is basically ska music, but it is very fast, and it is rather aggressive. But the songs are also quite long. In fact, I think about half of them at least are over 5 minutes. So, it's an odd one. Then we have Hurley by Weezer. This is the only other Weezer album that I've listened to. Well, I know I've listened to some more of their stuff, but that was very brief and I hardly remember it. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Weezer fans out there telling me that this one isn't better than Green Album. The matter of the fact is that I still think Hash Pipe is the best song by them that I've heard. Although, as you know, I do have quite a bit of nostalgia for that song. But on average, I would say these songs are just generally better, with my favourite track being Brave New World. Then we have Stadium Arcadium by Red Hot Chili Peppers. And this one is rather exceptional in the fact that it's so long, it's 2 hours. And I remember this coming out on a 2-disc set. But yeah, very slight nostalgia for this one. I think this was the first album that came out after I discovered them through their greatest hits. Well, I discovered the band through Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, but I probably discovered them through the greatest hits CD that my friend Josh had. But yeah, I do very distinctly this coming out. It was around the time I was doing my A-levels. And I do remember hearing the first 2 songs, Danny California and Snow Hey-O, but honestly I didn't really pay much attention to it other than that. That is, of course, up until my 5 albums a month project, and I've had a tendency to theme June a bit in that project, where the first album is a long one and the rest of them are a bit shorter than average, and this was the long one for that month. And I was at that time going on big walking trips, which did take over 2 hours, so it was enough time to fit this album in. And there is a lot here, so it's not quite easy to remember it all. In fact, I don't remember a lot of it, but I do remember a lot of songs that I did like. Aside from the ones I've just mentioned, I remember liking Humpty Hump, Torture Me is one of my favourites, also especially in Michigan, and Animal Bar too. I would say those are my favourites. But there weren't any songs here that I didn't really like other than If. Wasn't keen on If, but I like the rest of them. All Delighted People by Sufjan Stevens. This album is not an EP, despite what it says on the cover. I don't know by what metrics an 8-track album that lasts an hour would be considered an EP. It feels like a lie, though I have no idea what motivation there would be to lie about that. Anyway, I listened to this in 2011. At the time, I was familiar with 2 other Sufjan Stevens albums. Not really with The Avalanche. I knew a few tracks from The Avalanche, but I wasn't too familiar with it. This is certainly on the softer side, and I very much associate this album with a particular Facebook game that I played at that time. Haven't been able to figure out what it was. All I remember was you built a base and you had to defend against these purple blobs that would come to attack you. But this is certainly an album where the first half is better than the second half, at least in my books. I would certainly say the first 5 songs are good songs. The last 2 tracks I don't really like, especially the last one. It's 17 minutes and I don't really like it. And track 6 is just an alternate version of the first track, which was already 11 minutes, but then they decided to add another 8-minute version. But it swings and roundabouts, I suppose. Reverend Horton Heat is next with Space Eater. Reverend Horton Heat is a strange band for me. I discovered them through Tony Hawk's 3, even though Tony Hawk's 3 didn't really have much music that I went out to explore the bands on. But Reverend Horton Heat is a strange case. Much like Powerman 5000, I feel like there's a lot there that sounds kind of samey. Even though of the two, I would say Reverend Horton Heat is probably better. And a lot of my exposure to Reverend Horton Heat was through just early downloads in the 2000s. And so I went a long time knowing a decent chunk of their music without actually knowing any albums. So when I eventually did check out the albums, it seemed very scattered from what I knew. And their catalogue of songs feels rather strangely vast, I suppose. And that's mostly because of my unfamiliarity with a lot of it. I sort of remember bits here and there, and so I see a lot of tracks there that I kind of recognise the name, or I don't recognise the name at all. Basically what I'm saying is that my knowledge is rather scattered. So it wouldn't have been until my 5 albums a month project where I decided to get a bit more focused and I started to learn their albums a bit more cohesively. They do have some pretty bad songs, I would say. There's a certain style to them. They've got that rockabilly sound that I do like, but an example of a song that I think is really on the bad side of theirs, not on this album, but for example, You Got a Friend in Jimbo. If you listen to that, that's what I would consider to be the worst of Reverend Horton Heat. But yeah, going into this album, I knew a few. I was vaguely familiar with Lie Detector and Hello Mrs. Darkness. I did know Texas Rockabilly Rebel and Baby I'm Drunk to a lesser extent, although I'm not really a massive fan of that one. But there's some good songs on here. I would also say Forevermore and Revolution Underfoot. But yeah, it's a band that I can sometimes find rather difficult to familiarise myself with. And then there is the self-titled album by the Presidents of the United States of America. I touched upon this band briefly when I was talking about their album 2. This album is very similar, though I would say the songs are a bit better here. I did actually know a few of these songs before going into it, because I mentioned before that I discovered them, I think it was on Yahoo Launch. Either way, Peaches, which was their big hit, that was the first song by them that I heard. But then when I looked into them a bit more, I discovered Kitty and Lump and eventually Back Porch. Oh, also Body as well. Did I mention Body? But just in general, comparing this to 2, I would say, yeah, it's very similar, but I think these songs are just a bit better. Not much else I can say, really. One Step Beyond is the first album by Madness. So, as I mentioned before, I properly discovered this band through my friend Josh, who had the Our House soundtrack, which I really liked, but again, as I've mentioned, doesn't qualify for this list because it's not an album, it's a compilation. And there are 2 songs on this album that I knew from that compilation, that being My Girl and Nightboat to Cairo, both good songs, although I would certainly say Nightboat to Cairo is my favourite of the 2, without question. But I'm pretty sure I discovered the song One Step Beyond not long after that, which is an absolute classic. Outside of that, I feel like these songs are mostly good, and I know some of them did get a little bit of fame, like The Prince, I believe. Mummy's Boy as well, maybe. But this was definitely before their big hit, which was Baggy Trousers. At least that feels like their big hit. I don't know if it had any bigger hits than that. Maybe Our House or House of Fun, I don't know. But yes, it's called One Step Beyond, but if I was to give a description of the album, I would say it's one step towards. Tomorrow Never Comes by Rancid. This is a very recent album, came out in 2023, and so naturally I listened to this as part of my 5 albums a month project. What's interesting is I think Rancid got quite big when they started releasing more of their a bit more upbeat stuff, when they started implementing some of those ska beats into their music, and their faster, more aggressive, more in-your-face punk sound never really got as big as that. So I find it interesting that they've every now and then tried to harken back to that old style. New Rancid is old Rancid in many respects. As for which style I prefer, I think it depends really on the music itself. I like bits of both. And yeah, I quite enjoyed this album when I listened to it. And I do think to myself, well, it was the fact that it was part of my 5 albums a month project as to why I'm not ranking it higher, because I've had to focus more energy listening to other stuff. But then that line of thinking doesn't quite hold up, because there are other albums from that project that I rank loads loads higher. So I think it's simply fair to say that yes, whilst generally I do rank this above other albums like, as you've seen, Let's Go and Troublemaker, all in all, I have to just take it as I hear it. Favourite tracks are Tomorrow Never Comes and Live Forever. Then we have Songs for the Deaf by Queens of the Stone Age. My friend Ross from school, who I've briefly mentioned before, was into this band. He's the one I mentioned that was into the Mars Volta. But unlike the Mars Volta, when I heard some of this, I actually took a little bit of it in. I enjoyed No One Knows, and I also quite enjoyed You Think I Ain't Worth a Dollar But I Feel Like a Millionaire. And he was into Go With The Flow as well, but that one never caught on with me. And this all happened, I'm guessing around 2003, 2004, at a guess, I don't quite remember. But it was the third month of my 5 albums a month project that I gave this album a good listen. This was November of 2020. And after listening to it, my conclusion was that the album was fine, but it was quite dull and boring. Now I understand where I was coming from, but I think my standards were just a bit too high at that time. And looking back at it now, I think I overplayed it, by which I mean I overplayed my initial thoughts, not the album itself. But it's fair to say that I did really, actually enjoy this album. I did get into Go With The Flow, I really got into Hanging Tree, and I think it's fair to say that all in all, yeah, I did enjoy this album, even if it wasn't strictly the type of stuff I was used to. And then we have another album by 311. This one is Universal Pulse. This was the third album of a set of 3 that I listened to in 2013. And whilst the other 2 albums I really got into, and I will talk about later, this one was a bit of a downer compared to those 2. And so I didn't really pay as much attention to it. I was going through a bit of a hard time back then. So the other 2 albums did make quite a big impact on me. But this one, not so much. I remember there was this YouTube channel called Velocities in Music and they would do album reviews. At least one of the hosts was a big fan of 311 and they didn't have a very favourable view of this album. For one, it's quite short, it's only 29 minutes over 8 tracks. Of those 8 tracks, I'd say some of them are alright. I have to give praise to Wild Night and Sunset in July though. I think they are prime examples of what good 311 music sounds like. So, I've got a little bit of nostalgia for this album, a bit unimpactful, but there's some good songs on it. Anyone for Doomsday? That's an album by Powerman 5000, and that one's up next. So definitely very similar to Tonight the Stars Revolt. And whilst that album hosts When Worlds Collide, which was the song I discovered on Tony Hawk's 2, this one hosts Bombshell, which is the one that I found next. And I think Bombshell is probably my favourite of those 2 songs, but in my mind I tend to pair them together. Anyway, this is mostly more of the same, but overall a bit better I would say. If you want a bit of a story, there was a time in school that there was someone giving me prank calls. I knew who it was, and one time she called and I didn't say anything, and then I held my phone, the Nokia, the big bulky Nokia phone that I had. I put it next to my computer speaker and I put on Bombshell. Didn't get any more calls after that. So the trick worked, or at least it seems like it did. I love how my mind at the time was that Bombshell was such a hardcore heavy song that hearing that could be the most intense thing. Yeah, but a much more recent story is when I had this on my 5 albums a month project. The one song I really got into there was The End of Everything. Hadn't heard that one before, but I really like that song. I'd be walking to work and I'd be rocking out to it, going, go forward, step back, yeah, and I tell you when you got it, yeah, you got it, come on. I mean, I wasn't singing out loud, sort of maybe under my breath. I was in public after all. Freeze Pop Forever by Freeze Pop. I discovered Freeze Pop through Guitar Hero. Namely Guitar Hero 2, which had a song on that is not from this album, although Guitar Hero 1 does have a song from this album on it. I didn't really listen to Freeze Pop until my 5 albums a month project, and I got to this one in April of 2025. And I have to say, I think this is the cutest album I've ever heard. Everything is just so delightful about it. Of course, delightful and cute and good, they're not synonymous, but cute, this album is definitely that. It's very minimal synth pop, I would say, with my favourite track probably being Robotron 2000, a song about the world ending, but it's okay because she built herself a friend. I also quite like Hairbrain Scheme, and there's a track here as well which is pretty good, but it certainly suffers from the whole non-native speaker attempting to speak Japanese thing going on, and it's just a bit silly. This album is silly, but I enjoyed it. Point Blank by Dub Pistols. This is another album where I first found a song on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. In this case, it's the song Cyclone, and I gotta say, I do feel like it was a bit misleading because the rest of this album sounds quite a bit different. By which I mean, not necessarily that the rest of the album is a completely different style, but it's mostly instrumental, where Cyclone is definitely not. It's definitely like alternative hip-hop, electronic dub, but it was certainly quite a slow burn for me, this one. It was in those early days of looking into music I discovered the track Westway, which I liked, but it wasn't like anything else that I liked, really. And I would say the rest applies to pretty much the rest of this album, even if I didn't listen to it until much later. But hey, you like what you like, I suppose. Death of a Bachelor by Panic at the Disco? Okay, we're getting there, we're getting better. Certainly a lot closer to what I like than Vices and Virtues, and a bit closer to what I like than the other one. Too Weird to Live, Too Rare to Die. Almost forgot the name there. But after Vices and Virtues, I had lower expectations of this, and it surpassed those lower expectations. Still, not 100% there, but it's good. Fun story for anyone who's familiar with Magic the Gathering. I believe I had this on my 5 albums a month project roughly the same time as the Tarkir Dragonstorm set came out, and there are 5 cards in that set that are devotees of the different clans, and the clans all have 2-syllable names. So when I was playing with that set and one of those devotees would come up, I would think of it to the tune of LA Devotee from this album. So I'd just think, just another Mardu devotee. I say fun story. It's a bit nostalgic, I guess. It is nice to have that memory anchor, I suppose. But at the time it was more annoying, more than anything else. Favourite tracks? If it's not LA Devotee, it would either be Death of a Bachelor or House of Memories. The Getaway is next by Red Hot Chili Peppers. This is one of their newer ones, and I think it's fair to say that at this point they really didn't have that much of a cultural impact, especially when you compare it to the 90s and the 2000s. And so I do have my favourites from this album, namely the ones in the middle, so Sick Love, Go Robot and Feasting on the Flowers. But I think we're at the point now where people aren't really referencing these songs when they want to talk about what the best songs from this band is. And I get that. Boy, it's not a bad album by any means, and you've just got to take what you can get. Next up is Paradise by Red City Radio. I have no recollection of how I found out about this band. I think what's likely is that I was doing a little bit of research just trying to find new music and this cropped up, and maybe from the album art I might have put it in my maybe pile. But however it got there, I'm kind of glad it did because this is a good album. But yeah, I'd never heard of this band before, and apparently they're a punk band or an alt-rock punk band, and I kind of get it. I would say they've got a bit of a country edge to it as well. I don't know if that's just me reading into things. The guy singing's got a pretty deep voice. But regardless of genres, I like it. Favourite track, without a doubt, is Did You Know? It's not even a competition. I think if you listen to Did You Know, you'll know what I'm talking about, in terms of what I'm trying to get out with the style of this album. Libido by Bucko 9. Now this is more like it. Fundamental was a big disappointment, but this is more up my alley. Although when I first got into Bucko 9, it was through finding just random songs online, I have absolutely no memory of how I first discovered Bucko 9 though. Either way, of the random songs that I did find online, how many of them were on this album? To be honest, I don't know. I vaguely remember Swimming in Sand, and maybe All Along, but I don't think I really listened to All Along back then. That being said, Swimming in Sand and Sunlight are probably my favourites. Also, just to point out, a lot isn't a word, it should be 2 words. There's a song here called A Lot in My Head with a lot spelt as 1 word. Might seem a bit nitpicky, but I think, you know, if you're going to release an album, you should know how to spell. But again, this was in my 5 albums a month project, as was Fundamental, and this one, much better than that one. And now we have the other Freeze Pop album I've listened to, which is Future Perfect. And I do have quite a bit of nostalgia about this album, or rather one particular track. The first track on this album, Less Talk More Rock, was on Guitar Hero 2. And in 2007, towards the end of 2007, when I started uni, I would have a History of Games lecture on Fridays. And it finished at 4 p.m. And we made a bit of a ritual that after that, we would go and play some games, which he introduced me to Guitar Hero 2, which, when I first played it, I was awful. I could only play on easy mode, I couldn't handle the 4th button. But I was there playing Psychobilly Freakout because I already knew that song and I already knew that I liked it. He was quite into Let's Talk More Rock, so we played that song quite a bit as well. And so that song for me is very nostalgic of the end of 2007. I ended up getting Guitar Hero 2 myself for Christmas that year, although I had it on PS2 because I didn't have any of the newer consoles. He had it on 360, but I got it for PS2. And I did improve, but the reason I tell that story is because that memory is just so strongly tied to me for this song. So I put this album on my 5 albums a month project, and of course I got that huge wave of nostalgia upon hearing that first track, but also I quite like the rest of it as well. Not quite as cute as Freeze Pop Forever, still rather cute but not quite as cute. The second track, Pop Music Is Not a Crime, definitely an example of a cute song. But my favourites aside from the ones I've mentioned are Front Load and Brain Power, and also After Party as well. Front Load probably the best one after Let's Talk More Rock. And I'll tell you what vibe I got from After Party as well. It reminded me a lot of the music from Worms Armageddon, the main theme, where they have a voiceover telling the story of one particular worm. And I thought it was a really good way of rounding out that album. Next is Growing Pains by Not On Tour. I discovered and listened to this album not long after it came out. It was in 2019. So this album would have been one of the last albums that I listened to before I started my 5 albums a month project. I remember I was streaming quite a lot in 2019. And it was around the time I was playing ukulele as well that I listened to this album. I have a vague memory of how I discovered it. I saw the video for Therapy on YouTube, so I ended up looking up the album. And I'm glad I did, because I enjoyed it. Pretty short though, it's barely 23 minutes. And with 17 tracks, they're pretty short. None of the tracks here reach 2 minutes, and the longest one, Saw It Coming, which is probably my favourite track, is just under 2 minutes. But yeah, I have no idea how I got to stumble across that video. Something I do find interesting, I don't know if this is just me, I'm not sure how to describe this, but I always find it kind of fascinating, even though I feel like I shouldn't really, when you've got these music videos for songs by bands that sound, I suppose, maybe amateur isn't the right term, but it's definitely not highbrow or high art, and yet the music video itself is clearly in high definition, which I know sounds silly. I mean, this came out in 2019, so I would expect that. But I just don't associate music that sounds like this with that. Then we have the self-titled album by Devil's Brigade. This is Matt Freeman's own band from Rancid. And this album was very short-lived in my life, I must say. As in, I listened to it quite a bit, either towards the end of 2010 or maybe early into 2011. And I haven't really listened to it much since then. Does this sound like Rancid? I mean, I would say yes. I mean, Matt Freeman does occasional vocals in Rancid, but here it's all the time. And as much as I do like his singing as a part of Rancid, having it the whole way through an album, I'm not too sure about. But for a lot of these songs, I think if you just labelled it Rancid, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Especially on the tracks where Tim and Lars do guest vocals. But yeah, I certainly do associate this album with the time I listened to it, that being either the end of 2010 or the start of 2011. It was around that time. I would have said for a long time that my favourite song was Shakedown, but now I'm not too sure. I think now I would say it's probably Gentlemen of the Road. Although generally speaking, I like all these songs. Next up is Coaster by NoFX. And I feel I have to go into a bit of a story with this one. Well, not really a story, but just to sort of give an explanation as to where I stand with NoFX, because this is a band that I'm really, really unsure how to pinpoint how much I like their stuff, because to be completely honest, there's a few albums I've listened to of theirs that have not made this list because I don't think they're good. I think they're just awful. And I think when it comes to a lot of their music, they do come across as very unskilled, I suppose, especially in the music writing. So much of their stuff I would describe as incredibly formulaic. To give an example of the type of thing that they do, they will have a line in the song where the first 3 syllables are on the first beat and then the 4th syllable is on the second beat. Then there's a gap for 2 beats and then they do the same on the next line. And they'll also have lines that end mid-word, so then the next line has to start with the end of that word. But when Coaster came out, it was shortly after I had listened to some NoFX that I really did like. I remember finding out about it on the computers at uni. I remember I mentioned it to my friend who was sat a couple spaces away, and it wasn't until a little bit after that that I actually noticed that the title, Coaster, was a joke about how the actual disc itself is a coaster that you can put your glass on. I didn't figure that out straight away, but he said, oh, he thought it was obvious. See, they're a big fan of jokes, NoFX. They're a big fan of jokes and puns. And I listened to a little bit of it. I heard the first couple of tracks. We Called It America and The Quitter, and I quite liked those songs, but I didn't properly listen to it until my 5 albums a month project. In fact, it was only the second month of that project in 2020, in October. And yeah, sure, you got me. It's not a bad album. It's certainly better than some of their older ones that I've heard. Mega Kung Fu Radio is next by Powerman 5000. I've touched upon this band briefly, gone over a couple of their albums, And one thing I've said about Powerman 5000 is that a lot of their stuff does sound kind of samey to me and indistinguishable sometimes. This album, however, is rather distinct. It was their first album, or rather it was more of a reissue of their first album. That was called the Bloodsplat Rating System. This is basically the same again but with a couple of tracks added, so I'm including this as the album. And this was definitely before they properly found their sound. I mean, it's definitely Powerman 5000, you can hear it's Powerman 5000, it just sounds a bit different. And I do think that difference is really encapsulated in the album cover. So where their music is mostly like a futuristic, sci-fi, cyberpunk, industrial rock, I suppose, this album has got a bit more of a groove to it, I would say, and that makes it stand out, and I appreciate that. So when I did originally listen to Powerman 5000 and I looked into more of their songs, there were a couple songs from this album that I heard, those being 20 Miles to Texas, 25 to Hell, and Mega Kung Fu Radio, which are very distinct from the rest of their other albums. But, as is often the case, I didn't give it a proper listen until my 5 albums a month project, and I started to appreciate some more of the songs here. Neckbone to some degree, Organized I was a little bit into, I suppose, but also A Swim with the Sharks was the one that really stood out to me when I listened to it on that project. Pump Up the Volume by NoFX. And you can tell it's NoFX by that punny title. Get it? Volume? Yeah, I know that's not how you spell volume, but that's how they've spelt it. And look at that cover art. Doesn't that look like something that would be on Courage the Cowardly Dog? Anyway, this is rather an interesting case because, well, like a lot of albums, I heard a bit of this before my 5 albums a month project, and then I did listen to it on my 5 albums a month project, and I didn't really learn much new about it in that project. I didn't really grow any appreciation for any of the songs that I wasn't into originally. But yeah, I think it was not too long after learning about NoFX that I found this album, or rather should I say I found some songs which happened to be on this album, mostly the ones at the start. In fact, all of the first 6 tracks, apart from Thank God It's Monday, I would say I got quite into quite early. So all in all, I would say this is a little bit of an improvement on Coaster, but they are so close, I don't know. Master of Styles by The Urge. I had never heard of this band before up until not too long ago. Can't remember how I found them. I think it was on a YouTube video, or maybe they were mentioned in a forum or something. I know it was definitely when I was on the hunt for new albums for my 5 albums a month project. And I gave this band a quick listen, and my first thought was, this sounds alright, it sounds a bit like 311. That was just the general vibe I got, and then I later found out that Nick Hexum actually features in one of their songs. And so yeah, I put this album on during that project. It was one summer, I believe. Definitely got a bit of a summery vibe to it. A summery feel, as it were. And I quite enjoyed it. It might have been listed under ska music, which I can definitely hear that. But regardless, I enjoyed it. Favourite tracks are Jump Right In and Slob. Riot by Paramore. Now, given my age, I wouldn't blame you for suspecting that this would be an album that I grew up with. But actually, no, I didn't. This is another 5 albums a month project album. So it was only within the last few years that I heard it. And then you might also be thinking, okay, maybe you didn't hear it when you were younger, but surely you heard a few songs like Misery Business at least. And no, this was an album I was only familiar with by the name and the cover. But as far as I recall, I never actually heard any of it. And now that I've heard it, it's actually kind of interesting because I now get to see those compilations of big 2000s songs, and then Misery Business comes up and I'm like, oh, I know that song now. Although, and this might just be me, but I think That's What You Get is a better song. Also quite like Crush 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 as well. But when I listened to this album, I did listen to That's What You Get a little bit more after that because, yeah, I would have got into that song. True Brew by Millencolin is next. I've briefly discussed Millencolin, but to be honest, I didn't really keep up with them after the late 2000s, I would say. This album sort of seemed to just appear out of nowhere. They hadn't really done a proper album for a while. They did do the Melancholy Connection. Again, not to be confused with the Melancholy Collection, but I think at some point the appeal of Millencolin sort of just faded away a bit. That being said, my brother has always been into them, and he still is. And so he said that I should listen to this album, and I did, and I liked it. I was a little bit encouraged by the fact that I found a couple songs on YouTube that I did enjoy. Egocentric Man and Sense and Sensibility, the latter probably being my favourite on this album. But yeah, it's not really a case of a band changing their sound as they progress, because Millencolin has pretty much always sounded the same. I just haven't really kept up with them. But this album is good. Cardboard Castles by Watsky. Now this was a surprise. I was basically on the hunt for more albums to listen to for my 5 albums a month project, as I often have been, and I stumbled across a video where someone reviews every album that they've ever listened to. He basically just gave 1 or 2 lines per album, and this was one of the albums that cropped up, and I'd never heard of it before, but you know, it was just one of those things where I saw the album cover, thought, oh, that looks interesting, and I looked into it, and I listened to it, and I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I had no idea what type of music it would be like, and I think a lot of the time that's usually a good way to be. But it was very recent that I did listen to this. It was November of 2025, and it's basically like hip-hop rap style, I suppose, which I'm not really into, but I did find myself rather enjoying this album. Strong as an Oak is probably my favourite, but I remember even on my first listen to this, I put it on as I was heading out to work. Normally I would walk to work, but on this day I decided to get the bus, and I remember getting to the bus stop and waiting for the bus, and then Ugly Faces would come on, and even though I'd never heard this song before, I was still like tapping my foot and like swaying side to side a bit, you know, getting into the beat. A similar thing happened with Killer Hipster as well. So I ended up enjoying this album more than I thought I would have, or rather more than I usually would with music that sounds like this. Or at least, so I think. Maybe I've listened to more of it, as in more of this style of music. Who knows? There's also The Legend of Hardhead Ned, which is an interesting one, and Dent in the Moon, but the final track, yeah, I would say that's a good one as well. It's not all highlights. I do think Dedicated to Christina Lee and Tiny Glowing Screens isn't that great, and the skits are quite cute too. For Monkeys by Millencolin. Not For Monkeys, For Monkeys. As in, the album is made for monkeys. Not that there's 4 of them. Anyway, this is Millencolin again. A bit of an older album this time. Another set of songs that, again, some of them I learned before listening to the album properly. Got some decent songs on here, and I have a bit of a memory with some of them. For example, I do remember at one point getting a Millencolin DVD. I don't remember where I got it, but I did. It might have been Amazon, actually. And I remember seeing the video to Losing Must on that DVD. That was before I actually listened to the song, I think. I also remember back in secondary school, I made a video. I think it was in secondary school, maybe around 2006, I'm guessing. That would have been when I was doing my A-levels. I made a short video. Don't know why. I think it was just the early days of YouTube, and I was at such an age where my creative juices were flowing in the absolute minimal sense. But I made a video, which was about 5 seconds or so, and it had a picture of that purple monkey that was a virus. Not that the image was a virus, it's that it was part of something that was a virus, which I was eventually told when others saw the video. And I had a few seconds of the song Monkey Boogie playing. Again, really harkening back to those old days of online video creation, back when people frequently used Windows Movie Maker, and you know, the default screen with the dark blue background and the white text. Oh, memories, eh? But yeah, Monkey Boogie is a fine song. I think Boring Planet's probably the better one though. Then it's Phoenix TX and their self-titled album. Man, this one is really going back. It was shortly after I got my PS2, which I got with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. The second set of games I got were Dave Mirra's BMX 2 and Armored Core 2. I got it when we were away visiting my great auntie. And Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX 2 had some good songs on it. This was just a year or two after I got into the Tony Hawk's game, so I was kind of into that style of game. But my 2 favourite songs on that game, there was Makes No Difference by Sum 41, and then there was All My Fault by Phoenix TX. Everyone knows Sum 41, but people generally don't know this band, at least from my experience. But those 2 songs felt rather similar to me, and I felt like they belonged in the same category. So it was a little bit of time after that when I found some more of their music online, and I listened to GBOH and Minimum Wage. Those are the other 2 songs of theirs that I got into. All 3 of those are good songs. I would say GBOH probably less so than the others, but still good songs. And I remember talking to my friend Josh because I showed him some of these songs, and there was one other song completely unrelated to this band where one of the lines was, "This isn't much better than minimum wage." And I told him that that was a reference to Phoenix TX. And he was like, "Oh, is it? I thought it was just about minimum wage. I was just making it up." I thought it was funny, but I didn't expect him to believe it. But yeah, good songs. The rest of this album's not quite as good as those, although when I did listen to it, I would say Flight 601 is my favourite of the rest of them, without a doubt. Green Naugahyde by Primus. I was a bit late to this one. I did get into Primus near the start of the 2000s. When this album came out though, it had been quite a long time since their previous release. And I was aware of it, but I just didn't listen to it for a while. There was someone that I knew at uni who was also into Primus, and I remember he showed me Jillies on Smack, but I wasn't as keen on that song. There was something about this album that sounded distinctly different. I mean, it's clearly Primus by the sound of it. But I know I have mentioned before that Les Claypool at one point started going a bit strange with his music writing, and I was a bit iffy on how some of the songs were performed. But all in all, I do think this is a good album. I think there are plenty of good songs here. The first one that I really got into was Lee Van Cleef, and More on TV to a bit of a lesser extent. I would say Last Salmon Man is the most Primus-like song on the album, and it certainly has all the qualities of what older Primus sounded like. But even the songs that were a bit weird even for Primus, those ones aren't too bad either. I'm talking like Extinction Burst and Eternal Consumption Engine. The Pick of Destiny by Tenacious D. This feels like a bit of a throwback. Before this album came out, I was introduced to Tenacious D through my friend Ross, and so with this album I kind of knew what I was getting myself into. And this album does not disappoint. There's some good songs there. I think my favourites are Master Exploder, Car Chase City and The Metal. I know The Metal was on one of the Guitar Hero games. Guitar Hero 3 I think, but that was at least a few years later. But I also remember there was a film based on this. Or was the album based on the film? I don't know. And it's interesting because I feel like there's a particular strong nostalgia that comes from quite a few bits of media from this time, because I do feel like a lot of it was sort of unimpactful. Unimpactful in the sense that I don't actually remember anything that happens in it. All I remember is that there is this demonic guitar pick with some evil properties. Probably makes them rock harder, I imagine. Yeah, and I do remember a couple of the videos, like there's the video to Kickapoo and the video to Master Exploder. And I'm trying to remember if I had the film on DVD. I don't think I did, but I do remember watching it. So there's a bit of a gap in my memory there. Lullabies to Paralyze by Queens of the Stone Age. I mentioned briefly before that Queens of the Stone Age is a band I was introduced to by my friend Ross. I do very much remember him having this CD because I remember him showing me it and there being a part in the CD. Can't remember if it was on the disc or in the case, but there was a part to write your name in, and he commented on how that was such a bad idea, nobody would ever do that. But I really didn't give this album much attention. In fact, the most attention I gave it, I remember, was I found the song Like a Drug. But it turns out the version that I found was a cover version or a demo version, I can't exactly remember. But I did actually like that version more than the version that's on this album. But I properly listened to this album in December of 2024, and at this point I had the memory of listening to Songs for the Deaf a few years prior. I wasn't really expecting much, but it was better than what I expected. I honestly think what really discouraged me from listening to this band for a while is the fact that a lot of the instruments can be a bit overpowering at times, and the vocals are really underplayed, although that was not the case in the songs that I always liked, such as No One Knows, but it definitely felt more the case on this album. But like I say, I did enjoy it. I really got into Tangled Up and Played, and I also quite liked Everybody Knows That You're Insane. But I also quite like Someone's in the Wolf and The Blood Is Love. There's a part near the end of Someone's in the Wolf, and I can't really explain why, but I really like what they do. There's a part where the music gets toned down a bit, it sort of goes into the distance, and you start getting all these sound effects, and there's one part I think where someone's like rubbing knives against each other. I don't know what it is, there's just something about that type of atmosphere that I really like. First Ditch Effort by NoFX. Yeah, we're at the stage now where I would call this good NoFX. Around the time this album came out, I remember seeing the music video for 6 Years on Dope, the first track, and I remember thinking, that's a good song, I like it. And as I've mentioned before, as you know, I am very mixed with NoFX. But after hearing that song and then hearing Oxymoronic, I figured this was a good album to listen to, and I ended up enjoying quite a few of these songs. Other favourites would probably be Sid and Nancy and I Don't Like Me Anymore. And I'm not sure what's going on towards the end of Generation Z, but it's pretty good. And as you can tell, seeing as this album came out in 2016, I had already had a bit of experience with NoFX at this point, and I would say that this album is probably closer to the highs than the lows. Two Hearts by Men at Work. This was the last Men at Work album that I listened to, and it seems to be their underwhelming third album. By underwhelming, I don't mean bad in any means. Rather, I just think they were past their prime as far as popularity goes. When you consider their big hits, such as Down Under and Overkill, I don't think you'll find any of them on this album here. In fact, I would go to say that these songs sound rather generic. Like, when you think of 80s hits, you think of music that sounds a lot like this, but you don't think of this. And I think it's a shame, really, because whilst I would never get any of these songs in my head just on their own accord, I think it sounds pretty good. But it does distinctly fall into that category of the unremarkable later entry. In fact, I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It kind of reminds me of that series of Scrubs. I had a friend in uni who told me about that series of Scrubs, where most of the main cast were replaced, and it really didn't go anywhere. But you do think about it sometimes and you're just like, oh yeah, that existed. Also kind of like Streets of Rage 3. That's what this album is. Ocean Avenue by Yellowcard. I briefly mentioned before when I was talking about Paper Walls how I was introduced to this band via a friend whose friend also liked this band. And I know that would have been shortly after this album came out, because when I did look up this band, I found a couple of the songs from this album, most notably Way Away and Breathing. I really did enjoy those songs. I also noticed that the intro to Breathing sounded a lot like the intro to Beautiful Disaster by 311. I also heard a couple of other songs as well, although not as much. I think Only One and Miles Apart maybe. But I do know that the title track, Ocean Avenue, is the one that most people remember. That is like millennial 2000s nostalgia. But it isn't for me. But those songs that I mentioned definitely represent that era for me. That era where I was properly getting into music. Even if Yellowcard wasn't really a strong part of that. Those songs are something that I definitely associate with that time, because most of my listening to them was at that time. But when I eventually listened to the album properly on my 5 albums a month project, as you might have guessed, I enjoyed it. Also, another fun story. My brother was also kind of into this album, and he asked me about the album cover. And he asked, is she facing away from the camera or towards the camera? Because honestly, for a long time looking at the cover, I thought she was facing away, like towards the sunset. I didn't realise that you could actually see her face. But now that I can see her face, it seems rather strange that I thought that. Southern California Street Music by Voodoo Glow Skulls. So when this album came out, I was vaguely familiar with this band. Wasn't quite sure where I sat with them. But there was a phase where I would listen to songs like Fire in the Dance Hall, The Ballad of Froggy McNasty and Morning Air Raid Sirens. And I really enjoyed those songs. In fact, for a while I was really into Morning Air Raid Sirens. And I kind of got into Discombobulated as well, the track after that. But this is one of those cases where, upon listening to it as part of my 5 albums a month project, I thought it was good, but I still thought that those songs that I previously liked were my favourites. Transform by Powerman 5000. Don't feel like I've got much to say about this album. It certainly is very much in line with Tonight the Stars Revolt and Anyone for Doomsday. It's basically just more of that. And I did listen to this in the very first month of my 5 albums a month project. And yes, I like it, obviously. But I think this is the album where I went in knowing that I liked the most of it, as compared to those other albums. So in those early days of looking up songs, I would find songs like Theme to a Fake Revolution. I really like that one. Also Free and Ace for Apathy. But my favourite was Stereotype. I have a very specific and vivid memory of listening to Stereotype while playing Kingdom Hearts. I remember being in Traverse Town and Wonderland, killing all those little wizard heartless, and rocking out to You're Just a Stereo, Stereo, Stereo. Good times. Single album by NoFX. This is certainly one of the newer ones, and so there might be a bit of a pattern emerging where the newer albums by NoFX are the ones that I like the most. Maybe. I think I heard 2 songs from this album before having it in my 5 albums a month project, those being The Big Drag and Fuck Euphemism, both good songs. The Big Drag is interesting in that it's quite slow for them, and it's nearly 6 minutes, which is long for them. I mean, I know they made The Decline, which personally I think is excellent, which is 18 minutes or so, but that doesn't count as an album, so I can't really include that on this list. But if memory serves, I also quite like Fish in a Gun Barrel and Doors and Fours. Although, what's with the way he pronounces Birmingham? He says Birmingham. Is that like an American thing? I think it is. Amputexture by the Mars Volta. This one did come as quite a surprise to me, because I went into it knowing full well that I wasn't that big into the Mars Volta, and a lot of their songs are very long and, from my perspective, incredibly messy. I mean, I know they have an audience, but I'm not really a part of that audience. That being said, there's a few songs here I really did get into. My favourite track here, without a doubt, is Mechamputecture, and at 11 minutes it's one of the longest songs that I like, especially for the length that it is. But I also got into Vermicide and Viscera Eyes, both songs that I definitely enjoyed. And Day for the Baphomets is okay, I think. But I have to say, the song Mechamputecture, I really got into that. I definitely went through a phase where I was listening to that song a lot. And this was sometime in the early 2020s. I was also playing Octogeddon at the same time. And now that I think about it, Octogeddon sounds like it would be the name of a Maz Volta song. Hadn't thought about that before. And then we have the self-titled album by Tenacious D. I definitely feel like this had a much bigger cultural impact than The Pick of Destiny did. I remember the first time someone told me about them, or rather they told me about the song Tribute, I actually didn't know what it was. My friend Ross, who I've mentioned before, it was his friend who was in the year above. There was one time during lunch break at school and he was behind me in the queue and he was telling me about Tribute, and he started singing, "This is not the greatest song in the world, no, this is just a tribute." And when he did that, I remember thinking to myself, okay, is this some weird like country song, like comedy country song? Well, I got the comedy part right. But I think it was shortly after that that my friend Ross showed me this album. I think it was the first album that Ross showed me. I remember him showing me the disc, and on the back of the CD case he said that there were no tracks, as in there was no track listing, and he told me that the idea behind that was that it would make it harder for people to share them online through Winamx or LimeWire or whatever it was. Little did I realise that the track listing was inside the case and he was just lying to me. But yeah, he introduced me to this album. I remember him going to the song Lee, and he said to me, "This song is called Lee." Didn't even occur to me that it was strange that he claimed that the song names were not listed and yet he knew this song was called Lee. I don't know. But he played it and then he started singing Lee, Lee, and I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny that he said this song is called Lee, like he had to tell me. So he did go through quite a few songs, and I thought it was a decent album. I thought it was quite fun. I wasn't sure how I felt about the skits, but I still enjoyed it. I remember finding the music video to Tribute. This was on Winamx. This was before YouTube. Man, that really takes me back. Discovering music videos through Winamx, having to wait for them to download. But that was a fun memory, and it's a good album. Of course, everyone knows Tribute, but I also quite liked Rock Your Socks Off. And Explosivo, I think that was one of my favourites when I first listened to the album. Good album. Shave the Planet by Guttermouth. This is a short one, but a fun one. It barely makes the cut at just 22 minutes. But in terms of Guttermouth, I've never really given them the time of day. They did have a song on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, which was I'm Destroying the World, and I did really like that song. And from there, I managed to find a few of their songs online, but I never really got into them. I do remember getting into the song Can I Borrow Some Ambition, which was on the Punkorama 6 compilation. And eventually, around the time this album came out, I heard the second track, which is Capitalizing from Blunt Mistakes, and I really liked that song. And then one time during my 5 albums a month project, I decided to listen to this album, and yeah, I enjoyed it. It can be a bit crude at times. I mean, I think the name Guttermouth implies that. But you listen to some of these songs and you think, what? Where did that come from? Like, there's a part in Flaccidism where he talks about how the dictionary doesn't need Viagra because his first name is Dick. Dictionary! So silly. And overall, just a fun album, I think. Meteora by Linkin Park. For a lot of people my age, Linkin Park was one of those bands that was a huge influence to them and their music tastes growing up. Not for me. I certainly have a good chunk of nostalgia with this band because when I was at the childcare centre, there was a few kids there that were really into Linkin Park and they just play one song over and over and over again. But Meteora came out a couple years after that event, and enough time had passed to where I sort of didn't hear them for a while, but I'm sure that I did hear about this album in passing. At least the song Numb. But I did add this album to my 5 albums a month project, and I was familiar with quite a bit of Linkin Park stuff at that point. It was, I think, not too long after having listened to Minutes to Midnight, and that album I just didn't really like. But this album I did enjoy. This was a lot more like the Linkin Park that I knew. So obviously Numb, that's the big hit that everyone knows. And I think maybe Faint and Breaking the Habit as well. But I think my favourites were always Nobody's Listening and Easier to Run. Sex, Love and Rock and Roll by Social Distortion. By the time I listened to this album on my 5 albums a month project, I was kind of familiar with Social Distortion. But going back to my first introduction to them, I remember them just not having an impact on me at all. I remember hearing about them, and I think one of their songs maybe popped up on my Yahoo launch radio thing that happened. But when I got to this album, I'd already heard a little bit of their stuff that I liked, and this was kind of just more of the same. It is one of those albums that I struggle to remember until I properly listen to it though, and then when I do listen to it, I go, oh yeah, I enjoy this is nice. Honestly, Social Distortion, I think from what I've heard, I would describe them as Burnout Paradise style music, which is an analogy I've used a few times. Some music sounds like Tony Hawk music, and then you've got other music which isn't quite Tony Hawk level, but it is Burnout level. Again, I might just be talking nonsense here, but that's my way of describing it. The Battle of Los Angeles by Rage Against the Machine. This is a band that I first heard in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 with their song Guerrilla Radio, and I did quite like that song. Never really got into them though. I do remember there was a time in the UK when people managed to successfully get their song Killing in the Name of to number 1, sort of as a protest against all the Christmas number 1s being from contestants on The X Factor, or was it Pop Idol back then? I can't remember, but that was a thing that happened. But when I did listen to this album, it was the third month of my 5 albums a month project, so November of 2020, and I rather enjoyed it. Couple things I remember. I remember listening to Calm Like a Bomb, and there's a particular guitar riff in that song, and I remember thinking to myself, wow, that sounds a lot like this other song that Primus did. And then when I looked into it, it turns out that Tom Morello actually featured on that song. So it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But also it was interesting that I correctly recognised a person through their guitar riff. I don't think I'd normally be able to do that. But one thing I do associate this album with that might seem quite strange, but this is how nostalgia and memory linking works. The Addams Family Values. See, as a child in the 90s, I was into the Addams Family film, and my friend Matthew had seen the Addams Family Values, which he told me about, but I never saw. But in November of 2020, I watched it on Netflix, and I now associate that film with this album. Aside from Guerrilla Radio, I remember when I first listened to it, I think Mic Check was probably one of my favourites. But now I would say my favourites are probably Testify as well as Sleep Now in the Fire. And even though I did like this album, I did enjoy it, it hasn't motivated me to listen to more Rage Against the Machine stuff, which maybe I should. Receiving the Gift of Flavour by The Urge. Feel like I'm not going to have much to say about this one, because everything I've had to say about The Urge I'd said previously when I was talking about Master of Styles. But this is the album that was previous to that one, and I listened to it a few years after I listened to Master of Styles. This one I heard in 2025, and the actual sound of the album is the same. I just enjoy these songs a bit more. I think it's a bit better. My favourite songs being I Remember and All Washed Up. But even outside of those two, I do enjoy this album more than Master of Styles. Sugar Deluxe by The Orion Experience. I've touched on this band before, very briefly. I was talking about Cosmic Candy, and I mentioned that I had a fun story about the song Queen of White Lies with my friend Kyle from work. Sugar Deluxe came out quite a bit after that, but as far as I can tell, these are just songs that didn't make albums previously, or something to that effect. Now, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, that the song NYC Girl was also played at work, and when I asked my friend Kyle about it, he agrees. He also thinks that it did. But on the contrary, the song Sweet Friend didn't play at work, and yet it was a song that we both knew. Just by sheer coincidence that it was a song that we'd both found after having individually attempted to look up songs from this band. And so I would say this album is a bit more refined, but it's still that same happy pop music that we were used to. Wee Wee CC Ya Ya Da Da by Madness. So this is one of the newer Madness albums that came out in 2012. And at this point I had kind of gotten back into Madness. I remember before this album came out there was a single from it, Death of a Rude Boy, that I heard, and I was really into that song. I really enjoyed it. I remember being in bed on my laptop playing the newly released PC version of Final Fantasy VII. This was when it was released via the Square Enix website, but not yet on Steam. And so I have a little bit of musical memories with regards to that time, but The Death of the Rude Boy was a song that I listened to a lot at that time. The rest of this album, generally speaking, I would say is not as good as that song. I think Never Knew Your Name was probably the most well-known song from this album. Either that or How Can I Tell You? Quite difficult to remember exactly. But yeah, at this point in Madness's career, they had sort of toned down the goofiness, I would say. They started to get a bit more calm and a bit more serious, I suppose. But yeah, I enjoyed this album. Next up is Monkeys for Nothing and the Chimps for Free by Real Big Fish. This album is actually the most recent listen album for me on this entire list, and it is the only album on this list that I listened to properly for the first time in 2026. And I was rather impressed, not because I think it's an amazing album, but I think my expectations of Real Big Fish were pretty low, and there's some good songs here. This is another album that I associate with doing the data entry volunteer work that I did back in December and January, which I briefly previously mentioned when I was talking about Prince's album 2010, but I went into this album only really knowing the first song, Party Down, and there's a bit of story behind that. I remember discovering the music video for Party Down, and I think I was on my dad's laptop. We were in the kitchen of my nana's house, and I showed my brother the video because I thought it was funny, and after watching the video, he said that he liked it, and he had a big smile on his face. But Party Down is itself a good song, and probably one of my favourite songs by them. But when I was listening to this song as I was inputting data into spreadsheets, I got quite into some of these songs, most notably Way Back and My Imaginary Friend. Oh yes, and the new version of You as well. As I've mentioned before, I've often found Real Big Fish's sound rather off-putting, but this one, it did surprise me. I'm With You by Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't think I've got much to say about this album that hasn't already been said when I was talking about The Getaway. It's certainly of that same era, but I listened to this one a little bit before The Getaway, and I think this one's probably a bit better as well. So I don't think I've got much to add. I will say I definitely associate this album with a particular route to work that I used to walk during that time. It was a bit of a longer route, but I just developed a habit of walking it. So I associate this album with walking down a path alongside some fields. There you go, there's your story. That's nice. I really did get into a couple of tracks here, namely Look Around and Did I Let You Know. Without a doubt, those two are my favourites. Bays by Fat Freddy's Drop. Another pretty recent listen for me. I listened to this album in May of 2025. So this was the most recent Fat Freddy's Drop I've listened to. And again, it's one of those instances where I don't think I've got anything new to add really, except just to say that I like this album. Or rather, I like it more than the ones I've mentioned previously. I think it's good on a more consistent basis. I remember I really got into Slings and Arrows. And I also like Fish in the Sea. Those two are probably my favourites. I will say in regards to Fish in the Sea, it does remind me a lot of Spyro the Dragon. It's got a bit of that sound to it. Sirens by The Wild Feathers is next, and I've got to tell you, this album was an absolute wildcard. I think I randomly stumbled across it on a list of new releases, and I had absolutely no idea what type of music it was. I think I just looked at the album cover and went, alright, let's give it a go. And it's basically like country rock. I remember listening to this in March of 2025, and it was the same time I was watching Ozark as well, so I have a bit of a built-up connection there mentally. What I find with country music is that it's one of those genres that falls very much into the camp of I like all music except such and such. Usually people will fill that space with rap or classical or rave, but what I find for a lot of people, especially in the US, it's country music. They say I like all music except country music, and I'll be honest, I totally understand that. I've heard some of it and I just think, oh, this is awful. And the closest I get to that vibe is a song on this album called LA Makes Me Sad, which definitely fits the bill on this album more than any others, I would say. And I would say it's the worst song as well. It's got that whole bring me back to Texas cause LA makes me sad thing going on. But much to my surprise, I did enjoy this album. I do like the more upbeat ones, so like Sanctuary and Don't Know, but even songs like Sleep for Days, the ones that are a bit slower and a bit calmer, I like those too. So yeah, The Wild Feathers, it was a wild card, and I was pleasantly surprised, which is the best kind of surprised. Next up is It's Martini Time by Reverend Horton Heat. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Reverend Horton Heat, and as I've stated before, I went for a long time knowing a good collection of Reverend Horton Heat songs without actually knowing any of the albums. And like in a lot of cases, I went into this album knowing a few songs. Not many, but a few. I went in knowing Slow and Forbidden Jungle, but I also went in knowing my favourite track of this album, which is Big Red Rocket of Love. If you ask me, that's a fantastic song. Oh, and also Crooked Cigarette and Cowboy Love, but I'm not as keen on those ones. But I have to ask, because I'm not sure if there's anyone else who feels this way, but the song Forbidden Jungle, well, it's not a song, it's an instrumental, but when I first heard that, I thought to myself, I've heard this before somewhere, like maybe on a TV show, like a cartoon or something, I don't know. I might be imagining it, but I'm just curious, does that song sound familiar to anyone else? Anyway, you might be surprised to learn that I didn't listen to this album on my 5 albums a month project. No, I probably listened to it quite a while before then. It was in 2016. I was playing Ratchet and Clank, and I picked up on a few more songs that I do quite like with this album. Mostly Time to Pray, but also Slingshot, which is another instrumental. But honestly, the first track, Big Red Rocket of Love, I would definitely say is the best song. I also remember seeing it appear on an advert. I think it was for a motocross game or something. But yeah, great song. Crash Love by AFI. I honestly haven't heard much of AFI. I originally discovered them through Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. They had a song on there, The Boy Who Destroyed the World. Not to be confused with I'm Destroying the World by Guttermouth, that was also on that game. Very similar names there. But after Tony Hawk's 3, I only did a very minimal dive into AFI. I found a couple songs. The only one I remember is Girls Not Grey, and also they had a song on Short Music for Short People. But other than that, the only one I remember really was Miss Murder from one of the Guitar Hero games, but even still, I think that was Guitar Hero 3, which I didn't have myself. So I added this album to my 5 albums a month project with very little knowledge of this band, and I ended up enjoying it. My favourite tracks were tracks 2 through to 5, so that's Beautiful Thieves, End Transmission, Too Shy to Scream, and Veronica Sawyer Smokes. But I also quite like the other ones as well. My Dinosaur Life by Motion City Soundtrack. Similar story again with this one. I remember hearing one song which was on one of the Punkorama CDs, and I think there was someone at school that was quite into them as well, but I don't quite remember. But after that, it was through Shaun White's Skateboarding, that was a PS3 game. The soundtrack to that game didn't have much that I really cared about. It was quite a bit like Tony Hawk's, I suppose, but they also incorporated a lot more indie band stuff, like Franz Ferdinand and all that. And it was a very strange game. It had this story that went a bit off the rails for something that you would think would be rather grounded in reality with it being skateboarding, but no, it wasn't really. But anyway, the song Disappear was on that game, and I liked that song. So down the line, I put it on my 5 albums a month project, and I enjoyed it. Aside from Delirium, my favourite tracks are A Life Less Ordinary. I also quite like Pulp Fiction, and there's another one that's called, one second. It's called @ exclamation mark, hash, question mark, @ exclamation mark. Yeah, that's what it's called. And I should probably listen to more of this band if I'm honest, because it was nice. By the Way by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Now this one very much does relate to the Greatest Hits album that my friend Josh had. Not just because the release dates are close together, but because the Greatest Hits does have a couple songs from By the Way. I would have thought it would have had more, but no, it's only got 2. And it was shortly after listening to the Greatest Hits from my friend Josh that I found some more songs by them. And that included a couple songs that I thought were on the Greatest Hits but weren't. So Can't Stop, for example. For some reason I thought that was on Greatest Hits, but it isn't. Also the Zephyr song, which is definitely one of their better songs, I think. But also on this album is On Mercury. I remember showing Josh that song and he really liked it. But it was the second month of my 5 albums a month project in October of 2020 that I properly listened to this album. And a couple things that stand out to me. I had one of those instances where I found a song that it turned out to be the tune that I had in my head for a while. You know when you do that thing where you have like a line from a song in your head or a TV show or something and you don't know what it is, but then when you hear it again, you go, oh, that's it, that's the thing I was thinking of. Well, that was Venice Queen for me. There was the line, where you come from, where you going. I was trying to rack my brains as to where that was from, and I couldn't figure it out, but it was Venice Queen. Also, Throw Away Your Television. I don't think that's a very good song, really, but I remember I had it on a DVD where they performed live at Slade Castle, and I remember on that DVD when I saw it thinking to myself, oh, that must be an older song, but no, it wasn't. But I think the highlight for me when I listened to this on my 5 albums a month project was Dozed. I really did get into Dozed. But yeah, just a nice collection of songs and a nice collection of memories as well. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Slap by Chumbawamba. This was an interesting album. I'd put this quite early on my 5 albums a month project, and I'd heard a few Chumbawamba albums at that point. This one surprised me though, it was a bit different. Now, Chumbawamba have gone through a few different styles over the years. You know, they started off and they were rather punky, then they went to a bit more pop, until eventually they were playing folk music. But at some point early in their career, they released Slap. And this one is a bit groovy. It's a little bit avant-garde, I would say. I think what stands out about this album, for one, the tracks are a lot longer than what they usually do. Or rather, what they have done on other albums. Also, I feel like there's a lot less vocals this time round. And it's quite repetitive. Which I'm sure all the people who've only heard Tub Thumping would not be surprised about that. But I think if you want to know the weirder stuff on the album, listen to Tiananmen Square. I think that's a very interesting track. It's got lots of different sounds going on, but it's still clearly musical. I can't help help but notice that Car Trouble sounds a little bit too like In the Hall of the Mountain King. I also quite like Rappaport's Testament and Slap, the title track. But my favourite track is That's How Grateful We Are. I really like the bass line for that track, especially towards the end. Infinity on High by Fall Out Boy. I remember the time that this album came out, I had a very limited knowledge of Fall Out Boy. I only really knew a few songs, but I quickly became familiar with the song Thanks for the Memories, or is it Thanks for the Memories, because that's how it's written. Because I know my friend Josh was into that song, even though as far as I was aware he wasn't really into Fall Out Boy, I just knew that he got into that song. But yeah, familiar story by now I'm sure. I eventually got round to listening to this in my 5 albums a month project, and I enjoyed it. One random nitpick though, I'm really not a fan of all these song titles with different punctuation marks and symbols in them. I mean, this album has a few instances of quotation marks in song titles, and even including a mathematical symbol. It just looks tacky to me. But the songs I got into the most, other than Thanks for the Memories, I quite got into Bang the Doldrums, but I think my favourite is I'm Like a Lawyer with the Way I'm Always Trying to Get You Off. The long song titles weren't quite as popular with Fall Out Boy as they were previously, but they haven't completely gone at this time. Angels of Darkness, Demons of Light 1 by Earth. So I've listened to a few Earth albums, only 2 of them have managed to make this list, and back when I talked about Earth 2, I gave quite a detailed explanation as to why I think these types of albums are very difficult to rank, because what they provide is sort of like a background atmosphere, and this is an album that I think is very good at doing that. Certainly not as heavy as Earth 2, it's a lot cleaner, but the atmosphere is very similar. I am a big fan of the cello, which I don't think they used outside of the Angels of Darkness, Demons of Light duology. Only 5 tracks here, my favourites being the first and the last. But I like the others as well. They all embrace those long sustained notes. I suppose you could say there's sort of like an ASMR quality to it. But I do feel strange saying that because I don't like ASMR. I don't like the whispering or the tapping. But I imagine the feeling that the people get from those types of videos is what I would get from an album like this. So, not the type of album that you put on to pay attention to, just something that you put on and you soak it all in. Also, I really like the album cover for this album. And next is Hybrid Theory by Linkin Park. And this is where plenty of my fellow millennials are going to come and hang me out to dry. Because let me tell you, I remember a few years ago on Facebook, there was this whole thing about people posting 10 albums that were influential for them. And so many people in my age group posted this one. So to a lot of people, it's probably heresy that I rank this so low, or what they would consider to be low. But to be honest, this album is actually somewhat influential and highly nostalgic for me, but for different reasons. So back in 2001, I was in the childcare centre. It was a place that we used to go to during school holidays when you had no school. It was basically a service to take your kids for when their parents had to work during the school breaks. And in the summer of 2001, someone had brought this CD. And there were a few kids there who were really into it. I would have been 12 at the time, and at this point I would have just been discovering my own type of music through the Tony Hawk games that I would have been introduced to probably that same summer actually. But there were a couple of kids that used to put this CD on and they just play Crawling over and over and over again. And to be honest, I didn't get it at first, but it was a very nice time that I had during that summer. So to me, that's a very happy song. It brings back very positive memories, which I understand is completely counter to the song itself. But I did slowly become attuned to it, and there was one time I arrived there later than the others, because I usually did. But this time in particular, I had arrived and everyone else had gone somewhere. I think they'd gone swimming or something. So I was left by myself in the senior room, as it's called, where the over 9s can go. And during that time, I used to just play with the pool table, playing pool by myself. And once I did, I decided to put this album on. Of course, I was only familiar with Crawling, so that's a song I put on. But then directly after Crawling, Runaway would come on. And I became accustomed to that song as well. And it's another case of the funny misheard lyrics thing. I misheard the line instead of wondering why as instead of laundry wise. So I was there playing pool by myself and I was singing, I wanna know the truth instead of laundry wise. There was also this whole thing about a joke that I had with someone else there about Pokemon cards, because I had asked someone what's good about Pokemon cards and they said they did damage. And I was playing dumb by saying stuff like, what, you mean like a paper cut? And then later on, there was this other guy who felt the same way about Linkin Park than I did. And he looked at the track listing and he said, oh, check out track 1. It's about doing damage with Pokemon cards. So that was funny. But I eventually listened to this on my 5 albums a month project. Surprise, surprise. And yeah, I liked it. I didn't really grow up with the hype around One Step Closer or In the End. But one thing I did learn is that I really like With You. So I've sort of delved into quite a big story there, but it warrants it. It was a very strong and impactful memory for me. The Warriors Code by Dropkick Murphys. It's just occurred to me that I think this album came on that spindle of DVDs that we got in the mid-2000s. And to be honest, I think that's where I discovered it. But I'm not 100% on that. Either way, it was one of those albums I was vaguely interested in. I remember one year I got this album for my friend Josh for his birthday because I knew he was into that style of music. I knew he was into like the Irish drinking songs, which this is, well, maybe not that exactly, but it certainly sounds a lot like that. It turns out that he'd never heard of this band before, but thankfully he really enjoyed it. So even though I knew about this album before he did, the majority of the time that I heard it, at least in those early stages, was from him. He was really into the green fields of France, and I was not. I was into Citizen CIA, and he was not. And I knew his few songs here and there. I knew I liked Your Spirit's Alive and I'm Shipping Up to Boston, and Wicked Sensitive Crew as well, now that I think about it. I'm sure I heard some of those songs on TV episodes or something. For example, I believe I'm Shipping Up to Boston was on an episode of King of the Hill. But eventually, in my 5 albums a month project, I give it a good listen, and yeah, it's good. One song I definitely grew in appreciation for was The Old Triangle, which became one of my favourites. Next is Shh by Chumbawamba, and what a strange album name that is. It's the only album I'm aware of that doesn't include using your voice to say the name. But this was on the 3rd month of my 5 albums a month project back in November of 2020, and at this point I'd heard a little bit of Chumbawamba. The only song from this album that I already knew was Happiness Is Just a Chant Away, but yeah, when I listened to this album I surely enjoyed it. The main thing that stuck out to me was Big Mouth Strikes Again. That song came across as very strange. This was before I listened to Slap, so I didn't really have the context to know how it followed on from that album. But yeah, favourite songs are Behave, at least Behave somewhat. Other than that, Snip Snip Snip, Look No Strings and Happiness Is Just a Chant Away. Also sometimes Plunder as well. Also, again, remembering that I heard this before I heard Slap, so I didn't know that sometimes Plunder was a direct reference to the first song on Slap. But when I listened to it, the song that struck me with the most was Look No Strings. Kind of felt like an introduction to a children's TV show, which is strange to say about a song that I would say I really like, but I do. Hello Destiny by Goldfinger. Now, this is an album that I listened to when it came out, and it was quite a disappointment. But on reflection, I don't think it's as bad as I thought it was then. For context, Goldfinger was one of those bands that got me into music in the first place, and it had been a few years, or at least it felt like a few years since an album had come out by Goldfinger. I was at university at the time, and at that time and at that age, I had kind of just resigned to the fact that Goldfinger weren't going to release any more music, which seems silly looking back at that now. And then when I found out about this album, I was happy. I got into a few songs. I really liked Get Up, and I kind of liked If I'm Not Right. I also quite liked Not Amused, and I really liked Handjobs for Jesus. But most of the songs at the time, I sort of thought, it's alright. I wasn't into How Do You Do It or Bury Me. But I did end up listening to this album quite a bit. But the strongest memory I have of this album is related to orange juice. Basically, I went through this phase of buying lots of orange juice and going for what felt like at the time long walks. I mean, they weren't really long, but in the area of my uni, there was this path that I had not gone down before. Well, I'd gone down some of the way, but I hadn't gone further along, and so I just thought to myself, it would be neat to go on a bit of adventure and walk down this road. And so I would walk down this road further than what I usually would. I would get to a roundabout, and then I would turn right, and that would lead me back to the place where I knew where I was. And I would have a big carton of orange juice in my pocket that I bought from the local Sainsbury's. This is a story of one of those times where I went on a little bit of a health kick, I guess. I mean, it's very questionable as to what extent, but it was physically benefiting for me to go on these longer walks. And this was a habit I kept up for maybe a few weeks, maybe even a couple months, I don't quite remember. But when I think about this album, that memory comes flooding back to me. Songs About Jane by Maroon 5. This one was a surprise. I definitely have a little bit of nostalgia about some of the songs on this album, namely Harder to Breathe, This Love and She Will Be Loved, but I don't have any specific memories of them. Usually when it comes to nostalgia of older music, at least this age and older, a lot of it comes from like, oh, I remember it playing in my parents' car, or it used to play in the shops. With these songs, I have no recollection of how or where I heard them, but I was familiar with them. And I think at one point we had access to the CD, whether that be the original CD or a copy of the CD somewhere in our house. Even though I have no real nostalgia for that, I do remember it was something that I just wasn't interested in. You have to remember, the early 2000s was when I was getting into Tony Hawk's, so that was where my focus was music-wise. But then, in remembering this album, I decided to put it on my 5 albums a month project for November of 2024, and I was quite surprised, but I like it. And not just those 3 songs I mentioned before, although I do quite like those songs. They're not too easy to remember off the top of my head, but I remember Tangled was one of the main ones that I liked, other than those main 3. But I don't think there were any songs here that I particularly disliked. Bourbon Whiskey Gin by Skanken is up next. Not much to say about this album. I listened to it pretty recently in October of 2025. I'd never heard of this band before, but when I was doing an online search for new ska bands to listen to, this one came up. So I gave them a listen and I liked it. A sizable portion of this album is in Polish, so I don't quite understand the lyrics there, but even when they're singing English, I can't quite make it out a lot of the time. But the music is good nonetheless. Favourite track, without a doubt, is Knocked Me Out, although Only Fools Get Caught has been in my head a few times. Bury the Hatchet by the Cranberries. Believe it or not, I didn't discover this band through the song Zombie. I actually found this album on a list of albums with the worst album covers. And I'm not sure why this album appeared on that list. I would not say this is a bad cover. I mean, it's a bit strange, the composition seems a bit mismatched. But I actually kind of like this cover because it encapsulates perfectly a nightmare scenario. I mean, when you have a nightmare, usually you don't dream about ghosts and zombies, or not even like murder a lot of the time. But being naked in an open field with one giant eye looking at you, yeah, that sounds like a nightmare scenario. But anyway, I did eventually hear the song Zombie later down the line, and I don't really like that song very much. But when I looked into this album, I found the song Loud and Clear, and I enjoyed it. It was a good song. But I never give this album much attention until my 5 albums a month project. And when I did, I'll have to say that most of these songs are fine. I do quite like V54, but I have to give a huge shout out to the song Promises. I think that song is fantastic. I absolutely love it. And it is without a doubt what I would call the pinnacle, the highlight of this album. Next up is Disorganized Fun by Ronald Jenkins. This is an instrumental electronic album. Well, mostly instrumental. He does sing on the last 2 tracks, and I'm not really a fan of those 2 tracks. But I am a fan of the rest of this album. So this is an interesting one. I heard most of these songs on a game called Before the Echo. Before it was called Before the Echo, it used to be called Sequence. And it's a game that my brother pestered me to play for a long time. But when I eventually played it, I'm glad that I did, because it was a really good game. To try to describe that game, if you imagine like Dance Dance Revolution, but in RPG form, with RPG style battles. You have these different panels with different arrows dropping down, and you have to switch between the panels to defend yourself against hits or recover your mana or cast spells. And then to progress to the different areas in the game, you have to gamble away your EXP in order to craft keys. It's a very funky game in terms of style. Quite a bit of millennial humour as well. Or at least I would call it millennial humour. It probably wouldn't get recognised as such these days. With funky music. That music being from Ronald Jenkins. So when I listen to this music, I'm mostly remembering playing Before the Echo, switching between panels trying to catch the arrows. And there is other electronic style music that I do quite like, but as should be quite obvious by the ranking, this one is one that I like a lot more than those other ones that I've shown before. My brother's favourite track has always been Throwing Fire. I've always liked Stay Crunchy myself, but after having listened to it more, I have a growing appreciation for Throwing Fire and Outer Space as well, but also the rest of the tracks. It's a good album. Life in Cartoon Motion by Mika. Interesting story behind this one. I actually discovered this album through a teacher. Back around the time that this album came out, I was doing my A-levels, and I was one of 6 people in the year that was doing maths and further maths, which meant doing a lot of maths. Where the regular maths students did their whole maths course over the 2-year cycle, we did the regular maths in just the first year. Unfortunately, I didn't do quite well with one of my exams, or it might have been two of my exams. So what I did was I ended up dropping out of further maths and I went back to the regular maths class. But because I was only resitting half of the exams, I was only in half of the classes. So where the rest of the regular maths students had two teachers, I had just the one. And this one teacher would play this album in class sometimes. And some of the other students there were kind of into it. It was all new to me. But again, this is how nostalgia works. You build up connections between multiple things. And I very much associate this album with that maths teacher in that maths class. And I kind of liked it. My favourite track was Love Today. And after the fact, I did get the album for myself. And I got it around the same time that I got a Nintendo magazine that had a poster for Mario Party 8. So I associate this album with that poster as well. And I associate that poster with that maths class. It's all one big nostalgic circle. A Black Moon Broods Over Lemuria by Balsagoth. This was their first album, and without a doubt, the most death metal, heavy, growly style album as well. But also the most intense style of that album that I have on this list. My friend Tom from school, he's the one that told me about this band thinking that I wouldn't like them. Upon finding out that I did like them, at least some of them, and including songs from this album here, he said that it sounds quite a lot like this album by Emperor, which I heard many years later in my 5 albums a month project and thought was absolutely terrible. But contrary to what a lot of people would suspect, I like this album. And I think contrary to what a lot of people may think, or maybe even contrary to this style of music in general, I can find an album like this quite relaxing because it's kind of got that like Fantasyland feeling, I guess, even if it does involve dark castles and demons. But I remember there was a time, maybe around 2005-2006, I would sometimes listen to a couple of the songs from this album as I was walking back from Bridge's house, my friend Bridge. And this was during the winter, so it felt very fitting. And I also used the track Enthroned in the Temple of the Serpent Kings in a Mead Studies project that we did. One year for our Mead Studies A-levels, we had to make a video or a series of videos on something, like a trailer for something. And there was a group of 3 of us, and we made one which was sort of like a spoof of Super Size Me, where Bridge played the character, and the joke was that he was only allowed to eat salads. And for the fun of it, I had a video made, or rather I made a video, taking one of the clips of him making a salad, and I reversed the video, called it The Dark Arts of Unmaking a Salad, and I played that song over it, Enthroned in the Temple of the Serpent Kings. And he loved it. He thought it was really funny. Just a random one-off thing. But yeah, outside of that track, my favourites are probably Dreaming of Atlantean Spires, Spellcraft and Moonfire, and also The Ravening as well is alright. Pretty Odd by Panic at the Disco. I have been slowly going up through some Panic at the Disco albums on this list. As for this one, I was pretty late to it, which is strange because I was into Panic at the Disco, but this album just did not really pull me. I had heard a few songs and I quite liked them. 9 in the Afternoon. I also really like She's a Handsome Woman and That Green Gentleman. And I remember my friend Bridge, his brother had this album because he was into this album and he liked the previous album as well. So he played this quite a bit. But yeah, it just took me a long time to properly listen to it because I found the sound a bit jarring. But it was quite early in my 5 albums a month project where I give it a proper listen. And well, let's just say that my appreciation for those other tracks that I wasn't familiar with before has increased. Tyrannosaurus Hives by The Hives. Now, this is an album that I definitely know was on the spindle of DVDs containing albums that my granddad brought us. And so I kind of became familiar with the band through just that and that alone for a while. But I really didn't listen to these songs much at all. In fact, the only song from this album that I got into back then was Dead Coat Olympics. And I remember playing it on holiday once. Can't remember which holiday exactly, I just have this vague memory of being in this giant tent. Well, maybe not a tent, kind of like a giant gazebo, I suppose, and playing this song on my iPod. Very vague memory there. But I eventually listened to this album in my 5 albums a month project in June of 2025, and I certainly got into a lot more of these songs, with my other favourites probably being Abracadabra and Two Time in Touch and Broken Bones. But Diabolic Scheme is quite interesting as well. You hear it and you kind of think, or at least I kind of thought, wow, this sounds awful, but I kind of of like it. It was strange. And I remember listening to this album one time as I was walking through a park and I went to the toilet. So I now, in part, associate this album with going to that toilet, which is not a particularly nice memory to have or a particularly nice bit of nostalgia, but it's there now and I can't get rid of it. Up next is 3 Cheers for My Sweet Revenge by My Chemical Romance. Now, I did listen to this album quite early on in my 5 albums a month project, but I had heard quite a few of the songs long before then. So the way I discovered this band was my friend from school, Avril. She sent me a song. She sent me You Know What They Do to Guys Like Us in Prison. That was over MSN in the MSN days. And when I heard it, it wasn't really quite like what I was listening to. Give me a little bit of flashback of Linkin Park. I mean, not necessarily much, but a little bit. And I kind of liked it. That song definitely grew on me. And so I did manage to find a few more of their songs from that. One of them being Thank You for the Venom. There was one time I was going for my paper round and the guy who worked at the newsagents that I delivered papers for, he had hired some temporary staff to cover his shifts. I think that's what happened. And there was a guy who used to work there who I guess was in his early 20s. So he was a few years older than me, but still just close enough that we had some of the same cultural references. And one time as I was sorting through the papers, he could hear me playing Thank You for the Venom through my iPod. And he was like, "Oh, is that My Chemical Romance?" And I was like, "Yeah, it is." So that was nice. I think I heard a couple more songs at my friend Jodie's house. I remember one time she had a music channel on the TV and there was the music video to Helena playing. And I wasn't really familiar with that song then. And probably the same for I'm Not Okay, but I don't quite remember that one. But when I got to my 5 albums a month project and listened to this album properly, the song that really stood out to me there was the last track, I Never Told You What I Do for a Living. So I do have some slight childhood, teenage years memories of this album. It's certainly the type of music that I would have been the target audience for, but those levels of nostalgia and connection to this album from those teenage years, they were certainly present, just not all that prominent. Unspoken Truths by The Hitches. I was introduced to this band by my friend Pete. He joined my secondary school when we got to doing our GCSEs, and I remember sitting next to him in IT lessons. And he had an iPod. This was before I got my iPod, so it was my first time seeing an iPod. And he showed me this band. And when I heard this album, or rather when I heard the songs that he showed me, I expected it to be much older than what it was. I remember he was into the song Snakes and Ladders and Caller Up in Camden Town as well, which I would say are 2 of the better songs on this album. He did get me a little bit interested, and I shortly after managed to get the CD. And when I did, I discovered some more songs that I liked. Namely, No Kisses for a Broken Face and Spoken Truths. He was into LDIR, What the Hey and Emmy. I was a bit less into those songs, but this was a band that not many people had heard of. But also a point of note is that I've actually seen this band live. I have seen very few bands live in my time. I'm not really that much of a going to a gig kind of person, but there was a local festival going on and I remember going there once and they were performing in a field and there were plenty of other songs there that I didn't recognise that weren't on this album. I don't know where they were. They might have just written them but not released them. I don't know. But I actually remember recording a video on, it was one of those old phones. It was like a Sony Ericsson phone. Very, very low quality by today's standards. Very, very low quality by any standards. But yeah, this is going back to when having a phone with a camera on was a novelty and you had like a 1-inch screen, if that. And I remember talking to somebody on MSN after the fact talking about the show because it was like a friend of a friend who I'd never met before, but I can't actually remember who they were a friend of. And I think I was trying to see if I could find them when I was there, but I couldn't. Man, I tell you, some of these memories are wild. Not wild in the sense of check out all these wild things we did, but just that things have changed so much with regards to technology and just a general approach to outlook compared to when you were a teenager in the mid-2000s. It's just wild to look back on it. Next is Purple Onion by Les Claypool's Frog Brigade. Or is it the Les Claypool Frog Brigade? Or is it Colonel Claypool's Fearless Flying Frog Brigade? It's never made completely clear. They've been referred to by different names at different times by different sources. But I've always had them listed as Les Claypool's Frog Brigade, so I'm just going to go with that. This one takes me back to Christmas of 2005, where I got this album plus another album. There's a couple of other things I associate that memory with. For one, I got a particular lip balm. It was from Lush, I believe, and it was in a tiny little case that ended up breaking. But as they say, scent is a strong nostalgia indicator, or a strong nostalgia trigger, and I could not name what that scent was, but whenever I smell it, it takes me back to that Christmas. The other thing I associate with that Christmas was one of the iToy games. I believe it was iToy Play 3, although it might have been Sega Superstars. My brother got it that Christmas. But I was aware of this album because I was vaguely familiar with Les Claypool's work. I was familiar with Primus for certain, but also in a very vague sense that he did other things as well. I think what most people would recognise from this album these days is the track Wamola, because that track eventually got used for the South Park opening theme. Not the original theme that Primus performed, but the one that it would eventually become. But back then, I listened to this album quite a bit. I think Buzzards of Green Hill's probably the highlight, though I did come to more appreciate Up on the Roof Again and Lights in the Sky. Also Cosmic Highway to some extent, but I was also really into Wamola and Ding Dang. And just so you know, in Ding Dang, he says the N-word, not like as a reference to a person, but he says it nonetheless. And I will let you come to your own judgments about how you feel about that. Playmate of the Year by Zebrahead. I originally discovered Zebrahead through their song on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, Check, which is not on this album. But back in those days I did manage to find a few songs online, including from this album Now or Never, but I had it listed under the name Running Through My Head, because songs often got mislabeled back then. And I did go through a phase where I really enjoyed that song. I have this strange memory of playing that song whilst playing a word game online. No idea what the game was, I just remembered it involved making words. It might have been like a Hangman type game, and it had these weird cartoon heads pop up. I don't think I've got any chance of figuring out what that game was. But there were some other songs there as well, like I Am, and I believe there was more, but I don't really remember. But really, I didn't give this band so much as a passing thought beyond that. They've got an interesting sound to them, definitely a part of that pop punk scene that was quite big in the early 2000s, but even among that crowd, they do stand out. And it took until my 5 albums a month project, the third year of that project, where I probably listened to this album. And so far, it's the only album of theirs that I've listened to. And I probably should listen to more. But 2 of the tracks that stood out to me when I listened to it properly were What's Going On and Livin' Libido Loco, which is an interesting one, but I like it nonetheless. And then we have The Fame Monster by Lady Gaga. I tell you, before I put this album on my 5 albums a month project, I was not expecting this to appear here, at least not as high as I have put it. I have some nostalgia with Lady Gaga. I was never really into her music when she first released it. This was towards the end of my uni days, and I very much remember the video to Bad Romance on the TV in the student lounge, or the student whatever it was called. The place where you could go and order food and buy drinks, that place. And I knew some people who were familiar with Lady Gaga and were not a fan. I didn't give it much thought though. I kind of thought Bad Romance was a fine song, but would you believe I actually have no recollection of the song Telephone being played at that time at all. I know it was a big hit, but I don't remember hearing it anywhere. That being said, when I put it on my 5 albums a month project, I was a big fan of that song. The other songs as well, they were fine, I enjoyed them. They did seem a bit samey in some places, but I just went through a phase where I just fell in love with the song Telephone. Yeah, it is strange how I didn't know that song beforehand, but I didn't. Modern Artillery by The Living End. I discovered The Living End through their song on the Short Music for Short People compilation. Their song, called Ready, was one space before the Bad Religion song, so I listened to it quite a bit, but also I just really enjoyed that song. It's amazing sometimes what you can cram into 34 seconds. But from that, I did some minimal research into The Living End, and I heard a few of their songs. The only song on this album I recall from that era was In the End, which is not the same as the Linkin Park song. It is their own song just called In the End. And this was an album I had on my 5 albums a month project. Not much to say about this one, and I don't think I've got many favourites other than In the End. This does seem like one of those albums where it's just consistently decent. They're definitely within that punk scene, but they've also got quite a bit of that rockabilly sound as well, and I like what they've got. So they are a band that I should really look more into and find more albums to add to my 5 albums a month project. And then we have the self-titled album by Sublime. Back back when I was talking about Phoenix TX and their self-titled album, I mentioned there was a song on there that was on Dave Mirra's Freestyle BMX 2. Well, this album also has a song from that game, the final track, Doing Time, which I really like. It's a very chill song, not something that you would expect to be on a BMX game, but it was. But from there, I never really looked any further into this band. I vaguely remember being on a Goldfinger forum once and someone mentioned the song Santeria, but I didn't really give it much thought. Then I later, many years later, put it on my 5 albums a month project and I enjoyed it. I wasn't quite sure what I was expecting given the fact that I knew the song Doing Time and not really anything else, but a lot of these songs are pretty much similar to that, I guess, but there's still a bit of variety to it. I would say Get Ready and Caress Me Down are a lot like Doing Time compared to some of the others. Same in the End has got a bit more energy to it, something that would probably make more sense in a BMX game. But I think my favourite track other than Doing Time is April 29, 1992 Miami. It's got a nice beat and nice rhythm to it. Hang Ups by Goldfinger, and I've got to say it's quite a shame that this album is ranked as low as it is because it houses one of the most influential songs in my life and for a lot of people as well. The first song on this album is Superman, and I think anyone who is vaguely familiar with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater soundtracks is familiar with that song. It is considered to be the best song on the first game by a lot of people, and I would say myself included. There's some other good songs on there as well, but yes, I would say Superman's probably the best song on there. And for me, I would also say it was the first song that truly kickstarted my interest in music. There was another song on Tony Hawk's 2 which was more influential in that aspect, I guess, which I'll get to later, but Superman is the song that just got me interested in music in general. This was at the childcare centre around 2001, so this would have been about the same time that those other kids were obsessed with Linkin Park, or it might have been a little bit before then. But before hearing that song, what music was I into? Well, maybe some music on some games, as in just regular game soundtracks. Maybe the occasional pop song on the radio, although that was quite rare. I did go through a phase in 1997 or around that time when I really got into Freed From Desire by Gala, and when I was really young I really liked All I Wanna Do by Sheryl Crow, but Superman was the song that kickstarted my interest, if I haven't made that clear enough. And what makes it a shame that this album is so low on the list compared to how influential that song was is because of the rest of the tracks. The rest of the tracks are good. I do have my favourites. For example, 20 Cent Goodbye and Carlita. There's also a little bit of nostalgia tied to some of these songs that I managed to find online after the fact. This is maybe going 1 or 2 years further into the future now, such as This Lonely Place. I think also Question, but I was never as keen on that song. And SMP as well, that song's alright. But there were a few songs like Disorder and Too Late and I Need to Know and Authority where I just didn't really get into them. They're not bad songs, don't get me wrong, but this album would be a lot higher if the other songs outside of Superman were as effective and influential to me as Superman was. But you've got to take everything as it comes, and this is how this album comes. Honor Is All We Know by Rancid. This is a very interesting album for me because I have very specific memories tied to it. By the time this album came out, I was sort of at the end of a big Rancid phase, and I had high expectations for it. It was also around that time, at the end of 2014, that I was doing some Christmas temp work at Debenhams. And if we're talking about music that I associate with working at Debenhams, well, Taylor Swift Shake It Off because they played it there all the time, but also this album right here. I remember in the lead up to the release of this album, they showed a few songs, namely Collision Course, Evil's My Friend and Honor Is All We Know, and I quite liked them. Honor Is All We Know was my favourite of the three, but to give some more context, it was quite an awkward time for me in terms of music in general and acquiring new music. I got my first smartphone in 2015, so that was a little bit after this, and I was going through some troubles with my laptop. I couldn't get it to boot properly, so my friend Tyler showed me how to set up Linux on it. I didn't actually get Linux installed on it, I just sort of made a boot up disk somehow, and I would load up that disk whenever I wanted to go on my laptop. It was certainly a very temporary measure. I don't know if this was before this album came out or just around that time, but it meant I couldn't really store files in a place that could be permanent, and my primary method of listening to music at this point was through my iPod. So all in all, it was very awkward. I would often go to work, come back home, I remember I went through a phase of eating a lot of garlic bread, and I watched the Co-optional podcast as well. And every now and then I will listen to this album, but still the conditions for listening to it were quite awkward. And after this was all sorted, when I got my next laptop, I think I lost access to this album that I had because I didn't have the files anymore. So it was a very strange time. And to be honest, I think the reason why I didn't chase this album back up again, at least not for a while, is because ultimately the album disappointed me. For example, I thought the song Raise Your Fist was so corny. Also, A Power Inside is also kind of corny as well. But to be honest, looking back now and remembering the songs, it seems strange that I thought so badly of this album. I honestly think it was just a weird time. But I look at this album now and I remember listening to the songs like Face Up and Already Dead, also Back Where I Belong and Malfunction, and I think to myself, what was I complaining about? Those are good songs. And now when I think about Rancid, this album feels like a weird odd one out to me. But that feeling was just down to pure circumstance, and it's interesting to look back and reflect on. Just One More by Mad Caddies. This is another one of those bands that I heard about quite a long time ago, but I never properly listened to them for a long time. I'm pretty sure I discovered them through their song on Short Music for Short People, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I do remember around 2006 or so, there were a few songs that I found online which I got into. I had a little bit of a chill phase, I suppose. In around the summer of 2006, I found a few chill songs that I got into. It was quite a nice memory as well. I remember being sat on the upstairs computer. It was quite warm, and I was on the Eyes on FF forum, a Final Fantasy forum, and I found a few songs that I got into, a few bits of chilled music, including a Mad Caddies song. Well, it's a cover of ABBA. It's their cover of SOS. I really did get into that song, but after that, I just didn't really bother listening to Mad Caddies until my 5 Albums a Month project. I mean, I heard bits here and there, but I never really got into them. And this album I heard in August of 2024. It was around the same time I was playing Super Mario World for the same time. And I can tell it was at least roughly that time because on listening to this album on the way to work, I would sometimes get images of Super Mario World appearing in my head and I would grow that association. But I would find myself like humming and singing along to the songs. So for example, the title track, Just One More, that one I really liked. I was also really into Rockupation and I really liked 10 West and Good Intentions as well. But I also to a lesser extent remember enjoying Last Breath and Spare Change. So yeah, I have a good memory of this album, by which I mean my memory of this album is nice. Not that I remember it deeply. Also, I suppose it's kind of interesting that I associate it with Super Mario World and me playing that in 2024. But as they say, or at least as I say, nostalgia, it's a personal thing, it's not universal. And Out Come the Wolves by Rancid. This, I believe, is their most popular album. I do think it houses the majority of their main hits, such as Time Bomb and Ruby Soho. But for a long time, the only song from this I really cared about was Daly City Train, or is it pronounced Daly City Train? I don't know. Anyway, I do remember listening to that song whilst I was at the train station waiting to come home from uni. At some point or other when I was at uni, I can't remember which year, but I did get into that song. I had quite a phase of it. Other than that, there's a few of these songs that I've known for a long time, but not really knew the extent to which I knew them. And when I did put this on my 5 Albums a Month project, I realised that actually a lot of these songs I already know, I just didn't know that I knew them. And I think I come away from it liking it more than I used to. I do feel like this album gets a bit worse towards the end, the last 4 or 5 tracks, but otherwise this is solid. This was the 3rd album that came out after Let's Go, and they were starting to incorporate more ska beats, and just musically it's a little bit more upbeat. You can definitely hear with a lot of these songs here. Ruby Soho is probably the most prominent example that people are familiar with, but you can also hear it in Time Bomb and Old Friend. I would say Old Friend is one of the better songs on this album, but when I did finally give this album a good listen, I would say the one track that stood out to me was Olympia WA. That was one song that I didn't know at all going in, and I came out enjoying it. And then we have Tales from the Punch Bowl by Primus. Funny story, back when I first envisioned myself making this ranking, I always thought of this album as a prime example of something on the low end. Something that would either start the list off or bridge the gap from it's okay to it's good. But this was before my 5 Albums a Month project and I had much fewer albums to rank. And my familiarity with music as a whole was much less. And it's funny to see now that the list is made that this is actually quite quite high relative to what I imagined it would be. Now, does that come from an increased appreciation for the music? Does it come from having now listened to stuff that's much worse? I think it comes from many factors, and it can sometimes be very hard to relate to past judgments. But this album, I've often heard it described as being a jam, and I found that term quite confusing and I didn't quite know what it meant. But I can kind of see what they mean by that. When you think about Primus and their big hits, and you think about the different melodies, the different rhythms, the only song from this album I think that people would think of is We're Known as Brick Brown Beaver. That is certainly one of their more popular ones. The rest of this album seems a little anomalous. It clearly sounds like Primus. I wouldn't say there's anything un-Primus-like about it, but a lot of these songs feel like they started with an idea and they just sort of kept going with it, sort of like they were jamming out. And what you end up with, I think, is an album that's enjoyable in its own peculiar way. To give a bit of a personal background to this album, back in those early days, I didn't really think about albums, I just got whatever songs I could find. And coincidentally, at the time, the only Primus song I was missing was Professor Nutbutter's House of Treats. And then I had a friend online send me that song, because it was the only one I was missing. But before then, I got quite into Southbound Pachyderm, and then a bit later down the line, I got more into Del Davis Tree Farm and Over the Electric Grapevine. But it was around my A-levels when I got into Primus and I went through that big Primus phase. I remember using a very small clip from Southbound Pachyderm in one of our Mead Studies pieces that we did. In fact, I used a few different Primus tracks for those Mead Studies things that we did. It's just that Southbound Pachyderm was very slight in that particular one. And the track Space Farm, which isn't really a song, it's one of those weird interlude type things. I remember using that for one of my early Game Maker games. Back when me and my friend Bridge used to make games on Game Maker, just using different sounds and sprites that we managed to find online, or came pre-packaged with it. This is probably going back to about 2006, 2005 or 2006, during a winter around that time. Hard Times and Nursery Rhymes by Social Distortion. This is the second Social Distortion album I have on this ranking, and it was the first Social Distortion album that I had on my 5 albums a month project. And my verdict is that this one is much better than the other one. And this album appeared quite early on in that project as well. It was May of 2021, and at this point I was doing some playthroughs of the early Tomb Raider games. I had just completed Tomb Raider 1 for the first time, and I was in the middle of playing Tomb Raider 2, which I had already completed many times before, but I mentioned that just to say that I associate this album with that. I was also watching The Office around the same time, The American Office, and my nostalgia for this album is also tied to the character Robert California, who appeared towards the end of that series. Just a few nostalgic links there, but I don't remember how I discovered this album. I do know I saw the album cover. This was long after I discovered that Social Distortion was a band, but I wasn't really interested in them at that time. And I know I heard the song California. That's California Hustle and Flow, and I've just now realised that there's a potential link there in my brain between Robert California and California Hustle and Flow. Maybe. But regardless, I really like that song, and so I put the album on this list, and I enjoyed a lot of these songs. I did get into it. Life on a Plate by Millencolin. I feel like there's not much to say about this one. In fact, a lot of what I would say I think I've already mentioned back when I talked about For Monkeys. That album came out around the same time as this one, and like I mentioned with For Monkeys, there was a music video of Losing Must that I saw on a DVD that I had. I think there was also the video to Move Your Car on that DVD. But yeah, really not much to say other than I just think this one's much better. I think the high ends on this album are better than the high ends on that album, and the low ends on this album are better than the low ends on that album. Favourite tracks, without a doubt, Bullion, Olympic and Buzzer. I think those 3 songs are great. Also, a bit of a personal story. Back in 2012, I made an album called The Eclectic Duck. It was a collection of 30 midis that I had made, and the track on that album called Encountering the Arrogant Swan, that main melody was very heavily based on the melody from the intro to Killer Crush. You can definitely hear how I did that, and I have to say, at least from my perspective, looking back on that album, the one that I made, The Eclectic Duck, which is obviously exempt from this list. That particular track, Encountering the Arrogant Swan, it's the worst one. Without a doubt, it's the worst one. But we're not talking about that album, talking about this album, and it's good. And then we have Virtually Indestructible by Agent Orange. This is an interesting one to talk about. Much like how I talked about Two Hearts by Men at Work, this one is also the third album in a trilogy, or rather the third album from a set of 3. And this one also feels a bit off for the band that made it. Compared to other Agent Orange, the audio quality is clearly much better on this one. It's definitely more highly produced, but at the same time, if someone's a big fan of that early Agent Orange, I can imagine this album being quite jarring to them. Because I've got to say, what stands out to me as strange about this album is that it sounds so normal. A lot of it sounds like what you would expect general rock music to sound like. And you've got songs like Broken Dreams and So Close and Yet So Far that sound, I would say, rather mainstream, whereas a lot of Agent Orange would usually be quite underground. But from what I've been able to tell, this album didn't go anywhere, because after this album they seem to have just stopped making music altogether. I mean, they continue to play music and perform it, but since Virtually Indestructible they just don't make anything. And I think it's a shame, because not only do I think Agent Orange is good, I think this album's good. I had originally discovered Agent Orange through the Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX game on the PS1. They had a song on there, Everything Turns Grey, and I was really into that song. And when I was in the early stages of discovering music online, well, in the very early stages, I found Agent Orange just very difficult to find. But there were a couple of songs from this rather obscure album that did crop up. And for me, the first track, This Is All I Need, is the best song on the album. But it's also very nostalgic for me of those early days of finding music online. And I wouldn't hesitate at all to say that that's a really good song. It's really catchy and it's really powerful as well. But thanks to a lot of these songs being rather hard to find, I didn't actually hear many of these songs for quite a long time. And I think this is one of those strange cases where I've heard the songs individually outside of listening to the album itself. Whereas most of the albums on this list I'm more familiar by listening to the album itself. But yeah, some of these songs are really enjoyable. Outside of This Is All I Need, I would say my favourites are Make Up Your Mind and Do What You Want to Do, Broken Dreams, and Probably Just Can't Seem to Get Enough. But yeah, I think it's just a shame that this album didn't take off. Because if it did, that would maybe have influenced them to continue making music. By Chumbawamba. This album for Chumbawamba feels like a bit of a transitional album, if you ask me. It was at the end of their more poppy days, and just before they got completely into playing folk music. And you can really hear it in this album. There's a bit of a mix of styles in that regards. I would say that songs like Everything You Know Is Wrong and When Fine Society Sits Down to Dine, those two songs are closest to what they produced previously, but there's also A Man Walks Into a Bar and Following You, which are more akin to where they were headed. But if you were to ask me which of these styles I prefer, at least as far as this album goes, I would say I'm rather mixed, because I have favourites from both sides. I really like When Fine Society Sits Down to Dine. That's one of my favourites. In fact, initially I would say that was my favourite the first time I listened to the album. Eventually I really got into We Don't Want to Sing Along, but I think my favourite track here is A Man Walks Into a Bar, which is quite a simple one, but it is more reflective of the folksy style music that they would eventually come to do. But as far as personal stories go, this was a rather recent listen for me. It was in 2024 during my 5 albums a month project, and I can tell you that I listened to this album around the time that the Olympics were on, and the reason why is because the song A Man Walks Into a Bar I associate with that Turkish sharpshooter. You know, the one who became a big meme for having as little gear as possible and just being all cool shooting at those targets? Yeah, I associate him with the song A Man Walks Into a Bar just because they happened around the same time. That's what nostalgia does. Just things vaguely happening at the same time and you end up associating them. Frizzle Fry by Primus. This is an album I very much associate with the early days of getting into Primus. I mentioned before that shortly after discovering them on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, I had found the song Too Many Puppies, which is on this album, but the version I heard was an alternate version. But I think what happened, and I might not be correct about this, but I think what happened was I searched for Primus online and I found this album cover, and then I found the song Frizzle Fry, which I was able to associate with this album cover. And upon listening to Frizzle Fry, I remember one of my first thoughts was, wow, this song is 6 minutes. That's so long. Of course, you have to think about this in context. I was mostly discovering music from the Tony Hawk games, and a lot of the bands that play music on those games don't tend to have songs that go into the 6-minute range. So the idea of a 6-minute song was still a little bit wild to me back then. But still, I quite enjoyed the song, even though I knew it was strange. It was very weird. This album is rather heavy, in a sense. Not like heavy metal, but it's very raw and unfiltered. And you can hear that in a lot of the songs. There tends to be a lot going on in some of these songs. And so I would describe it as pretty raw, I suppose. I imagine a lot of people will be familiar with this album through the song John the Fisherman that was on one of the Guitar Hero games. And I remember talking before about how at uni, in the first year of uni, I would meet my friend Alex and we would play Guitar Hero. And John the Fisherman was one of those songs that I tried just because I knew it. I preferred Psychobilly Freakout, but I knew John the Fisherman. But yeah, this is very early Primus and it's got that very raw sound. And even though it didn't sound like any of the music that I was into, I'm mostly talking about the song Frizzle Fry here, I did end up enjoying it. Favourite songs are probably To Defy the Laws of Tradition and Mr. Know-It-All, as well as Frizzle Fry. Not quite as keen on the ones later on the album, but I would also say over the years I've grown a stronger appreciation for Groundhog's Day as well. That one didn't really stick with me much at the start, but over time it's grown on me. Darren's Coconut Ass by Goldfinger. Do not be fooled by the cover. This is not a live album. From what I've been able to find, there are some technicalities to where it can be classified as live because it was performed on stage, but it certainly doesn't sound like live music by any stretch of the imagination. There's definitely no audience to be heard. So I'm allowing this album. By my standard, it's not live. It just hits the 20-minute mark, and the songs on this album, they are not taken from other sources. They are specifically made to be on this album. Well, I say that, they are covers, but the Goldfinger versions of those songs are strictly to be made on this album. And so I've already basically described what this album is. It's just 20 minutes, just over 20 minutes, 8 tracks, all of them are covers. And they are good performances. To be honest, I don't think I've heard the original version of many of these songs. The first track, Just Like Heaven, I think I have. And track 6, Down Presser Man, which is also my favourite track on the album, I think I've heard a song that it was based on, or something to that effect. I don't know. But Down Presser Man is my favourite track here. I also have quite a bit of nostalgia for the track Is She Really Going Out With Him? Because back in my early days of discovering new music, of course I already knew that I liked Goldfinger because of the song that they had on Tony Hawk's 1, Superman, and I knew a few other songs as well, I think. But Is She Really Going Out With Him was one of those early tracks I discovered. I have a vague memory of listening to it at Josh's house while he was playing Sonic Adventure DX on the GameCube. It really is one of those songs that I associate with those early music discovery days, and it's a nice memory to have, and it's a good album. I would have liked it to be longer, but for what it is, it's good. You Can't Do This by My Son the Hurricane. This is another very recent listen for me. I listened to this in October of 2025, and this is definitely my favourite album that I've listened to since then. At this point, I had a rather limited but still some exposure to My Son the Hurricane, and this is actually a very new band for me. I think I discovered them towards the end of 2024, or maybe even the start of 2025, because they appeared in a meme that was going around, and I looked into them, I've listened to a bit, and then when I got to this album I thought this album is pretty good. But the first thing I noticed when listening to this album was that it was missing one of the vocalists that I'm used to them having. So as far as I can tell, Sylvie isn't on this album at all. All the vocals here are done by Jacob, plus I think maybe a couple of guest singers as well. But it's a very interesting style of music. I suppose you could say it's kind of like a type of hip-hop. I wouldn't hesitate to call it that. But it's also a brass band as well. The first track from this album that I heard before I properly listened to this album was Cookie Monster, which I think is a really good song. It's really catchy, and that one is still my favourite, I would say. The others, not quite as good, but still some catchy moments here, and I'm a big fan of that. Que Coeur La Voz by Escape. Now, I'm just going to apologise in advance, because I will have you know I don't speak a word of Spanish, so I will likely make many mispronunciations when talking about this band, but I will try my best. The first time I discovered this band, I remember I was on holiday somewhere. Don't remember exactly where it was. It might have been Mallorca or Benidorm. And I saw this band appear in a few places on t-shirts. And my first thought was, hey, I like ska. That might be something I like. Didn't quite look into them much further than that though. I do remember eventually finding the video to Welcome to Hell, which is on this album. But I didn't really look into them much further beyond that for a long time. By the time I got to this album, I had already heard enough of their stuff to know that I liked it. And so at this point I did not consider that the language barrier might be an issue, because previously I thought there is at least some chance that some of it will be lost in translation. But to be completely honest, I've liked many songs in the past where I've not been able to understand what they were saying, even though they were speaking in English. So that's never really been an issue for me. But by the time I got to Kokoro Lavos, I did not have that issue at all. I went into it knowing that I like this band and I like this album as well. It is ska music of a particular variety that I'm a big fan of, and I think on my first listen, my favourite track was probably Intifada, which is a really good song. But over time, I've grown a lot more accustomed to the last two tracks, and they're both very different as well. El Olvidado is quite chill, and I really like the echo effects I've got going on in that song as well. And then the last track, Mis Colegas, that song doesn't include any of the brass instruments, at least from what I can recall/remember. But still, I would say it's one of the better tracks on the album, and in case it wasn't already obvious at this point, I listened to this album in my 5 albums a month project, a few years into it. Ambient 1, Music for Airports by Brian Eno. And what an interesting specimen of an album this one is. I have stated before on a couple of occasions that some albums out there, or some music rather, is designed for its own particular purpose. And that purpose being to create an atmosphere. And what makes this album, like those other albums, very difficult to talk about is that it's certainly not one of those albums where I think to myself, oh yeah, I'm going to put on some music for airports. Because it's not designed to be enjoyed in that same way. But the purpose of this album is quite literally there in the title. This was made for airports. There is a video that I found on YouTube where the creator, Brian Eno, is talking about the production of this album and the purposes behind it. It's just a short clip of what I think is a bigger documentary, and in it he explains that airports are designed in such a way to accommodate their purposes, but the music that they play is basically just whatever the hits are or whatever someone felt like putting on that day. And the design behind this album was to accommodate the feeling of being in an airport. A point he raised was that the music that's played in airports and the different atmosphere of airports in general is to say, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. And he thought that that feeling was a bit too fake and enforced. And he wanted to create an atmosphere that provides a sense of relaxation, in the sense that at the end of the day, none of it really matters. This is all just a transitional phase from one place to another, and whatever happens, happens. I found this quite profound, and this album I found in 2011. I remember I was going through a phase in 2011 where I was discovering ambient music and I was looking into it. Again, not to listen to and really jam out to or anything, just something to have on the background whilst I was doing other things that could accommodate my mental state maybe. And this album absolutely fits the bill. There are 4 tracks on this album that are simply titled 1-1, 2-1, 1-2 and 2-2, which will be a reference to the vinyl and which side of the vinyl that it's on. The first and third track have piano pieces, the second and third track have a voice overlay, and the final track is sort of like a synth piece, I guess. And it's all very calming, very repetitive, but there's still moments that you can point out within each track, especially the first track, which is my favourite. But to give a bit of a personal story, the first time I had this album on, I had flashbacks to 2000, because we were going on holiday, and during this time my friend Matthew was letting me borrow Final Fantasy VIII. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the disc where it crashed upon leaving the first area, and so there's a place in the first area of that game called the Training Centre, and it's got a piece of music called Fear, and that first track, 1-1, reminded me of Fear, and just the fact of going on holiday, taking an aeroplane, it kind of gave me flashbacks to that moment. And I think for the specific kind of thing that this album aims to accomplish, it does it very well. But let's be honest, something like this could never reach the top of my list, or at least I don't think it could. Again, purely for what it is. The Power Cosmic by Balsagoth. Yeah, bit of a change of tone from the previous album. I have gone through a good few Balsagoth albums so far, and they have all appeared at a variety of points on this list. But when we get to the Power Cosmic, I think now we're getting to the really good stuff. The tracks that I like the most on this album come from a mix of ones that I discovered originally when I first got into this band, or rather when I first decided to look into this band. Callisto Rising probably being the first one I got into, and I suspect that one's probably the most popular popular and the most well-liked from this album in general. And not long after that, I got into Of Carnage and the Gathering of the Wolves. And The Awakening of the Stars is a nice intro track, I guess. But when I had this album on my 5 albums a month project, this was back in April of 2021, and I was playing Tomb Raider 1 for the first time. Well, not playing it for the first time, I was playing it through to completion for the first time. And the first time I put this album on, I remember I was playing towards the end of the game. I think I was on the Egypt levels. And by giving this album a good few listens, I really got into a few more of the tracks. Namely, The Voyages Beneath the Mare Imbrium, The Imperial Lexicon, and The 13 Cryptical Prophecies of Mu. Like I've said many times before, or at least a few times before, I'm not a metalhead, I'm not big into metal. I find a lot of it to be rather dull and boring, if I'm honest. But The Power Cosmic is a good example of the type that I like. It's a good album. Misunderstood by Pink. I can't say I've ever been a massive Pink fan, but I do have a bit of history with this album. So I was introduced to this album by my friend Josh. I believe this was shortly after he introduced me to Madness and the Red Hot Chili Peppers Greatest Hits album. I might be wrong about that, but I think it was about the same time, maybe a bit after. And the story was that he borrowed this album from his auntie, and he wasn't expecting to like it, but he did. And so I heard it quite a bit through him. I remember his favourite track was Family Portrait, or at least that was a track that he really liked. I don't think I had any favourites, but I did genuinely like the album. And I think I did find some of the songs online shortly after this introduction. But this wasn't like one of those bands where I was very interested and did a big deep dive. I just didn't. I just found a few songs. And they were all the songs from this album. What's quite funny though is that I did eventually put this album on my 5 albums a month project for June of 2025, I believe. Yes, it was June of 2025. And I was both surprised at how many songs I did know and how many songs I didn't know. I think eventually Numb, Misery and Gone to California, those are songs I don't remember hearing Josh playing at all. And I don't think this was an album that he played on his CD player. I think he ripped them to his computer. So there's a good chance he just selected a few of them and put them on a playlist. But when I did listen to it in 2025, I did realise that I knew quite a lot of these songs. And it was interesting because sometimes the memory of a song maybe bleeds into the memory of another song. For example, Just Like a Pill and Don't Let Me Get Me are 2 different songs, distinctly 2 different songs, but I think my memory of them sort of just moulded them together. And that's kind of interesting because when I did listen to this album properly, I discovered that I wasn't as keen on Just Like a Pill, but Don't Let Me Get Me is one of my favourites. I also think I merged the memory of Respect and Catch-22 in my head as well. But yeah, interesting album for me memory-wise, because I am dealing with memories from the early 2000s when my friend Josh played it, and the year 2025 when I played it on my own accord, and I'm coming to new conclusions. For example, I now think Family Portrait is a much better song than I once did. Next up is Employment by Kaiser Chiefs. This album was big when it came out, it was everywhere. I am pretty confident that I discovered this album through my friend Josh. However, I have less of a strong memory about him introducing me to this album as compared to other bands and albums, precisely because this album in particular was very popular at the time. But what I remember is that he was into the track Every Day I Love You Less and Less. I think that was his favourite. But you couldn't go anywhere without hearing I Predict a Riot. That song would be everywhere. It would be on TV adverts. As a hypothetical example, you would have an advert of a load of people running into a store and they would say something like, "Nobody can resist our low prices. I predict a riot. I predict a riot." Similar for Oh My God as well, though maybe not in adverts, but that song was around quite a lot. I also remember my nana knew them as well, and she knew them as that new band that's like Madness. And every so often she'd say, what's that new Madness type band? And my dad would go, "Oh, you mean Kaiser Chiefs?" This was probably around the time that we used to visit her on Sundays and they'd have T4 on the Beach on the TV on the morning. And I also remember there was one time I was at my dad's house and we were about to have our lunch, and I remember his extended family chose to put this album on. It was a big album, that's my point here. And to be honest, I haven't properly listened to this album for a long time. I think if I did, it would bring back a lot of nostalgia, or at least it would trigger a lot of nostalgia of the mid-2000s. But generally speaking, I think my favourite tracks are the ones that are in line with the ones that were more popular. But on top of that, I also really like Na 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 Na. I think this album is a good prime example of that mid-2000s indie scene. Life Won't Wait by Rancid. I've mentioned before that Rancid have gone through a few phases where they've gone more of the upbeat ska style and other times where they've gone more with a fast aggressive punk style. This album is probably the most of the upbeat ska style that there is. I would even say some of it delves into a point of reggae. The title track, for example, Life Won't Wait, I would not hesitate to call that a reggae song. But this is an album I feel like I was rather late to. I mean, strictly speaking, I wasn't quite as late to it as I was with And Out Come the Wolves and Let's Go, but this one, it feels like I was later with it. And also considering that this album came out after those two, I really don't know why that is, but that's just how it seems. But one big thing that sticks out to me about this album is that it's pretty big, it's an hour long, and there are 22 tracks here. If this was one of their more fast, aggressive, punk style albums, then 22 tracks would not add up to an hour. But it does here. Before I had this on my 5 albums a month project, which by the way was still early in that project, it was only November of 2020, so that was the 3rd month. But I did know a few songs going in. I knew Life Won't Wait, 1998 and Turntable. I like all those songs. Oh, and also Cash Culture and Violence. But the rest of the songs here were new to me. I don't think any of the songs here are any of their big hits. Or at least I don't recognise any of them as such. But it's a nice upbeat album. I'll give it that. Some new favourites for me listening to this properly. I would say New Dress is one of my favourites. And I got into Cocktails as well. I think Cocktails has a harmonica on it. It reminded me of one of the tracks from Little Big Planet. But this is a pretty chill album, at least as far as Rancid goes. Also, another little story about my history with this album. I had a physical copy of this album and it was kind of messed up. The last track, or the last couple of tracks, there was something wrong with them. I couldn't stop them from glitching. So that was annoying to deal with, but I got it sorted in the end. Mess with the Bull by Bet on Red. And this album, I'm afraid to say, was quite a disappointment. Now, when I say that, you might be a bit confused, but I had very high expectations of this album. It was when I was doing my research for new music for my 5 albums a month project, I found the song Grass So Green from this album on a playlist of ska music, because that's what I was looking for at the time, and I absolutely loved that song. I thought it was fantastic, especially the sax solo towards the end. Big fan. But I listened to this in May of 2025, and the other songs were not as good as that song, but I still really liked it. It's definitely one of those albums that, if you ask me, sounds a lot older than it is. Although I think a lot of that is just the style of music. I'm not a fan of Puppy Dog Eyes. I think that's a cover. I'm not as big a fan of Outlaw either. I think that one embraces the tune from The Good, the Bad and the Ugly. But whilst the rest of this album, I would say, is not as good as Grass So Green, I still really enjoyed it. Other favourite tracks are probably Until I Met You, Too Many Miles, BFS and maybe Suburban Wasteland. This is definitely a band I feel like I should listen to more of. Smoke 'Em If You Got 'Em by Reverend Hot and Heat. And I have to say, this album is probably a good contender of the worst album cover of an album that I like. Usually I think that albums I like have good album covers, generally speaking. This one is definitely an exception to that. But Reverend Hot and Heat is back, and as often is the case with Reverend Hot and Heat albums, it's mostly just that I like the songs on it on an individual basis, by which I mean I've become familiar with the songs themselves rather than the albums, and this album houses songs that are ranked at such a place, if that makes sense. Because a lot of Reverend Hot and Heat songs I've not heard through the albums, I've just heard the songs individually. And as for the songs on this album, yeah, I've got a bit of a story with some of them. The most notable one here is Psychobilly Freakout, which I think is a good contender for the best Reverend Hot and Heat song, although Big Red Rocket of Love is probably better. But Psychobilly Freakout was actually the second Reverend Hot and Heat song I ever heard, because the song I Can't Surf, which is not on this album, was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. I decided to look them up through that, and Psychobilly Freakout was the first other song that I found, and I was really unsure what to think about it at first. Because, again, kind of like with Primus, it was mostly just a case of, this is strange. I remember I had a friend that heard it and said, oh, this song is awful. And then I also showed it to my friend's boyfriend at the time, and he said, they don't know what they're talking about, this is amazing. But this was in the early 2000s. It eventually came out on Guitar Hero 2, many years later, and that's where a lot of other people will know the song from. But by the time I played Guitar Heroes 2, I knew that song. But yeah, also in those early discovery days of Reverend Hot and Heat, there was also Bullet. Also, I'm Mad and Bad Reputation from this album. And then there was Marijuana, D for Dangerous and Love Whip. Also not long after, Eat Steak. I always found Each Day quite interesting because I don't think it's that great of a song, but it reminded me of the country song from the original GTA when you go into the pickup truck. And so yeah, basically this album, it just houses a bunch of those songs that I remember from when I first started looking up this band. And I think of them rather favourably, especially Psychobilly Freakout and Love Whip. But on reflection, Bad Reputation is also rather up there as well. Cargo by Men at Work. I mentioned before when I was talking about Two Hearts that was the strange third album of the band that didn't really have any hits, or at least I don't think it did. Cargo is the second album, and it didn't have their biggest hit, but it sure had a couple. I remember one time years ago talking to my friend Kyle at work. I'd mentioned Men at Work. Don't remember the context exactly. I think I might have just started my 5 albums a month project at this time, and he brought up Overkill, a song that I hadn't heard yet, but I eventually did when I had this album on that same project a few years later, and I would say it's one of the better songs on this album. The only song going into this album that I already knew kind of was It's a Mistake. Although I wasn't too familiar with it, I was vaguely familiar with it, but I had enough limited experience with Men at Work to know that I kind of like their stuff, and this album is no exception. I would say my favourite tracks are Overkill as well as It's a Mistake and Upstairs in My House. I also quite like I Like 2 as well. I'm sure people's opinions on Greg Ham's vocals on tracks like I Like 2 are quite mixed. It is rather particular, but I like that song and I enjoyed this album. Unfortunately, not much else to say about it. I don't have any big stories or big background behind it, so I guess that's that. The War on Errorism by NoFX. Now this is what good NoFX sounds like. This was actually the first NoFX album I ever found out about and ever heard, and I think the method of discovery for this album might be quite surprising. It wasn't through any Tony Hawk games and it wasn't through any recommendations on any music station online or anything like that. This album came on the spindle of DVDs that my granddad left us. This was, I believe, the first one that caught my attention. I'd never heard of this band before, but I gave it a quick listen and I liked what I heard. Also, to give a bit more nostalgic context, when I first found this album on that spindle of DVDs, my mum was doing a lot of cleaning around the house, and so I very much associate that memory with the smell of air freshener. You know, that sort of clean house smell. But yeah, this album was on that spindle of DVDs, and there was also, I remember, the video was on there as well that they had, where I think they were promoting the album, or they were promoting something. Fat Mike and Melvin sat in a room promoting something, and Fat Mike points out that DOA have a new album out. But yeah, rather interestingly, that's how I discovered this album. And immediately I got into the songs Anarchy Camp and American Errorist. The rest of them was kind of like, I kind of like how this sounds, but I didn't really get properly into them. But I did shortly after get into some of the albums from the start of the album, namely The Separation of Church and Skate, The Irrationality of Rationality, and Idiots Are Taking Over. But then a few years down the line, I was doing some editing in the Media Studies class for my A-levels. I was editing a video, I can't remember exactly which one, but there was a group next to me and one of them just said, Franco Un-American. So then I turned to them, to my right, and I said, NoFX? And he looked at me and went, yeah, because he did not expect me to know NoFX. And then I started talking to them about music that they liked, that I also liked, but they didn't know that I liked. And I think they were quite taken aback by that. So there's another fun memory. And again, years later, sometime in the mid-2010s, I travelled away to visit a group of friends, and one of them there, Katie, she knew the song Franco Un-American as well. And at one point we just started singing, "That's nowhere to go, Franco Un-American." So I have a few nice memories tied to this album. But even ignoring those memories, as difficult as that may be, even if that's possible to do at all, I don't know. Comparing this album to the other albums that I've mentioned from NoFX so far, I think the difference is night and day. I think this is no doubt better than all of those. Close to the Edge by Yes. This was the first album that my dad recommended me for my 5 albums a month project, and it is my favourite of the ones he's recommended me as well. I remember one time I was on the phone to him and I was telling him about the project and what he'd listened to, and he said, "Oh, you should check out Close to the Edge by Yes." And so I listened to it in 2021. I've mentioned before how there was a period of time in 2021 where I was playing through the Tomb Raider games, and when I got to this album I was on Tomb Raider 3. I had just started it and I was playing on the first couple levels or so in the jungle levels. More specifically, I think I was on the second level because I remember I was in the temple. But a few levels into that game, I abandoned it. I didn't get that far. But I really associate that game, or at least that particular playthrough attempt of that game, with Close to the Edge. And this is one of those examples of a 70s album with very few tracks, but very long tracks. There's the first track, Close to the Edge, is just under 19 minutes. Then there's And You and I, which is 10 minutes, and Siberian Khatru, which is 9 minutes. I did consider the possibility, rather strong possibility, with the title track, Close to the Edge, with it being nearly 19 minutes, that a lot of it would be lost on me. But as it turns out, that didn't really happen. The song felt consistent enough, with just enough movements in different parts, that it felt like it was going places rather than just staying in one place. So it actually kind of worked. And I really got into Siberian Khatru. I think it might be one of my favourite 70s songs. It's maybe first or second. Not that I'm all that familiar with 70s music, I should probably be very clear by now. But my point is that I really enjoyed Siberian Khatru. The Age of Ads by Sufjan Stevens. I got this album when it came out, on the day it came out, I think. At the time, I was slightly familiar with Sufjan Stevens, and I heard a preview from this album, the song I Walked, that was on a YouTube video, and it was different. It was more electronic and glitchy and stuff, and I kind of liked it. I mean, that song itself is still quite calm, I guess, but I was certainly interested. I took the train to a nearby town, one that I don't go to very often. In fact, I go there very rarely, but towards the end of 2010, I went there quite a lot, and I bought the CD, and I remember the cashier at the HMV said to me, that's a good one, that. I went to that town quite a lot at the end of 2010. This was not long after I graduated from uni, and I listened to this album quite a lot. I really got into it. My favourite tracks are the title track, Age of Ads, which to me sounds like a Final Boss theme, and also Get Real Get Right, that's another one of my favourites. But when I first listened to this album, the part that really stood out to me was towards the end of Too Much, the second track. I very vividly remember I was playing Plants vs Zombies at the time on the PS3, and it got to the bit at the end of that song where it all breaks down and it all glitches out and the electronics go haywire, and I remember at the time just thinking, whoa, and I was really into it. I wasn't as big on some of the slower, softer songs like Bad Communication and All For Myself, but I still enjoyed them. And then the final track, Impossible Soul, is 25 minutes. I was there thinking, alright, they're doing that thing where it's the whole hidden track and there's a big gap of silence. But no, it is a 25-minute song. And it's a good song. But yeah, I did go through a period of time, towards the beginning of the 2010s, where I was really into this album. I listened to it quite a lot. And then I sort of just didn't listen to it much for a while. But it's certainly a good album, if not a bit strange. Not the stereotypical kind of album that I would have listened to, but especially for that time, I really got into this one. Next is Uncharted by Less Than Jake. This is their most recent release. Came out in 2024. I listened to it in the beginning of 2025. And it's an EP. It's barely over 20 minutes. It's about 22 minutes long. Now, here's the thing. I'm a big fan of Less Than Jake. I really like their stuff, but I have a bit of a bone to pick with them. There's been a couple of instances where they've released EPs, and they've done that in place of releasing full albums, and a lot of it seems to be fueled by a desire to engage in hype culture. So when I heard that Less Than Jake were making new music, I thought, oh great. But this EP sort of came out being drip fed to us. They released one song saying, check out our new single, and then sometime later they would release another song, check out our new single. Then more time had passed, hey, check this out, we've got a new song out. And at that point I'm thinking, just wait till the album's released. And then when the album was released, almost all of the tracks were already leaked. I mean, not leaked, but shown by them. And what we ended up with was just a 7-track EP. They've done this before, and there was one time in the past they did it where they released 2 EPs and then they combined them into one album after the fact. So when going into this EP, I was thinking to myself, do I just listen to this, or do I just wait until they release the proper quote-unquote album? That's questioning if that was ever going to even happen, and doesn't look like it was ever going to happen, but it does raise questions. And it's this sort of approach that makes me a lot more hesitant to look into it and actually listen to the music. But that's the thing, I really like Less Than Jake, but the whole lead up to this release, it just put a bad taste in my mouth, and that maybe dampens how I feel about these songs. Which, if that's the case, that's unfortunate. But I'm not going to say it's bad, because I clearly don't think it's bad. I do enjoy the songs, my favourite being Sunnyside. Though I do think Brand New Day is probably on the low end, not that great of a song. But yeah, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that even if you've release great music even if I am a big fan. Sometimes by embracing hype culture too much, it can really put a dampen on things. And that's a real shame, because it's made me feel like I've had to talk about that. But hey, it is what it is. All the thought termination cliches you can think of, let's move on. Up next is the self-titled album by The Ernies. I first heard The Ernies on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and they have a song on there that I liked. But when I looked up this band online, their Wikipedia entry said that they were a ska band. And listening to that song, I thought, this doesn't sound like ska music to me. Little did I realise at the time that they were a lot more ska-based in their early days. And so listening to this album, it's like, right, okay, yeah, I can hear it now. When you listen to this album compared to their more later stuff, the difference is night and day. But you can kind of tell it's the same band. If you're aware it's the same band, you can kind of do whatever the ear equivalent is of squinting and you can hear it in the voice. But yeah, this is where they started, and I listened to this on my 5 albums a month project and I really enjoyed it. I am a fan of ska music in general, and I would say this is more akin to the older style of ska music maybe, as in less aggressive, more upbeat and happy. Though I would say Chicks in Big Cars is quite an exception to that. That one's a bit more on the punk end and it's a bit more aggressive, and it's a good song. But I've enjoyed this album when I've listened to it. Favourite tracks? Woke Up This Morning's probably my favourite. I also quite like Thinking of You. Also Keeping It in the Family and Inspector Ray are probably up there as well. But other than that, not much to say about this album. I do think the most notable thing about this album in particular is just how different it is to this band's later stuff. But to think of this album in isolation, it's a decent ska album. You can just leave it at that. Kingwood by Millencolin. This is an album I got on my 18th birthday, and I believe it was one of 2 albums I got on that day. I actually got quite a few bits on that day as well. I got in a few games. I think I got in Suikoden 4 and 5 maybe, and Kingdom Hearts 2, which had just come out. And I think I got a few strategy guides as well, like Dark Chronicle, I think. I know I definitely got a few things on that day, but I remember on the night before I slept over at my dad's house, and then I came back home on my birthday, and I saw my friends Josh and Bridge, who had never met each other up until that point. And then they did, and they just kept talking to each other about Kingdom Hearts 2. But anyway, I only mention that because that's the time I got this album. But I think when I got this album, the only track I was familiar with beforehand was Ray, and I did really like that song. And maybe Novo as well. But to be honest, I got into all of these songs. I think that's the main thing that distinguishes this album from all the ones I've talked about previously. I actually got into all of these songs rather quickly. Or eventually, not too long, but I did. And I think my favourite track eventually became Farewell My Hell, but I went for a while really liking Biff Tech Supernova as well. That one was one of my favourites for a long time. In fact, Biff Tech Supernova was the song that I had on my MySpace page. You may remember MySpace. You were able to put songs on that would automatically play when someone got onto your page. And I remember my page, I very much went for the black and purple theme. I suppose it's that kind of gothy theme that was very popular with teenage girls around the mid-2000s. I was never really gothy myself, but I was a big fan of the black and purple. And then as soon as you got onto my page, you'd see all this black and purple, and it would go, I had a dream last night, a dream about a bear dancing in a trench coat at Iron Fest. Which you would not associate with that colour scheme. But this was literally in the days of, hey, here's a bunch of things I like. Absorb it all. Fun times. 7614 by Global Communication. This is an album that I found alongside Music for Airports by Brian Eno. This was in 2011 and I was looking for ambient soundscape style music, and I think on a forum I found the top 10 by so-and-so. I don't know. Don't know if it's just a personal list or a aggregate of scores. I don't know. But anyway, Music for Airports was at number 1 and I believe 7614 was at number 2. And where I've spoken about Music for Airports before and I said it's really good at the thing it's trying to do, I feel like 7614 isn't really as good at doing that one particular thing, but I think I like it more. Yes, this music is very soundscapey, it does give you that sort of ambient atmosphere to it, but there's also more of what would traditionally be called music. Like there's more of a clear rhythm and a clear melody in many cases. If you're curious about the title, why it's called 7614, it's because the album itself and all of the tracks are simply titled after their length. So the album as a whole is 76 minutes and 14 seconds. But we've got individual tracks here as well, such as has what I consider to be my favourite 1431. I don't know what it is about 1431, but I feel like it was specifically made for me, in that I think when I think of relaxing scenes, I think of things that are a bit more dreamlike, in that they have some grounding in reality, but they're still sort of resemble that sleep state. I don't know how to describe. If we're talking about 1431 in particular, it does have a consistent tune to it. It also has the sound of rain and there's a continuous clock ticking. And I associate it with being like in an office. I don't know how that feels relaxing to conjure up that image, but there's something about it that I do find particularly relaxing about that. There's something about rain that I find relaxing, which I think is very common. But I think anything that can evoke that feeling of being productive can also make me feel quite relaxed. Like, I've done a good job, I'm doing good with something. And I think that might be an interesting brain chemistry kind of thing. There might be psychological reasons for that. I don't know. I'd be interested to know. But yeah, I'm also a fan of the following track, 925, which is a bit more abstract. When I first listened to it, the image I conjured up in my mind, in my sleepy mind, was being in a temple. I mean, there's no good reason for that. It's just what my mind conjured up, and now it's just what I associate with 925. You do have a few tracks here that are rather musically abstract, but still conjure up that image. Something that works as a soundscape. I would say that 939 is a good example of that. And then 739 is a bit more musical. And I think the same can be said for 807 and 523. I will admit though, 807 and 523 feel like the same piece of music to me. I don't know if there's a really distinct difference between them. But this certainly feels to me like a good album to try to sleep to. My only concern would be is that I somehow get woken up and scared by 054, because that track has some voices in and one of them is a bit aggressive. But I certainly like it, and it certainly does good at what it does. Lucky 7 by Reverend Horton Heat. So once again, this is another album that basically houses a bunch of songs that I already kind of knew just from what I found online after searching up Reverend Horton Heat when I was much younger. There's always been some songs here that I've liked. Local Gringos Like a Party, Go With Your Friends, which is probably my favourite from this album. Also Reverend Horton Heat's Big Blue Car and Galaxy 500 as well. I will say though, this album probably stands out a little bit more among all the Reverend Horton Heat albums here, because of all of them, this is the one where I would say I learned the most through having it on my 5 albums a month project. I did get into a few more tracks by doing that. For example, Ain't Gonna Happen and Remember Me. Those two songs in particular, I would say I got into via the 5 albums a month project. And it was rather early on that project as well. It was January of 2021, so just a few months into it. There were definitely some lowlights here as well. You Got a Friend in Jimbo, I just do not like that song at all. And it feels like there's a bit of filler in the middle as well with Duel at the 2 o'clock bell. But that's all there is to say really. The Old Record by Dancehall Crashers is next. And do you want to include this album as an album or as a compilation? I can understand people saying that this is more of a compilation, but I think it's more of an album. It's basically their original self-titled EP, but with other songs from around that time added onto it. By my criteria, it counts as an album, and it's not the only album on this list that falls under that same category, but I have no qualms about including it. Now, it has been a long time since I've talked about one of these albums from Dancehall Crashers. And the previous story that I had with those ones is mostly the same here. I knew a few songs from what I was able to find online back when I was younger, but eventually this album went on the 5 albums a month project, and I've got to say, this one I would say is definitely more consistently good compared to those other ones. Big difference here is that they actually have some ska horns in this album here, but they didn't in the other ones. They kind of just got rid of them, and I'm not strictly for or against that method. I remember one of them, I think it is Karina from this band, she was having an interview with Krista Mix, and he was saying that he felt like they never needed those ska horns to begin with. But I like this album more than those other two. So whether that's the reason or just the songs in general, I don't know, but that's just how it's turned out. So of the 18 tracks here, I would say there was only 3 of them that I actually knew going in. Those being Othello, He Wants Me Back and My Problem. But to definitely higher degree with this album than the other two, I actually learned more and liked the songs that I wasn't as familiar with. I think the 3 biggest examples of that being Street Sweeper, State of Mind and Babushka, but the other songs are good too. Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People by Primus. This album actually came out a couple years before I got into my big Primus phase, which you may or may not remember was around 2005-2006 when I was doing my A-levels. And this was the last official Primus release before Green Naugahyde, but that was quite a while afterwards. But this album is technically an EP, I suppose by some standards. It is only 5 tracks, but it's just shy of half an hour. And whilst yes, that is short for an album, especially a Primus album, I know other albums that are shorter than that are not considered EPs. So I don't really consider this to be an EP. But I got this album and I remember it came on DVD. Well, the disc wasn't a DVD itself, it was just a regular CD, but it came with a DVD. To be more specific, what I mean by that is that sometimes you would get CDs that would come with a bonus DVD with them, that would come in its own little part of the compartment of the CD case. But with regards to Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People, it came in a DVD case with the 2 discs in. There's the CD with the music on, and then there was the DVD. So the actual product you were buying was a DVD. It wasn't just a bonus DVD, it was part of a package, if that makes sense. And that DVD had the same name, Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People. So what I'm talking about, what I'm ranking here is specifically the album, Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People. But I also want to talk about the DVD as well, because that was a pretty good DVD. It had quite a lot of content on from what I remember. You had all the music videos that they had done, plus a series of live performances, and there was even some secret footage as well that was hidden in the menu, because back in the days of DVD menus, it wasn't just a list of things to select, they actually had things animated and maybe little things hidden around the scenery. And this particular DVD, it just fully embraced it, and I was really happy with that. I really enjoyed it. But for the album, in terms of what I'm actually ranking here, yeah, there isn't that much going on, there is only 5 tracks, but I certainly think it represents old Primus more than it does new Primus. I was a big fan of The Last Superpower, aka Rapscallion, that's my favourite track on the album. Pilcher Squad is a bit of an odd one, it's only 2 minutes. But yeah, I would say this is the end of classic Primus, as it were, and I really did like it, but especially The Last Superpower, aka Rapscallion, by far my favourite track on the album. It would be a very common selection for, I don't know what to listen to, just put something on. I would just go to that track. 1,000 Suns by Linkin Park. This is a bit of an interesting one, timeline-wise for me. I had my previous experience with Hybrid Theory from the childcare centre with those other kids who were obsessed with the song Crawling that they play all the time. But Linkin Park was not one of those bands that I decided to look for online to see if I could find more songs. I did have the nostalgia of Crawling, but I just didn't know how the interest to go ahead and look for more stuff. And I'm not sure what the motivation was, but shortly after this album came out, although I think it was 2011 when I did it, I decided to look into it. And I actually liked it. I think what probably happened is I think I might have seen the cover art, maybe at a HMV or something, and it intrigued me. And I think I probably just thought to myself, oh, Linkin Park. Yeah, I kind of remember them. Let's see what they're up to now. And given my limited experience, I wasn't expecting an album that I would enjoy as much as I did. But I did. Although from what I've heard, this album wasn't well received. And there's a few reasons for that, and I can definitely see that. For one, the album does repeat itself quite a bit. So lyrics from one song will appear in another song later down the line. Also, there's quite a few instances of strange interludes between songs. Also, you could say that this album has 2 introduction tracks, with track 3 being the first proper song in quotes. And I can see that. The Radiance does feel like an interlude that comes straight after the intro, but to be honest, I quite like the uniqueness of it. And you've also got tracks like Jordana del Muerto, which is basically a follow-on from Robot Boy. It sounds just like an outro to that track, which again, I don't think is a problem. But some of the songs here, like the actual quote proper songs, I did really get into some of them, and they're not short either. Many of them are over 4 minutes, so they're a bit longer than what most like pop songs would be. So the problems that people have with this album, I don't really feel it. But yeah, Burning in the Skies, that was my favourite track when I first listened to it, but I also really liked When They Come For Me and Robot Boy. And I've also heard people say that Waiting for the End is the best track on this album, and it didn't really grab me at first, but upon going back to it every now and then, I've thought, yeah, Waiting for the End is also really good. So many of the problems that people have with this album, I don't think are that big of a deal, but each to their own. From Under the Cork Tree by Fall Out Boy. This is another album and my highest ranking album that I discovered from that spindle of DVDs that my granddad brought. And this was one of the few that caught my attention rather early on. I think it was this, The One Errorism by NoFX, and Tyrannosaurus Hives by The Hives that caught my attention the most. But this is how I discovered Fall Out Boy. Biggest thing that stood out to me when I first saw this album was the titles of the songs. They really are something. There was something particular about that era of pop punk / emo style music where they just had song titles that were a sentence. It was a very particular style, and to be honest, I quite liked it. Not necessarily in and of itself, but I thought it made the style really stand out and give it its own sense of identity, I suppose. But of course, that didn't really apply to the most popular tracks on this album, namely Sugar We're Going Down and Dance Dance. Those are songs that I heard further down the line, people referencing them, because you have to remember, I discovered this band through that spindle of DVD, so I wouldn't have known what was big or popular or anything. This was all new to me. But I listened to a little bit of this album. There was only a few tracks I really listened to, aside from the ones I've just mentioned. There's the first track, Our Lawyer Made Us Change the Name of This Song So We Wouldn't Get Sued. I liked that song, and I remember I was considering using it in one of my A-level media studies projects. In the first year of media studies, one of the things we had to do was create a music video, and I almost used that song. I didn't, I went with something else, but that was my first choice, but I didn't go with it. And also around that same time, I was into the last two tracks, Get Busy Living or Get Busy Dying and XO. And I listened briefly to Of All the Gin Joints in All the World, but I didn't really get into that song too much. And this was a bit before the other album came out that I mentioned before, Infinity on High. When I discovered that album, I was familiar with this album, at least its existence and a couple of the songs. But it wasn't until my 5 albums a month project where I give it a good proper listen. And I ended up liking all the songs. I kind of learnt them, with 2 of my new favourites being Nobody Puts Baby in the Corner and Champagne for My Real Friends, Real Pain for My Sham Friends. But up until that point, it was just vague familiarities with the introductions of songs that I never really listened to. Virgin Funk Mother by In Search of Sun. I had never heard of this band up until my friend Kyle told me about them, and this was the 3rd album he recommended me for my 5 albums a month project, and it's the 3rd album that he recommended me to appear on this list. So I first listened to this album and therefore this band in March of 2025, and this certainly fits the idea I have of type of music that Kyle likes. Kind of heavy, but not straight metal, sort of a little new metal, I guess, to where I think you could have these songs in like a pop band if the tone was completely different, as in the music doesn't depend on the tone, but the tone is certainly a part of the music. I might be talking nonsense, but I know what I mean. Music that's heavy but certainly doesn't have to be. So when I listened to this album, I remember telling him about what I thought about it and the different tracks that I liked, and I told him that my 2 favourite tracks were Motherfunk and In the Garden, and they are. In the Garden is especially my favourite. But what was interesting about the song Motherfunk is that on maybe 2 or 3 separate occasions I had that song appear in a dream of mine, and each time in the dream thinking to myself, oh, this sounds like something that Kyle might like. Totally not realising that he was the one that suggested this album to me in the first place. But he used to ask me, what do you think of Bad Girl? That's the 2nd track. And I had to be honest and say I don't really remember it. But what ended up happening was several months down the line, I thought to myself, oh, let's listen to this album again. I did. And then when Bad Girl came on, I thought to myself, oh yeah, I know this. I think I just needed that gap. But yeah, other favourites are probably Never and Mega Piranha, and maybe Petrichor, but I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, this was a good recommendation and I'm glad he gave it. And then we have the self-titled album by Rancid, or to be more specific, the first self-titled album by Rancid, also known as Rancid 1993. Not to be confused with their original EP, Rancid 1992, but whatever, I just call it Rancid 1993. And what we have here is original Rancid in its most pure form. So we have songs that are certainly more on the punk side of things. Also, this was before Lars joined the band, although I think he does feature in it somewhere. I know he's in one of the music videos. And we have Matt taking up a bit more space on the vocals, because after a while he still kept doing vocals but very minimally. And so these songs, they're definitely faster than a lot of their later stuff, and they've got that pure raw energy, and I'm a big fan of what this album has to offer, even if it does sound rough in parts, or even throughout. My favourite tracks are probably the first 4 tracks, so that's Adina, Hyena, Detroit and Rats in the Hallway, but I also really like Rejected as well. I can't remember the exact context that I first originally listened to this album. I was quite familiar with Rancid at the point that I did, but this was definitely before my 5 albums a month project. I listened to it a good few times before then. so thumbs up. Also, I feel like Matt Freeman's bass playing is a bit more prominent on this album as well, something that this band has been praised for greatly, but has been a bit toned down since then. Next up is the System of a Down self-titled album. Now, I have a bit of a history with this band. I discovered System of a Down through Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. The song Shimmy was on that game, and I quite liked that song. I wasn't overly fussed, but I had a friend who was into System of a Down, and it turned out that he knew my friend Josh through small world circumstances. I knew this guy through the childcare centre that I went to. This is the same one who I mentioned when I was talking about Hybrid Theory, who would make jokes about the first track, Papercut, being about doing damage with Pokemon cards. But I knew my friend Josh because our parents were friends when we were really young, and down the line I found out that they knew each other from school. So one day we were both at Josh's house, which for him was a whole car journey. For me it was like a 5-minute walk, and I think he brought a video or something of System of a Down, because he was into System of a Down and it had on it the video for Spiders. And at the time I remember thinking, what is this? I was just not impressed at all. But I did look into System of a Down a little bit after some discussions. I found a few songs. The only one from this album at the time I think was probably Sugar, which I thought was a decent song. I also quite early on found the song Peephole on this album, but I never really give this album the time of day. Eventually though, when I got to my 5 albums a month project, so this is going up to 2020 now, whereas the story I've just told was from the early 2000s, maybe sometime between 2002 and 2005. I decided to put this album on, and it's a bit of work. It's a bit of an acquired taste, I suppose. But after enough listens, I started to enjoy it. This was in October as well, so I very vividly remember it being quite dark outside. And it was also around this time that I had a few ventures out to the local park, just to get out a bit more, I guess. And I'd record some vlog type videos. And I would listen to this album. I will say also, I spoke to my friend Kyle from work around the same time about this album, because he knows System of a Down. And one of the things I was saying to him was about the song Mind, saying I don't get that song at all. And I think he wasn't very familiar with it, so he gave it a listen and he was like, yeah, that's weird, I don't think I like that one. And I think we both sort of accepted it as their worst song, but I very, very gradually warmed up to it a little bit over time, because it seemed very empty and random and a bit all over the place, but also not much happening. But yeah, it's a strange one, alright. It's a strange one. Fragile by Yes. Now this was not an album as recommended to me by my dad. I listened to this on my own accord. It was in December of 2020 when I was doing my 5 albums a month project, and I was only a few months in. I don't know exactly how this album came to me, but I saw Roundabout crop up on YouTube and I was curious, so I clicked it. I quite liked what I heard. I didn't realise at the time that that song was used for memes. I eventually found out through my friend Kyle about that. But Yes is a band that I had never heard before. I'd heard about them briefly in passing because my dad and my granddad would talk about them a couple times. And it was when I told my dad that I listened to Fragile that he recommended that I listen to Close to the Edge. And I ended up enjoying both of them. Now, there are other Yes albums I've listened to and I did not like those ones at all, but Close to the Edge and Fragile I did like. And sometimes with older music I find there's a bit of a mythos behind them. Like you'll hear people talk about these 70s and 80s bands as big classics. And if you're like me, who grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, you haven't really heard as much from that era. So the reference point you have is the more recent stuff. And so it can be a bit jarring to go back to listen to this old style music and you can just hear like, oh, that's an acoustic guitar, that's a keyboard. And bear in mind when I say this, I'm not talking about the quality of the music, I'm just talking about the style and trends. And that is absolutely something that has been prominent for me with this album. Upon my first few listens, my favourite track was Roundabout, and I would say that's probably still my favourite track, but I have grown to like the other ones a bit more, like South Side of the Sky, Long Distance Run Around, another one of my favourites. And my dad said that his favourite was Heart of the Sunrise, which on my first couple listens I didn't think much of it, but I've grown to appreciate it a bit more after more listens. And despite the fact that I did not enjoy the majority of Yes that I've heard, there have been a couple albums here that I have enjoyed, and it does not motivate me to go and look into more 70s prog rock. The style doesn't really entice me, but I'm certainly happy to have listened to this, so that's good. Hypnotised by System of a Down, and this album is quite significant to me for one particular reason. As you are well aware, I have referenced my 5 albums a month project many times, because quite frankly that's how I've discovered a lot of albums. Had I made this list before I did that, the list would have been much shorter, and we are still going to get more albums from that project appearing on this list further up, even though the further up we go they're going to appear less and less, because we're getting closer to my favourites that I've known for a long time. But the reason I mention that now and why that's significant about this album is that this was the very first album on my 5 albums a month project, and it was the reason for it. Because originally I just thought to myself, you know what, Hypnotised has been on my list for a while, just of albums to listen to, and I'd mostly ignored it for a long time. And then I decided to just give it a good few listens. And by doing that, I'd come to learn the album quite a bit more, in fact a lot more, and it was the success story of that I decided to do it for another album. And then I did it again, and I just kept it up. And so I've been doing 5 new albums every month since then. So this is the album that kicked off that project. Because around the time that this album came out, or maybe just a little bit after that, I was already familiar enough with System of a Down that this is an album that would have kind of interested me, just not enough for me to actually go ahead and listen to it. And so how many songs did I actually go into this album knowing? Well, there was Vicinity of Obscenity, which I wasn't as keen on. Lonely Day, that's alright. And Soldier Side, that's also alright. And so I thought to myself, right, I'm just going to listen to this album about 5 times or so, see what I think. And by the 5th listen, I learned quite a few more songs. I think the ones I really got into the most were Dreaming, Stealing Society, Tentative and New Fig, maybe. And I remember talking to my friend Kyle about this, because he was into System of a Down, and I think he said that Holy Mountains was his least favourite, and I pretty much agreed with that. I wasn't that big into Holy Mountains either. But that song grew on me. I don't know what it is, but that song grew on me over time. But this album that I once had on a physical disc that came with a weird flap, that was because it was part of a 2-album set, I guess, sort of the second in a series of 2. I had it and just ignored it, and it wasn't really a big part of my life, didn't really mean much. But eventually it would kickstart this big project where I've discovered a whole load of new music. So regardless of what I think about the music in and of itself, I can't deny that it's had an impact in that regards. Liquor in the Front by Reverend Horton Heat. Yeah, starting to get more of the Reverend Horton Heat albums crop up. And I always feel so awkward when they do, because I feel like I haven't really got anything to say. A lot of it really is just the fact that I found some of their songs when I was younger, many years ago, and those songs happen to be spread across many albums. And this is where this one just happens to lie. So yeah, I could just list a few of my favourites like I tend to, which includes Baddest of the Bad as well as One Time for Me and 5 Ford. But there are 2 tracks here that I've got a bit of a story behind. First of all, I Can't Surf. That was the first Reverend Horton Heat song I ever heard. That was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. And I suppose it's kind of fitting that the second song I heard was Psychobilly Freakout, because on I Can't Surf, there aren't really many lyrics. It's mostly just, I can't surf, and not much else. And likewise on Psychobilly Freakout, there's not much more than, it's a Psychobilly Freakout. But for what is pretty much an instrumental, I do think I Can't Surf is probably one of the better songs on Tony Hawk's 3. Now I might be mistaken here, but I seem to remember on the PS1 version of Tony Hawk's 3, which I had first before the PS2 version, there were a few tracks that weren't on that version that did appear on the PS2 version. Now those songs were still on the game because they were in the final videos that you unlocked when you completed it with a certain skater. In the case of I Can't Surf, it was Bucky Lazek, and there was also 96 Quite Bitter Beings by CKY for Bam Margera, and I believe neither of those songs was actually on the main soundtrack of the PS1 game. But I did get the PS2 version eventually, so I still definitely associate it with that game either way. But I also remember I showed it to my friend Josh and he was unimpressed. He did not like it, but I liked it. The other song I wanted to mention here is In Your Wildest Dreams, because I've mentioned before I went through a phase in the summer of 2006 where it was the chill summer, where I was listening to chilled music, and I don't think this was a part of that chilled summer. It might have been shortly before or afterwards when it was a bit colder, but I really associate the song In Your Wildest Dreams with RuneScape, because I went through a very brief period where I played RuneScape. Now I need to clarify, I was never big into RuneScape. I know my brother and I've known other people who have history and memories of playing RuneScape. I think I just went through a bit of a temporary phase where I was dabbling with it. I might have just made a character and started cutting down some trees or something. I don't remember. It was very minimal. I did hardly anything. But I listened to the song In Your Wildest Dreams whilst playing that game, so I have a very strong mental connection between that song and that game, even if my memory of playing that actual game is tiny, almost non-existent. In Over Our Heads by Death of Guitar Pop. This is another album I found by just searching YouTube for new albums to listen to, and this was one that cropped up in my attempt to find ska albums. Well, I was linked to their song 69 Candy Street, which is not on this album, but that's how I discovered them. And from there I found the song called Sky's the Bollocks. And at first, I liked it ironically, but that's always how things start, isn't it? You know those rap songs that are all like, yo, check out how much money and women I got? Well, that is basically the equivalent to that, but instead of rap, it's ska. And it's very tongue-in-cheek. It comes across to me as very self-aware. And I eventually just had to accept the fact that I like the song, because like I say, you can start liking something ironically, but at some point you just like it. But from there, I decided to look more into their albums, and I found this album, In Over Our Heads. And unlike Kaiser Chiefs, this is basically sort of like a new Madness, as in clear inspiration, very clearly inspired by Madness, especially their earlier stuff. And if you're into that old school Madness, I think there's a good chance you'll also like this as well. My favourite tracks I would say are Lucky Number 13 and The Squire, and I think I will be listening to more of them down the line. Never Look Back by Goldfinger. This is their latest album, except no it isn't. They have just recently in 2026 released another album that I have not got round to yet, but I will. But as far as what I'm familiar with, this is their latest album. And this one was on my 5 albums a month project. It was on the 1st April of that project, which was in 2021. This was directly after I listened to The Power Cosmic by Balsagoth, so I still have this associated memory with this album for Tomb Raider 1, and more specifically the Egypt levels. But this is an album that even if I didn't have my 5 albums a month project, I would have listened to it because I like Goldfinger. And to be honest, I was also a little late to this one because I was expecting it to come out later than it did. By the time I got to it, it'd already been out a good few months, but I was still waiting for it to come out without realising that it already had. Anyway, I've been a fan of the way that Goldfinger's been heading in recent years. You may remember when I was talking about Hello Destiny, I said that album was a disappointment for me. And I've got fun memories with it, but it was a disappointment. But I feel like since then, they've really embraced the style of music that they're good at. Because they went through a phase in the 2000s, the early 2000s, where they were strictly like pop punk. And they totally disbanded any notion of playing ska music at all. But since then, they've embraced it again. And they've started playing a bit of a mix. But I feel like something that people will complain about, or rather what I've seen people complain about with regards to John Feldmann and his music production, is that he tends to overproduce things. He adds lots of effects to things that aren't necessary. But to me, that's part of the charm. There are certain styles that were popular among teenagers in the 2000s that he's maintained, and they're appealing to the same audience. And even though music such as the music from this album literally came out in 2020, it sounds exactly like something that I will be listening to in 2004. And I really like that. I do think this album in particular has a few misses. I'm not so keen on Wallflower or Nothing to Me, and I'm not really all that big into Careful What You Wish For or The Best Life. But there's some really nice songs on here. For example, The City and California on My Mind. Those 2 tracks are very reminiscent of something that I would have really appreciated in 2005, 2006. And so that's generally where I stand with this band and with this album. Revival by Reverend Horton Heat. I swear we're nearly done with Reverend Horton Heat. But of all the Reverend Horton Heat albums that I've listened to, this is one of 2 on this list that I've heard, but not on my 5 albums a month project. In fact, this was probably the first album by them that I actually took seriously, that I actually thought, let's listen to the album. It was those early days of discovering Reverend Horton Heat that I actually went onto their website, and that website was themed on this album here, Revival, because it would have been their latest release at the time, because that's what band websites did. They always themed the site on the latest album that had been released. Do they still do that now? I don't know, I don't go on band websites anymore. But at that time I would, just to check them out, see what they've got going on. And I remember on the website the song Indigo Friends would play, and that's a good song. That's one of my favourite songs from this album. And I think of all the albums of theirs that I've heard, this one feels the most consistent. There aren't really any songs here where I think, oh, that's clearly a bad one. I mean, I'm not as keen on Someone in Heaven or Lonesome Man, but I did dedicate some time properly listening to this album just when I've been out and about. And I think I went through a phase where I listened to it a few times. I seem to remember listening to it when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 2 on the HD remaster. But yeah, good collection of songs. And I think if I am to refer to the general feel of millennial music, millennial albums that came out in the mid-2000s, and really captured me. This album seems to fall into that space where it didn't exactly do that at the time, but I can easily relate to the idea that it would. The type of experience that someone would have with something like My Chemical Romance or Fall Out Boy. Of course, this album doesn't sound anything like those albums, but its position in the timeline seems to fit in that spot. I don't know if anyone could understand what I'm talking about, but it's just a feeling that I have. As for the individual songs, I would say that my favourite going into it was I'm Your Pet Rock. That's one that I discovered quite early on, and I liked that one early on as well. I saw it as similar to Love Whip, which is on their first album, and I at the time didn't really see that time disparity there. But listening to this album properly, there's a few more tracks that I really got into. New York City Girls I think is a good one. Party Mad. Rumble Strip is one I really got into. And even something like Calling In Twisted, and the title track Revival as well. Those ones, not my favourites, but they're certainly not bad by any means, they're good songs. The full custom gospel sounds of the Reverend Horton Heat by Reverend Horton Heat. And so this is it. This is the final Reverend Horton Heat album. Like I've said many a times, this is a very strange band for me because I do like a lot of their music, clearly, but my familiarity with a lot of the songs isn't particularly album bound. And this album is no exception to that. In fact, when I put this album on my 5 Albums a Month project, it was one of those things where I didn't realise just how much of this album I already knew. Minus a couple songs, I pretty much knew them all, but I just hadn't heard them in that album context. And I think alongside Revival, this is probably the album of theirs with the fewest misses. The last 2 tracks I'm not too keen on, but the rest of them I haven't got a problem with at all. In fact, my appreciation for some of them has only gone up. For example, Loaded Gun. I wasn't big into that one at first, but I started to like it a lot more. But I think the main one where I started to like it more was The Devil's Chasing Me. I wasn't really into that song at first, but I once saw a live performance of it, and something about that particular performance, I really liked it, and that got me more into this song. But just a few more things that I want to say. Comparing this album to their first album, Smoke 'Em If You Got 'Em, I mentioned on that album that that was one of the worst album covers, I think, for an album that I like. And this one, I feel, might be even worse. I don't know. I mean, what's going on with that border? I think if there was no text, it was just the image, that would be better. And that weird image in the middle looks like it's just slapped on. But yeah, not a very good cover. Does look very tacky. But also, back when I was talking about Smoke 'Em If You Got 'Em, I said that the song Eat Steak reminded me of the country song in the original GTA game when you went into the pickup truck. I think I was getting confused because the song that actually does that is Bales of Cocaine, which is on this album. So I was fundamentally mixing up 2 songs there. But saying that, Eat Steak kind of does also remind me of that other song. I don't know. I would say it applies more to Bales of Cocaine than Eat Steak. But yeah, of the other Reverend Horton Heat albums that I've not listed here, I've not listened to any of them. Well, with one exception. Since I started recording for this video, I have since listened to their album Rev, so I haven't really been able to add that album to this list. But I'm not even sure if I would anyway, because I don't really like it. But there's still a few more Reverend Horton Heat albums I need to listen to. I need to listen to Spend a Night in the Box. And the other 2 I need to listen to are Laughing and Crying with Reverend Horton Heat and Whole New Life, but I don't have very high expectations for those ones. But there's always new music for me to listen to. So all in all, Reverend Horton Heat, my relation with your music has been messy, it's been a bit scattered, but there's plenty of good stuff. Buzz by Steps. Now, how did this album, this cheesy pop album, reach this point on my list? Was I really into Steps as a kid? Was I there dancing to Tragedy at school discos in 5, 6, 7, 8? No, in fact, I didn't really care much about Steps growing up at all. But I first heard this album and I got into it in 2020 when I was 32 years old. So what happened there? Well, it was the second month of my 5 Albums a Month project and I needed 5 albums to fill in the space. And I thought to myself, just to be a bit weird, just to be a bit different, I'll include a Steps album. At the time, I had recently discovered their song Stomp. I had found their music video for it, which I don't really remember from my childhood. I would have been just starting secondary school around that time. But I watched the video, and the video itself, as well as the music, really gave me that 90s vibe, that 90s nostalgia, that late 90s nostalgia rather. Just all the weird colours and the hairstyles. But yeah, from that I thought, well, why not just get the album and put that on? And the first time I listened to it, I remember I was cleaning my bedroom. I remember putting it on and I was cleaning the windows. And I just thought it'll be a silly thing to listen to. Well, as it turns out, I really liked it. See, I've listened to a few other Steps albums since this one, and I've not really liked them as much. There's been a couple of good songs here and there, but somehow, this album here, I really like a lot of these songs, which again, doesn't make any sense. You would expect someone like me to kind of be into, like, the big hits, although not really into them, just sort of, like, be vaguely nostalgic and enjoy them maybe as a guilty pleasure, I suppose. But these songs here, I don't think I was familiar with any of them. I mean, I might have heard Summer of Love or It's the Way You Make Me Feel. Not that I remember them. But what came of this is just what I turned out to believe is a good quality album. It's really strange to talk about. So I think that was a nice little story, nice little interesting and quirky thing. But I also just want to point out, look at that album cover. That is peak Y2K aesthetics. When we're talking about the year 2000, that's how people saw the future. There was this really big thing about, oh, it's the millennium, everything's going to be all futuristic, and suddenly everything's silver and curvy. Seems silly now looking back, but that was a trend. The self-titled album by The Living End. Feel like I probably don't have too much to say about this one. This is the second Living End album on this list. The main difference is that with Modern Artillery, I discovered one song from that album before listening to it properly, and then I had it on my 5 albums a month project. But with this one, I actually went into it knowing a lot more, and the ones that I did know are songs that I would say are better than In the End on Modern Artillery. So this album was not on my 5 albums a month project. I mean, it could have been, but it wasn't. But to give some examples, my favourite track on this album is probably Second Solution. I'm also a big fan of All Torn Down and I Want a Day. Those are the songs that I discovered by just searching up The Living End. This was shortly after I discovered The Living End through Short Music for Short People with their song Ready. So yeah, a very similar story to Modern Artillery. Really not much to add, apart from just that I like these songs better. This is another album that I listened to a bit more in 2016 as well when I was playing Ratchet and Clank. I remember I mentioned that when I was talking about It's Martini Time. That was clearly before my 5 albums a month project, but it was a time where I was looking into the albums that I was vaguely familiar with. And next is Game Over by Escape. This was the album of theirs that I listened to after Kikori Lavos, and this one is much better than that. At least I think it is. Yeah, again, I don't think I've got too much to say about this one. I was starting to get a bit more familiar with this band when I listened to this album. This one I listened to in 2024 on my 5 albums a month project. No particular memories or nostalgia tied to this one, I don't think. So I'll just go over a few of my favourite tracks, and once again, I apologise for any mispronunciations. I'm bound to butcher this language. My favourite track is the third one, No Revolver Hasamas. Did I say that right? Also a big fan of The Lobbyman and La Fabrica. I also quite like Colores, and I also really like the last track as well, which according to this text-to-speech site is pronounced Caquiel Re. Man, if there's any Spanish-speaking people watching this, I don't know what they'll think. But yeah, really enjoyed this album. And then we have Spilt Milk by Jellyfish, and oh, do I have a story about this album. So this is an album I discovered through my dad. Not one that he recommended to me, but one that he used to play. Or at the very least he used to play songs from this album. See, towards the back end of 1999 in the winter, on some nights we'd go to my dad's house. He's moved twice since then, but I think of this house as his first house. As in the first house that he lived in when he left us. And it was quite a nice place, it was quite cosy. I remember we used to go into the attic because that's where the computer was, and he used to show us the internet because it was a brand new thing back then, at least to us it was. And we'd have a look at the Pokemon website because this was when we were getting into Pokemon. But on some nights he'd take us on car journeys. And we'd often go to the shore, quite a bit of a journey, and he'd show us like different monuments and different things around. And on that car journey, he had this cassette with him. Now, I learned that the music was Jellyfish. I wasn't familiar with any of the songs, but he played these songs enough times that I sort of became familiar with them. Anyway, the one song that really stood out to me, the one that I really remembered, was New Mistake, because there's that line, "You better catch me when I fall." So whilst the music he played in our minds, is it me and my brother, in our minds, that was Dad's music, but that particular line was the one and only reference point to it. But he'd play this cassette loads, and many years down the line, when YouTube became a thing, I remember searching for that track, and I did manage to find it, and I had a bit of nostalgia saying like, oh yeah, you better catch me when I fall, and I got that nostalgia, and I got those happy memory feelings. Anyway, what's notable is that I couldn't remember remember any of the songs they used to play. I couldn't remember any of them at all. I couldn't even remember New Mistake beyond that one line. But quite early on in my 5 albums a month project, I decided to put Spilt Milk on it. And I thought, I might actually remember some of these songs if I heard them. And there was one time I was walking around and I played this album and it started up and it was like, oh yeah, this seems vaguely familiar. Joining a fan club and Sabrina Payson Plateau, I sort of just thought, oh yeah, that sounded kind of familiar, I suppose. It does sound like that kind of music. Then New Mistake came on and I knew that one, as you know. But directly after that, Glutton of Sympathy came on. And I very vividly remember I was walking past my primary school at this time and I remember seeing the birds in the trees. This was in March, so there weren't really leaves on the trees yet, but I saw the birds in the trees and I found myself singing along to it. I was just walking along and I'd hear this music and I'd be singing, "She says over and over," and I thought to myself, oh, hang on, I know this. And then the music built up and I was really into it and I was really like singing along to it. And this was in 2021. The memory of that song at that point was about 21, 22 years old. It had stuck in my brain for that long and I had completely forgotten about it. But it was there and I can't describe the feeling that that gave me of unlocking this core memory. And it is one of, maybe not the most, but one of the most intense moments of nostalgia that I think I've ever experienced. So I have to give that story, but I don't want to just brush over the album just to talk about that story because this album is good. I do like it. And what I found is that there's quite a few songs here where I kind of remember the songs from when my dad used to play it. For example, The Ghost at Number 1 and Bye Bye Bye. And I found myself just enjoying this album and I would eventually learn the songs and I'd become reacquainted to them. Or in some cases, maybe acquainted to them for the first time because it feels to me like all of these songs were on that cassette that my dad had, but I can't say for certain. I don't actually know. But this album had that huge impact on me because of that one moment. But even beyond that, this is a good album. I did eventually listen to the other album, Belly Button, but I didn't really like that one, and I don't really remember it very well. So that's all I have to say about that, really. Stereolithic by 311 is up next, and it has been quite a while since 311 has cropped up, hasn't it? Yeah, I would definitely say we're getting to the higher end of 311 now. For this album in particular, it came out about a year after, I would say, my main 311 phase. I mentioned back when I was talking about Universal Pulse that I had listened to that album in 2013, but after that point I hadn't really looked into much more of their stuff for quite a while. In fact, I would say since then, probably nothing until my 5 albums a month project, which started in 2020. That 5 albums a month project featured quite a lot of 311 albums, and this one in particular was rather early on. It was in the 1st June, that was June of 2021. And when I listened to it, I really enjoyed it. But this album is interesting. There's a couple albums like this, where what I consider to be my favourites changes a lot over time. So I forget the exact ordering of it, but I think my first favourite was Simple True, and after a while I come to appreciate Made in the Shade, and then it was Existential Hero. I think after all this time has passed with it, I do think my favourite is Boom Shanker. But to be honest, I just think this is a good album, through and through. And I think one of the main qualities of this album, in the sense that my favourite has shifted back and forth, is that whenever I were to revisit it, I would be reminded of all the other songs that have been my favourites at some point. And this album is what I like to hear in 311's music. Losers, Kings and Things We Don't Understand by Less Than Jake. This is another one of those strange examples where it wasn't created as an album, so to speak, but given the content, for all intents and purposes, you may as well just count it as an album. To put it simply, this is a packaged version of all of their really old stuff that they did, all put onto a single album. And it does need to be noted that this is old Less Than Jake. I had discovered Less Than Jake through their song All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, which was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. But this album is very distinct from that. It's a kind of album where you can definitely hear the age in it. There is a sort of lack of audio quality that can be a bit off-putting. And I'll be honest, it was a bit off-putting to me as well. And I think for some albums, and this is definitely the case for this album for me, the lack of production quality can have its own charm to it. And even though I was into Less Than Jake before I heard this album, it took me a good while to really appreciate what this album was. As has normally been the case in my early internet days trying to find music from different bands online, I I would find some songs from this album, and I would like some of them. I was definitely into Whole Holds the Power Ring, as well as Down in the Mission, and Time and a Half to some extent. When I found out about this album as its own product, as its own cohesive piece, because despite being a mismatch of different things, just their general old stuff, it doesn't sound incohesive. Even if there are a couple of strange covers in there, it does just sound like an old album. But I remember it was as late as about 2012 or so when I was playing the Final Fantasy VII on the PC, the version that came out on the Square Enix website. This was before it was on Steam. And during that time, I actually listened to this album quite a bit. And even though I did know all of the songs at least a little bit, there were some that I knew that I liked, and there were others that I was just kind of familiar with. But I did grow an appreciation for it. And the songs aren't bad by any means. Even the ones that I would consider to be the bad ones, like St. James Hotel and Glumble, I don't think they're terrible songs. And I think there's a certain atmosphere about this album that even those songs can add to. But something I should mention, and I don't have to mention it here, but I think this is probably the best place to mention it. I said that this album feels enough like just a regular album to include it. I'm not necessarily bothered about specific technicalities of if a song came from an EP before, or this other song was on vinyl in this place. I feel like this album certainly belongs in the proper albums list. But just to say this now, because there probably isn't going to be a better time to talk about it, there is another Less Than Jake album that I was very unsure whether or not to include, because it is just a collection of different songs from different places that didn't get a proper full release. And there's also some B-sides from some other albums, and alternate versions of songs from albums. But ultimately I decided not to include it. And if you're familiar with Less Than Jake, I'm talking about Goodbye Blue and White. I just was not sure what to do with that one. And I'm not that big of a fan of it, even though it's got some good songs on. But I thought I'd better mention that now, because otherwise I probably won't have another chance to talk about it. And then we have 28 Teeth by Buck-O-Nine. I can't remember how I discovered Buck-O-Nine. My best guess is that it was something that cropped up on one of those online radio stations, like the Yahoo Launch Play that I mentioned before, or maybe some equivalent. I honestly have no idea, but I do know it was around 2005-2006 when I started listening to some of their stuff. But what I do know is that the first song I really got into is the song of theirs which is probably their biggest song, and that is My Town. That is a really good song, and I don't know why, but I have a very specific memory of walking up the stairs at my dad's house. This was my dad's second house, the house after the one I was talking about when I was talking about that Jellyfish album. But I just remember listening to that song as I was walking up the stairs with my iPod, and I know that was around the time that I found the song as well. And I showed my brother that song, and he was really into it as well. So I had a bit of a phase where I was just listening to My Town a lot. But as was often the case, getting into that song influenced me to look into more of their stuff. I remember I really got into a couple of the songs on the Pass the Dutchie EP, which is shy of 20 minutes, so it doesn't qualify to belong on this list. And I don't really know it in its entirety, so I don't even know if I would include it, but you know. I really got into the song Rock at Billy, which was an interesting song. Definitely one of those songs where the tone of the music does not match the lyrics at all. Very upbeat, happy music, but the lyrics are not. But yeah, there was a few songs from this album I really liked as well. Not too many to start with, but I did find a few. I found Round Kid, which I was really into. I also got into 19 pretty early as well. I eventually really got into Albuquerque and Tear Jerky as well. But I think, aside from my story about My Town, my biggest memory of this album is through the song Peach Fish. Now, Peach Fish is an instrumental, and you may remember I've talked a few times about the chill summer of 2006, where I was on the upstairs computer and it was quite nice and warm, and I was listening to a lot of chill music. Well, Peach Fish was one of those, and I listened to it quite a lot. And I'll be honest with you, I was actually suspicious that it was actually Buck-O-Nine, because as I've mentioned before, it was rather common for songs online to be mislabeled as a different band. And when I heard Peach Fish, I thought, this is nice, but it does sound distinctly different to what I'm used to with this band. But no, it is Buck-O-Nine. And I eventually used it for some of my A-level media studies work. When I started my media studies A-levels, the first project we had to do was make an advert for the school. And I used this music, Peach Fish, for that advert. I also used it very briefly for the final year project that I did with Bridge. So yeah, I have some good memories with this album, but I've definitely got good memories with My Town and Peach Fish. Dawn of Victory by Rhapsody of Fire, also known as Rhapsody. I'm aware there were some legal disputes to where they had to change their name from Rhapsody to something else, and so they went with Rhapsody of Fire. I'm not sure of the details, and I don't really care enough to look into them, but for the sake of talking about this album, I'll probably just default to calling them Rhapsody. Anyway, as I have said many times before, or at least a few times before, I am not a metalhead. There are certainly plenty of people who just soak it all up. I don't. I tend to find a lot of it very boring. But this one is not boring. My background to this band is very minimal. I've mentioned before my friend Tom from school who introduced me to Balsagoth. Now he is someone who you would absolutely call a metalhead. Even at like 13, 14 when everyone else our age was into stuff like emo and goth and pop punk and all that lot. He wasn't. He was always into proper death metal and black metal. And I'm sure I discovered this band through him, but I don't know exactly how. But what I do know is that the first song of theirs that I heard was Emerald Sword. And I remember thinking to myself, oh yeah, this is a good song. So I did my normal thing. I looked into a few more of their songs. I found the song Dawn of Victory, which I liked. I found Holy Thunder Force, which I didn't really care for. And I'm sure I found others as well that I was not interested in. But then many years pass and eventually I start my 5 albums a month project. It did take a couple years or so for me to consider Rhapsody, but when I did, the album I considered was Dawn of Victory. And I was surprised. I liked it quite a lot. I got into all of these songs. The only one I didn't really get into was the introduction and the final 2 tracks. Although let's be fair, the first track on power metal albums is never really all that good anyway. I describe the introductory tracks to power metal albums as belonging to either one of 2 camps. They're either ha 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 ha, or they're and then the village was attacked by the dragon, and the people went to the elf kingdom. So whatever, you can just dismiss it, I think. But yeah, Dawn of Victory, the song, I knew I liked that. And then I really got into Triumph of My Magic Steel and The Village of Dwarfs. But then I also liked the other songs as well, and even Holy Thunder Force, which originally I didn't really like that much, I got into it. So this album was a pleasant surprise. That being said, me liking this album did encourage me to put on 2 more Rhapsody albums for my 5 albums a month project. Those being the Symphony of Enchanted Lands 1 and 2. And I didn't care about either of them. I thought they were both really boring. Oh well. This is The Voice by Agent Orange. I've previously talked about their 3rd and final album, Virtually Indestructible, and one thing I said on that album was that you can definitely tell it's a later album because the production values are so much higher on it, and some of the songs can sound rather, well, a bit more mainstream, I suppose. Interestingly, I went for quite a while just assuming that this was their first album, but it isn't. This is their 2nd album. But it does, in a way, sound quite old. They've got a bit of an echo effect on these songs. Or maybe not. It might be the style of it. It feels echoey. I would definitely say it's the slowest of their 3 albums. And I would say, now this is just my assessment, I would say this feels like a Halloween album. I don't know, it's just got that feeling to it. There are a few tracks here that clearly have a little bit of a fear theme, but it's still quite upbeat. But anyway, this is kind of one of those albums where I got into it gradually over time. There are a few songs that I knew, but I started to appreciate more and more as time went on. And there are also songs that I didn't know, but then I came to know them and I started really enjoying them. So at first I would have said my favourite track would have been Bite the Hand That Feeds Part 1, and eventually I would have said Voices in the Night and then In Your Dreams Tonight. But now that I think about it, I think my favourite is Tearing Me Apart. It's definitely one of those albums where it's very consistent with its quality. But in terms of my introduction to this album, I was already aware of Agent Orange through a couple of games, Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX, and then eventually they had a song on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, and so I eventually managed to find a bunch of their songs online, which included the song from this album, I Kill Spies, which I think is one of their worst ones, but that eventually led me to discovering this album. It's one of those albums that's not too easy to talk about because I don't have like a deep or impactful story about it. It is just the fact that I found the songs and I enjoyed them, and I had a growing appreciation for them over time. But yeah, it's just sort of present in my life. It's there. I enjoy it. That's all I need to say. Ready Made by Chumbawamba. And this album was an experience and a half. By the time I got to this album, it was December of 2024, and this was in my 5 albums a month project, and at this point I was already familiar with plenty of Chumbawamba's stuff. so I was familiar with the different styles of music that they've done over the years. But this one in particular was still unique, and it doesn't really sound a lot like the kind of music that I like, but I really did. I really got into it. This one is a bit poppy, and it's also got a little bit of the electronic ambient sounds thing going on, but it's also quite reminiscent of dance music as well. And what's so interesting here is that even though I listened to it for the first time in 2024, it felt quite nostalgic. It made me think of the late 90s and going to town on a rainy night and getting some fish and chips. And it's really strange to describe. It's that particular thing in my brain that it just hits. But to try to describe this in terms of the music itself, there's two particular elements of this album that I really like. For one, it really does take advantage of different dynamics, and it makes things feel like they belong in a physical location. So I'll give two examples of this. First is on Jacob's Ladder. There is a trumpet in this song, but it's rather quiet. You can just hear it in the chorus. So it goes, Jacob's Ladder, do-do-do-do, and that, do-do-do-do. It sounds like it's there because it's got a bit of distance to it because of how quiet it is. And also, this is kind of there again with the track All in Vain. So this one is a bit more like electronic dance music. And you've got the beat going, and then you get the moment where the synth's kicking towards the end. But just before the song ends, there's this brief moment where it gets a little bit louder and then the volume drops, but the bass goes up. So it has this audio effect of being in the room where the music is playing and then leaving the room as if you can still hear the music but through a wall. There's just something about that I really like. And another thing that I like about this album is that they use repeated phrases. Like they'll have these sound clips and then they'll repeat them throughout a song. So for example, in one of the songs they have peace won't come by words alone. And in another song they have, they try in vain our minds to chain. And those clips are repeated every so often. And there was just something about this album, about the way that they took advantage of those things, that I really appreciated. Pork Soda by Primus. We're starting to get to the heart of my big Primus phase now, because I have mentioned before that I did have what I call a Primus phase in the mid-2000s, probably 2005, 2006 when I was doing my A-levels. What I mean by Primus phase really is that this was when I was discovering Primus and really getting into them. And I would probably say that this album was the closest to the centre of that phase. Not in terms of time, but rather that this album is the most emblematic of it. Because when I think about that phase and I think about not just the songs I listened to, but the ones that were influential over me, I mostly think of tracks from this album right here. I was really into My Name Is Mud, and I was really into Mr. Crinkle as well as DMV. I think those three tracks are probably the most obvious good songs from this album, the ones that get referenced the most, and most notably the ones that have a music video to them as well. But also, I would integrate some of the songs here with the things that I was doing. I've mentioned before about different music tracks that I've used for the media studies projects that I did, and this was during my A-levels. And there was one video that we did where I did use a little bit of music from My Name Is Mud, and I also used Hamburger Train for the background music as well. And there was this winter where me and my friend Bridge were making games on Game Maker. Not good games, just whatever we could concoct with the generic sprites that they gave us. And I had one game where I had part of Welcome to This World for the final boss theme. And don't be thinking these games are good, by the way, they really weren't. When I say a final boss theme, I literally mean a large Pac-Man ghost going round in circles. But yeah, I listened to Hamburger Train quite a lot. And I remember that winter, I made a particular thing of listening to Hamburger Train on my way to Bridge's house. And I had this thing where I thought to myself, can I get there before the song ends? For reference, Hamburger Train is an instrumental that's just over 8 minutes long. And I remember walking there fast, trying to get there before Hamburger Train finished. I don't think I ran, I think I just walked fast. So yeah, neat memories with this album. I also went through a bit of a phase later on in life when I figured it would be a neat album just to have on the background sometimes whilst I was doing other things. But to try to describe this album in relation to Primus in general, I would say this one's probably one of their funkiest albums. Not quite as raw as Fizzle Fry, but probably about the same amount of weirdness. Toxicity by System of a Down. Now there has been a couple instances before I started my 5 albums a month project where I shared a montage of my favourite albums. And I mentioned this was before the 5 albums a month project, specifically because I knew a lot fewer albums then. So it could have been no more than 150. And rather consistently, I would get comments all talking about how amazing Toxicity is. And I would always think to myself, what's the big deal about Toxicity? Why is everyone going on about Toxicity all the time? Even though I knew it was a big popular album for people of my generation, it felt completely overblown. But to be honest, Toxicity was one of those albums I was very late to. Not 5 albums a month project late, but I was first made aware of System of a Down through Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 because the song Shimmy was on that, which, as I've mentioned before, it was okay in my books. But I knew some people who were into System of a Down, and I listened to some System of a Down, and some of it I quite got into, but for the most part I didn't think they were such a big deal. So Toxicity is an album with a whole bunch of songs that I knew existed but I didn't really listen to. I knew Shimmy, and I also knew Chop Suey because that's like their biggest song, at least it was back then. But it wasn't until 2012 where I thought to myself that I should really give this album a proper listen, and I have a few memories that I associate with that time, the first few months of 2012, because for a couple of weeks I was doing a course that was in a town north of where I live that I've hardly ever travelled to. I went there a bit as a kid, but I hadn't been there for a long time. And then shortly after that, I got a job at the Poundland in that same town. And I was only there for 1 month. I didn't really enjoy it. But those memories work as a very big nostalgia anchor, a very big memory anchor. So for example, I can remember that it was around that time that I got my PS Vita. But seeing as we're talking about Toxicity, it's probably going to be no surprise that this was when I listened to Toxicity as well. And I associate this album with this town that I went to. And it was interesting because here were a bunch of songs that I kind of knew the beginnings of, but I'd sort of just written them off as sounding too samey. But it is upon hearing them and learning them that I learned that, well, actually there are some variances there. I actually think the song Toxicity, I might have already known that one. I'm not 100% sure about that. But it was during this time that I really started to appreciate some of the other songs, such as Dear Dance, and Forest, and Science, and Psycho as well. And so, with most millennials, Toxicity is an album that was very influential over their teen years, but for me, I just passed it by, and it wasn't until my 20s that I really did give it a proper listen, and I'm glad I did because I did enjoy it. Now that I think about it, I think Prison Song was the song that really grabbed my attention when I started listening to the album properly. Maybe. But whilst my understanding and appreciation of this album has definitely gone up since I've done that, the hype around it that people showed when I showed those montages of albums that I liked, it certainly felt overblown and out of proportion. Up next is Same Old Tunes by Millencolin. And man, I have to say, if I am running that competition of the worst album covers of albums that I like, this one's certainly a good contender. I don't know if they could have picked any more garish colours than that. But you know, it's one of those things, I wouldn't change it. It does give it its own identity, even if its identity is that shade of greenish, brown and pink. Anyway, this is a rebranding of an album that they made called Tiny Tunes, which they had to do for legal purposes. But this is the first album by Millencolin, and I think this serves as a good example of a band that did it well the first time round. The mixing on this album can be a bit strange, sometimes sounds a bit hard panned to one side, but hey, I like these songs. The first track, Mr. Clean, was the second Millencolin song I ever heard, because I had found their song No Cigar from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and then Mr. Clean just happened to be the second song by theirs that I heard. I remember showing that song to Josh and he really liked it, and I really like that song as well, and I didn't really listen to many of these other songs for quite a while, but there isn't really much of a story to tell about these songs. I don't think I've got any particular nostalgia around this album. I think it's just one of those where I got into it bit by bit over time. I think after Mr. Clean, the next song that I really got into was Leona. It was interesting how they had a piano in there, which was very unexpected, but it's interesting. And afterwards I really got into Mystic Reptile. But yeah, I don't think it was until a while after that where I properly give the album a listen. Probably sometime in the early 2010s, I started listening to this album properly from start to finish, and I grew to appreciate more of the rest of the songs, bit by bit. Nanobots by They Might Be Giants. And it's been a very long time since we've seen They Might Be Giants on this list. In most cases, I think their stuff is okay, but with this album, I really got into it. So I believe the way I found this album was through an episode of Velocities in Music. They were a YouTube channel that reviewed albums, and they had an episode on this album here. I don't remember exactly when this was, probably around the time this album came out, so in the early 2010s. So this was a good few years after I discovered the compilation album for They Might Be Giants on that spindle that my granddad gave us once. That spindle of DVDs with music on them. But I didn't get to listening to this album in 2020, so quite a big gap there, and I honestly have no recollection at all of what drew me towards it. But this will have been the last new album that I listened to before my 5 albums a month project. I started the 5 albums a month project in September of 2020, and my main memory of this album is listening to it as I was making Level Up Land 2, a game that I've made. So it would have been about January or February of 2020, because that is the time that I really buckled down and got on with making that game and finishing it off. I remember wanting to work on a higher resolution screen because at the time I only had my laptop without another monitor hooked up to it. So I would turn to my TV and I had this thing that I could rest on my legs to use as a hard surface as I typed. And during that time, I was listening to this album. Again, I don't remember what drew me towards it, but at first I wasn't really listening to the album in full. I was only listening to the one song, The Darlings of Lumberland, which was a very strange song, but I really got into it. And eventually what would inevitably happen is it would then go on to the next track, and I would end up listening to a few more songs. But not yet was I really listening to the album properly. I did shortly after start listening to it properly, and at this time I hadn't really heard much They Might Be Giants. I heard a few songs here and there, but I ended up really liking this album, and unfortunately I have not been able to replicate that same enjoyment in another They Might Be Giants album since. There's just something about this one that feels better to me. I mean, one thing that I've often criticised They Might Be Giants for is being a bit too overtly silly, and this album is still silly. I would say a track like Stuff Is Way is definitely of their silly side, but it's also one of my favourites from the album, or at least it's one that I really like. But there isn't really anything here that I don't really like. I mean, if I had to pick a worst track, maybe Call You Mom or Circular Karate Chop, but this is just a good album. I think this album was a little bit of a slow burn, but in a good way, as in I'd naturally slowly learn the songs and they get ingrained into my brain. For example, I remember the song Icky appeared in one of my dreams, and at the time I didn't know what it was, but it had gotten into my subconscious. But yeah, I don't know what it is, don't know how to describe it, but as far as They Might Be Giants is concerned, to me, this one stands out as the pinnacle, at least of what I've heard. There could be something else out there that I like more, I don't know, but from what I've heard, this one's the best. The Day the Earth Stood Stupid by Bombskar. This is another rather recent listen for me, as it was a 5 albums a month project album. It was in fact the first album that I had lined up for 2022. The way I discovered this band was very simple really. I mentioned before that I found Death of Guitar Pop by seeing one of their songs online, and on their YouTube channel they had shared or liked or put something in a place, I don't know, but they were featuring this band, Bombskar, and it's another band that I had never heard of before. But I checked out this album, or rather, first of all, I checked out the first track on this album, Catastrophuck, and that song I really enjoyed. I also saw a clip of them playing that song live, and it was a good performance, and so from that I decided to check the album out. I wasn't into all of the songs at first, it did take a little bit of time, but quite early on I did get into Where Eagles Dare and Do All Dogs Go to Heaven. But I also really liked Home Alone and Dance Macabre, and I slowly got into the rest of the songs from there. So not much to say about this, not got much of a story behind it. I will say though, the final track, The Ballad of Lloyd Knibb, the intro to that song sounded to me too much like the intro to Say 10 by Real Big Fish, and it gave me flashbacks. Like I had that visceral reaction of, oh no, not this awful song. But thankfully this song is actually much better than that one. Smile by Skindred. And this one was another absolute wild card. I had never heard of this band before, but I was doing one of my online searches trying to find more music for my 5 albums a month project, and there was one site, I don't remember exactly which one it was. It wasn't Discogs. I have used Discogs before, but it wasn't that one. But I was on this website and I think I just typed something like reggae just out of curiosity to see what would come up. And then I saw this album come up and it was tagged as reggae metal, and curiosity got the best of me. I thought, what could that sound like? So I looked looked into it a bit. I listened to Black Stars and I thought, okay, interesting. Let's put it on the 5 albums a month project. I believe this happened either towards the end of 2024 or the start of 2025, and I had put it down to listen to for April of 2025. And I remember I was at work and I was talking to my friend Kyle, and I said to him, I found this band that's listed as reggae metal, so I'm curious. And then he just goes, is it Skindred? And I was like, yeah, it is. Anyway, there was someone else there as well, and Kyle asked him, do you know Skindred? And he laughs and he goes, yeah. So I was curious. Anyway, it gets to April and I put it on and I really got into it. There was a couple of tracks I didn't think too much of. So for example, I wasn't as keen on Gimme That Boom, but over time I started to learn the songs and I got more into them. I especially got into Life That's Free. That's my favourite track on this album, followed probably by State of the Union. But it was interesting, not just in the strange sound. I mean, at first I thought, is it listed as reggae just because of the accents? But no, I don't think it is. There is definitely a reggae influence here. And there's 2 points to note here that is very strange for me that I don't really understand. This album has become nostalgic to me in 2 ways. For one, it makes me nostalgic of April of 2025, which is in itself strange because of how recent that is. I would probably put that down to the fact that this album has a pretty strange style that I wasn't used to, so it's easy for me to associate it with that time. But also, it kind of reminds me of the early 2000s, being in the car, going to the childcare centre, and I don't know why. I think there may be like little hints of things that my brain is picking up on that I'm not conscious of, maybe. But either way, it's strange, but at the end of the day, I got to listen to a good new album that I otherwise would never have heard. Next up is Steal This Album by System of a Down. Don't really have too much to add to this one. This is basically a follow-up to the story of when I listened to Toxicity, because shortly after I listened to Toxicity, that's when I started listening to this album. But whilst with Toxicity, I'm not exactly sure if I listened to it during my time spent working at Poundland. I definitely know for a fact I was listening to Steal This Album as I was working at Poundland. I very much remember being at work and I'd have some of the songs appear in my head, like Roulette and Theta Waves, which at the time was one of my favourites. But with this album, the only song I went in knowing was I-E-I-I-O. That was one of the few songs that I managed to find online properly long before listening to these albums. And whilst Toxicity does tend to get a lot of hype around it, this one didn't. And it did take some thinking, but ultimately I think this album is better than Toxicity, even though I'm sure many people would disagree with me there. But I didn't consider it obvious. I think they're very close together in terms of quality. But to speak of that memory of giving it my first proper listen, I noticed that I really liked Highway Song. I think that was my favourite for quite a while. But I also liked how this album had all the tracks flow into each other. Well, not all of them, but plenty of them do. Disconnection Notice by Goldfinger. A bit of a strange album for me timeline-wise. When this came out, I was already pretty familiar with Goldfinger, and I was a few years into my searching of music and getting into music in general. And as you may remember, I've mentioned before that the song Superman, that was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and that was the one song that originally got me into music. You would kind of expect this album to be more impactful than it was, but it kind of just appeared and then it blended in with the rest of the Goldfinger music that existed to me. It wasn't like a big event. That being said, I do remember the time that it came out, or rather the time after it had just come out. I do, for example, remember the song Wasted, the music video for that song being shown online and me finding it. Where I found it exactly, I'm not too sure. Probably on their website or something. I think this was a little bit before I discovered YouTube, and I thought that song was okay, but I was certainly a lot more into My Everything and Ocean Size. And then eventually I discovered more songs and I got into them, like Damaged and Behind the Mask. I also remember the song Stalker because that stood out to me as sounding a lot like the bridge theme from the Master System version of Sonic the Hedgehog. But unlike some other albums of bands that I really liked when they came out and I really got into them around the same time frame as this one, for Disconnection Notice, that never really happened for me. And so I do feel like this album had less of an impact than it should have. Because to be completely honest, it's really good. But I guess my attention was just more directed to other things at the time. And it seems really strange now to think that when Hello Destiny came out, it was only a few years later, but at the time, it had felt like it had been ages. I don't know, time is weird when you're a kid. But yeah, other than that, just 2 more things to say about this album. For one, I really like the album cover. I'm a big fan of that grungy metro style. Very reminiscent of that era for me. But also, just to follow up from a story that I talked about before, back when I was talking about Fall Out Boy, I mentioned that there was a song on From Under the Cork Tree that I was considering using for my A-level project where we had to make a music video for media studies. I ultimately decided against using that song, but the song that I did choose was the first track from this album, which is called My Everything. And in that music video, well, I just didn't know what I was supposed to do. So I just recorded random clips in my bedroom of me drinking a bottle of water, looking out the window. I had weird teddy bears falling from the chest of drawers and cupboards. Just absolute random stuff that makes no sense and completely disconnected from each other. But there was one time when the teacher brought it up in front of the class and he was talking about it. And he said something like, oh, you can really see what she was going for. The workings of an inner life and what it's like to live with such and such. And I was just there thinking, it was just random. I just did random things without any rhyme or reason at all. Don't Tread on Me by 311. I'd mentioned all the way back when I was talking about Universal Pulse that was the third album of a set of 3 albums that I listened to in 2013. I was going through quite a hard time with stuff going on in my personal life. And at the time, I was entitled to take on a free college course. So I went ahead and did it, if for no other reason that it got me out the house and meeting people. And it was only a once a week thing. But I believe by the end of it, I was listening to Universal Pulse. But on my first time going there, I listened to Don't Tread on Me. At the time, I was thinking to myself that I knew 311 a little bit. And so there's probably more 311 stuff out there that I would like. And I very vividly remember picking this album out and listening to it on the train there to the college. For some reason, the particular track that stands out this time to me was Thank Your Lucky Stars, the second track. Listening to it for the first time as I was on the train. But all in all, this album is quite a chill album for 311. I would say with a couple of exceptions, definitely Solar Flare and It's Getting Okay Now. And it was a little bit reminiscent of what I have called so far the chilled summer of 2006. But yeah, I just kept listening to this album and I really got into it. It became quite a habit to listen to it. It was also this time in 2013 and this was probably around spring, so it was getting quite warm. This was when the HD version of Age of Empires 2 had just come out on Steam and I would play against my friend Tyler and he'd win every single time apart from once. I won one game in all the games we had. But this album is rather special to me and I'll be completely honest, I've always found sentimentalities rather cheesy when it comes to stuff like this. Like when someone says, this album saved my life. I don't know, I'm not saying that it sounds disingenuous when people do that, but I can often find that it detracts from the music itself, and I don't really want to do that. But to be honest, I feel like I'm not that good at talking about music, so I'm just here to tell you my stories. But regardless of any of that, I will say one part of this album that feels really, really cheesy to me is the bit where it goes, life is not TV, life is not TV. Yeah, not a fan of that bit, but it's a good album nonetheless. Next up is Erotic Massage by Dog Fashion Disco. It turns out that this is not the original version of this album, but this is the version that they've made more publicly available. And from what little I've heard of the original, it definitely sounds like they've spruced it up a lot, because it was rather rough. But anyway, this is a very recent listen for me. I heard this in September of 2025 as part of my 5 albums a month project, and I found this album through Discogs. I was doing one of my online searches for new albums to listen to, and as I was searching Discogs, this one came up. I give a listen to the first track, the Christian dance song, and immediately I thought, yep, this is an album I'm going to listen to. I like the sound of this, and I'm really pleased that I did, because there's a lot that I like here. I will say, this album does give a little bit of a tonal whiplash at times, because some of these songs are quite jazzy. Some of them have a bit of a ska influence onto them, very clearly, but they're also pretty heavy as well. And you know what? At this point, I already had a bit of experience of listening to some ska influenced nu metal, which sounds odd, but I really liked it, and so this album was right up my alley. But yeah, tonal whiplash is is rather common on this album. You'll have a track like G.I. Joe, which is very much like 2000s nu metal, and then immediately after you've got the track Wait, which is quite smooth and jazzy. But the tonal whiplash can also come with the lyrics as well, because there's clearly a religious influence in this band. There are a few songs that are about praising Jesus, and then you've also got songs about like BDSM. Yeah, it's quite wild. So the tracks that I do like G.I. Joe and Wait, and Acosti is probably one of my favourites as well, as is Looking for Love. But my two favourite tracks, without a doubt, are the Christian Dance Song and Oral Spunk. Oral Spunk is probably my favourite song that I've heard in 2025, or that I first originally heard in 2025. I love that song. But yeah, a recent listen, so I don't have a deep story about this one. Dr. Boone Digger and the Big BW by Fat Freddy's Drop. So this is the fourth and final Fat Freddy's Drop album on this list, and I mentioned all the way back when I talked about Based on a True Story that I discovered it just by it appearing in one of my YouTube searches, and there were a couple songs that I liked there. The rest of their albums that I've heard have been through my 5 albums a month project, and this album was the second Fat Freddy's Drop in that project, making it the third Fat Freddy's Drop album I'd listened to, after Blackbird, but before Baze. And whilst those albums certainly have their moments that I like, this one I like a lot more, and more consistently as well. Aside from the first track and probably the last track as well, I really got into it. Not straight away, it did take a few listens, but I did get into it. And so what we have is another album with recent nostalgia. You may remember when I was talking about the Red Hot Chili Peppers' I'm With You, that I was walking along a particular path to work that I wouldn't normally take. Well, I also associate that path with this album as well, because it was around the same time. But I also associate this album with Donkey Kong Country, because I was playing through that for the first time in 2024. But yeah, I was really into the song The Raft. I would say The Raft is my favourite song of theirs. But I don't think there's many, if any, bands that I like that are of quite the same style as this one. But I just think there's something about these songs in particular that just worked for me. And it's something nice to put on the background every now and then. It's definitely an album that has been in my life beyond the few times I listened to it back for my 5 albums a month project. The Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. Now this is an album that has really made a name for itself. It was very popular when it came out in the 70s, but that was long before my time, so I have no recollection of that at all. What I do remember is that in the mid-2000s there was a concert, Live 8, and I was sleeping over at my dad's house at the time. Now this was all new to me. I didn't know what Live 8 was or what it was supposed to be, but my dad and his wife had set up the TV outside, just a small one, and during that day we would be sat in the garden watching this TV of this big live performance. It's one of those things where at the time I had very little interest, but because the event and the setup was so strange and unique, it does come with its own element of nostalgia, I suppose. I wasn't really interested, really. I didn't know any of the bands who were coming on, but I do remember that Pink Floyd had come on, and I hadn't heard of them at the time, I don't think, and they performed the song Money. Now my dad tells me that he remembers me saying when that song came on that I liked it. I don't remember saying that, but I do remember liking it. And I did shortly after manage to find that song online. In fact, I believe it might have even been on my dad's computer. It might not have been, but I believe it was. For reference, this is the second house that my dad had. The one after the story that I told about Jellyfish, and the same house that I was talking about when I was talking about Bucko 9. Just in case you're keeping tabs, I don't think you are, but just in case you are for reference. It was a very big house. It was about 3 or 4 floors, and the room that I was staying in, or rather the room I was sleeping in, was at the top floor, which was also where the computer was. That was at this point. There were a couple years earlier where the computer was in the basement, but I'm going off topic, whatever. Or at least I believe the computer was on the top floor at this time. But I'm getting off topic. I need to talk about this album. Aside from listening to Money, I didn't really listen to anything else by Pink Floyd at all. And it wasn't until 2010 that I actually got interested, because at that point I've thought to myself, well, I've heard about this album enough to the point where the curiosity is getting the better of me. Sometimes when something is highly regarded, but you don't know the details of that thing, it can feel like a mystery that you're unlocking, even though it's something that many of the people know, but you don't really. So it was the winter of 2010, towards the end of the year. And you may remember when I was talking about the age of ads, I was saying that I went to a HMV in a town that I don't often go to. Well, it was that same HMV that I got a CD of Dark Side of the Moon. It was a particular later reissue of the album where the cover art had the prism as a glass. As in, it looked like glass. They'd redone the art style a little bit. It didn't look quite right. But I came home and I was playing Pinball FX2 on my Xbox 360 when I first listened to this album. I had only really known the album by how big it was at the time, how popular it was, and that apparently it synced up to The Wizard of Oz. But I put it on, not knowing what to expect, other than the song Money, which I knew I liked. And I was surprised, because obviously to me it felt like I was unravelling this mystery. But for example, you've got the song Breathe, which just sounds like a normal song, and then you go into On the Run, and that one was a bit strange, a bit different. And then when it got to Time, I really liked that song. That was my favourite song. And I would say that if Siberian Khatru by Yes is not my favourite 70s song, then Time by Pink Floyd is definitely it. I also wasn't expecting the tracks to run into each other. I don't know why I was thinking that, because on vinyl you can literally just have it formatted that way by how the grooves are made. Which, to be clear, I'm obviously talking about the original release. But yeah, it had that song Money that I knew I liked, and it had a whole bunch of other songs that I got into. Really like Time. The Great Gig in the Sky is really something as well. And I really like Brain Damage and Eclipse. But I just liked how the album flowed. It all felt very cohesive. And a track that wouldn't usually make much sense by itself, I suppose, would be Any Colour You Like, but it works. And so it may have taken me up until 2010, but mystery solved. I've listened to Dark Side of the Moon, and it's really good. Sound the Alarm by Less Than Jake. This is another EP, just over 20 minutes. And this is another case of an album that came out where I thought to myself, are they eventually going to make a full album out of this? Like they had previously? And no, they didn't. But this one came out in the middle of a bit of what at the time felt like a Less Than Jake drought. It had been about 4 years since they released something, and it wouldn't be another 3 years until they released something else. But I like Less Than Jake, and there's 7 songs here, and they're good songs. There's a couple on the lower end as well. I would say Welcome to My Life and Things Change are on the lower end. But Bomb Drop is good, and I would say Whatever the Weather is probably one of their best songs. I didn't necessarily think that when the album first came out and I first listened to it, but it's what I've concluded over time. There is a video that is now up on YouTube where they did 2 shows. This was during 2020 when lots of bands were doing live performances, but obviously without a live audience. What with all the social distancing and all that. And in that they had a performance of this song, Whatever the Weather, and I thought it was brilliant. My main memory of this album, or rather the nostalgia I have mostly tied to it, is playing Final Fantasy 15, because it was not long after that game came out. And I think it was about the same time that the We Are Number One memes really kicked off. But yeah, I listened to it a lot whilst playing that game. It was also shortly after that I was playing The Awakened Fate Ultimatum, and at that point I really got into the song Years of Living Dangerously. So I've got a bit of nostalgia tied to that game as well. Although I will say with The Awakened Fate Ultimatum, it's not a good game. Don't bother playing it. And then it's Kyle Gordon is Wonderful by Kyle Gordon. This is officially the newest album on this list as it came out in 2025. But I think I heard about Kyle Gordon in passing, maybe. I hadn't really heard any of his music. I mean, I kind of knew what he was about, but I didn't really know as much from a musical perspective. As in, I didn't know that he actually created full songs and had released them. I had just seen a couple parodies here and there. But it was early in 2025, around March or April, when I first heard a teaser to his song Crawl to Me. It was a YouTube short, and it showed the first verse and the chorus of that song, and he's just there in this prison cell with his backwards cap on and everything's tinted a bit green. And I honestly thought it was hilarious because I knew exactly what it was a parody of. But it was actually really good. As in, it was making fun of that late 90s, early 2000s new metal scene. And I could hear the Linkin Park and Limp Bizkit in it. But it also just sounded good. Like, it legitimately could have been released back in 1999 or 2001. But I was eagerly anticipating the full release of that song because I did find out that it was going to be a properly fully released song. And that was when I realised that his other songs were also proper fully released songs. I had seen clips of, for example, We Will Never Die and Selector, but shortly after discovering Crawl to Me, that's when this album came out, and I knew there and then that I've got to listen to it. I have to put it on my 5 albums a month project, and then I did listen to it in September. If you're unfamiliar with Kyle Gordon's style of music, it's basically parody, but I would consider it to be much better than, say, Weird Al Yankovic. He doesn't parody songs, he parodies genres. So each song he makes is of a particular genre. genre, and the song is made to represent that genre. But when I listened to this album, I knew Crawl to Me, and I knew Selector. I really like Selector as well, and I really liked every 1950s rock and roll song for some reason. But I wasn't expecting to like the rest of them as much as I did. The only song I wasn't as keen on is Satan Will Molest You, and My Husband's Ghost I'm not really as much into as I am the rest of them. But I was surprised, because a lot of these genres that he taps into I'm at least somewhat familiar with. Perhaps the only issue with this album is the way that it's presented. It's basically presented as like a top 10 list of the 10 greatest songs of all time, which means there's a lot of interlude tracks with commentary, and it does pad out the time a bit. Yeah, but legitimately, these songs are good, and I need to listen to his other album, Kyle Gordon Is Great. I know one song from that album, My Life Is the Worst Life Ever, and that is a really good song. Might be my favourite song of his. Home From Home by Millencolin. Now this was a very strange one. Not the album itself is very normal, but it was very strange for me, because to be completely honest, when I was making this list, I was actually debating whether to include this album at all. So for me to include it and to put it this high, then some questions are going to be asked. But the long and short of it is that I've hardly listened to this album at all, but the key word there is album. If, however, I don't think about the album as its own unit, but rather just look at the songs on it, then it becomes very clear to me that, yes, I like this album a lot actually. It's just through sheer coincidence and circumstance that I've not really listened to this album from start to finish very much. But if we take other Millencolin albums, for example, that are on this list, for each of those albums, there's been a time where I've listened to it, and I've actually made a thing of listening to the album, whether that be on my 5 albums a month project or before then. But that isn't really the case with this one. So it's a curious case. But like I say, what I can say is that in my early music discovery days, when I discovered Millencolin and I looked up music of theirs, a lot of what I liked was on this album right here. So for example, Man or Mouse, Punk Rock Rebel, Home From Home, and Battery Check a little bit later. But even as time went on, I discovered more songs. Oh, I forgot to mention Kemp as well. I found that one quite early, but that's quite a unique case. When I first discovered Kemp, it wasn't this album version that I found, it was an alternate version that was on a single of theirs. And then when I saw the music video to Kemp, I thought, why does the music sound different? But that's why. But yeah, even after discovering those songs, there were still more songs for me to discover later on. So Fingers Crossed, Black Eye, Montego, Fuel to the Flame. These are all songs that I came to really like, even if the album itself is not something that I've put too much time towards, which, I'll be completely honest, is making me want to listen to this album. So I think it just goes to show. Sometimes when I'm trying to judge the quality of an album, it does pay off to take a step back and try to think about the actual contents and not focus too heavily on my experience of playing the album from start to finish. Sometimes. Also, random bit of trivia about this album. Back in the 2000s, sometimes at my dad's house, we would watch Drake and Josh, and I noticed that in their bedroom on Drake and Josh, they have a poster for this album, and it was one of those instances of, oh look, there's a thing I know, which is always a good feeling to have. Moonflower by Flying Raccoon Suit. This is another very recent listen for me, and as such I don't have much of a story about it, but I listened to this in 2025. It was around the same time I was listening to The Wild Feathers and In Search of Sun, so I was watching Ozark around that time, and this one I found just on one of my YouTube searches. I think I was searching ska music or something and this one came up. More specifically the song Eat the World, and I thought that song sounded neat. I thought, yeah sure, I'll listen to this one, and I ended up really liking it. Before I listened to the album itself, I very briefly listened to Long in the Tooth, and I thought that was quite interesting because it sounded quite different from what I was used to with Eat the World. But eventually listening to the album in full, it all works in context. Favourite tracks, I would say Long Shot and Runaway, but I like all these songs. They're a fun bunch of songs. Next is Time by Electric Light Orchestra, and it's been a very long time since I've talked about this band. You may remember I briefly touched upon Discovery and Secret Messages ages ago, and then finally we get to this album. So what makes this album in my book so much better than those other two? I don't know, to be honest, I just like the songs more. Simple as that really. But this wasn't a 5 albums a month project album. This was one that I just selected at random and decided to listen to in 2018. I don't remember exactly what it was that drew me to this album. I think it was just just random, to be honest, because there was this time in 2018 where I was playing a lot of Warriors Orochi 3, and as I was doing that, because it's a very zone out kind of game, I was listening to a lot of music at the same time. So I would just pick something out and just go, oh yeah, listen to this album now. And then that would finish, and then I'd go and listen to something else. And I think this one just so happened to get into the mix, even though I don't think there were any other albums there that I listened to that I didn't already know aside from this one. But there was a time, it might have been around 2018, where I was thinking to myself, it's been a long time since I've properly listened to any new music. And so that might have been the motivation. But like I say, I don't know. And why this album? Probably just random. But there's something about this album that I just like more than those other two. I should also point out as well that because this was before my 5 albums a month project, I heard this album before those other two. But even at this point in 2018, there were a few ELO songs that I already knew, but none of them were on this album. But yeah, I sort of just got into it. I remember at first I was really into Yours Truly 2095. I saw a video online which claimed to be the music video for the song, but it clearly wasn't. The video was clearly not from the 80s, it was clearly something new. Maybe like clips from a film or something, I don't know. But I just sort of gradually got into the songs. I think it took me a little bit of time to get into Ticket to the Moon. But for example, Twilight, Yours Truly 2095, The Way Life's Meant to Be, Rain is Falling, From the End of the World, and The Lights Go Down. I really did get into all those songs rather quickly. And even though my first favourite was Yours Truly 2095, I think Rain is Falling eventually became my favourite. I always felt that Rain is Falling sounds sort of like a Christmas song. It reminded me of that time in primary school when we had to sing A Spaceman Came Travelling by Krista Berg around the Christmas time. And there's also that other song, Any Dream Will Do, that also gives me a Christmas feeling. It just kind of felt like it fit in with that group, and it's a good song. And then we have Can't Contain It by Mustard Plug. Man, I tell you, it's very strange as we're getting up higher in this list. There's more and more albums that I've got stories for that I can really delve into. But we're also still getting albums that I don't really have a story for at all. At least nothing beyond, I heard this recently and I liked it. And this is definitely within that realm of the I heard it recently and I liked it. I really had very little experience of Mustard Plug. I remember many years ago having one of their songs appear in one of my online radio channel things. Probably Yahoo Launch Radio. It was a song called Mr. Smiley, and I thought that song was okay, but I didn't really think much of it. So this is a band that I've mostly just ignored for a long time, but I did decide to put this album on my 5 albums a month project in 2024 during the summer, and sometimes for me an album cover can be all I need to push me. If I think an album cover looks neat, I think let's give this a go. And this is an album cover that I like the look of. As I've said before, I'm a big fan of that mid-2000s style, metro grunge, but I did hear the song The All Nighter and I really got into that one. And so when I finally got to listening to this album, I was in the middle of playing Sonic 3 Knuckles, I remember, and I really got into it. It's one of those albums where I don't have much of an easy time remembering the songs if I don't hear them, but then once I hear them, it's like, oh yeah, I know which one this is. So my favourites beyond The All Nighter are probably I and Bang. Maybe White Noise and Burn It Down, and maybe Blame Yourself, or Gone Unfaded. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have too much of an easy time remembering them unless I hear them. But it did motivate me to listen to 2 more Mustard Plug albums. There's Evil Doers Beware, which I wasn't really keen on, and I later listened to Where Did All My Friends Go, which was fine I guess, but I don't really remember it, so I didn't feel like I could really put it on this list. And it's not even one of those ones where I can remember it when I hear it. With this album, it's a case of, oh yeah, I remember this song, this is a good one. So yeah, to put it simply, I heard it recently, and I think it's cool. Behold the Machine by Vernium Process. I've briefly mentioned before when talking about System of a Down that in the early stages of 2012 I went to a course which was soon followed up by a very short placement working at Poundland in the same town. Well, when I was doing this course was around the same time that I discovered this band and this album. So the way I discovered Vernium Process is because they had an album which was covering Sonic the Hedgehog music, and I think I might have just been searching for random game cover albums, maybe? I don't know. But that's what I came across. I had also found that they had done some Final Fantasy covers as well. But through that, I had found this album that they had also done, and this is just their original work. And to be honest, I became a lot more interested in that than I was with the game covers. Little did I realise at the time that the version of the album I found was actually the 2009 pre-release version. That one was a little bit less refined, and there were also some voiceovers that weren't on the final release, down to copyright claims, or copyright issues rather, and there was a slight variation with the tracks as well. The song I Am the Sea became The Exile, which I think The Exile is much better, but the final version didn't include the song Her Clockwork Heart, and I really liked that one. I eventually spoke to Josh, not my friend Josh that I've mentioned before, but Josh, the lead singer from Burning Process, and so I've had a few conversations with them before about the music on this album, and they did say that they thought that Her Clockwork Heart didn't really fit, which I thought was a shame, but it's fine. But I very much remember taking the bus to this town to go on this course, and I would listen to Burning Process. At first I was into Queen of the Delta, that was one of the first tracks I really properly listened to, but my favourite track was eventually Unhallowed Metropolis, and also The Alchemist's Vision as well. The album, or rather the band, clearly has a very steampunk influence, and they don't hide that at all. And in my first few listens of this album, I really began to appreciate the atmosphere. It kind of reminded me of the PS1 game True Pinball. I cannot for the life of me explain why, but I guess it just elicited a feeling in me that that game also did at some point, maybe. But regardless, I really got into this album, and in having spoken to Josh from Burning Process, I have managed to clarify that The Last Express is influenced by the Phantom Train from Final Fantasy VI, because I had mentioned that it reminded me of that, and it turned out that that was the exact influence. But also, in more recent times, I have been going to bed and waking up to a radio station called Nation 90s, and I've heard a song from there by Depeche Mode called Enjoy the Silence. And even though Depeche Mode is clearly older than Burning Process, listening to that song, it reminded me of The Alchemist's Vision. I thought it might have been influence, but it turns out that it wasn't. Just pure coincidence. But yeah, it was just a random thing that I stumbled across, and it turned out well. Whatever people say I am, that's what I'm not, by Arctic Monkeys. I was very late to this album. Well, kind of. If we go back to the time that this album was released, or around that time, one day I woke up and I put my TV on, and I believe it was T4 that I put on. T4 was a show that was on Channel 4 on the mornings on the weekends, and it was a show aimed at teenagers. So, my demographic. It was one of those shows that had many segments to it, you know, where they cut to a different TV show, then they go back. I don't know what you call them. But on this particular day, the Arctic Monkeys were there and they were performing a show. Or if memory serves, they were just there by themselves. There wasn't an audience, but they were performing for the programme. And I had never heard of them before. But they performed their song When the Sun Goes Down. And even though I wasn't very interested in T4 itself, I sort of just put it on as some background noise, I guess. But I watched this performance of When the Sun Goes Down and I really liked it, which I was not expecting. And I think I looked into them a little bit, but as it turns out they were quite a popular band at the time, so their presence was rather inescapable. And so I ended up getting exposed to a couple of songs, the big ones, namely I Bet You Look Good on the Dance Floor and Dancing Shoes. And maybe Fake Tales from San Francisco as well, I'm not too sure. But I also knew somebody over MSN who was into this band and they'd talk about them sometimes. It might have been the same person as when I was talking about the Hitches, when I was talking to them over MSN. I don't know if it was the same person, but it was definitely one of those people who I didn't know them personally, but they were a friend of a friend and I just sort of knew them through that way, even though I never met them. There was a few people like that at that time. And I did quite enjoy the songs that I heard, but I wasn't really big on them. And I did get the album myself, but again, I never really listened to it. And even a couple of years later, there was someone at my uni that found out I had this album, and he was talking about how good it was. But I really didn't give it much of a chance. So then it took me up until my 5 albums a month project where I properly listened to this album. This was quite near the start in January of 2021. And I listened to it 5 times that I required for the project, and I listened to it even a few more times because as it turns out, I really liked it. I come to learn a few more songs, such as View from the Afternoon, which might be my favourite song from it now, but also You Probably Couldn't See for the Light but You Were Staring Straight at Me, as well as Red Light Indicator's Daughter Secured, and From the Ritz to the Rubble and A Certain Romance. And even today, every so often, I mean, not as often as then, but still every so often, I will get people who are around the same age as me say that this album was really good. And in the past I would have said, alright, but now my response is just, yeah. Children of the Stars by the Orion Experience is up next. And I have mentioned this band twice before. Once with Cosmic Candy, where I mentioned the story about the song Queen of White Lies appearing at work, and me talking about it with Kyle, my work friend. I also mentioned that through the other Orion Experience album that I've mentioned, Sugar Deluxe, with the track NY City Girl that we both believe was played at work. And I also mentioned once when talking about Lily Wolf, the song Jealousy that she did. That was a song from work. But if we're going to talk about an album that encapsulates music that the both of us have learned through work and the music that they played, this is it right here. Because at one point, at least 5 of the songs on this album were being played at work. And it was regular enough that not only Kyle was able to recognise these with me as we talked about it, but also our other colleagues as well. One time, for example, I was doing some work with one of my colleagues who I get on with, and we were talking about the music that played there. And when I went, I got your heart in my pocket, she went, baby, don't you know? So a lot of us became very familiar with a lot of these songs. And it was also around this time that Kyle managed to find this band. And I was like, you need to tell me what this band is so I can find them. Because the thing is, with music that's played at work, it kind of gets dismissed because of the context. And I've said to Kyle before that I think a lot of people do just dismiss a lot of it outright just because it's playing at work, so it's seen as terrible by default. And he agreed to that. But when I found this album, or rather when he found this album and he showed me it, it really did confirm that, yeah, these are good songs. And I started getting to a few more of them as well, although mostly Star Child. What is funny though is that many years later, when they stopped playing this music at all, I once had a week off and then I got a message from Kyle saying, oh, they've been playing the Orion Experience, I heard it. And I was thinking, what? Whilst I'm not there, what's going on? And he said that he heard the song Heaven. Now that was interesting because I know the song Heaven, but I don't recall ever hearing it at work before. And then later down the line he said he heard it again, and that for some reason he only ever hears it when I'm not there. And then one day later down the line I was there and he wasn't there, and I heard some music and I thought, do I recognise this? And then a few seconds later I was like, oh, this is Heaven, oh, I've got to tell Kyle I've heard it. And then I sent a message to Kyle saying, oh, they played Heaven at work and I heard it. And he was like, see, I wasn't lying. So that was fun. And we discovered a good album out of it as well. Business as Usual by Men at Work. So this is the third Men at Work album on this list, and it's their first album released. So I've kind of been doing them in reverse order here. But this was the first Men at Work album that I listened to right at the beginning of my 5 albums a month project. It was in the very first month. And you're probably thinking that I discovered this band through the song Down Under. After all, that is their big hit. Well, that is kind of true, but there's a bit more of a story behind it. Many years ago, when I was first getting into music, I had found a copy of a song called I Come From a Land Down Under by Bad Religion. It turns out that that song was a cover, but it also turned out that the version that I found wasn't by Bad Religion, it was simply mislabeled as Bad Religion. Of course, listening to it now, I can tell it's obviously not Bad Religion, but I believe it's Pennywise. But anyway, it was through that I did hear the song Down Under by Men at Work. And the Men at Work version sounded strange to me because I was so used to the Pennywise version. But now it's the other way around. I've become a lot more familiar with the Men at Work version, that the Pennywise version just sounds weird. But I did a tiny bit of research seeing if I could find any more Men at Work songs, and I found the song Who Can It Be Now, and I really liked that song. I liked it a lot more than Down Under, and it's exactly the kind of song that would have been on my chill summer of 2006, but I'm not sure if I discovered it then or slightly after, but I certainly enjoyed that song. I do remember also a few years later I decided to try listening to this album, but I didn't get far. It wasn't that I didn't like it, I just got bored and decided to listen to something else. But when I started my 5 albums a month project, I remembered this incident and I decided that this would be a good album to listen to. So after the first few albums, I decided to put this on, and I really got into it. I like every song here. I think maybe Be Good Johnny a little bit less than the others, but I did get into it. And I remember it was around that time as well, in 2020, when I started my 5 albums a month project, that I saw that they had done some quarantine videos. Like I've said before, some bands did this thing where they would perform just just a few songs in like an empty warehouse or something just to put online. And I had some songs from this album, and they were good performances. I think I especially liked the performance of Touching the Untouchables. But I also believe it was around this time that I was telling my friend Kyle about this 5 albums a month project, because as you may recall, I started that project with Hypnotised by System of a Down, and he already knew that album, so I was telling him about that. And I had mentioned that I had been listening to Men at Work, and that's when he brought up Overkill, and I said, no, I haven't heard that one. So I was kind of alluding to this story when I was talking about Cargo, the other album Cargo, but I didn't want to delve too deep into it because I didn't want to give it away. But yeah, I've got one more story, I think, to tell. Just a weird, fun little story about a song from this album. In fact, the most popular song, Down Under. There was one time, and this was before my 5 albums a month project, but probably not that long before. It was a long time after I discovered Who Can It Be Now. But there was one time I woke up one summer morning and there were some builders working on the house next door, and they had the radio on and it was playing the song Down Under, and it just caught me at the correct level of consciousness because I wasn't quite asleep, I wasn't quite fully awake, but it was a lovely experience. It felt magical. I felt so relaxed and like I was being whisked away on a magical adventure, when really all that was really happening was that there were some builders next door with the radio on, but it was at just the right time and place that my brain interpreted it very positively. So that was nice. Honey, I'm Homely by Dancehall Crashers. This is the 4th and final Dancehall Crashers to appear on this list, because they have released 4 albums, and I do not hesitate at all to say that this one is the best. It's definitely my favourite. And when I think back to those early days of discovering Dancehall Crashers and finding a few of their songs, there was, I would say, a couple of them from this album, but this is the only Dancehall Crashers album that I really knew long before my 5 albums a month project. And it was always the one I was the most interested in because there was always the most songs that I liked. But even still, this album was a very slow burn for me. Not to say that it took me a long time to like it, but rather what I mean is that it took me a long time to properly appreciate all the songs here. And it's very much stand out to me about how frequently my favourite would change. Maybe more so than any other album. I would just find myself being attracted to particular songs, and it was just a very interesting process. For example, I think Lost Again was probably my favourite to start with, and then randomly I'd start listening to Cold Shower thinking, oh, I think this one's probably the best. And then not long after I listened to I Want It All and thought, oh, I think this one's the best actually. And then the same happened again with All Mine. And I had a DVD of Dancehall Crashers. It was The Show Must Go Off. There was like a series of DVDs. I had 2 of them. There was one for Goldfinger and there was one for Dancehall Crashers. Those were the ones that I had. And there was one of the parts of that DVD where they were interviewing the fans and they asked them, what's your favourite Dancehall Crashers song? And they said, Last Laugh. And at the time I was thinking, oh, Last Laugh isn't really that good compared to the rest of them. And then soon after that, Last Laugh, I started to think, maybe this is my favourite. And then sometime after that, I really got into Stand By. I think that was even in 2017. That one became my favourite for a while. So I think it would be easier just to list the ones that haven't been my favourite. So I don't think I've got a big, deep nostalgia for this album. I don't have any single big stories about any of the songs, but it's an album that I've liked for a long time, and I would say that there was probably like a 13-year span where I would very rarely listen to this album, but then when I did, I would start getting into a new song. So it's had not a strong significance in my life, but it's had a very long presence, and I think it's a very fun album as well. Next up is Sustain by Bucko 9, and this album came out shortly after the story I told you about 28 Teeth, when I mentioned that I really got into a few songs from that album, such as My Town, especially My Town. Well, with this album, I remember seeing the music video to the first song, I'm Not Dead, and I do remember I was at my dad's house at this point. We were sleeping over at my dad's house, this being the second house with the many floors, and I remember waking up one day and discovering the music video to I'm Not Dead. And I was kind of hyped about it because, you know, I was really into My Town and a few other of their songs. And I remember showing my brother around that same time as well, and I don't think he was all that impressed. But I liked what I heard. Even still, I didn't really go out of my way to listen to this album. I think shortly after I might have also heard Cook Me Into the Ball, the second track, and I think I just wasn't motivated enough to go and check out the album properly. I think there was also some other music music that had my attention around that time. So I sort of just ignored this album for a long time. So eventually, when I got to my 5 albums a month project, it was a very suitable contender. And it was in the first year of that project that I did it, in April of 2021. And when I listened to this album a few times, I was honestly surprised. Not so much surprised about the quality, but more so surprised about the style. To put it simply, based on my introduction to the album through I'm Not Dead, I kind of had an expectation that the album was going to be a bit faster and a bit more upbeat and a bit more in your face. But I was very surprised to find out that it's not really like that. There are a couple of songs a bit more upbeat, but this is quite slow, all things considered. It's quite slow and chill, and I wasn't expecting that, but I really ended up liking it. I think my favourite tracks have become Less Than Comfortable and I Am One, but also Nothing Left to Lose and Knocking Down the Door are also good contenders for my favourites. And I do really like I'm Not Dead, but that one seems strange because I've known it for so much longer, for one, but also it's a bit different. However, this also leads to a bit of a funny story from Christmas of 2025, because the final track of this album, Let's Drink, I would say is the worst, absolutely, without a doubt, unquestionably the worst. And my brother came to visit for Christmas, and he was doing this thing where he was showing me the albums he's listened to, but he was showing me them by featuring one track that was his favourite from the album, or the one he thought was the best. Anyway, at one point he starts playing this song, and I'm thinking, do I know what this is? And then I figure out the song he's playing is Let's Drink, and I'm just there going, what are you doing? Why are you picking this one? This is the worst track. Oh, this album's really good, but this is the absolute worst track. And I think it got on his nerves a little bit. It was quite funny, but I think after enough time he was sort of like, okay, I get it. Illinois by Sufjan Stevens. This was a very difficult one for me to properly consider where this belongs, because I have moments where I think to myself, this album is amazing, and that is the general consensus. But I also have those moments where I think, do I really like it that much? Because here's the thing, and something you've probably noticed by now, despite there being a lot of music that I like and that I've got into, I'm not necessarily a big music buff, and when you look into music that's often considered the best or the most noteworthy, I am usually not interested at all. Like, you look at other people's lists and they're like Radiohead and Nirvana, but that's really just not my thing. Illinois, however, is something that at the time I listened to it for the first time was also really not my thing, but I just sort of got into it. And the funny thing is, the way I discovered it was by checking out a list online of albums with long song titles. And I remember seeing the track list and how much variance there was in the length of their titles, but also the length of the tracks as well. These tracks vary from 6 seconds to 7 minutes. And it was really one of those things where I was attracted to that because I was curious, because it felt so weird and out there. But when you listen to music, what you're listening to is the music itself. And so my liking of this album seemed to just sprout out of nothing really substantial. But I can't lie, I did really enjoy it. Or at least I enjoyed it somewhat to start with. I remember I was playing Dark Chronicle the first couple times I listened to this, and quite early on when it got to the song Come On Feel the Illinois, I really got into that song. And as the years have gone on, I've concluded that that song is one of my very favourite songs. Or at least if I was ranking songs, I would consider it for the top spot. But even just ranking albums is hard enough. But yeah, I just got into this album. I think what I like about this specific Sufjan Stevens album over other albums that he's done is that there's a lot more flourish in a lot of these songs. And the ones that have less flourish are the ones that I'm not as keen on. For example, Decatur or Round of Applause for Your Stepmother and Casimir Pulaski Day, those are the ones that I'm not as big into. But I love Come On Feel the Illinois. I really like the predatory wasp of the Palisades is out to get us. And I also really like They Are Night Zombies, They Are Neighbours, They Have Come Back from the Dead, which, yes, is what that song is called. And I even like all the strange instrumentals that blend all the tracks together. But point of note, this was actually before I discovered The Avalanche, which was the album that I found on that spindle of DVDs that my granddad brought us. Or at the very least, I believe it was. I very strongly believe it was. I can't quite clarify that 100%, but I am confident. But it's interesting. When I was talking about The Age of Ads, I mentioned that I was really into the album and that I went to buy it on day one of it coming out. And me getting it was very much influenced by what I had heard of it, but also very much influenced by the fact that I was really into Illinois. And I think it's worth noting that despite that, there's quite a few things by Sufjan Stevens that I'm just not really interested in. Like, I'm just not really interested in listening to Seven Swans, and I'm not too interested in listening to Michigan. I mean, I probably should listen to Michigan at the very least, but from what I've heard of Sufjan Stevens, Illinois and The Age of Ads, those two are my favourites. Those two are the main ones as far as I'm concerned. TNT by Tortoise. This one I discovered in 2006, around that time, and it's a very chilled album, so I wouldn't blame you for assuming it was part of the chilled summer of 2006, or rather what I've come to call the chilled summer of 2006, but not really, no. I discovered this album from a friend online who was into Primus. He showed me the title track, TNT, that's the first track, and I don't remember the exact context, but I think he was trying to make a point. But whatever the point was, I didn't get it. He had mentioned that TNT was his favourite album, and when I listened to that track that he sent me, I just thought, okay, it's fine, I guess. But I just wasn't in the business of listening to that type of music, so I was not really impressed. I was, however, reminded from that track, the piece of music from Final Fantasy VIII called Fear, which plays in the training centre in Balam Garden. I've mentioned that track before when I was talking about music for airports, and Fear is a piece of music that, again, isn't really what I was looking for, but because of the context surrounding it and my discovery of what has become my favourite series, Final Fantasy, there were certain circumstances around that time when I ended up hearing that track quite a lot. So the track TNT reminding me of that was a good thing, but like I said, it just wasn't what I was looking for. I do also remember I did a little bit more looking into this album, and I found the track Jetty, and I had much the same feelings there. But I think it was pretty clear to this guy that I was at least curious enough to listen to a few of these tracks. Now, this is somebody that I have lost contact with ages ago. We're going back to the days of forums. But if I were to ever regain contact with him, the thing I would tell him is that I have listened to this album a lot more since then, and I like it a lot more. I've definitely grown a much bigger appreciation for it. So when I say that I wasn't really in the market for this kind of music, what I mean by this kind of music is instrumental, again, rather chilled. I think what it probably resembles the most for what people would be familiar with today would be those lo-fi beats videos. Although I would certainly say this is better than that. There's plenty of instruments here, very understated. Again, consider me as an older teenager in the late 2000s, and consider the kind of music that was popular among my demographic. This was quite different, but it became one of those albums that I every so often just put on in the background, and I started to learn and appreciate the tracks more and more as time went on. In terms of favourite tracks other than TNT, I would say Swung from the Gutters and I Set My Face to the Hillside, and over time I really grew to appreciate The Equator, and in even more recent times, when I've needed something just to have nice in the background, I've sometimes started to use In Sarah, Menkenkreis and Beethoven There Were Women and Men, which is a strange name for a piece of music, but I've heard plenty of strange names for music. I also found a couple of tracks from this album later down the line, namely 10-Day Interval and 4-Day Interval, on a YouTube video. Well, I don't think I saw it originally on YouTube, I think it might have been on Wimp or something. If you do a search for Jerry's Map, there's an interesting story about this old man who has made a map, and he paints all these different tiles and he has all these different rules to determine how the map is going to grow over time. I found it very interesting, but I also noticed, oh, it has some music from this album on it. Since then, I have looked a little bit more into Tortoise. I did listen to It's All Around You on my 5 albums a month project eventually when I started doing that, but I can't remember it and it didn't really impact me at all, so that's a shame. But TNT is something that I've really grown to like over the years, and it is my favourite instrumental instrumental album. Whilst I said before that 7614 was a very good instrumental album, I do think this one is better, all in all. The Boy Bands Have Won by Chumbawamba. I have gone over quite a few Chumbawamba albums on this list, but this was one of the first ones I listened to. Every Chumbawamba album that I have listed so far all share one common trait. I listened to each of them in my 5 albums a month project. That project started in 2020, but long before then I did actually do a little bit of research into Chumbawamba. Back in 2011, at one point, I just randomly started thinking about the song Tub Thumping, and I just thought to myself, I wonder what else they've done. Just a little bit curious was all. Anyway, I did manage to find a little bit of stuff, and that includes this album right here. Now, The Boy Bands Have Won was released in the late 2000s, so this was when they entered their folk era. So it's very distinct from a lot of their older stuff. Even though some of their older stuff is quite distinct from each other, this one is distinct from all of those. But at this point, this was the second album that they had done where they had adopted more of a folk style. Dunstan had left the band at this point, and you can definitely hear it. You can hear it with the instruments as well. Very acoustic, quite minimal, low energy, and there's even a couple of a cappella songs on this album too. But also, I've mentioned for a few albums in the past where my dad has shown me them and I became interested in them. This is actually an example of the other way around. I actually got my dad into this album to where he would choose to listen to it on his own accord, and I think he really does a good job of describing the tone and the themes of this album, which at the time I wouldn't really have given much of a second thought. But what he said, and it's absolutely true, he said that it touches on a very old style of music where the songs would be about, for example, working on a farm. But what this album does is it takes that same style of music but modernizes it for more modern issues. I mean, people still work on farms obviously, but to give a few examples, I Wish That They'd Sack Me is about an office job and someone going through the 9-to-5 grind. And then songs like Add Me, that one's about basically dealing with a Facebook stalker. And then there's A Fine Career. Very short song. That one is about a politician who started out very principled and very motivated, but over time got more enticed by bribes and general corruption. But yes, at the time that I listened to this, there wasn't really much else that I would have listened to that would have sounded like this. And just to go over it quickly, I did mention before that this was their second album where they adopted a more folksy style. The album before this was called A Sing Song and a Scrap, and I did give that a brief listen. Back in 2012, so shortly after 2011, this was when I was doing the course to then work at Poundland, which I've mentioned a few times when I talked about System of a Down and Vernium Process. But I did at that time also listen to A Sing Song and a Scrap a couple times, but I didn't really get into it, so I haven't really listened to it much further than that, and so I didn't really feel like I knew the album well enough to put it on this list. Although maybe I could have, but I just didn't. Stomping Ground by Goldfinger. This is one of those albums, and there's quite a few albums where my memories of them, or my main memories of them, aren't as centered on the albums themselves. And this is because when we get to the early days of me discovering and getting into music in the early 2000s, a lot of it was through discovering individual songs rather than albums. What, you remember the days of Winamax and LimeWire and all that lot? It was a lot more on a song-by-song basis. But anyway, this album was the start of their particular phase where they abandoned any semblance of ska music at all, and they just went straight into what I would call punk or pop punk. So there aren't any songs like, say, Superman or Carlita on this one, but also where, at least from what I can hear, they started doing a lot more post-production editing. And it does do that thing that a lot of music did in those days, where they would add effects to voices at certain points to make it sound far away or a bit muffled. You can definitely hear it on the song Carry On the bit where it goes, "Same scenario, I've been here before." But in terms of how I discovered this album, or rather many of these songs, there's a bit of a story behind the song Don't Say Goodbye for me. This was before the days of YouTube. I had heard the songs Superman from Tony Hawk's 1 and Spokesman from Tony Hawk's 4, and the third song that I remember hearing from them was Don't Say Goodbye, and I listened to it quite a lot. So I managed to find the song Spokesman Spokesman featured on a list on Radio Blog Club. I don't know exactly how it worked or how you managed to make lists yourself, but it was a site where people would create their own playlist. And when you loaded up a playlist, you had the list of songs and you could select the song and it would just play the songs from there. And there was one playlist I spent quite a bit of time on because it had the song Spokesman on, and I really liked that. The song that they put directly after Spokesman was Don't Say Goodbye, and I listened to it and I really got into it. So there was this time where I would listen to Spokesman a lot, but also Don't Say Goodbye, and I have very strong nostalgia over that song Don't Say Goodbye because of that time. But what's also funny is that directly after Don't Say Goodbye they had the song I Quit by Hepburn, and I'd never heard that song before. I've never heard of Hepburn at that time, and I had no interest in it. Just because it appeared directly after Don't Say Goodbye, I ended up playing it quite a bit. So there was just this period of time where I would be playing Age of Empires, and every so often I would tab out to go back to Spokesman, but I Quit came on so many times that I eventually grew to like it. And so the end of Don't Say Goodbye I now associate with the beginning of I Quit. Those two otherwise completely unrelated songs, but I would be sat there playing Age of Empires 2 and I would be hearing Alter, I am telling you, don't waste your time, I will be home soon. There was a time when I would go walking backwards round the world if you said you're mine. So yeah, that's a nice bit of nostalgia for me. But I also found a few more of these songs from a friend of mine from school, because she was also into Goldfinger, and I remember one time going to her house, she had a few songs, namely Pick a Fight and 99 Red Balloons from this album. And I wasn't familiar with either of those songs, but I kind of got into them. And I think it was around the time I also discovered Forgiveness. But I definitely think with this album, it's certainly a case where there's a contrast between the high points and the low points. So for me, for example, a high point would be like Carry On, or You Think It's a Joke, or Bro even. And then you've got the low points like Pick a Fight and The End of the Day. But yeah, good memories, good times. Next up is Brown Album by Primus. And I would probably describe Brown Album as their most normal album. There isn't really as much here that would sound overtly strange. I mean, maybe the first and last track, but most of these songs just sound like normal songs to me. I would also say that it's probably their most repetitive album, by which I mean repetition within each song rather than repetition throughout the album. But this is another example of an album where I just gradually learned songs eventually over time as I was first getting into the band. As I've mentioned before, I first heard Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, not on this album, from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1. Then I heard the Rhinoplasty version of Too Many Puppies. That was a song I found online shortly after that. And then soon after that, there were a couple of songs from this album too. The main one to talk about here for me though is Shake Hands with Beef, because in my early Primus discovery days, and this was before my A-levels, I remember mentioning before that I did go through a bit of a Primus phase during my A-levels, but this was a little bit before then. I had discovered the song Shake Hands with Beef, and I really got into it. It was just one of those songs that became a momentary obsession. I also remember there was one time I was listening to it at Josh's house, and I was playing Dynasty Warriors 3, playing as Dian Wei, and he was not impressed. He's never been into Primus, he never liked any of it. But I certainly did, and I really got into that song. Also, funny story, my brother came up with a dance for that song, and I use that word in heavy quotes. A dance so simple that I can describe it to you just by using words. The rule of the dance was that you had to be completely expressionless, and then on every beat you had to turn your head 90 degrees, specifically to the right. That is, if you were facing forwards, but if you were facing to the right, then on the beat you had to turn it back, left, to face forwards. Except for on the line, Shake Hands with Beef, you had to mouth it, or sing it, and then hold your hand out as if you were to shake someone's hand, and then back to the head rotating. There, I've described the entire dance for you. But yeah, also in those early days, I also discovered Coddingtown and Kalamazoo, and soon after I actually got the physical album itself. I remember getting it at the same time as another album and a silver PS2 controller, and I was playing Final Fantasy V on the PS1. My favourites are probably a lot of the ones near the start, so other than Shake Hands with Beef, there's also Fisticuffs, Golden Boy and Over the Falls. But I also had a bit of a phase just recently where I really got into Bob's Party Time Lounge. Don't know why. Sometimes a song that you've known for a long time that you've not really put too much thought into, it can randomly come back to you and you can go through a phase of really enjoying it again. Sailing the Seas of Cheese by Primus. I think for a lot of people, if they had to think of Primus in their prime, this is probably the album that they'll be thinking of. And to be honest, I think it's taken a bit of time and assessment for me to really come to my conclusion of how high I rank this album, especially when compared to other Primus albums. I did for a while consider that it would be much lower than it is, but over the years I've come to realise, no, it is quite high up, it is quite good. Or rather, it's better than what I've been giving it credit for. But I also think this was the first Primus album that I was aware of, because I had become a fan of Jerry Was a Race Car Driver from Tony Hawk's 1, and I think I at one point had seen this album in a music store, and I remember thinking, oh, that's the band that does Jerry Was a Race Car Driver. And at the time I remember thinking that song was really strange and weird, but also considering that that was before I really understood and knew the breadth of what Primus was. But the story of how I first heard Jerry Was a Race Car Driver is actually quite a funny one, because yes, it was from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I have mentioned before that Goldfinger's Superman was the song from that game that got me initially interested in music, but I heard this one quite a bit before I heard Superman. See, what had happened was I'd played Tony Hawk's 1 at the childcare centre, and this was when I was playing it for the first time, and I was really bad, and other people there were much better than me. And I was certainly interested, I wanted to play it more, but I didn't have much of a domineering position in that regards. I didn't get much of a chance. But what I did was, when I got home, I remember talking to my brother about it, and we scoured through all the different PS1 demo discs that we had. And I was just hoping that maybe, just maybe, we could find a Tony Hawk game on one of those demo discs. Although I'm not sure if I was made familiar with Tony Hawk's 2 at this time. I don't think so. I think I was only familiar with the first game. Second game might not have even been out by then, for all I know. But yes, we did find a demo of the game on a demo disc. It was one of my brother's demo discs. And the demo of the game was on one level. It was the first skate park competition. And there was only two characters, Tony Hawk and Bob Burnquist. And it was basically just a 2-minute run. I also think it was like an earlier build as well, because things didn't look quite as grungy. Things were a bit more clean, like with the graphics and the fonts and all that. And that's when I really got into it. I practiced playing that same 2-minute run over and over and over again. But the key reason I'm talking about that here is that Jerry Was a Race Car Driver was the only song on it. So I would hear the first 2 minutes of that song over and over and over and over again. And you may also remember I had a friend in the childcare centre who coincidentally also knew my friend Josh. And this was the guy who would make fun of Linkin Park with me. Well, we also made fun of Jerry Was a Race Car Driver, because it was a silly song, but I think I did kind of secretly like it more than he did. And then it just went from there, I suppose. In terms of other songs from this album, I do have a bit of a story with Fish On, because I discovered the song Fish On around the same time that I discovered Frizzle Fry. That is the song Frizzle Fry. And you may remember that I mentioned when I was talking about that I was kind of blown away at this 6-minute song. Anyway, here was Fish On that was nearly 8 minutes. And I ended up really getting into that song, and I feel like it's a very underappreciated one as well. And also, the song Those Damn Blue Collared Tweakers appeared in a dream of mine. I remember having a dream where I was going to do my paper round, and then there was a noise that happened, and it was sort of like a spooky warning sound. And I didn't realise it at the time, but I later found out that this tune that was in my head, in my dream, it was actually from the intro of Those Damn Blue Collared Tweakers, the actual sound that's played at the beginning of that song. And one more quick story. I mentioned before when talking about Pork Soda that I included a track from that album in a game that I made at Bridges on Game Maker. The quote final boss theme where a ghost is going round in circles. Well, I also used Sathington Waltz for a different game, but again, one of those weird games that I made at Bridges' house. But yeah, some more of my favourite tracks here include 11, American Life and Is It Luck. Roll On by The Living End. So I've gone over a couple of Living End albums so far, and this is the third one, and so out of the 3 that I've listened to, this one is my favourite. With this album in particular, I went in with decent expectations, but it absolutely surpassed them. The only song I think I already knew going into it was Carry Me Home. I was already kind of aware of The Living End through their self-titled album and the song Ready, which is on Short Music for Short People, which is how I discovered them in the first place. this. And I mentioned before that around 2007 or so, I would play Guitar Hero with my friend from uni, Alex. Well, it turned out that the song Carry Me Home was also on a Guitar Hero game. And I remember him showing me it and me saying, oh, The Living End. I like The Living End. I wasn't familiar with that song, but I knew I liked the band from what I have heard. Anyway, he played the song and yeah, it was a good song. I really enjoyed it. This is of course within the context of him playing it on Guitar Hero, but I still liked the song. And then I didn't really think about it much, but it took until 2023 during my 5 albums a month project where I decided to listen to this album. Now this was in summer, so it was very hot. I definitely remember that. But I also remember it was around the same time that I was doing some work tidying in my mum's garage. And it was also around the same time that I was working on my own album, a series of serendipitous scenarios and ironic ires. So 2023 isn't that long ago, but I do have a little bit of, I suppose, nostalgia tied to it. But anyway, I kept listening to this album, as is part of the course of my 5 albums a month project, and I don't know what to say other than I just ended up really liking it. If I had to pick some favourites, I would probably say Staring at the Light, Revolution Regained, and probably Read About It. But all in all, I don't think there's any particular tracks that really stand out here. I think it's just a consistently good album, and I just remember listening to it more and more as I was doing for my 5 albums a month project, and each time a song would come on that I hadn't really given much thought, but then when I heard the intro I was just like, oh yeah, this one's good. So yeah, a bit of a story behind this one, but not much, and quite a recent story as well, but I've really had a lot of fun with it. Somewhere in the Between by Streetlight Manifesto. Now, it might seem very strange me putting this album here when other Streetlight Manifesto albums I've put back quite a ways back. And so the natural question is, do I really think this album is so much better than those other ones? And it is interesting, because if I am to describe the sound of this album compared to The Hands That Thieve, for example, I would say they're incredibly similar. They've got a very similar sound to them. But do I think this one is so much better? Yes, I do. It's actually been so much easier for me to learn these songs than it was to learn the songs from that album. But another interesting tidbit about this album is that this was the second album on my 5 albums a month project. So you may remember that I started the project with System of a Down's Hypnotize. That was back in September of 2020. And basically what happened was I thought to myself that it seemed like it had been quite a good success. So I might as well continue it with another album and do the same again. And this was the album I chose to be my second album, and I'm glad I did, because it was due to these early successes that I kept the project up. But I would be lying if I said these songs were easy to learn, because let me tell you, the first few listens, this just sounded completely out there and random to me. I remember actually raising this point on Facebook once, and I had a comment from someone trying to explain to me that this is ska music, and I had to respond to them saying, I know what ska music is, I like a lot of ska music, but this is very, very distinct. In fact, there is a live performance on YouTube of We Will Fall Together, and if you watch them perform that song, I think you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. That being said, it did grow on me pretty quickly after a few listens. I believe I was playing Borderlands 2 at the time, and I remember one time slightly after that, when I was still in the process of listening to this album, I was playing Fall Guys, and there were a few moments where I would catch myself singing along to some of the songs. With the first example of that probably being 40 Days. I remember playing Fall Guys, and then 40 Days would start, and I'd be like, oh yeah, this is 40 Days, I like this one. And I really got into the chorus of that song. But yeah, sound-wise, a lot of it does carry over from what I said about The Hands That Thieve. It can be very fast, and it can be very aggressive, but these songs are not short. A few of these songs are over 5 minutes, which is not at all what you would associate with this genre. But yeah, interesting, and it was certainly a good album to have second on my 5 albums a month project. Mesmerised by System of a Down is up next. And of all the System of a Down albums, all 5 of them, this one for me is a bit of an odd one out. So my history with System of a Down, as I've mentioned so far, I first heard the song Shimmy because that song was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, and I had a friend who was in System of a Down and showed me some of it, but I wasn't really that big into it. There was a few bits I liked, but I wasn't really that big into it. It wasn't until 2012 when I started doing a course which led to me working at Poundland. It was at that point I decided that I probably should listen to Toxicity, and I did, and I liked it. And then straight after that I listened to Steal This Album, which I did, and I enjoyed that. And then fast forward to 2020, I started listening to Hypnotise because I had figured that it was something that I should have listened to, and that led to me starting my 5 albums a month project. And then I listened to the self-titled album straight after that in the next month. There's one part of that story that I've not yet told, which I'm going to tell now, because it's about the album Mesmerise. There was a time somewhere between me being introduced to System of a Down and not having much interest, and the 2012 incident where I was listening to Toxicity and Steal This Album, where I had somehow gotten into Mesmerise. I don't remember exactly what happened, but what I believe happened was, I think my friend Tom from school, this is the big metalhead guy that I've mentioned before, I think he showed me the song BYOB, and I did enjoy that song. I really got into that song. It kind of reminded me of Atomic Garden by Bad Religion. Now, that's not to say that the songs sound similar, I don't mean to say that at all. Rather, I just mean the way that the lyrics are used during the chorus in order to represent something far more sinister than the actual literal interpretation of the words themselves. But I really did get into BYOB, and I think soon afterwards I found the song Violent Pornography, and I really liked that song. And so I think bit by bit I was sort of funneled towards listening to this album, and eventually I listened to the majority of the songs here and then the album on a whole, and I just came to really enjoy this album. And so there was this brief moment, well, I say brief, it was a few years towards the end of the 2000s, or at least in the latter half of the 2000s going into the beginning of the 2010s, where my interpretation of System of a Down was, I think they're okay in general, but I really like Mesmerise. And I still do hold the position that this is my favourite album of theirs. But the difference is that since then I have come to learn and very much enjoy their other albums as well. So this one is kind of special to me in that way. Some of my other favourites from this album are Revenger, Old School Hollywood, and what I would probably call my favourite System of a Down song is Question. And just to round the story off to add a little bit more clarity, back when I was talking about Hypnotise, and when I mentioned that that was what kickstarted my 5 albums a month project, the main reason why that album in particular stood out as one to me that I felt like I really should listen to is because the prequel to that album, Mesmerise, was one that I already knew that I really liked. So it just felt natural that I really should listen to Hypnotise. A Boat on the Sea by Moron Police. Now, I had never heard of this band before, but I was watching someone on YouTube talking about their top albums of 2019, and the album that they put for number 2 was one that I very much agreed on. It was an album that I liked very much. But then when he announced number 1, it was this album right here, A Boat on the Sea. And I often get the title of this album mixed up with the Fat Freddy's Drop album based on a true story. And I don't really think you can blame me for that, but this is definitely the much better album. Needless to say, I was curious, and so in 2023 I added it to my 5 albums a month project, and I remember I was at home at the time that I put it on for the first time. I think I put it on and I was doing just odd jobs, and then I remember it getting to the second track, The Phantom Below, and just thinking, oh wow, this is really good, and I got into it immediately, and that is very rare for me. See, the whole thought process behind the 5 albums a month project is that I have to listen to each album several times, around 4 or 5 times. And the main reason for that is that I need to have those multiple listens so that I can properly absorb an album and I can really take it in and know what it is and what it's about. It's very rare that I listen to something for the first time and on the first listen think, oh, this is good. But it did happen here. And so I kind of just stumbled into an album that I really liked. I'm really not sure what you would have called this type of music. Not that I think that I'm very good at labelling music and describing music anyway, but from what I found online, they're often described as a prog pop band. And I can see that. They do have those prog rock elements to them, but the songs aren't 20 minutes of nothing happening. So it's a bit more poppy than that, yes, definitely. As for my favourite tracks, well, I would say the best 2 without a doubt are The Phantom Below and Beware the Blue Skies. But after that, it would be The Invisible King and The Dog Song. Pescore by Less Than Jake. We are really getting to that point in the list where we are approaching my absolute favourites. And so it's going to be more and more the case where these albums will trend towards examples of albums that simply contain songs that I have come to really enjoy from the bands that I really enjoy, that I had discovered before I properly got into the albums themselves. And this is definitely an example of that. I discovered Less Than Jake through their song All My Best Friends Are Metalheads on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, and they are one of the main bands that I really looked up online in those early days of discovering and getting into music. But Pezcore was Less Than Jake's first official album, and whilst Losers, Kings and Things We Don't Understand was just a collection of songs that was put together to make an album, this was actually originally constructed to be an album. And you can hear the audio quality has improved, but it's still very clearly in that early range. That being said, when I did originally look up Less Than Jake, there were a few songs from this album that I found. Amongst that first batch there was Liquor Store. There was also Johnny Quest Thinks We're Sellouts, which is on this album, but it's not the version on this album that's the most well known, but that is the version that I originally found. And also One Last Cigarette. That is the final track on the album, and on some versions of the album it's actually blended in with the track before, Short on Ideas. And it does flow together as one piece, so it does make sense. But yes, I was really happy to discover Less Than Jake, and I really did get into their music, and those few songs are some good examples of the early Less Than Jake that I got into in those early stages. But I was still quite new to the band, so I didn't quite know what sounded new or what sounded old. But there were clearly a few tracks here that, to me, at least at that stage, didn't feel like they were quite on par with some of the other ones that I'd found, such as Boomtown, for example, and Robo. But I have this very strange memory related to this album, and I can't explain it. But there was one time in the 2000s where we went on holiday somewhere, and even though this album wasn't high on my list of albums to listen to, I just remember having the urge to listen to it. I had one of those weird dreamlike psychosis moments. You know when you're not quite asleep and you're not quite awake? And I just remember thinking about this album and thinking like, oh, it's so cool, even though at that time it was never high on my priority list. But I don't know, just a weird thing. But I did eventually come to appreciate some more of these tracks a bit later on. The two biggest examples of that are Blindsided and Downbeat, but also I would say Out of the Crowd. There was a Less Than Jake DVD set that came out once called Anthology, where they went through some of their albums and played them live. And I remember watching the one for Pezcore, and when they did get to Blindsided and Downbeat, I was thinking, oh yeah, these songs are actually better than what I originally gave them credit for. The only other story I could think of related to this album would be with the song 3 Quarts Drunk. I remember playing it at my friend Josh's house, and he asked, is this song called Out of Time? Because at the end of the song it goes, out of time, 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 out of time. And I had to explain to him, no, it's called 3 Quarts Drunk. Up next is Ride the Bullet by My Son the Hurricane. I've mentioned this band once before when I was talking about You Can't Do This, and I listened to You Can't Do This in October of 2025. And the reason I listened to that in October was because in May I had heard this one, Ride the Bullet. And there is a bit of a story behind how I discovered this band. And it's rather interesting because it has all the hallmarks of a childhood memory, or a teenage memory, or a memory from a decade ago maybe. But I discovered this band towards the end of 2024, and this is how that happened. There was a clip of this band going around, and it had been rather memeified, because when they perform they do put on quite a bit of a show. They're a bit over the top with their choreography, let's say. But anyway, someone had posted a clip of this band. Not a big clip, just a few seconds. And the general tone of the clip, or rather the general tone of the person posting the clip, was to mock it. They said something like, how can they possibly expect us to take ska seriously? Look at this. And I watched it and I heard the clip and I thought, oh, this sounds kinda neat. I'm interested. So of course I'm checking the comments to see if anyone's mentioning who the band is. And then eventually I see a comment saying this is My Son the Hurricane. So I looked them up. Turns out they're not really a ska band in that way. They are, according to what I found online, a brass funk band. But I did a little bit of digging and I found the the song Casserole, which is from this album, and I listened to it, and I really got into it. It does sound a bit like Rage Against the Machine, I think, and I've heard that comparison being made by other people as well. But they've also got a brass band, and I was certainly interested in listening to this album. And towards the end of the year, or maybe even at the start of 2025, I managed to find a video of them performing. It was a show called Airstreaming with Betty Lou, and on that they played 4 songs. 2 of those songs being songs from this album right here. And I kind of got obsessed with that video. Every so often I would just put it on, and I was really into it. And so I heard the song Parade from that video, and also I originally knew the song Casserole. And then I found out that the song from the original meme that was shared was Mr. Holland's Locust, and I found that they were all on this album, Ride the Bullet. So for my 5 albums a month project, I was already scheduled quite far, so I put this album in May, and let me tell you, I was anticipating it. I remember at the start of 2025, I was playing Corn Kid 64, which is a brilliant game by the way, but I was playing Corn Kid 64 and I would be listening to Parade, and I'll be thinking to myself, I want to listen to more of this band, but I can't yet, I've got to leave it till May, till it's time. And then when it got to May and I listened to it, it was well worth the wait. This album was really good. I really enjoyed it. The only downside I would say is that the final track, Hollywood, I would say that that's legitimately not a good song. But as for this album on a whole, yeah, it's really good. So whenever I consider my memories of the past and the different phases I've gone through, you know, I can come up with labels for them and I can assign certain albums to those times, or certain songs even. I can say, oh yeah, 2007 is when this happened and that happened, and I can sort of come up with a few different anchor points. And if I was to do that for 2025, even though it's so recent, it's not difficult at all for me to assign this album as a big anchor point. And I did listen to some good albums in 2025, but as far as my musical memories go for 2025, Ride the Bullet by My Son the Hurricane is the highlight. The Liberty of Norton Folgate by Madness. This album came after a very long hiatus from the band. That is, if you don't include the Danger Man Sessions, which was an album of covers. But Madness are mostly known for being a band of the 80s. They didn't really do much in the 90s. I know they had the album Wonderful, which I honestly wasn't very keen on, and it wasn't memorable to me at all, apart from maybe a couple of songs. My main memory from Wonderful is the track Drip Dead Fred. I remember showing Josh that song and he really liked it. But after that there wasn't really anything until The Liberty of Norton Folgate came out. And I remember seeing the advert on TV for this album. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, that's interesting, Madness have released new music. Because it was the first instance of me having come to know Madness and seeing them releasing new music, new original songs. But I didn't really go far with it. I didn't really listen to it or give it a chance at the time. I sort of just knew it existed, and it wasn't until 2011 where I got it and give it a proper listen. This is, I would say, one of the 4 main albums of 2011 for me. Another one of those that I've mentioned so far is The Boy Bands Have Won by Chumbawamba. But yeah, I would say that there are 4 main albums of 2011, or as I can call them here, the 2011 4. And I don't really know what it was that pushed me to listen to this album, but I did, and I ended up really enjoying it. I will admit though, the majority of my attention on this album was focused very much towards the final track. That's the title track, which is 10 minutes. By far the longest track on the album. There are no other tracks that reach half of that, and it has multiple stages and phases to it. And it was a song that I listened to quite a lot. I remember quite often I would walk to a retail park. One time I went there to get my first external hard drive, which was a 2 terabyte external hard drive from Maplin. And it was also around this time I got these weird low-fat crisps from Boots. Sort of like onion rings, but very thin. And there were these strawberry chocolatey bars that I also got from Boots. Very strange nostalgia, but it's definitely there. And whilst there is another album that very heavily ties to that memory more than this one, the song The Liberty of Norton Folgate is definitely also a part of that. That being said, I wasn't just focused on the title track, I did like the other ones as well. I think I might have seen the music video to Dust Devil before listening to this album properly, but my other favourites on this album are Forever Young, That Close and On the Town. But I managed to grow a liking for the other tracks as well. So I think, for example, Sugar and Spice was a bit of a slow burn for me, as was Rainbows. And if I had to pick a worst track, it would be Clerkenwell Polka. But NW5, which I think is like the most popular track on the album, or it's certainly certainly like their big hit from it, if there is one to be had. That one's definitely not one of my favourites. But regardless, whenever I listen to this album, I really enjoy it. The Knife by Goldfinger. So this is an album that came out towards the end of the 2010s, and it wasn't too long after it came out that I listened to it. If you jog your memory back to when I was talking about Hello Destiny, and I said that album, when that came out, I listened to it and I was quite disappointed by it. And when it did came out, it felt like it had been quite a long time since Disconnection Notice, the previous album, came out, which seems kind of silly in hindsight. But Goldfinger were one of the quintessential bands for me getting into music, especially if you consider the song Superman was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and Spokesman on Tony Hawk's 4. They were definitely one of the earliest bands that I properly looked up and found online back when I was first getting into music. So by the time Hello Destiny came out and the years following it, I ended up not listening to Goldfinger as much as I used to. So a lot of Goldfinger for me is very specific nostalgia of those early days. But when The Knife came out, it had been nearly a decade since the previous album, Hello Destiny. Now, sometime previous to The Knife coming out, the track I Am Deaf was released, and I wasn't a big fan of that song so much. So it did dampen my enthusiasm a little bit, but listening to this album was very refreshing, and it felt like to me that Goldfinger had really found their place. They'd really found their style. Because I've mentioned before that when they started there was quite a lot of ska music in there, and after a while they just dropped that completely and decided to go all in on the pop punk trend. And with Hello Destiny, it kind of felt like they were experimenting a little bit, retreading their roots, but it's very clear to me with The Knife that they are just embracing all of it. They are just saying, look, this is the type of music that we've made, this is the type of music that we're going to make, and I really think they've hit their stride with it. I think songs like Get What I Need really shows their old style, but there are also songs like Beacon and See You Around where when I hear them it feels like something right out of 2004. And then there's other tracks like Tuana Sunrise and Don't Let Me Go, which sound to me like they could have very well been tracks from my chilled summer of 2006, had they been out at the time. And I had really gotten into Don't Let Me Go. There was a period of time where I was listening to that song a lot. Also, just a point worth mentioning as well is that the track Lift Off features Nick Hexum from 311, and I was able to recognise his voice and point it out. The only other thing to mention about this album is that in the Christmas of 2025, my brother mentioned that he thinks this is his favourite Goldfinger album, and I just thought, yeah, I can see that. Living Things by Linkin Park. I know it's probably considered heresy to say so, but this is my favourite Linkin Park album. Of the ones I've not had on this list, I've either not heard them yet, or I've heard them and I just didn't really like them. I would definitely say Minutes to Midnight is their worst album from what I've heard. I did not really enjoy that one at all. But Living Things I enjoyed a lot. More than Hybrid Theory? Yes, a lot more than Hybrid Theory. Although with Hybrid Theory, it was something that I didn't really grow up with, only in a very limited context. And then I listened to later on in life and found it pretty good. But Living Things is an album that I decided to check out and I just got into it straight away. Because I remember I did like 1,000 Suns and this album came shortly after that one. And I remember seeing the music video for Castle of Glass, and I quite liked that song. But it wasn't until 2016 that I decided to listen to Living Things properly. I've mentioned this time briefly before. It was when I was playing through Ratchet & Clank and I decided to just listen to music. I mentioned that I listened to It's Martini Time by Reverend Horton Heat around that time, and it was within the same time frame that I played Living Things. Except I enjoyed Living Things a lot, and I played it quite a lot. Very easily got into the first 3 tracks, Lost in the Echo, In My Remains and Burn It Down. The same could be said for I'll Be Gone. But eventually I was listening to Skin to Bone and that became my favourite. In fact, I think Skin to Bone is probably my favourite Linkin Park song. And I even got into the weird sound effecty ones, like Roads Untravelled and Until It Breaks. Never really cared too much for Tinfoil and Powerless. But yeah, not much else to say really. It was just an album that I listened to a lot in 2016 and had a lot of fun with it. Indestructible by Rancid. So I got this album about the time that I was really getting into Rancid. In fact, I can tell you exactly, I got this on my 18th birthday, which I have mentioned briefly before when I was talking about Kingwood by Millencolin. I got that on the same day. This was a birthday present from my dad. Now, there were a few years in the 2000s where what my dad would do for my birthday is he would take me somewhere to a shop or whatever and then just let me pick something out. And I remember picking out this album. I remember we got back in the car so that he could take me home, and he would let me play this album in the car. I remember the car that he had at the time didn't have a CD player in the front of the car, it was in the boot. Yeah, it was quite strange. It was sort of like a 5-disc set that you could switch between. So if you were in the car, you could only choose between the 5 discs, but you didn't actually have to go and swap the discs. You could just choose which disc to play. It was strange. But I remember the beginning of the first track, the title track, played, and after about 1 second or so, it stuttered for a little bit. So it just went, and I know, and then it stopped. And I remember my dad saying, well, that's definitely Rancid. But you see, quite interestingly, I didn't really get too heavy into this album when I first got it. I do remember really enjoying some of the songs that came on that car journey home. It was a little awkward when it got to David Courtney and it started going, well, all you motherfucker criminals. But still, that song, David Courtney, and Django, I really like Django. There were some songs I really enjoyed. At first, I wasn't too big on the softer, more reggae style ones, I suppose. Speaking of which, this is an album that does, I would say, really embrace the different styles that Rancid has had over the years. It does get around places. But over time, I began to appreciate more of the tracks here, ones that I wouldn't really have focused on much to begin with. So for example, Travis Bickle, I really got into that eventually, and the same can be said for Stand Your Ground as well. But yeah, this is not an album that I have spent much time listening to as a whole. I've sort of slowly gotten into it bit by bit. Wolves in Wolves' Clothing by NoFX. You may remember when I talked about The War on Errorism, that was the first NoFX album that I ever discovered. And I think from there I kind of just found a few songs, a few odd songs here and there. Didn't really think much of them though. The next NoFX album to come out after that was Wolves in Wolves' Clothing. And I remember getting this. I think it was around the time it came out, probably a bit afterwards, I'm not too sure about that. And in my experience, I have not heard another NoFX album as good as this one. And I know people will say, well, you need to listen to Punk in Drublic. I listened to Punk in Drublic, I didn't like it. But when I listened to Wolves in Wolves' Clothing, I loved it. But what's funny is that it's an album I have very little recollection of discovering or finding. I do remember really liking the album cover. I do think it's really good. But I don't think this album ever took off. It doesn't seem to be one that's in high regards at all. And even though I did like it a lot, it might seem quite strange. And it was kind of strange that afterwards, when I heard about Coaster, that I wasn't as interested. Maybe the interest kind of faded away at that point. Or maybe I heard a few songs from it that I wasn't as keen on. I don't really remember. But regardless, there was a time between Wolves in Wolves' Clothing coming out and Coaster coming out where I listened to this album, Wolves in Wolves' Clothing, a lot. And I think if The War on Errorism is to be the blueprint as to what makes a good NoFX album, this is the natural evolution to that. I really consider this to be NoFX at their absolute best. It contains all the things that I think they're good at, and I don't think it contains any of the complaints that I would usually have at NoFX. But as for the content of the album, this is one of those albums where the songs on average are pretty short, but they do flow into each other quite well, at least a lot of the time, and there's plenty of tracks to fill up the space. It's rather difficult to pick favourites. I remember at first my favourite was Leaving Jesus Land, but now that I think about it, I'm not too sure. I think Sing Double at the Triple Rock has always been one of my favourites, and probably is still to this day. Similar for USA Halls. And probably The Man I Killed as well. But yeah, I think this is going to be one that's either going to be a surprise to people, or it's going to run counter to the general consensus when it comes to NoFX. But hey, this is my list based on my experiences and my opinions, and based off those things, I would say this one's the best. And next is Antipop by Primus. And once again, it may very well go against the general consensus, but this is my favourite Primus album. Yeah, I feel like this album is often overlooked because it comes after what is considered the golden age of Primus, or rather it's just at the end of it. I mean, it came out before I discovered Primus, so the age associated to it at that time was completely irrelevant to me, but I often get the feeling this is where most people kind of tune out a bit. I mentioned before with Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People that was at the end of the original run of Primus albums, and it felt like it was there to close off that period. But this is the album that came before that. If I was to describe the sound of this album, one word I would use is wet. There's probably some better technical term to describe the sound, but that's just the feeling I get. Probably influenced by the fact that one of the tracks is called The Final Voyage of the Liquid Sky. But I would say that this album sounds not necessarily more mainstream. I don't think Primus has ever been mainstream, at least not with how they sound to me. But when I consider the music that I was getting into and the music that became popular within my scene, as it were, in the early 2000s and the mid 2000s, this album kind of feels like a part of it. You may remember all the way back when I was talking about the Rage Against the Machine album that I listened to, The Battle of Los Angeles, there was a sound in one of the tracks that I recognised. And literally when I heard the song Calm Like a Bomb, I thought, I know that riff from somewhere. Well, as it turns out, Tom Morello actually played in one of the songs from Antipop. In the intro of Mama Didn't Raise No Fool, you can actually hear that same sort of riff. And when I considered the connection, I remember looking it up and finding that it was literally the same person and thinking, oh right, okay, I've actually heard something legitimate there. And I certainly would never put Primus and Rage Against the Machine in the same ballpark, but I do think that helps to serve as an example of the kind of thing I'm trying to get to here. But to go into a bit of a story about the actual tracks, I have a few to talk about. I'm pretty sure this is one album that I got physically rather early on, and my favourites to start with were Electric Uncle Sam, Lacquerhead, Greet the Sacred Cow, maybe Dirty Drowning Man, but definitely Power Mad. And I would say that those are among my favourites in general. I do also remember hearing Coattails of a Dead Man quite early on as well, and that is a very strange song. But what's also interesting is that I managed to get a friend from school into one of the songs from this album, Dirty Drowning Man. You may remember me talking about my friend Tom from school, who was the big metalhead. Well, Chris, his twin brother, he wasn't really a big metalhead, but he did like some rock-ish music, I guess. And I remember I got him into Primus back in the MSN days when people turned their MSN names into song lyrics. I remember him once turning his name into lyrics from Dirty Drowning Man. So I felt a bit accomplished there. But I also remember Eclectic Electric as well. I mentioned when I was talking about Pork Soda that I used to walk to Bridges to the song Hamburger Train and try to get there before it finished. I did a similar thing with Eclectic Electric as well. Not quite the same, I wasn't quite racing to get there. But I remember putting it on for the atmosphere. Computer Savvy by the J. Arthur Keenes Band. This is another one of those albums that was very prominent to me in 2011. In fact, I would say this might be the most prominent or the second most prominent from that time. But all the memories that I said related to the Liberty of Norton Folgate, especially related to the time I listened to the album, such as the places that I went to, that retail park, for example, and getting those strange crisps and that strange chocolatey strawberry bar from Boots. Those memories I very, very highly associate with this album right here because I listen to this all the time. I listen to it over and over again. I really got into it. Basically, the way I found this album is I had a friend that linked me to the 8-Bit People's website. There was a lot of chiptune music that was hosted on that site. Chiptune, if you're unaware, it's like music that's influenced by old technology, old computers. So if you think of, for example, old 16-bit games consoles, the music is based a lot off that. So the majority of it was instrumental, but my friend specifically highlighted this album, and this one is quite short, all things considered. It is just 7 tracks, and it totals at just over 25 minutes. And there are a couple of instrumentals here, namely Cluck and Expelling Bee, but the rest of them do have vocals. And I think what stands out to me about this album is the contrast between the chiptune music itself and the vocals. The vocals have no real energy or excitement to them at all, but the actual chiptune does a lot of the time, and it kind of gives it its own unique sound. My favourite tracks are Spaniard and Expelling Bee, also Faux Pas as well. But yeah, interesting style, certainly very nostalgic for me for that year of 2011. And I have listened to some other of their stuff, the J. Arthur Keen's band, and from what I've heard, I don't like it as much as I prefer this album here. The later stuff seems to be not as heavy on the chiptune side, which is fine in and of itself, but Computer Savvy to me is the perfect balance. Absolutely, by Madness. So, I've talked about Madness a few times. I've listened to a few of their albums here and there, but I need to refer back to my first Madness discovery/listening experience, which was from my friend Josh, who showed me the Our House compilation. Now that isn't an album, so it doesn't qualify for this list, but I do consider it to be the central point of my Madness discovering days. I mean, I'd heard a little bit before here and there, I suppose, like Our House. I know I'd heard that song before then, but I never really thought about it or had a reference point. But what absolutely represents to me is those early days of discovering new Madness tracks by searching them online after having heard that compilation, that Our House compilation, and this is the best of them. By which I mean, for one, I absolutely do consider Absolutely to be the best Madness album, but also that it is in and of itself the best representation of me discovering new music that wasn't on the Our House compilation. There are 3 tracks here that I already knew from that Our House compilation, namely Baggy Trousers, Embarrassment, and The Return of the Los Palmas 7. But looking at the rest of the tracks on this album, there's a lot of really good stuff there that I didn't get in that first bout of listening to them. For example, there was a time after that shortly where I discovered In the Rain and You Said. You Said was one of my favourites for a while. I was really into that song. I also discovered Close Escape, which I now consider to be one of the better tracks on this album, and Solid Gone. And I think Solid Gone is one of the strangest tracks here. But on top of that, there is quite a mix of tracks here. You do have the fast, goofy ones, like Baggy Trousers and Close Escape, and then you have the more slow tracks, like Not Home Today and Take It or Leave It, which for me were reminiscent of tracks from the Our House compilation, such as One Better Day and Prospects. But I think what's a mark of a good album, or at least what feels like a good album to me, is one where there's clearly a variety of styles, but nothing feels out of place. And I'll tell you something that's funny as well. I consider this to be a rather colourful album. Something I used to get, though I don't quite get it as much now, is I would often experience a kind of synesthesia with songs, where I would discover a song and I would associate it with a colour. I think I don't get that as much these days, because when I discover songs, I'm also discovering the album, and I have like an album cover to associate it with, so maybe my brain isn't able to make that connection in and of itself. But I've always felt like this album is a colourful one based on the colours that I associate with each of the songs. But then when I think about the colours that I've associated with these songs, it's not actually all that colourful at all. I have 3 songs here that I've associated with orange, Not Home Today, On the Beat Pete and Take It or Leave It, and 4 consecutive tracks that I associated with black, Shadow of Fear, Disappear, Overdone and In the Rain, and then 3 tracks are yellow, Close Escape, You Said and The Return of the Los Palmas 7. Of course, I'm talking about my own personal synesthesia here, so the response to that might be along the lines of you're talking nonsense, whether that be that I associated the colours wrong or that the whole idea of colour association is wrong. But I specifically mention it here because I just find it interesting that when I think of the album as a whole, I think of it as being a colourful album, but then when I look at the individual songs, I don't get that. So the lesson that I take from that is that I have really gained something by considering this album as a whole rather than just the individual tracks that I, at that time when discovering the tracks, would have done. But yes, it was a tough call between this and The Liberty of Norton Folgate, but I do think Absolutely is my favourite Madness album. Although I've not listened to them all, and there are a couple that did not make this list, such as Wonderful and Can't Stop Us Now. Sorry, Can't Touch Us Now. Why did I call it Can't Stop Us Now? Can't Touch Us Now. Anyway, moving on. Next up is Mosaic by 311. This is another album that was on the first month of my 5 albums a month project back in September of 2020. And the thing about the early stages of that project is that they tended to have more of the obvious albums, the albums that I had a high level of confidence that I would like, generally speaking. By the time I got to this album, I had already gotten into 311 quite a bit, and I had heard the song Too Late, which I think came out as a single or something. I don't know. I think it was like their preview song that they used before the album released. Maybe. I also think Too Much to Think was also on that list, that also came out before the album came out, and I wasn't as big into that one in particular, but I listened to it a few times and there were a few more songs I got into. At the start, more specifically, I got into Forever Now and Days of 88. Also, I think The Night Is Young and Island Sun, but one thing in particular I do remember thinking on my first listen, or at least on the first few listens, is the song Perfect Mistake. I remember thinking to myself, this kind of sounds like a Linkin Park song, and I do think that there are some similarities between 311 and Linkin Park. But the song that grew on me the most was Wildfire, because for a while I didn't really think as much of that one, but it really did grow on me, especially the guitar solo towards the end of the song. You can really feel the song building up to that moment, and it works very well. And I also remember the song Extension. I've begun to associate that song with Squid Game. I think I was watching Squid Game about the same time. I think Squid Game probably came out about the same time. But you know how associations go. I might have just been listening to it as I saw a screenshot or something, and the association built from there, and it's now in my head. But this was definitely the 311 that I knew and liked. Oh yes, and one more thing to mention. Now, I've tried looking online to find out if this is true, but I can't find any reference to it at all. But on the last song, On a Roll, there's a part of that song that, to me, sounds like John Feldman from Goldfinger. The bit where it goes, we're gonna ride it out to the end. It's a long road up to the top of the mountain. That sounds like John Feldman to me. And here's where the idea kind of comes together. For one, I know he worked on this album. To what extent, to the exact details, I don't quite know. But also, in the same year of 2017, Nick Hexum from 311 featured on a Goldfinger song, the song Lift Off from the Knife. So I've kind of got these connections going on, and it sounds like it is him on the song, but I haven't been able to find absolute confirmation of that. But overall, great album. The only song here that I'm not too big on is Syntax Error. But out of 17 tracks, that's not a bad record. Harakiri by Serj Tankian. This one did surprise me. I had many years ago given a brief listen to his other 2 albums previous to this one, Elect the Dead and Imperfect Harmonies, and I didn't really care about either of them, to be honest. But what I think is rather interesting here is that, usually when a band that I like has one of its members goes and do their own solo project, I'm usually not as big of a fan. And that is definitely the case with his other 2 albums that I previously mentioned. But I decided to put this album on for the first album of September of 2022 for the main reason that it was the first album of the year, that being year 3 of the 5 albums a month project. And I thought it would be neat because it would be reminiscent of the very first album I listened for the project overall, which was a System of a Down album. So I went in without much expectations, but I really got into this album. I liked it a lot. It was one of those albums where I'd get one of the songs appear in my head as I was getting out of the bath or something. They just randomly appear. I have a very specific nostalgia for this album because September of 2022 was the same time that the Magic the Gathering set Dominaria United came out, and that was the first set that I played drafting on MTG Arena, and so I very much began to associate the aesthetics of that set, like beautiful gardens and tranquil waterfalls, with this album. But again, it's one of those instances where that's not usually what you would think about when listening to this album. Just the association in my mind and the nostalgia that I've built. But yeah, I will listen to this loads. Even beyond the listens that I usually would have done for my albums project, I just kept listening to it. I would say that my favourite tracks from this album originally were Occupied Tears and Reality TV. But over time, I've come to enjoy Forget Me Not, Ching Chime a bit more, and Butterfly. But the name Butterfly Butterfly is also kind of interesting to me because I remember about the time this album came out, just seeing that there was a song called Butterfly and just thinking about it. So I was aware of this album when it came out, but I didn't choose to listen to it. I think maybe I'd have just heard his other albums and wasn't as interested. But yeah, it may have taken me 10 years, but I eventually put it on my albums project and absolutely loved it. We are definitely at the point now where if an album that I name was on that 5 albums a month project, I really enjoyed it. As in, it was an especially standout album for that project. Of course, I really love all these albums at this point. We are getting to the very high portion of the list. But also, just a point of note, after listening to this album, I decided to put his other albums on the project, and when I got to them, I didn't really like them. So, I don't know, I feel this one sounds a bit more like what I expect from System of a Down, whereas those others, not so much. Maybe he was just trying to make something that sounded more distinct. But yeah, very surprisingly, I actually put this above all the System of a Down albums. I was not expecting that at all. Worlds Apart by And You Will Know Us by The Trail of Dead. I have talked about this band very briefly back when I talked about the album So Divided. I had discovered So Divided because I was already familiar of this band via this album, but as I've mentioned before, I didn't really get into that album too much. There's a few songs on it that I liked, but I didn't really get into it. But aside from that, the only other And You'll Know Us by The Trail of Dead album I've heard is 9. I listened to that in my 5 albums a month project, and I didn't really like it. But Worlds Apart is the first album of theirs that I heard, and I remember hearing about this band through some sort of list online, or just something online, I'm not sure. But I discovered it on account of the strange band name. So, naturally, I looked them up, and the first song I found by them was Let It Dive, which is from this album. So I'm guessing this was around 2005-2006 when this happened. Actually, no, it would have been definitely one of those years, because that was the time between this album and So Divided. But it was a very nice song. Certainly not the type of music I would have normally listened to, especially back then, but I really did get into it. I also have this memory of seeing this album in a shop somewhere. Now, I might be wrong about this, but I believe we had travelled quite far. It certainly wasn't anywhere local, or at least I don't think it was, and we were going to see family. And I saw this CD in one of the shops, and I remember looking at the track listing on the back and seeing Let It Dive on there. And I remember thinking, like, oh yeah, I'm curious to find out what this music sounds like. Now, I didn't get it there and then. I did get it eventually, and I ended up really enjoying this album. It's become an album that I'll put on once every, well, I don't know how often, but every once in a while. It's got a nice flow to it. The tracks do change in tone quite often. So for example, you've got Ode to Isis, which is the intro, and then it goes to Will You Smile Again, which is quite a long, slow burn, I guess. It's pretty steady. And then Worlds Apart is more fast and in your face. And then you've got songs like The Summer of 91, which comes after that, which sets the tone back a bit. It's a bit calmer. And the album does this quite a bit. I do remember there was quite a while where there was a section in the middle of the album, namely Caterwall and a Classic Arts Showcase, where in my mind that was like the low point of the album. I didn't really like those tracks as much. But over time, I've come to enjoy them. And so this album has become what I would call a background staple, by which I mean there isn't really a point to which I think that I really want to listen to this album a lot and I listen to it over and over again. Rather, just every now and then I think I want to put some music on and I go, let's put Worlds Apart on, and it's always a good time. But as for this band, there are other And You Will Know Us by The Trail of Dead albums that I'm interested in. Not specifically, but I am interested in hearing more of their stuff. I have, for example, heard Source Tags and Regrets a little bit. But hey, that's what my 5 albums a month project is for. More albums. Penny Bridge Pioneers by Millencolin. And now we have my favourite Millencolin album. This album, I feel like, is their biggest one, in terms of impact at least. The first track on this album, No Cigar, was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and was one of my favourites on that game. I feel like for many people, No Cigar is their favourite track from Tony Hawk's 2, and it is how I discovered the band. I managed to find a few more Millencolin songs shortly afterwards when we had access to the internet. On this album in particular, mostly Fox. But shortly after that, I found Penguins and Polar Bears. In fact, I think I found the video to Penguins and Polar Bears. And for some time, I was really into that song. I remember telling somebody about it in the cafeteria at school. And given my memory of the cafeteria that it was, this would have been around 2003, 2004 maybe. But again, it's another one of those examples of an album where I sort of just found the songs individually over time, and I slowly got into them bit by bit. And it gradually became rather evident that this album was something rather substantial. Millencolin is certainly a band that I associate with those years. As I've mentioned before, when I was talking about the Melancholy collection, I got that album when I was working at my work experience for the school. And so these songs were mostly around the same time. But where a lot of the Millencolin albums I've talked about, not all, but a lot of them, where I give a proper good listen on my 5 albums a month project. And Kingwood I got a good listen to when it came out. Oh yeah, and also Home From Home, which I kind of just found out as a scattering of songs around, without giving that album too much of a focused listen. But this album here, Penny Bridge Pioneers, there was a phase where I was giving it a good focused listen. And long before my 5 albums a month project, on Christmas of 2012, I remember all the time I had that wasn't spent with family duties, I was playing East Origin on Steam, and I decided to listen to Penny Bridge Pioneers, but I listened to it multiple times. I thought, let's make this Christmas unique, I suppose, make it easier to anchor in memory by just listening to this one album over and over again. And at this point, I kind of knew most of the songs, but what really stands out to me about this particular time was the song The Mayfly. You see, The Mayfly was a song that I wasn't familiar with previously, but on that day, I started really getting into The Mayfly, and after a few listens, I would get excited when that song came on, which is funny now thinking about it, because by comparison, listening to that song and discovering that song was quite late compared to the other songs. But yeah, I just would rock out every time it came on. I would be playing East Origin, and then it would just go da 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 da, and I was just like, oh yeah, The Mayfly. Not saying that out loud, but thinking it, and really having a good time with that song and this album. It's a very good album. Atlantis Ascendant by Balsagoth. I think it's quite noteworthy that Balsagoth have appeared throughout this list at different portions, and in terms of quality, I've put them all over the place. Out of the 6 albums that they've made, the only one I haven't mentioned is the Gutonic Chronicles, because, well, I have a bit of a history with that album. There's a few songs on it that I liked, but the vast majority of the songs on that one, they just didn't stick with me at all. I don't really remember any of them, other than the 2 or 3 or so that I already liked, which is a shame, because I was quite anticipating that album when it was announced or when it came out, at least a little bit. However, Atlantis Ascendant here is my favourite Balsagoth album, and by quite a significant degree as well. To go back to my story about how I discovered Balsagoth, my friend Tom from school was very into heavy metal in any shape and size that he could find, and I was not. We were once having a discussion about long song titles, and this was naturally the band that came to him when he was thinking about that subject, and so I decided to look into them at least a bit. The first track I found was And Atlantis Falls, that was from Battle Magic, but the second track of theirs I found was Draconis Albionensis, which is from Atlantis Ascendant, and I ended up really liking that song, especially the first half. It's kind of divided into 2 halves. I really liked the first half, but the more I looked into them, the more I found that there was certainly a mix of songs that I liked and songs that I didn't really care much about, and in terms of ratio, this album right here has definitely the best going rate for good tracks over less good ones, let's say. Because I would say, other than the interludes and the introductory tracks at the very least, the worst tracks here are The Dreamer in the Catacombs of Ur and In Search of the Lost Cities of Antarctica. The rest of them, though, they're all good. They're all really good. Atlantis Ascendant, I got into that one pretty early. That one's really good. Same for Star Maps of the Ancient Cosmographers. And then, after a while, I really got into the Chronicle of Shadows Shadows. And I feel a big problem with this band a lot of the time is that their songs don't feel like they have a consistent through line. They can feel really messy, like they don't go anywhere and there's no real identity to them, I suppose. But I would not say that about the songs from this album. And like I've said many times before, I am not a metalhead. Some people are all over it. But as somebody who is not in that category, I think this album is really good. And it is without a doubt my favourite Balsagoth album. How Could Hell Be Any Worse by Bad Religion? Allow me to introduce you to Bad Religion. This is a band that I have had many very positive experiences of. In fact, my first exposure to Bad Religion was through their song called You, which was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. And I've mentioned before how Superman by Goldfinger was the first song to get me into music. Well, that song is, I would say, the main song that got me into music. I absolutely loved that song. As for How Could Hell Be Any Worse, what we have here is their very first album, released shortly after their first EP, just called Bad Religion. And this album sounds very rough. In fact, I would say that if you've heard any Bad Religion song that isn't on this album, then I would wager that it's very clear how old this album sounds, or how rough it sounds rather. Because even in those early days of me discovering music, I would generally not be very good at determining how old a song was compared to other songs of that certain band's discography. But even then, it was obvious to me that this was old. All that being said, it did take me quite a while to properly understand and appreciate this album for what it was. But I did get this album quite early on in my album getting days, back when I used to get them on physical CD. I remember I got it alongside Primus's album Antipop, which was also quite early, but I didn't listen to it too much. But it was rather nice that the reissue version of the CD actually came with bonus tracks, which were basically tracks from the original Bad Religion EP and the Back to the Known EP, which came out a few years afterwards. But yes, I wasn't too big into a lot of these songs at first. Songs like Pity and American Dream and Oligarchy. But over time I appreciated it a bit more. I really got into part 3. And I did get into Doing Time, which is the final track of this album and my favourite track. And I think it's just one of those cases where an album can sound rough, but even still, you can eventually adapt to it. And the roughness of the album adds to the theme of the album. Because this is a very dark album. It's very grungy. And considering this was their first album, and considering how young they were at the time, I've begun to slowly appreciate, but not just that, also enjoy this album legitimately. And I think it does have a good sense of identity as well. And then we have Into the Unknown by Bad Religion. And talk about a controversial album. This was very controversial. This album nearly destroyed the band. So, to explain and give a little bit of a history lesson, How Could Hell Be Any Worse was their first album and it showed some success. Then, when they went to do their second album, there was a bit of a schism in the band, because amongst some of them, there was a desire to do something a bit more experimental and a bit different, and the others were just like, nope, I'm not doing this. And they went through with it. They replaced some of the members of their band, temporarily, and they released Into the Unknown. And this is Bad Religion in a different light. The tone has completely shifted, and the album was an absolute flop, because they were coming off the back of How Could Hell Be Any Worse. So their target audience did not like this at all. These songs are generally longer than most Bad Religion songs, on average. There's one song here that's 7 minutes, which is far above and beyond anything else they've ever done. And there's also acoustics and synths. And look, I like Bad Religion a lot. This is clearly very different, but I still really like it. And I feel like it's really underappreciated. But I am kind of glad that very, very slowly and very gradually, the band has started to accept that this was an album that they once did, even if it's not something that they would ever go back to. In fact, if you want to legally own a copy of this music, you're going to have a very hard time, because it only came out on vinyl. But let's give my history into this album, because you have to remember, this for me was early days of discovering music, and I didn't really have access to the knowledge that I would have needed to say whether something was from one album or another album. I could have found out, but back then I wouldn't have cared. It would not have been my interest. But in those early days, I found a lot of songs from Winamx, which is basically an older version of LimeWire. And I remember my friend Ross from school telling me about Aris. or Eris. I don't know how you're meant to pronounce it, but it was along the same lines. And I remember loading it up, typing in Bad Religion, and then one song will come up called Losing Generation. Now remember, this is back in the days when songs would be mislabeled as other bands. And to be completely honest, it certainly sounds like the type of song that would be mislabeled as Bad Religion, but wouldn't be Bad Religion. And me believing it was Bad Religion seemed to be rather naive, but I just happened to be correct. Losing Generation is a very happy, bouncy song, at least in terms of the melodies and the instruments. And I was not used to Bad Religion sounding like that, but I did really like it. And it was sometime later I found a couple of other songs such as Million Days and Time in Disregard. But eventually I found It's Only Over When, the first track. And when I heard that, I showed it to my friend Josh and I said to him, this reminds me a lot of Losing Generation, because he liked Losing Generation as well. But it wasn't until some time afterwards that I had discovered that these random anomalies were actually part of this album called Into the Unknown. And it seemed to be one of those things where, at least at the time, in the early 2000s, in terms of what I'm talking about here with my experiences, it was possible to be a die-hard Bad Religion fan and have never heard of these songs. And yes, I will say this album certainly does sound very different, but I also think it does, in its own way, sound like Bad Religion. It doesn't sound like something that they would choose to do, but it certainly sounds like the type of thing that they could do. But still, I think this album has had a lot of eeriness about it. It's been quite well hidden, and I am glad that the band is starting to appreciate the fact that these songs exist. They might say that the album was a bad idea, and I accept that the band's trajectory could have been completely destroyed, and I'm certainly glad it wasn't, but I am certainly happy that this album exists, and I do ultimately really enjoy it. The only track here that I'm not as keen on is the final track, You Give Up. The intro is nice, but the rest of it is a bit strange. I'm not too keen on it. But yeah, really good album. And then we have I Am Human by Escape the Fate. So there are 4 albums that my friend Kyle from work has recommended me. The second of those albums being the self-titled Finger 11 album. The third of those albums being Virgin Funk Mother by In Search of Sun. And the fourth one being Vaxis 2 by Coheed and Cambria. But the very first album he recommended me for my 5 albums a month project was this one right here, I Am Human by Escape the Fate. And let me tell you, I really liked it. I liked it a lot. And the funny thing about it is that because this was the first album he recommended me, there was a little bit of a worry on my behalf, but also on his, that I wouldn't like it. From his perspective, if he recommended a bad album for me, or one that I didn't like, he would feel responsible for that. Even if it was bad, I wouldn't have minded. But if I didn't like it, I also kind of felt like he would have felt disappointed. So, on that day of February of 2023, when it was my time to listen to it for the first time, I very specifically remember I was walking home from work at the time, and I was walking a very particular route. A route that I don't tend to go, but I have often gone. It's a bit longer, but it's a bit more scenic. And when I started listening to it for the first time, now remember, I tend to not really pick up on how much I like something on the first listen. It does take me some time. But the first few tracks, I thought, alright, yeah, this sounds alright. I think I might end up liking this. But more specifically, I really remember the track Do You Love Me? I was at a very specific point in my journey where there's a footpath between 2 rows of trees. It's a very nice path. And I was listening to Do You Love Me thinking like, oh yeah, this is a good song, I'm liking this. And then there was one line where it went, don't know if I'll survive. And just that bit there, the survive, it really hit me. I just thought, oh wow, I really like that. So I was very pleased, and after a few listens, I was looking forward to telling him that, yeah, I really liked it. It's certainly a type of album that I associate with Kyle. It is what I would consider to be Kyle-like. Although, again, there's certain music that people think is me-like. So it's more of just a feeling than anything substantial. But I would describe this music as being kind of like heavy pop in a way, and I'm not sure if he'd agree with me on that label. It certainly sounds rather nu metal, I would also say it does sound very millennial coded. I would say, for example, this is music that is heavy but doesn't depend on being heavy. You could rewrite these songs as just pop songs and they would still work fine, but as it stands, they're just not. And I do remember saying to Kyle at the time, I kind of get a little bit of a Goldfinger feeling from this, and I can't quite put my finger on how exactly. My favourite tracks here are I Will Make It Up To You, Do You Love Me and Empire. And if I remember correctly, Kyle's favourite tracks are Four Letter Word and maybe Broken Heart. But yeah, it was really good. And I remember the next time I saw Kyle after hearing this album, I remember saying to him, no, that was a really good album. I'm definitely glad you've showed me it. And there was a period of time where every so often we'd just start singing these songs, at least a little bit. So he would say that he really liked Broken Heart. And I'd maybe need reminding, and he'd go, I'm letting go. And then I'd join in, 'cause I can't take this anymore when you broke my heart in two. And there were also a few times where I just go, when I scream at the top of my lungs, do you love me? Good times. From Chaos by 311. Now this is an album that I have a history with. Now you may remember that I have mentioned a few times the chilled summer of 2006. It was a short period of time where I would, during the summer, sit on the upstairs computer and it would be quite warm, quite relaxing. And I started getting into a few more chilled out songs, or at least songs that felt chilled out to me. Such examples include SOS by Mad Caddies, which is a ABBA cover, and Peachfish by Bucko 9. But the one song I think really encapsulates the chilled summer of 2006 is the song Amber by 311. It was the first 311 song I ever heard. I think it was just a case of seeing that the band was called 311 and I was curious. That happened every so often. I would see the name of something and it would make me curious. But I checked them out and the first song that I heard was Amber. And for a while it was the only 311 song I really heard. And I went through this phase where I just loved Amber. Something about it was special. It was very chilled, let's say. Quite fitting for the summer of 2006. And I would listen to that song a lot. But soon afterwards, there were a few other 311 songs that I listened to. The main ones were Beautiful Disaster, Champagne, and I'll Be Here a While. All of those songs were rather chilled, and apart from Beautiful Disaster, the others were all on this album. And I became aware after some time that these songs were from Chaos. And I think I did also hear the title track From Chaos, as in the title track called From Chaos, from Chaos. And that song was fine, but I didn't quite like it as much as the others. But I also tie these songs to another memory that I have, also related to the chilled summer of 2006. So at this point in time, I was at the sixth form at my school. This is basically the little bit of education that comes after mandatory education. So we didn't have to wear any school uniforms or anything like that. But it was still at the school, the same secondary school that I had gone to. And a part of this meant that we were allowed to leave the school premises during lunchtime and any time we had free lessons because they became a thing. And quite often during the morning break I would head to the local Tesco that wasn't too far, and I had some friends that also went there. And amongst the drinks there was a drink called Tout, spelled T-A-U-T. It was like a watery orange juice. Sort of like if you imagine a Capri Sun but bigger and not directly aimed at kids. It had like this silver package with just a picture of an orange on and said Tout. Anyway, one of these people, James, made a joke out of Tout, as if to say, ha ha ha, look, it's Tout, it must be awful. And my friend Ross, who I've mentioned several times before, was also part of this group. And apparently one time they all, as one big joke, got some Tout and tried some Tout. And it turned out that the drink was rather weak. Anyway, there was this time over the summer where I thought to myself I should exercise a bit more. So during the days I would go to my friend Bridge's house, and this is the deal I made with myself. I decided that I would tell Bridge that I would have to go earlier than I actually did have to, and then spend a little bit of time just running, or jogging even, so that I would still have time to get home. And I did this. And every time I did this for a while, I would go to the Tesco and buy some Tout because I kept hearing about it, and so I thought I would try it. And it was fine, whatever. I mean, probably quite sugary to go counteractive towards my decision to be exercising and get more healthy. Probably. But it became quite a ritual. I would leave Bridges, go get some Tout, and then go jogging. And the reason I mention all this is because when I did that, I would listen to 311. I would listen to Amber, I would listen to Beautiful Disaster, and I'll Be Here a While, and Champagne. And then when I got home, I remembered that I went through a phase of having strawberry flavoured water. And this is all a part of the chilled summer of 2006. It was very chilled. Even as I was jogging, the memory, all in all, feels very chilled. Kind of similar to 2008, a couple of years afterwards, where I would do the same with the Goldfinger album Hello Destiny and that other orange juice. But that was orange concentrate, and that was just walking, so that's different. But it's strong memories. That was a good summer. Anyway, it wasn't until a few years later where I thought to myself, I really should just listen to this album properly. There was already a few 311 songs on this album that I knew that I liked, so it just made sense to listen to this album. And I don't remember the exact year that I did this, but I remember I was playing Burnout Paradise at the time, and I had that on PS3, which I got in 2008 towards the end of that year. So it was at least a few years afterwards where I gave it a good proper listen. And from that I discovered that they also have many songs that are not so chilled. And I kind of had the idea that I wouldn't like those songs as much. That was the impression I got from the little bits I'd heard here and there. But no, I really did get into the album. I especially remember liking Sick Tight, the chorus to Sick Tight. And then there's also tracks like You Wouldn't Believe, which is sort of that halfway point between the two styles of music that they had. So this was the first 311 album that I properly got into, and it was the catalyst for what got me to listen to Don't Tread on Me years later in 2013 when I was going to do that college course. Californication by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yes, this is one of those bands that has appeared on this list multiple times at many different stages. And even still, it's been quite a while since the previous one that I mentioned, so it should be rather clear that this one is my favourite. And this is one that really goes back to that origin story for me. After hearing the song Fight Like a Brave on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, my friend Josh showed me their Greatest Hits album. And my enjoyment of this album can really be traced back to their Greatest Hits. There are a few tracks here that were on the Greatest Hits, namely Parallel Universe, Scar Tissue, Other Side, Californication, and Road Trippin'. So quite a substantial collection there. But to give a little bit more detail about the time I was introduced to their Greatest Hits, the first few times I heard that through my friend Josh, there was one song in particular that I really liked, and that was Other Side. You see, I would be playing Age of Empires 2, coming up with custom maps and just playing against the computer. And it was around that same time that I really got into Age of Empires 2. And it was at this time that Josh would put the album, the Greatest Hits album, on the CD player that he had. And I would kind of absorb it. I would start to learn a few tracks like Under the Bridge and Give It Away. But it was when Other Side came on that I thought, oh yeah, this is really good. And I went through a bit of a phase where I really liked that track. And it was not long after that I started looking them up online and finding more tracks, but really my focus was on Other Side. As for other tracks on this album that I found in those early days, I remember Easily and I Like Dirt. I remember feeling like I had heard the song Easily on an advert or something. It certainly sounded familiar. That may have been due to the line, everything must go. So I ended up liking a lot of this album, but it wasn't until many years later when I decided to listen to this album properly. Not my 5 albums a month project, several years before then. Probably sometime in the 2010s, if I had to guess. And as I did, I started to realise that the other songs are also really good. And I started to really appreciate some of the tracks that I had already knew but wasn't as into. Like Parallel Universe, for example. But it is rather interesting in a sense, because there are a few other songs not on this album that I consider to be amongst their greatest, with a prime example of that being the Zephyr song. But if at any time I think to myself, I just want to put on some Red Hot Chili Peppers to put on in the background, for the most part, I don't see any reason to choose any other album than this one. This one's always been my go-to. Recipe for Hate by Bad Religion. I feel like this is a perfect example of, and an indicator that we're getting to the stage where some of these albums are going to be very difficult to talk about as albums, because we are getting to my favourites now. And for a lot of my favourites, well, certainly a sizable portion of them, they are albums that contain songs that I heard long before I had any real context of the album itself. And this is definitely the case with Bad Religion, and it's definitely the case here. Because when I got into Bad Religion, it was by hearing a song of theirs on Tony Hawk's 2 and then just finding random songs that I could find online. But this album in particular, I've always considered it to be low-end Bad Religion. It's got its fans, but it is low-end Bad Religion for me. And considering how far up on the list we are, that really shows just how much I like this band. But this was part of a short phase in the band's history during the early 90s where they slowed down a little bit. These songs really aren't as energetic as what they have made previously or will have made later on. At least that's how it feels to me. And so some examples of low-end Bad Religion songs are, I would say, Modern Day Catastrophists and Skyscraper, which is probably quite controversial because I know that's a popular one amongst particular fans. And my favourites, all things considered, are My Poor Friend Me and Looking In. But I do have a bit of a story about a few of these songs. Their biggest song here, as in their most popular song, in fact I would say it's probably their most popular song over all their music, is American Jesus. But I also remember, and this is just a strange memory, I'm not being able to find it or if I just had a broken copy or whatever, but the first copy of the title track that I got, the MP3 file, it had gaps of silence between the lines on the verses, and for a while I just thought that was part of the style, but it wasn't. So I think my copy was just glitched or something. I don't know. I've not been able to find it anywhere. But interestingly, my friend Ross, who I've mentioned a few times, who I knew in the early 2000s as a friend from school, he was into all these bands that I was maybe a bit interested in, and maybe he got me into a bit. He was into Tenacious D, he was into Queens of the Stone Age and the Mars Volta, but he also likes Bad Religion. And I've not met that many people in my life who are Bad Religion fans, but he was. And I remember he showed me the song Kerosene, because at the same time he had an Xbox. I don't think it was the Xbox 360, this would have been before the 360, this would have been the original Xbox. And he had one of the Tony Hawk games on it. And I remember him showing me that he was able to play music that was stored on the console, and he would show me how the song could be integrated into the game soundtrack as if it was just naturally a part of the soundtrack. And I remember at the time thinking that was really neat. Of course, him showing me a Bad Religion song that I didn't already know, that was really neat as well. But it was interesting. And just to talk briefly about a couple of the other songs here, I think Portrait of Authority was one of my early favourites. And I remember with Struck a Nerve, I managed to find the video to that before actually finding the song itself. There was a few cases of that. And next up is Generator by Bad Religion. Yes, it's the generator. Now this is an album I do have a bit of a story for, because this was one of the first albums that I physically owned and the first Bad Religion album I physically owned. So in my early Bad Religion discovery days, there were a few songs from this album that I found. I think Tomorrow was one of the first ones I found. And then there was also the song Generator, the first and title track of the album. But one song I managed to find that I really got into was Atomic Garden. And there was a period of time where I was really into Atomic Garden. I considered it to be one of my favourites. Which is funny, because now I don't think it's all that great of a Bad Religion song. But at the time I was really into it. And with this limited knowledge, I remember talking to my friend Ross about different Bad Religion songs, trying to see and figure out which ones he knew. And I remember he said to me, now I don't remember if I had asked him or if he just brought this up, but I remember him saying that he thought The Generator was one of their worst songs. And I think at this time I was slightly familiar with Bad Religion, that I kind of knew that song a bit, but I wasn't big into it. But when he said that, I remember listening to it and thinking, oh, maybe, I don't know. But I especially remember telling him about Atomic Garden. I said, do you know Atomic Garden? And then he would just go, come out to play, come out to play. Basically indicating to me that yes, he did. And after some more time, I managed to find the music video to the song Atomic Garden, and the video that I got said on it, from the album Generator. Now, at this point, I really had no context about what albums they had, or what was on what album or anything. All I knew with regards to their albums, as gleamed by the video to Atomic Garden that I had, was that they had an album called Generator. And I remember my mum asking me if there was any music that I wanted for Christmas that year, because I think she knew that I was starting to get into music. Now, it's very hard to pinpoint exactly what year it was. I don't think I've done enough investigating to truly figure it out, but I believe it was either 2003 or 2004, and I'm much more confident that it was 2004, because I remember mentioning before that I did my work experience, and I got my first ever physical album during that time, which was the Melancholy Collection by Millencolin, and that was from the start of 2004, so I definitely believe it was 2004. Anyway, she asked if I wanted any music, and I gave 2 albums, one of those being Generator by Bad Religion, because it was the only Bad Religion album I knew by name. And so, interestingly, this is an album where I actually learned quite a bit of it from the album itself, which wasn't very common in those early days. But I remember getting this album and putting it on in the car, in my dad's car, as we were going to his house for Christmas, and there would be a few songs on there that I hadn't heard before. If we're talking at the start of the album, you've got Too Much to Ask and No Direction. Then there was Tomorrow, which I already knew. I also knew the first track, which was Generator. But yeah, especially with those early few, which is the ones that I would have heard in the car, I was learning these songs for the first time. And it felt kind of special, because I felt like I was sort of digging into the deep recesses of Bad Religion, even though I wasn't really. But I also remember listening to some of these songs when I was doing my paper round, and especially the song Fertile Crescent. You see, Generator, the album, much like Recipe for Hate, it was around that time where they had slowed down a bit. But Fertile Crescent is probably the fastest song on this album. At least it sounds that way to me. And I remember listening to that on my paper round through my iPod on those dark mornings. And it did feel special in that way. But yeah, good nostalgia. Lágrimas y Gozos by Escpe, and I have talked about this band twice so far, once with Que Corre la Voz, and again with Game Over, and I explained when talking about both of those albums that I was originally made interested in this band through seeing their logo and their mascot on different merchandise away when we were on holiday, but I didn't really look into them for a long time. And I also mentioned with those other 2 albums that I listened to them on my 5 albums a month project. Well, this one was also my 5 albums a month project. It was the first of the 3 that I've listened to. So this was the album where I decided to take the plunge and properly listen to them. And I think I settled on this album because I found Ni Fu Ni Fa, which I really enjoyed, and Wild Spain, which I also really enjoyed. And I was really looking forward to this album. And I was thinking, is the language barrier going to be any issue at all? I thought it might make it more difficult to remember the songs. But as it turned out, it wasn't an issue at all, because these songs are really good. And it really took me only a few listens to be able to identify the songs. And I learnt them pretty fast. Of course, singing along to them is going to be quite difficult because I don't speak Spanish. And I remember telling my friend Kyle from work about this. And I remember telling him I did actually look up the translation of the lyrics just to make sure that it wasn't too heinous or anything. And I remember him saying that that was a good idea because you don't want to risk singing it in public and then for someone to go, "What? You want them all to die?" And I thought that was really funny. But no, I checked out the translation. I was like, okay, this is good. This is fine. I don't have to worry about any of that. But I did really get into this album bit by bit. At the start, I was really into Ni Fu Ni Fa and Wild Spain. And once again, I will apologise in advance for my attempt to pronounce these song names. But quite quickly, I got into El Libertador. The intro to that song reminded me a lot of the intro vocals on Golden Days by Goldfinger. I later got into Crimen Solicitaciones and La Colmena. La Colmena is especially energetic. And also El Imperio Caira, which turns out to be my brother's favourite track from this album. He actually played it around Christmas of 2025 when he was doing that whole thing of going through the different albums he's listened to by playing one track that was his favourite. I brought that up once before when I was talking about Bucko 9 and he played the one song that made me go, why, this is the worst song on the album. But yeah, I really got into this album. And I think what's become one of my favourites now is El Tesoro de la Foto. If I am to listen to one particular song from this album, it's probably that one. But yeah, I just really got into it and I had a lot of fun. Silver Linings by Less Than Jake. Now this is quite a peculiar case because I was very much anticipating the release of this album. It came out in the end of 2020 and it had been about 7 years or so since the previous album, or should I say the previous full-length album, and as of time of recording they have not released any more albums since then. It was kind of sandwiched between two EPs. There was Sound the Alarm in 2017 and Uncharted a few years later in 2024. But Silver Linings came out at a time when I had just started my 5 albums a month project. It was September of that year that I started the project and this album came out in December. And the original purpose of the project was that it would get me listening to albums that I wouldn't otherwise usually listen to. But Silver Linings was a bit of an exception to that. It was the first of a couple of exceptions to that where this is an album I would have listened to anyway and I would have listened to it the moment it would have come out. But to integrate this into my project, it was a little awkward. Because of the positioning of its release date, I would either have to put it second or third in the list for that month. If I put it third, that means I might have to make sure that I rush a bit with the first 2 albums so that I'm not waiting for my first listen of this one. But also, I want to listen to it as early as possible. So instead, I put it second. And the problem with that is that it meant that I would have to have quite a large amount of time for my first album for the month, which was Fragile by Yes, and that did give me a lot of time to properly listen to Fragile, to really soak it in without feeling rushed. But the problem is that as soon as it got to the second album, Silver Linings, I felt a bit rushed at that point because I was a little bit behind. And I knew that I really liked Less Than Jake, so I wasn't going to have any issues with listening to it. I fully was motivated to. And at the time, I think the issue I had was that I rushed it a bit. I remember on that first day I was walking to work and I'd listened to it twice on the way. And if I recall, it was quite early on as well, so it was still quite dark at the time. And this was December as well, so it was rather dark. And I also listened to it maybe twice on the journey home as well. So I listened to it 4 times on the first day. And after that first day, I was really disappointed that I didn't like it as much as I thought I might have. But I didn't appreciate the fact that I was just rushing it. I was listening to it very quickly and expecting me to like it really fast. And I was under the impression that this album wasn't that great. Relatively speaking, I was thinking at the time in comparison to Less Than Jake in general, compared to other bands I thought it was fantastic, but I'd sort of come to this understanding previously that multiple listens was what made me more appreciative of music or what made me understand it better. But this is the album that really pinpointed the fact to me that it's not just amount of listens, it's also time. And 4 listens on one day is still not enough, because even though it is 4 listens, it was all on one day. And it took a bit of time, but eventually I was, for example, getting out of the bath and I would get the tune to So Much Less appear in my head and I'd start to pick up on the different songs. There was a few I learnt quickly, like Lie to Me, for example. I believe they released that before the album came out. Same for Dear Me, and I think also the same for Keep On Chasing. But I think the only track that really stood out to me on my first couple listens was the first track, The High Cost of Low Living. I heard that and I was thinking like, oh yeah, this is Less Than Jake, this is what I'm talking about. But it did take time, and I eventually realised that the conditions for the 5 albums a month project, especially in its early stages, was not constructed for an album like this that I, like I say, would have listened to anyway and would have really anticipated, especially if I'm timing it to listen to it as soon as possible. And after a while it just became, oh yeah, this is just a Less Than Jake album, and the quality reflects that. I will say in terms of quality, I do think there are a couple tracks that I'm not as big on, especially towards the end, like Move and Bill, but I really grew to like The Test. I think The Test is a fantastic song. Goldfinger's self-titled album is next, and this is another example of one of those albums that I kind of just found out about all the songs previous to finding the album. Back in my early days of discovering music, I would find a band that I like mostly through having found them on the Tony Hawk's franchise, which, as most people know, as you definitely know by this point, the song Superman was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1. But all in all, the songs that I found from this album were, I would say, among the best. past. I mean, not necessarily, but the more Goldfinger that I searched up, I eventually found that this one didn't really have any misses. And of the ones I didn't really care about as much, I eventually came round to them, such as the first two tracks, Mind's Eye and Stay. But I can talk about a few of my memories with regards to some of these songs. The earliest tracks that I recall finding here are Here in Your Bedroom and Mabel, although the version of Here in Your Bedroom that I found wasn't the version from this album. I think it was from the Richter EP, which may have been demos or just earlier versions, I don't know. But soon after that, my favourite that I found was the song Answers. I remember showing my friend Josh that song and he really liked it. But also, my copy of that song was a bit glitched. It cut out for a moment just before the final verse started, and to this day, every time I hear that song, I'm expecting to hear it cut out at that point, and it doesn't. I also remember I quite got into The City with Two Faces and My Girlfriend Shower Sucks. I really liked how those were very different, and they contrasted each other quite a bit. The City with Two Faces reminded me of the song SMP, which is from Hang Ups. And then the song Miles Away, I got into that, and I remember showing it to my friend Pete from school. I've mentioned him before. He was the one who used to sit next to me in IT for GCSE, and he showed me the band The Hitches on his iPod. He also showed me Tool, but I've not mentioned them because they haven't appeared on this list because I don't really like them. But I remember showing him the song Miles Away, and I think he liked it. And I remember at some point we'd go, "How deep is your love? How deep is the ocean?" But I also really got into Pictures and Anxiety and Anything and King for a Day. But there was one time towards the end of 2012 where I started to listen to this album a bit more. I was doing a course. I cannot remember for the life of me what it was about or what it was for. I'm not talking about either of the courses that I mentioned already. There was a course that I was doing at the start of 2012 which was for getting a job at Poundland. That was when I listened to System of a Down and Vernian Process. And then I was doing a college course in 2013, which I've mentioned when I was talking about listening to 311. But no, I'm talking about towards the end of 2012. It was like a week or 2 weeks, and I don't really remember what it was about, but I do remember during the breaks walking up and down the stairs in the building to get to the room, and I listened to this album quite a bit there. And I started getting into the rest of the songs that I hadn't really given much time before, like Only a Day and Nothing to Prove. So quite a few memories for this album. The last thing I will say about it is that one time my dad made a comment saying that the snare drum was very prominent, and now I can't ignore it, and I have now bestowed that knowledge onto you. Age of Unreason by Bad Religion. Now, unlike many Bad Religion albums, this is an album that came out after I discovered the band and really got into them. In fact, this came out long after that. When this came out, I had been listening to Bad Religion for well over a decade at that point, and I had already experienced the release of a new Bad Religion a few times, but most notably, as of time of recording, this is their latest album, and it had been about 6 years between this album and the previous one, so it was long awaited. But before this came out, there were a few singles that were released. First of all, there was The Kids Are Alt-Right, which I believe was not very liked. It was very interesting to me, but they also released The Profane Rights of Man shortly afterwards, which to me was like, okay, this is more like normal Bad Religion, I guess. And both of those songs didn't appear on this album, that is, unless you're listening to a version with the bonus tracks, in which case they do appear at the end. And then closer to the release of the album, they released Do the Paranoid Style and Chaos From Within, and I really enjoyed those songs. I would listen to Do the Paranoid Style quite a lot. Ah yes, they also released My Sanity, and I remember thinking that that could potentially be quite confusing because they've already got a song called Sanity, so to release a song called My Sanity, it seems a bit too close. But I remember when this album came out, they had featured all the songs on their YouTube page, and to be honest, I was quite impatient. I was sort of just darting around them going, oh, let's see what this one's like, let's see what this one's like. And I think when I did that, the first one I listened to was Big Black Dog, and I thought that was an interesting song. But quite a lot of the time when I did listen to the album properly, I thought to myself, that's interesting. And I sort of approached the album with a bit more of a critical lens. Not to say that I was judging the songs as being better or worse, but I was listening to the songs and I was just thinking about them, just taking them on board. And that includes the song Big Black Dog as well. Because that song, I suppose, is a bit more chanty. It's a bit more focused on the rhythm. And they have had songs like that before, like, say, Submission Complete or Raise Your Voice. And those songs tend to not be very popular. And I just thought it's nice that they're still doing them. And then Downfall is another song that really struck me as strange. It kind of reminded me of this country band that used to play at work. But to give my favourite tracks, I would probably say Chaos From Within, Do the Paranoid Style, Lose Your Head, and Old Regime. But Lose Your Head is an interesting one for me because it's not a very popular song at all. It's considered on the low end of Bad Religion, even for the people who really like the longer, slower songs, I suppose. But I thought Lose Your Head was excellent. Mise en Re by the Ernies. I have been honestly excited to get to talk about this album because I think a problem when we get too high up on this list, we do end up with a lot of albums that were just sort of houses of songs that I really got into when I was much younger, and I have come to really enjoy the album, especially for my old favourites. And because of that, there's often not too much of a story behind them, but there is a story behind this one. Now, I have mentioned the Ernies once before already with their self-titled album. They do have another album as well called Dropping Science, but unfortunately I didn't really get too big into that one. There was a few songs that I did get into, but it's an album I find very difficult to remember. But the first album by the Ernies I listened to was Mise en Re here, and I put this on my 5 albums a month project towards the end of 2021, and the reason I did is because they have a song on Tony Hawk's One, Here and Now, and that song is on this album. Now, considering that Here and Now was on Tony Hawk's One, what we have here is a bit of an anomaly because for the most part, the bands I discovered through the Tony Hawk games have become my favourite bands and I have known them for a long time. And there have been other bands that I kind of liked on the Tony Hawk games and didn't really listen to them for a long time. And then when I did, I kind of liked it, but it wasn't really that big for me. But this album, however, this one really worked out. It was from my memory of Here and Now that I decided to give this album a shot. And I remember going onto the Wikipedia page for the Ernies and they were listed as a ska band. And I was thinking, what? Here and Now isn't a ska song, not even remotely close to it. It's more like new metal, I suppose. But the thing about Tony Hawk's One in particular is that when you have a go at a level, unless you're playing free skate, you are on a 2-minute time limit. And so naturally you only hear the first 2 minutes of a song. And there is a part towards the end of Here and Now where there's a saxophone that kicks in. And it's very strange now that I think about it, or rather it was very strange when I first thought about it, but I kind of thought to myself, okay, is that why they're considered as a ska band? Little did I know that their original music was pure ska. And this album right here was quite a departure. It was as if they just decided, hey, let's make a new metal album. And that's precisely what they did. But they've still got a saxophone, which isn't overtly present in many of the songs. There are a couple of songs like Polarized and I Think You Are Everywhere where they don't have the sax at all, and they also have a few where it's present in a very minor way, like in Fire and Organism. It's sort of there to just add layers to it, but then in others like It's Suggestible and Where Do You Hide, it's actually like a proper part of the melody. And let me tell you something, the goal for my 5 albums a month project is to listen to an album 5 times, but I listened to this album way more than 5 times. The first time I was listening to it, I remember I was walking home, and Polarized, I thought, yeah, this sounds good. Here and Now, I knew that song. Fire, again, like, yeah, this sounds fine. Wasn't as big in the Hitman Tommy Stearns at first, and I did enjoy It's Digestible, but after just a few listens, I was really into it. I was listening to it loads, and something that I've said for a long time, and something I've stood by for a long time, one of my hot takes, as it were, is that I believe fully that brass instruments can be very hardcore. Like I've mentioned several times before, I'm not a metalhead, but I think the conceit of a lot of metal is that it's very, quote, hardcore. It sounds powerful, it sounds in your face. But my thing is that I'm not necessarily against sounding powerful and in your face. I often quite like that. But I think a lot of metal just isn't that. Like heavy, distorted distorted electric guitars shoot a thing. But if you have a saxophone, like on the song Fire from this album right here, and you have that underlining doo, that sound, that burning sound of the fire, I consider that to be more hardcore than that's my very bad impression of a guitar. Here's another bad impression of a guitar. June, 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 June. But a lot of people think of brass instruments a lot of the time, and they think of ska music, they think of silly, happy, like Real Big Fish. Oh, we're going to the shop, doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. That's what they think of. But that's not what I think of. I think of the power that comes from them. And this album here really encapsulates that for me. And I have since found other bands that also do that, such as My Son the Hurricane and Dog Fashion Disco, but to me this is the central focal point of that, and I absolutely love it. And what's funny when reflecting on this album is that I heard the first track from this album in around 2001 when I was playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and this would have been at the childcare centre where those other kids were really into Linkin Park. I don't know quite how well aware I was of Here and Now at that time, but I think genuinely that if I had heard Mise en Re the album, it could have been my Linkin Park. Transistor by 311. This is an album that I listened to rather early on in my 5 albums a month project. It was the 1st January, so that was January of 2021, and it was the second 311 album that I listened to on that project after Mosaic, and I went into this album not really knowing much. In fact, the only song from this album I think I knew previously was Beautiful Disaster, and I knew that from around the time of the chilled summer of 2006, because whilst most of the tracks I was listening to from 311 around that time were from Chaos, there was also a Beautiful Disaster there as well. But I hadn't heard any of the other songs on this album at all. And I do remember that there was an episode of Velocities in Music, which I have briefly mentioned before, because of the 2 presenters there, one of them was saying that this was one of their all-time favourite albums. But I'd mentioned them previously because they had also said when it came to Universal Pulse that they found that rather disappointing, and I did as well. But it didn't take me until 2021 to listen to Transistor, and for a long time I sort of thought, yeah, this is okay. The only track that really stood out to me was Use of Time, and that track really stood out to me. I very much remember I was listening to that for the first time as I was in the middle of an Asda. Just a small local corner shop Asda, I guess, not one of the big supermarkets. And I remember hearing that guitar solo kick in, and I remember just thinking, whoa, I like this is good. And that became my favourite track of the album rather quickly. And I kind of learned also little bits here and there, but after a few listens I really started to get into it, and I ended up listening to it a lot more. I started learning all the different songs, and it's a quite big album. There's 21 tracks here and it's over an hour long, so they're not short tracks either. I mean, the majority of these tracks are under 3 minutes, but even then there's still 21 tracks, so it's a big album and there are a lot of tracks to remember. And I did for a while go through that phase of thinking that they mostly sounded the same. I remember for a while thinking that the first 2 tracks sounded incredibly similar, which sounds and feels really strange to me now, because now I think that the second track, Prisoner, is much better than the first track, which is the title track. But if I am to try to describe the style of music here, and I'm not good at describing styles of music, I don't think, but it is quite bouncy in that it just goes back and forth between more faster, aggressive tracks and more slower, more chilled out tracks, I suppose. But the word I would use to describe the sound of this album is surreal. It can feel rather dreamlike because there's lots of parts that don't feel natural to me at all. I think a good example of that would be Creature Feature. You compare the chorus to that song to the rest of it and it doesn't sound like it belongs, but it works fine. But there is just a strange certain sound to it that I really can't describe other than just to say it's surreal, it's rather dreamlike. It does sound like the kind of music that you would invent in a dream and then wake up trying to remember it and having a very hard time at that. Speaking of which, I have on a couple of occasions tried to sleep to this album, which is not a very easy thing for me to do, generally speaking, but I had a lot more success with this one, and it was a very tough call between Transistor and Mise en Re, but I've come to the conclusion that Transistor here is my favourite album that I heard on my 5 albums a month project. Greetings and Salutations by Less Than Jake. I have kind of alluded to this album before when I spoke about Uncharted and Sound the Alarm, but this is an album that generally doesn't get listed as one of their albums, it gets listed as a compilation. But that just seems silly to me, and all that is down to the fact that this album is basically a conglomeration or a merging of two EPs that they had released not too long before this one. In 2011 they released Greetings from Less Than Jake, which was just a random 5-track EP, and then a bit later in 2012 they released Season's Greetings from Less Than Jake, another 5-track EP. And if I was to be a bit less cynical, I would say that they decided to then merge them together to make an album. This one here, Greetings and Salutations, with a couple of extra tracks added in as well. But I am a bit more cynical than that. I think this was all one big marketing ploy, and they just wanted to sell it off piecemeal. So if they hadn't released those two EPs, this would be considered an album. But come on, let's not kid ourselves, this is an album. But what's particularly unique about this one to me is that because of its staggered release, I associate it with two separate eras that I have referenced before. So I've talked about, for example, in 2011 I listened to The Liberty of Norton Folgate by Madness and Computer Savvy by the J. Arthur Keenes Band, and I combine the memory of Greetings from Less Than Jake within that era. Season's Greetings from Less Than Jake I combine with my, well, not quite System of a Down era, a little bit before that. Before I got the job at Poundland, I was doing a course to then get the job at Poundland, and I've mentioned this before because I was listening to Vernian Process at the time. That was when I discovered them, and that was when Season's Greetings from Less Than Jake came out. So my associations of Greetings and Salutations, the album, spans those two eras. I know I'm talking about two separate consecutive years as different eras, but the memories, they are distinct to me. But when I first heard these songs, my first thought was, these sound actually quite low quality. I was rather confused. I thought it sounded like an older album than what it was. But this is one of those albums that didn't really stick, by which I mean not for me, but for just the band in general. None of these songs are their big hits. I know Goodbye Mr. Personality was the big song from this album that they played live quite a lot, but even that seems to have fallen by the wayside. But to compare the two separate EPs, I don't know, I think they're about the same. Although probably I would say Season's Greetings from Less Than Jake is a bit better than Greetings from Less Than Jake. The first 3 tracks of Season's Greetings was definitely my highlight, and I remember listening to them a lot when I was on the bus to go to that course, especially Younger Lungs. That became one of my favourites. But eventually, in 2012, when they combined them into one album, they added 2 extra tracks, but they also rearranged the order a bit. The tracks themselves don't necessarily follow the same order. It's not simply the tracks from one EP then the tracks from the other EP. Rather, they have generally maintained the order, but also they've sort of just woven them in and out of each other as well. And as a consequence of listening to the EPs a lot, it did become rather difficult to adapt to the order as it is on the full album. As for the additional 2 tracks, yeah, they're good. I especially like the ending to Flag Holders Union. But funny story about View from the Middle. It was around that same time that we had discovered a TV show called The Middle, and my dad was so sure that the song View from the Middle was the theme song to that show. Turns out it wasn't. When we next managed to see an episode to see what the theme song was, turned out there wasn't one, or at least there wasn't on that episode that we saw. But yes, an interesting case. And for as much as I dislike the fact that they decided to divvy it up into different segments, it does also kind of make it rather interesting that this is an album that I have memories of in 2 parts. And by the way, when I mentioned before that with Uncharted and with Sound the Alarm, I said that I was unsure if they were just going to release more songs and make it an album. Well, Greetings and Salutations is why. Open Your Eyes by Goldfinger. Now this is a very interesting one to talk about, for the sheer fact that when I made this list and was trying to figure out where everything ranked, my ultimate conclusion for this one was much higher than I was expecting it to be, and it wasn't really until giving it some proper thought and comparing it to all the other albums that I liked that I really settled on it being as high as it is, and that would make Open Your Eyes my favourite Goldfinger album. But what's interesting about that is that I've always felt with Goldfinger Goldfinger, they are a band that it's very difficult to decide on a favourite album. I tend to think of them as very similar quality-wise, but what I've discovered in making this list is that that feeling just doesn't show at all. And like I've said before, take the ranking with a pinch of salt, but this is where this album has ultimately ended up. And I would describe this album as a highly nostalgic album for me. Not in that I have lots of strong memories about it, but it does very much represent those early days of discovering bands and looking up music online, because this was one instance of a band that I actually heard 2 songs of before I eventually looked them up. Now here's the funny part of that. As you know, as I've mentioned before, their song Superman was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I was really into that song. But on this album here, the song Spokesman, that was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. And so, having played both of those games before looking music up online, what that meant was that I had heard 2 of their songs, just by coincidence. Now, something that was different about Tony Hawk's 4, at this point, the playlist was actually made available for you to see. You could go into the menu, and instead of having everything listed as track 1, track 2, whatever, it actually supplied you with a list of tracks, and you were free to turn them on or off as you saw fit, which at the time I highly appreciated. Looking back now, I'm not sure if I like that option as much, because what ended up happening with that game is I just turned off most of the tracks because I was really not into a lot of them. There was only a handful that I really liked in that game, but one of them was Spokesman, and it said on the playlist that it was by Goldfinger, and I recognised that name because I had seen the credits for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, but I didn't believe it. I thought it was an error because there was the song by Less Than Jake on that game called All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, and I just assumed that that was the Goldfinger song because in my mind that sounded so much more like Superman than Spokesman did. At this point I wasn't really familiar with ska music in general, so I just assumed it was an error and that Spokesman, well, that must be the song by this Less Than Jake band, whoever they are. But no, I was wrong. And like I've said with their album Stomping Ground, this was during the period where they ditched the ska influence completely and they just went full in with pop punk, which will be why Spokesman to me didn't sound like Superman. But all in all, a lot of these songs really do represent those early days of finding new music, because you may remember when I was talking about Stomping Ground, I said that I had found Spokesman on Radio Blog Club. Someone had made a playlist with that song on it, and then Don't Say Goodbye was on after that, which was from Stomping Ground. So that was the 3rd Goldfinger song I heard, and I ended up listening to I Quit by Hepburn a lot, just by coincidence of the way that that was lined up. But it was after that I went and discovered more Goldfinger music, which included a few bits here and there. I think I had one track from Darren's Coconut Ass, the cover of Is She Really Going Out With Him? And I remember discovering the song Vintage Queen quite early as well, which is a non-album track. But there were a good few tracks from this album here that I found. Open Your Eyes being the main one, but I also really got into January and Happy. But more than those, I would say It's Your Life is the one that really crystallises that era of discovering Goldfinger for me. And Goldfinger, for the most part, they are a band that I really did get into a lot during those early days. And they've kind of stuck around, but my intensity of listening to them has really gone down over the years. And so Goldfinger, and especially those tracks like Spokesman and It's Your Life, they really take me back to those very early days. And all in all, saying that this is my favourite Goldfinger album, it certainly feels very difficult to say that conclusively, but that's where I'm putting it. Although since I made this list, the album 9 Lives has come out and I haven't listened to that one yet, so maybe I'll like that one more. Probably not, but maybe. Also, again, just another content warning. I've done this once before, I'm going to do this again. If you want to listen to this album, there is a song with a slur in it for trans people. Yep, it was released in 2002, so that's a shame. The Descent of Man by Bad Religion. This is one of the few Bad Religion albums that came out after I properly got into the band, and I have quite a strong memory about the release of this album as well, because this came out in 2010, very shortly after I graduated from uni. In fact, I believe I was literally at uni when I found out about it. But there was also the time that I finished uni. It was a bit of a strange moment, but I'll explain. One of my big nostalgia nostalgic memories of 2010, of the majority of 2010, mostly the middle of it and the start, I would spend a lot of time on the top floor of the library. You see, the library, it was a very comfortable place, which you would probably expect with it being a library, but on the top floor of the library was where all the computers were. There were about 3 flights of stairs or so, or maybe just 2 flights of stairs. I think it was 3 floors. It was the top floor either way. And then when you got to the top, you could either go right or left, and each side had 2 rows of computers. On the left side was the quote quiet side, and I use that in heavy quotes because it wasn't really quiet. But on the right was the silent side, and the rule was that if you were there, you had to be silent. It was there for focused work. And let me tell you, I spent a lot of time on that side of the library. I spent a lot of time working on my final year project and my other modules for the final year of uni, including that one time that I didn't realise that deleting files didn't send them to the recycling bin. It just deleted them instantly, and I deleted the wrong file when I was trying to back something up, so I lost 7 hours of work. Yep, and had to spend some time redoing it. But other than that, it was a really good time there. Or maybe good time isn't the right way to describe it, but I would spend a lot of time there. I would often grab a bag of those jazzies, I think they're called, like little chocolatey sweets with little bits on, and I'd listen to midis of Mega Man and watch NoobTube, which is like this gaming podcast, as I was doing my work. Anyway, getting a bit carried away there. The funny thing is that after I graduated, my account was still active for some time. Not too long, but some time. And so I would spend some time in the latter half of 2010, and I would just go to this library and just spend more time on those computers. Even though technically I probably wasn't allowed to, I still had an account and I just did it anyway. That lasted a few months. At some point or other, the account got terminated. But it was during this time that I discovered The Descent of Man, and they released one track. At first it was The Devil in Stitches, and I listened to that track and I was very disappointed. I like it a lot more now, but back then I was sort of thinking, what's this? This isn't that good. I mean, it's okay, but it's not that good. But slowly they started to release more tracks. I was excited to listen to The Resistance because they had already shown that through one of their live albums. There was an album called 30 Years Live, and on that they performed the song The Resistance, which wasn't officially released at that time, beyond that live version. And similarly, the song Want Somebody, there was already an acoustic, like alternate version of that song, but not the proper song itself. But yeah, I definitely associate it with that time. And come the winter of 2010, I'd already listened to it quite a lot. Because the thing to remember is that before my 5 albums a month project, which started in 2020, getting into a new album was rather rare. So I would listen to it over and over and over again, and I would build those very strong memories. And there's a lot of good that comes from my 5 albums a month project, but the downside is that I don't build as strong connections with a lot of the albums, even the ones I really like. And for a while, I kind of saw this album as subpar, I guess. I mean, I still really liked it, but I was just comparing it to what I knew from Bad Religion, and it felt quite passive and slow, I suppose. I mean, something like Avalon and Turn Your Back on Me, they are quite toned down, I guess. And I was always really into The Resistance and Meeting of the Minds, and I was also quite into Someone to Believe, even though looking back now, I think that's definitely not on the high end, that's definitely more on the low end. But when thinking about this time, thinking about 2010, the end of this particular era where I was listening to this album loads over and over again, it comes to a close at a point that I had mentioned before. Back when I was talking about The Age of Ads by Sufjan Stevens, I mentioned that I got it from a HMV that was in a town that I haven't been to for a long time, and I don't really go there often, but back then I went there a lot. It was a town that was further west, and so I associate the end of 2010 with going to that town and the snow, because it was snowing as well. But as I went there, I was also listening to The Descent of Man a lot. Those 2 albums, The Descent of Man and The Age of Ads, to me, they are completely representative of the end stages of 2010. And over time, I've come to appreciate these songs a lot more. I think, for example, Cyanide, that one is probably not the biggest track from this album. That would probably go to Wrong Way Kids. But I started liking Cyanide more and more, as well as Ad Hominem as well. And even though it's considered to be one of their worst tracks, I also got into Where the Fun Is as well. So it was a bit of a rough start, but ultimately what ended up happening was I just had another really great Bad Religion album to listen to. Suffer by Bad Religion. Where The Descent of Man was a little bit of a slow burn, this was a real slow burn, and I'm not referring to the kid on the cover. But when we get into old Bad Religion, we are mostly talking about tracks that were just ones that I found when I was getting into music for the first time, and this album here is no exception to that. But it did take me a long time to properly get into this album as an album. To take you back to my first Bad Religion experience, I heard the song You on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and I absolutely fell in love with it. There was another song of theirs that I heard later on another Tony Hawk game, on one of the Underground games I think, and I recognised it as being the same band immediately. But the third Bad Religion song I ever heard was Do What You Want. That song is from this album here, and this is how that went. I thought to myself, well, I've heard a little bit of Bad Religion and I really like what I've heard, so I'm just going to search up a song, whatever, we'll see what I find, and I'll give it a listen. And what I found was Do What You Want. Now this is back in the WinMX days when sometimes songs weren't given the correct titles or they were misattributed to different artists, and it was Bad Religion, it did say Bad Religion, but the song was listed as Superman, and so maybe I just thought to myself, oh well, I really like the Goldfinger song Superman, let's check this one out. That might be what happened there. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I listened to it and I saw that it was just over 1 minute, which at the time for me was a real novelty. You have to remember that at that time I was mostly familiar with just random pop music that appeared on the radio or whatever, and so hearing a song that was 1 minute, there was something about it to me that felt rather rebellious. Unlike a lot of kids, I didn't care about there being swearing in the lyrics or anything like that. You know, you get kids who they'll play GTA because, oh, it's rated 18. At least that's what it was like when I was a kid. None of that bothered me at all. But I do remember thinking to myself that music had certain rules and that those rules could sometimes be rather arbitrary. And so to see this song being 1 minute, it felt like it was breaking a rule. Like it's not supposed to. But the band thought that this 1 minute song would be good, so they just made it anyway. And there was something about that that really appealed to me. Now, obviously it's not just that. I did really like the song. I have heard many 1 minute songs that are bad. I've heard many several minute songs that are good. Being long or short doesn't make something good or bad. It's all relative to what the music is. But it really did stand out to me. The problem with Suffer as an album though was that when I did find more Bad Religion songs, none of the ones that I liked the most appeared on Suffer. That is with the exception of Do What You Want and the title track Suffer. And even though it took me a while to really come round to the thought of albums, when I did realise that the different songs were on different albums, I noticed that this album had a lot of the ones that I liked the least, such as Land of Competition and Give You Nothing. And the funny thing about the song Do What You Want as well is during these early stages, I had a friend at school that was into metal. I don't know how big he was into metal at this point, but this is still early days, early secondary school days, and I think at this point he showed me a song called Guilty by The Rasmus. That was the thing that he was into, and I remember him saying to me, show me a song that isn't punk. And at the time I had no idea what punk meant. I just knew that I liked certain songs, and that was it as far as I was concerned. But I sent him Do What You Want, thinking this is an example of an excellent song, and his response was, that's punk, which at the time just made me think, oh right, well, I guess punk is just the name for good music then. Not knowing what it actually meant. But it is quite unfortunate that I didn't give this album too much of a chance. Actually, no, that's not true. It's not that I didn't give the album a chance. I was still familiar with the songs. But when it came to properly discovering albums and listening to albums as they are, this one in particular went under the radar for quite a while. And I remember, for some reason, at some point in 2012, I think this might have been after I worked at Poundland, and I think I had just gotten a new TV at the time, I was playing a lot of MotorStorm RC on my brand new big TV, which I only got because my previous one broke. It started developing a random purple line through it. Just this really garish purple strip running from the top and the bottom. But yeah, I was playing that game, and when putting on music I just thought, oh, I'll listen to Suffer. And I just got into the habit of listening to Suffer for a while. And to be honest, I can kind of understand why I thought that this album was what I would have called the dumping ground. Of course, that doesn't make sense, sense because albums are created and released chronologically. But the more I listened to it, the more I realised that actually some of these songs are really good. I mean, it's a pretty short album. Most of these tracks are under 2 minutes. But I started to appreciate more tracks like 1,000 More Fools and How Much Is Enough. I don't know. I suppose it's a bit like what I experienced with Losers, Kings and Things We Don't Understand from Less Than Jake. Something that kind of has a presence, but I don't make much of it. And then eventually, I just give it a listen. B is for B-Sides by Less Than Jake. This album, I feel like, didn't get much of a fanfare really, and again, it's one of those instances where it's usually not classified as an album, but I mean, it's long enough to be an album. It's all music that hasn't been released before, apart from, I think ASAOK was on a particular version of their previous album as a bonus track, and they are all new recordings. So once again, I'm going to have to say, come on, it's an album. But this came out at a very particular time for me because strictly speaking it was the first Less Than Jake album that came out after I properly got into Less Than Jake, but it was also before I started to take albums as a concept properly seriously. I was still thinking of bands purely as a list of songs, and so this one came out kind of under my radar and I simply recognised it as the album by which songs were on it that I didn't recognise, as opposed to something exciting, a brand new album by this band I really like. For example, I remember talking to one of my online friends and I was saying to them, hey, you should quiz me about Less Than Jake, because I had a bit of pride in how much I knew, I suppose. And also, I just thought it would be fun. So I asked them to pick a song of theirs at random and give me some of the lyrics, and I would try and see if I can figure out what song it was from. And the line they sent was, as long as we have commercials and things to hide behind. And then I had to point out to them that, oh wait, that's from B's for B-Sides, I don't really know those songs. But there was still a bit of excitement about the fact that there were these new songs, and I remember looking at the album on the website or some site, I don't know, with this album on it. I think they were selling the album with a t-shirt or something, and I remember very specifically they had it listed as £14, and someone made a comment about how expensive that was. And I do remember them saying to some of the other classmates, they were asking them if they would ever spend £14 on that and pointed to it. Basically, I think they were just trying to make the point that £14 for a CD is expensive, even though I think there was a t-shirt involved in it. I'm not too sure. To be honest, this memory is hazy enough that I don't even remember who it was that was doing that. But still, my point is that the album eluded me somewhat. I certainly remember, as for the tracks themselves, I was interested in hearing Sobriety is a Serious Business and Business Isn't So Good, because wow, it's got such a long title and it's so short. It's less than a minute long. Those two things are weird. This is two weird things packed together. And the song's fine enough. But I eventually got the album and I started to learn these songs. It's a bit on the short side, at under 30 minutes. But my favourite tracks that were pretty obvious to me immediately were Portrait of a Cigarette Smoker at 19, Sleep It Off, and I really became a big fan of National Anthem as well. But aside from that, I really liked ASAOK, and I very much remember listening to Bridge and Tunnel Authority a lot when I was playing Kingdom Hearts once. For some reason, I remember being on the jungle level on Tarzan's World, listening to Bridge and Tunnel Authority. A very underrated track, I'd say. But the only other memory I have with this album is that my friend Ross, who I've mentioned several times before, he told me that he had Portrait of a Cigarette Smoker at 19 on his Xbox, and he actually showed me it. He loaded up the track and it went da-da, it's 4 a.m. and I just passed, and then I had to interrupt him and go, hang on, this isn't Portrait of a Cigarette Smoker at 19, this is One Last Cigarette. And he thought I was confused. He thought that I had gotten the wrong name, like I'd gotten the name mixed up, but no, it was him that had got the wrong song. The song he had was One Last Cigarette, but it was titled as Portrait of a Cigarette Smoker at 19, which is just another example of what the early 2000s was like when it comes to music. You'd find music online and it would be mislabeled. The Grey Race by Bad Religion. This is one of those albums where I don't really have any stories about it, but I feel like I was a bit late to it. And what I mean by that is that we are going back to the early days of me discovering Bad Religion. Usually what would happen in those days is I would find individual Bad Religion songs and then later down the line find out what album they were from. And in those early days, Punk Rock Song is the one song from this album that I really found and got into. But it did take me a while to get into to the rest of them. I think I may have found 10 in 2010 and The Streets of America through their videos. This is certainly an album of videos, to be honest. 4 of these songs have a video to them, but Punk Rock Song was the first one I found, not through its video, just finding the song. And it was just a steady rise of discovering them over time. But I don't think there was ever a moment where I thought to myself, oh, I really need to listen to The Grey Race. I need to give this album a chance. It just sort of happened gradually. But for a long time, I would have thought that this album would be on my lower end of Bad Religion albums, because there are songs here that I would have rated pretty low, and in fact there are a few that still are. Empty Causes and Spirit Shine probably, and although it's controversial, I would also say Parallel. But I really liked Punk Rock Song, I really got into The Streets of America and 10 in 2010, but these days I would say that I prefer The Grey Race, Them and Us, Nobody Listens, and my favourite is probably Pity the Dead. Although I do have one fun fact, I suppose. When I was in that phase of slowly discovering which albums songs I knew were from, I went quite a long time, don't ask me why, just assuming that Shattered Faith was on this album, but it isn't. I don't know why, maybe the title of it blended in my mind with Spirit Shine, but I eventually learned I was incorrect, and quite shocked to be honest. This certainly feels like one of their albums that I've not given too much thought to, and I have also felt every so often that this album can sometimes feel a bit churchy, I guess. Again, maybe I'm just speaking nonsense, but if you look at songs like Empty Causes and Drunk Sincerity, I don't necessarily mean lyric-wise, but melody-wise, I felt like they could be a bit churchy. That's the best way I can describe that thought. But yeah, just an album that I've generally not given much thought to, and you might think, well, you've placed it so high on this list, how have you not given it that much thought? And the answer to that is, well, I love Bad Religion, I love their music, so I really like this music. I like it a lot. Just in context, I've not really thought about the album as much in and of itself. Although there was one time when I did, random funny story I guess. There was one time my brother was on his Wii U and there was the icon for the Wii Plaza, and I remember one time pointing at it and I went, "The grey ray shrivels, trapped inside, the world it creates is black and white." And he did that sort of laugh, like not a real laugh, but like oh yeah, I get it, yeah. Living in Darkness by Agent Orange. Now this one I do have some stories about. Man, it's been a long time since Agent Orange has cropped up, but what they are known for the most, and what most people would say is their best album, is this one right here, and I would completely agree. This is their first album. This is one of those instances where, much like I mentioned with Dancehall Crashes with their album The Old Record, they eventually re-released it to contain not just the songs on the original album, but also songs from different random EPs that they released in their very early days. And so I would say that the CD reissue is the quote definitive version of this album. But it also explains why some of the tracks here sound rather different. You get towards the end of the album and you've got tracks like America and Border View, and it's very clear that the recording quality isn't as good as it is with the other songs. But I would say it still sounds cohesive, and despite the fact that I've talked about Agent Orange twice before with their other 2 albums, this is the album where my origin story starts. So I first heard them through the song Everything Turns Grey, which was on Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX on the PS1. Now that game is basically the BMX equivalent of the Tony Hawk's franchise, and it was kind of in that strange halfway point between Tony Hawk's 1 and Tony Hawk's 2. It still has the Tony Hawk's 1 structure with having 5 goals per level, and each goal gets you a magazine, as it were in this case, but they also included the level editor. That was basically a reskinned version of Tony Hawk's 2 level editor. But the main highlight from that game for me was discovering Agent Orange with the song Everything Turns Grey. To be honest, there weren't many songs on that game that I cared for much. I don't recall the majority of them. I remember I Will Refuse by Palehead was okay, and there was the CFB song by 20 Minute Crash, and I'm not sure if they've ever made any more music because that's the only song by them I've ever been able to find. But yes, I loved Everything Turns Grey, and I would listen to it loads. I think there was something particular about the level of distortion in the guitars mixed with how clean the vocals were. I think there was something there that really stood out to me. But unlike the Tony Hawk games at that time, the actual track name and band name was made available right in the menu when you selected your tracks. And so I knew they were called Agent Orange straight off the bat. And then when I got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, even without having seen the track listing, when I heard Bloodstains come on, I recognised recognised it as Agent Orange instantly. I heard it and I was just like, that's Agent Orange, that's obviously Agent Orange, it sounds just like Everything Turns Grey. And I was correct. But when it did come to those early days of finding music online, Agent Orange was quite a problem for some time. I would find Bad Religion and Goldfinger songs, but, and this is in the days of WinMX, don't forget, Agent Orange was nowhere to be seen for a while. I just could not find Everything Turns Grey. And so that eluded me for some time, but I did eventually find it, and I found some more of their songs. I remember I really got into This Is All I Need, and their cover of Metallica's song Seek and Destroy. Neither of those songs are on this album, by the way. But I eventually got this album physically one Christmas, and I am pretty confident, not certain, but I am pretty confident it was 2006. So by this point, I'd already heard plenty of these songs, though probably not all of them, and I was already well into discovering other bands. But I started getting into more of these songs, like Mr. Moto, for example. That was one I was really big into. I remember showing it to my friend Pete in school. He was the one that sat next to me in IT who showed me the hitches, and when I told him about it, he'd go, "Hello, Moto," because there was an advert that did that at the time. Going forward a couple more years, there was one time I was with my friend Alex from uni, and we decided to go to the local game station, and they were playing this album, and I remember saying, "Oh, hang on a second, this is Agent Orange, I know this music, I like this band." And as he was looking through the games, I would just go, "Okay, this song's called No Such Thing. Hey, you're acting kinda strange to me, you really shouldn't be so rude." And then after a couple more minutes, I'd say, "Right, A Cry for Help in a World Gone Mad is up next. Sometimes I think of old friends, but they all seem the same. Then I see them and they can't remember my name." And I think he was completely over it at this point. But to be honest, I was just happy that this random shop, this store, was playing music that I knew, that I liked, and I knew what song was coming up next. And also, one more thing I should mention is that much more recently, my friend Kyle from work and I came up with this joke about Agent Orange. And it has been a long-running joke between us two, because I had mentioned to him at some point this whole story about Agent Orange getting into legal troubles because they were going after the Offspring for, quote, copying their music. I wasn't quite sure on all the details there, but we've now got this ongoing in-joke that Agent Orange actually wrote all music ever, that they are the gods of music, and the physical manifestations of the people that we call Agent Orange are actually just the Orangeites. And we have speculated on what conditions would have to be met for someone to be able to come up with a song that wasn't originally written by Agent Orange. And every now and then we will just use Agent Orange as an example of all and any music. So, for example, if I ask, "Who was this song by?" he might say, "Oh, Agent Orange." And I will say, "Well, obviously, yeah, but I mean, via what conduit?" It's all very silly. True North by Bad Religion. This is another Bad Religion album that came out long after I discovered them. In fact, it came out a few years after The Descent of Man and quite a few more years before Age of Unreason. So when this album was announced, I'd already had a bit of experience with new Bad Religion albums coming out, but the novelty had not worn off. I was still very eagerly awaiting this one. And it was towards the end of 2012 when I was doing a course that I've mentioned once before, I think. I mentioned that during the time I was there, I was listening to the Goldfinger self-titled album, and I remember walking up and down the stairs listening to it. But it was around that same time that they released one song from this album, Fuck You. They released it as a single, and similar to my experience with The Devil in Stitches, I wasn't too big into it. And to be completely honest, it's not a song that has grown on me much. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a perfectly fine song, but as far as Bad Religion goes, it was certainly not one of my favourites. I also remember just before the release of this album, they did a kind of Zoom call. I don't know if it was Zoom, this was before Zoom got big, I don't even know if Zoom was around back then, but it was like one of those online conference calls, and they talked about the album and they answered people's questions. And the main thing that I remember, besides Jay just laughing at everything all the time, Brett made a side comment, just a one-off comment, that they've done something on this album that they're not sure how the reception would be. And of course I was very curious, like, oh, what is this thing? But to go over the style of the album a bit, I would say this album is a lot more reminiscent of their older stuff. Just generally faster and more raw, I guess? I don't know. There are, for example, several songs here under 2 minutes, which is something that they've always done, but in more recent years they tended to not do as many. And I did also feel like I recognised a few similarities between some of these songs and some of their older songs. But quite often I find that that's just naturally the case when a band that I like releases new music. I am naturally hearing it in contrast to their other stuff. But for example, the intro to True North, the title track, it reminded me a lot of the intro to Leave Mine to Me, and the song The Island reminded me of When. But I think the example that's going to probably be the most obvious to most people is the track Hello Cruel World. That one is very reminiscent of Infected, which was one of their biggest hits. Although to be honest, I actually prefer Hello Cruel World. But for the most part, I always say this is an album of moments. There are just certain specific moments that stand out, like the overlaying vocals on In Their Heart Is Right, and the back and forth on Nothing to Dismay. But one of the strangest moments would be on Dharma and the Bomb, because it sounds a bit different, and that's because it's the only Bad Religion song where Greg isn't leading on the vocals. And as soon as I heard it, I thought to myself, is this that thing that Brett was talking about when he said there was something strange on the album that he wasn't sure about the reception to it? Because I think it probably was. But yeah, love this album, and it was a brilliant way to kickstart my 2013, even if all things considered, it was not a very good year for me. In With the Outcrowd by Less Than Jake. This album represents something really special to me because it was the first album ever that I was anticipating and looking forward to its release. As you know, I discovered music through the Tony Hawk's games, and for a few years I found music just by looking it up and finding individual songs. But the concept of an album wasn't really a big deal to me at the time. But when In With the Outcrowd was due to come out, I had at that point become very familiar with their entire discography, or at least all their songs. I mean, maybe there was a few random demos or covers that I wasn't as familiar with, but generally speaking, I knew all their music at this point. So to then find out that there was going to be new Less Than Jake songs, it was a big deal. I was really looking forward to this album. The first track that they publicly showcased was Overrated, as in the song is called Overrated, and my verdict at the time was that the song was overrated in the adjective sense, rather than just the title sense. And between that happening and the album coming out, I actually went to see them live. Yes, like I've said before, I'm not usually a going to see a band live kind of person, but I did go and see them live once, and I remember they actually played Overrated. And they did release a few more songs before the album's release, such as A Still Life franchise, which I was a big fan of. And then they released Let Her Go and The Rest of My Life, I believe. And it was just really exciting to get this new Less Than Jake music. But what's quite funny is that I don't tie my memory of this album coming out to my memory of the chilled summer of 2006, because those events did line up, or at least they were very close to one another. All that being said, regardless of how hyped I was for it, the general reception for this album was very low. It's often considered as the black sheep of their discography, and the reason for that is that this album is a lot more poppy than their other ones. It feels a lot more mainstream, I guess, and I think the type of person who would be into something like Fall Out Boy or Paramore would be more into this album than they would other Less Than Jake albums. Or rather, I can imagine those types of people getting into this album in particular, because what is very apparent when listening to this album is that there aren't as many of the brass instruments being involved as there usually is. On other albums, those instruments would be excluded from maybe a few songs, maybe 2 songs, or maybe even 3 or 4. They are not a band that feels like they have to include them on every song. But on this album here, on In With the Outcrowd, they only appear on half of the songs. And for most of the songs that they do appear on, they're not very prominent. A track like Fall Apart, for example, you can imagine them using those instruments towards the end during the bridge, because that's how a Less Than Jake song would typically go. But that didn't bother me too much. I still ended up really enjoying this album, and even though some of my favourite tracks were ones where the brass instruments were a bit more prominent, such as A Still Life franchise and P.S. Shock the World, I still think the other tracks are really enjoyable. And a bit of a fun fact for you as well. The album cover here, this art style, that really influenced my style for a while. I became a big fan of dark themes with dashes of rainbow auroras. I don't know, I just think this album cover looks really neat. I'm a big fan. It did stand out quite a bit because their other album covers are all very cartoony, whereas this one looks a lot more like a deeply, heavily edited photograph. But I liked it nonetheless. Anthem by Less Than Jake. I said before when talking about Open Your Eyes by Goldfinger that was the album that really represented that time when I first started getting into music. It was, after all, the newest Goldfinger album of that time, and so when I looked for Goldfinger music, there was a bit of music from that I found, and I share that exact same sentiment for Anthem. Anthem is one of those albums that I didn't really give as much time of day the older and older I've got, but when I do actually go back and listen to this one, I realise that, yeah, this is actually really, really good. And this album, not necessarily, but kind of explains part of my origin story for listening to Less Than Jake. The first Less Than Jake song I heard was All My Best Friends and Metalheads. That was on Tony Hawk's 4, which you may remember at the time I was convinced was actually Goldfinger, but wasn't. But before I got into my proper, really looking into music stage, I remember being on the computer at my dad's house. This is the big house that I've mentioned a few times before already, and this was at a time when the computer was on the top floor, but not the same room that I've mentioned before with it being on the top floor. It's strange, they moved that computer around quite a lot. Although actually, come to think of it, they may have had 2 computers, because they definitely had one in the basement. But either way, whatever computer this was, it was on the top floor room that's not the one that I've mentioned before. And I was on there on MSN, and I was talking to a friend of mine's boyfriend, who I would randomly talk to about music. This is the same guy that told me that Psychobilly Freakout by Reverend Horton Heat is actually a good song, and that my other friend that said it was bad was wrong. But he asked me if I liked Less Than Jake, and I think I mentioned that I did like what I heard, which at the time was just All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, and then he showed me The Science of Selling Yourself Short, and so I listened to it, and I really, really got into that song. It was quite strange because it wasn't as fast as what I was expecting through All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, but it was a very happy and upbeat song, even if the lyrics weren't happy or upbeat, but the music itself was. In fact, I remember being on Winamx trying to download the music video for The Science of Selling Yourself Short, and things would download very slow in those days compared to now. And I remember you could kind of watch the beginning of a video when it had partially downloaded, and then the video would crash. So I would watch the start of that video so many times, and then I'd see a bit more of the video and it's like, ooh, more of the secret is being revealed of what this video is like, which seems so silly now, but that's how things were. But like I've said, this album was the newest album that was out when I first got into Less Than Jake, and so eventually when I did start looking them up properly, and I would also find live shows, I remember downloading a Live at Pink Pop video, and there was also a Live in Minneapolis album that they had released on a random site like Pure Noise or something like that. Pure Noise, Pure Sound, I don't quite remember. But they featured a lot of these tracks quite heavily, such as The Ghost of Me and You, Escape from the A-Bomb House, She's Gonna Break Soon. There's also Look What Happened on this album as well, but a remake of the original version, which I definitely prefer the original version. But the funny thing is I remember on the website, because the website was also themed on Anthem at this time, you could download screensavers, Less Than Jake screensavers. And I remember the one for Look What Happened, they were based on the art style for each of the songs, because unlike a lot of albums, this album actually had different art styles or different images linked to the different songs. So for Look What Happened, it was this guy driving a car, and for the screensaver of Look What Happened, it actually played the song, which really is so obnoxious. Nothing like that would fly today. Imagine you've got your PC on, then you leave to go to the toilet for a bit, and then suddenly it's going, and I swear it's the last time, and I swear it's my last try. That would just not fly. But yeah, that was the days of the internet really taking off. As for the other songs, there was a period of time at home when we were getting our bathroom revamped, and because the computer was right next to the bathroom door, I wasn't allowed to go on the computer for some time. So I had ended up making a mix CD of different songs from different bands, which included Goldfinger, Bad Religion, Less Than Jake and Agent Orange. And I would just listen to this CD over and over again as I would be sat in the floor of my bedroom playing on Final Fantasy X and Soul Calibur 2. And in doing this, the song that really stood out to me, at least from this album, was Escape from the A-Bomb House. I really got into to that album, and I began to associate it with Final Fantasy X, the Chocobo Temple minigame. We have to run round in circles and turn the lights on. And one more interesting musical discovery story from this album is with the song Plastic Cup Politics. Now, I was doing a paper round around this time, and for a brief moment in time, my friend Bridge was also doing a paper round, and I think for even a briefer moment in time, his brother was as well. And I remember seeing them at the newsagents where we used to go to collect the papers one dark, cold morning, and I was asking his brother about Less Than Jake songs, and I was telling him about the ones that I found. I told him, for example, that I'd found a Less Than Jake song called Beer, which turns out to not be Less Than Jake, and is obvious to me now that it isn't, but it was Real Big Fish. And he was like, well, what about Plastic Cup Politics? Did you know that one? And I was like, no. And then one day I remember going to their house and they showed me Plastic Cup Politics. So that was a bit of a random one-off song where I'd actually discovered this one particular Less Than Jake song through my friend Bridge, or rather his brother, which, to be honest, I don't think happened at any other time. I have had friends over the years that have introduced me to music, and I have many stories about games that my friend Bridge has introduced me to, but music was just not something that I really found through him. Losing Streak by Less Than Jake. Are you starting to notice a bit of a pattern here? Well, Losing Streak is one of those albums that came out long before I got into Less Than Jake, and I would say this album is the transitional period with regards to the audio quality of their music. Now, at the very start of me getting into Less Than Jake, there wasn't really anything from this album that I had heard. I had heard Johnny Quest Thinks We're Sellouts, but it was the Pezcore version that I heard, and maybe when I was, I'd guess, 7 or 8 songs deep into looking into their stuff, I found Sugar in Your Gas Tank. And it's kind of funny thinking about, because at the time I didn't realise that there was a difference between Chris and Roger on vocals. You may remember that I said before that I first heard All My Best Friends Are Metalheads and then The Science of Selling Yourself Short. Those two songs are pretty much exclusively Roger singing there, and I remember seeing the music video for All My Best Friends Are Metalheads. So at the time, I was kind of just convinced it was just him. But something that's particular about Losing Streak, the album, is that there are no songs on this album that are Roger-led. In fact, he doesn't do much vocals in this album at all. He does the chorus to Automatic, but other than that, I think it's just background vocals. And so I remember being at my dad's house in the room that we called the Red Room. Again, this was his second house, the big house, and there was a room on the middle floor that we called the Red Room. It was basically a room dedicated to music. They had some instruments there. I very much remember there being a keyboard, and they also had ornaments of jazz musicians. And at this point in time, they had the computer in the Red Room. Yes, that computer did move around quite a bit. And it's because of that that I have become to internalise the concept of red wallpaper with music. So if you've stuck with this list so far, there is one payoff for you just there, as I have revealed a particular design choice that I have made here. But anyway, I think the next song that I heard from this album was Automatic, except I discovered it through an advert for the DVD that they were releasing called The People's History of Less Than Jake. I definitely remember that DVD, and I did get it for myself, but I remember they released a trailer for that DVD that featured Chris singing Automatic, and at the time I didn't know who Chris was. I didn't recognise his face, so I was an idiot and thought, alright, he must be one of the old members of Less Than Jake, not realising that no, actually he's probably the most prominent voice throughout their career, especially in the early days. But I did eventually get the album, Losing Streak. It came as part of a bundle, and I got it for the same Christmas that I got Generator by Bad Religion. If you don't remember the story there, basically my mum asked me if there was any music that I would like her to get me for Christmas, and I did say Generator by Bad Religion, but I also said this. And so I also again had this experience of learning these songs and just gradually getting to know all the individual pieces that I had missed out on previously. At this point, I already knew Sugar in Your Gas Tank, and I already knew Automatic. Dope Man I was already familiar with, but I was more familiar with the remix version, and Johnny Quest Thinks We're Sellouts, I was more familiar with the Pezcore version of that song. But I really got into this album, and it was quite a delight to see all the gaps in my knowledge get filled in slowly. I came to really like 107 and Crazy Glue. I'm not sure if I already knew Happy Man and Ninth at Pine, maybe I already he did, I don't quite remember there. But I wasn't too big on Shindo, and I, to this day, don't understand the song Just Like Frank. In my mind, that's very clearly one of their worst songs. I remember mentioning before when I was talking about Anthem that I had found a live show, an audio of a live show on a website, which I don't particularly remember the name of. I think I said it might have been called Pure Noise, but I think it was called Pure Volume. And at one point on that show, at least I think it was that show, they asked the audience, which song would you like us to perform? And Just Like Frank won the applause. And I remember thinking, what? Just Like Frank? The other songs are better than Just Like Frank. No Substance by Bad Religion. Now, this album is considered the black sheep, or maybe a black sheep, of the Bad Religion discography. That is, if you don't include Into the Unknown. But there was a period within the late 90s into the very early 2000s where one of their main members slash songwriters had left the band, Brett Gurewitz. And so there are a string of 3 albums with his absence, and I definitely think you can hear it in the sound. But I would make an exception for The Grey Race. That album is the first of these 3 albums, and to me, that doesn't stand out. But No Substance is the second one, and it definitely does. These songs definitely sound a bit more fuller. They pack a bit more punch, I suppose. Not quite as fast for the most part, but they have a larger presence and they feel a bit more spacious, I suppose. I keep saying I suppose because there's probably some technical terms that I'm not familiar with, but I'm just telling you how I feel. And so what we have here is an album with none of their hits, and they never make a thing of performing any of these songs live. Or should I say, they very rarely do. It's definitely of its time. If you are to find performances of these songs, then chances are it will have been from 1998 or 2000, around that time. But since then, nothing really. But I also think it's interesting to think about what this album represents to me. Because when you think about teenagers discovering music, usually you would imagine them discovering them through their friends, or maybe a CD that they had. Or if you want to talk about something much more modern, maybe something was recommended in Spotify. But something about me and my generation in general is that we had a lot of access to services like LimeWire. It was the Wild West days of the internet. And so if you're like me and you find a band that you really like, you're going to look on LimeWire or whatever the equivalent is that you had, which for me at the time was Winamx. And sometimes by doing that, you'll get exposed to songs that aren't really the biggest hits. And the reason I mention that now is because that's what happened to me with the song The Biggest Killer in American History. Because I discovered that song pretty early on in my Bad Religion discovery days. I have a strong memory of listening to it on the computer in my dad's house in the Red Room during that period of time. And so The Biggest Killer in American History, to me, was a symbol of early discovery of Bad Religion. I mean, obviously not the very start of it, but certainly an early stage of it. And I think that stands out because that's the type of song you would expect someone to know if they were more deeply into Bad Religion. And so it creates this strange dynamic. But genuinely, I don't see why this album is ranked so low. When you ask people to rank Bad Religion albums, this one is usually at the bottom if Into the Unknown isn't there. And I don't get it. I think this album's great. Other than The Biggest Kill in American History, some of the earlier tracks that I got into, I think would have been Raise Your Voice. That song gets panned a lot, but it's catchy. And I later realised that the US version of this album doesn't feature Campino from the band Die Toten Hosen, who I didn't know who he was, but I certainly noticed it when I heard the US version. And also in those early stages, I think I heard Shades of Truth and Sowing the Seeds of Utopia. This album also has a bit of an anomaly with The State of the End of the Millennium Address. That one's more of a spoken word piece, which they don't normally do. And it's a bit of a throwback to Voice of God is Government from their first album, How Could Hell Be Any Worse? Other than that, I can think of 2 funny stories regarding a couple of these songs. For one, when I was at uni, I had a friend who was called Chris, but I called him Tom. It was a bit of an in-joke. Nothing to do with the Tom and Chris that I knew from school, the twins. But at one point, I was singing the song Strange Denial, and he made a comment that my music was so emo, or that everything that I liked was so depressing. And I remember thinking to myself, what are you talking about? And he was just like, it clearly is. I thought he was talking nonsense. But also in more recent times, my friend Kyle from work told me that he had heard a Bad Religion song and that he couldn't remember the name of it. And he was saying stuff like, oh, I think it begins with an S. And I was trying to guess what the song was. Turns out it was Shades of Truth. But yes, my main point here is that this album doesn't get much love, but I still think it's great. Oh yes, one more thing that's quite a funny story. When I first heard the song In So Many Ways, I think I had accidentally gotten a live version, and at the start of that song, Greg says, no, that's wrong, let's try that again. And I genuinely thought that was part of the song, because I thought the joke was, oh, it's called In So Many Ways. Like they're trying to perform the song in a different way, not realising that it was a live version and they just messed up. So that was funny. Uplifter by 311. Well, there's been several 311 albums on this list. Many of them were low down, many of them were high up, but we've finally gotten to my favourite 311 album, Uplifter. And we have another example here of my opinion not lining up with the common consensus. This is not considered to be a great album among 311 fans, but I absolutely love it. And on top of that, we get the final part of a story that I have delved into a little bit before. So I briefly mentioned all the way back when I was talking about Universal Pulse that was the third album in a line of 3 that I listened to. This was when I was doing a college course in 2013, and I delved a bit more into that story when I was talking about the album Don't Tread on Me, also by 311. That was the first album of the set of 3, and I listened to that album because I thought to myself that I knew that I liked From Chaos and I really should listen to more 311. But I also talked about how 2013, at least that part of 2013, was not a very easy time for me. To put it simply, I had fallen out with a lot of people and my social circle was really dwindling at this time, and I found myself lacking the energy or motivation to do anything. I will say that the college course helped a bit with that, and pairing that with the album Don't Tread on Me really ties those memories together for me. This was also during the spring of that year, or at least it seems like the spring of that year. I remember it was starting to get lighter, and so I would listen to Don't Tread on Me quite a lot. I would build quite a connection to it. But after listening to Don't Tread on Me for quite a bit, I thought, yeah, I should listen to more 311. As you know, the third album in that string of 3 albums was Universal Pulse, and it should be pretty obvious by now, but the second one was Uplifter. And I think, true to its name, this album really was an uplift for me. They do mention in the first track, Hey You, that they want this music to be an uplift, and that is what happened. And I'm going to be honest, this is an album that I've found very difficult to talk about. Or rather, I was anticipating it being quite awkward, because when making this list, the one thing that I decided was that I wasn't going to try and justify why I placed the album in the position that I did. I sort of just wanted to say what the album was and my story behind it, and I thought with this album it would probably be the most difficult, or one of the most difficult to do, because it might come across as though I'm simply saying that this album really helped me through tough times and that's why I like this music. But I think assessments like that aren't particularly well grounded, because I think in order for music to mean something to you in that kind of way, you have to like it at least a bit. And these songs was something that I really enjoyed, and I do honestly think if this album came at any other time, I'd still really enjoy it. I just wouldn't have the same story behind it. But to go into the particular songs, I remember previewing this album before deciding to give it a proper listen with the song Too Much Too Fast, and I really enjoyed that one. Some immediate favourites when listening to this album properly were I Like the Way and Get Down, although I believe they are not tracks on the original US version. I think they're bonus tracks to a different version. I'm not entirely sure which version, but I also really like Two Drops in the Ocean, as well as the first few tracks as well. But my main memory is with the song Golden Sunlight. I was playing a lot of Castlevania Symphony of the Night at the time. I had just started playing that game, and I would listen to this album as background music. And that song, after a few listens, it really hit me and I really liked it, especially the bridge towards the end. And I remember it was around that time that I started to feel a bit more positive. So yeah, this album's done a lot for me. In terms of the individual songs, though, still getting a bit more to recent times, the ones that I've grown in appreciation for are Jackpot and Mix It Up. It was only recently, in fact, I remember listening to Mix It Up and thinking to myself, hang on, this song's structured quite strangely. But yeah, fantastic album. No Control by Bad Religion. If we're going to talk about my musical origin story, I think this album is the absolute epicenter of that. I did hear music growing up, obviously, just by whatever was on the radio or whatever, and I would say that the first point of me properly getting into music was through the Goldfinger song Superman that was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I do generally say that that song was my introduction to music, as something to look for, something to find and actively enjoy. But I think my interest in music really kicked off when it came to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 and the song You. Now, there are many other songs on both Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 that I really enjoyed, and I managed to find the bands, and some of them I really got into. Across those two games, I discovered Primus, Goldfinger, The Ernies, Millencolin, Powerman 5000, and there were a few songs there that I liked but never really got into the band, like Papa Roach. The song You, however, was completely something of its own league, and there was just something about it that my 12-year-old brain just latched onto. But at this time, that didn't really mean anything in terms of finding new music. We didn't quite have the internet yet, and when we did, it was still in those very primitive days. So my means of, quote, collecting music was to play the Tony Hawk games, go to the sound test, and then just hold a microphone from a cassette recorder and just record them onto tape through this very clunky means. But it worked. But it wasn't until Tony Hawk's Underground that I actually heard Bad Religion again, because on that game they had the song Big Bang, which is also from this album. And even then it was immediately obvious to me that this was Bad Religion, because the style was pretty much identical and the intros are almost indistinguishable. I mean, they're clearly different, but they are very, very similar. And to me, the song Big Bang was just a worse version of the song You, and this was slightly before discovering the song Do What You Want and that whole story. But yeah, You, track 5 on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. It was certainly my favourite at the time. And the funny thing is that sound that I associated with You, with that song that was on Tony Hawk's 2, that sound became the sound that I associated with the band. And it was certainly interesting to hear all their newer stuff that sounded distinctly different. It was clearly the same band, clearly the same style that I loved, but it was its own thing. But the album of No Control, well, to frame it from my perspective at the time, it was just an album of views. And it was just something to consider that this song that I had loved so much, there was this album that contains 15 varieties of that song that carried over that particular sound. And I certainly don't think it's a substantial album. It's quite short at 26 minutes, but it just absolutely embodies that feeling of finding that song You on Tony Hawk's 2. Quite early on, I think I got into songs like No Control and Sometimes I Feel Like. There was a few that I was a bit late to, like Automatic Man, It Must Look Pretty Appealing, and I Want Something More as well. And I certainly feel like it's the kind of album where the short songs are better than the longer ones. And by longer, I'm talking about Sanity, which is just under 3 minutes. But relatively speaking, it is one of the longer ones. In fact, it's the longest one. And also, I Want to Conquer the World is usually considered one of their best songs by the fans, but I really don't see that. I really don't agree. But if I had to pick my favourites, I would definitely pick You, but also No Control, Sometimes I Feel Like, Henchman, and Billy. The New America by Bad Religion. This is the third album in the set of 3 albums that came out without Brett Gurewitz, and this one occupies that same space that No Substance does. It's generally considered to be one of their weakest albums. But there's something about this album that particularly represents that youth culture of the 2000s that I experienced. And I know I've said that several times before, or at least some variation of that. I have said things like, this album reminds me of the time when I first started getting into music. But with this album in particular, there was a lot of style around the band at that time. that really does scream the year 2000. If you look at the promotional material for this album, or just the visual style of the overlays on live shows that were going on at this time, you will see, for example, their logo. Even just on the cover of this album, you can see the logo has multiple borders to it. And there'd be lots of fire effects. And I also think Greg, around this time, Greg Graffin, their singer, he used to wear a particular style of shirt more often. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like with this album, more than any other of their albums, they really embraced the visual cool style of the time. I mean, even look at the album cover. It looks kind of cool in a way, but it also looks cheesy and kind of cheap. Like something out of a B movie. Not the B movie, but a B movie as you know what I mean. Not an A movie. And so I always end up associating this album with the memories I have of, for example, Windows Media Player 9. It's got a particular style to it that was so futuristic in the 2000s. But in terms of the actual music here, the style is, again, a lot like No Substance. These songs tend to be slower, they tend to be a bit more bombastic, and they pack a harder punch rather than many small punches, if I am to use a fight metaphor, I guess. And once again, it was not considered a very good album, but I don't see it. I think this album's great. I always really enjoy it when I listen to it. Now, it did come out a few years before I started looking up music for myself. And so these songs weren't their newest songs, but they were certainly pretty new, and I could tell by the sound. First couple tracks I found were the title track, New America. I would say check out the music video for that. That certainly feels like something from 2000, if you ask me. And I also found Don't Sell Me Short. I also remember finding I Love My Computer quite early as well, and that is a strange one. But I ended up with a copy of Believe It, and as things were often the case back then, it was mislabeled as Let It Burn, which is a different song from this album. But again, I think it's one of those cases where it sounds different enough from their older stuff that old fans might be put off by it a bit. But saying that, the first song of Bad Religions that I got into was You from No Control. And so they still sounded like Bad Religion to me. I honestly find with a lot of these albums that get released and are usually considered the bad ones, I don't see it. And I'm only made aware of the fact that they're known as the bad ones because I see other people saying that. But if I wasn't exposed to those people saying that, I wouldn't know. As for any stories with any other tracks here, I remember one time my friend Josh got into A Street Kid Named Desire, and even my friend Bridge, who was not big into Bad Religion at all, he got into 1,000 Memories, which again I suppose is that thing of people who aren't usually into Bad Religion as much would like an album that is not as Bad Religion as the other ones, I suppose. I don't know. But now that I think about it, I also attribute the fact that I very much associate this album with it being of its time, is that, much like with No Substance, this album doesn't really get much acknowledgement. So if you were to find a song from this album being performed live, there's a very good chance that that video is from around the year 2000. As for my favourites, I remember at one point I really got into Let It Burn, as in the actual Let It Burn, not Believe It that I had mislabelled, but Let It Burn itself. But other favourites, I would say You've Got a Chance, and probably The Hopeless Housewife, but definitely There Will Be a Way. And I'm just going to point something out about this album cover that you may not have noticed that really does make it look like it's from a B movie. Those helicopters, they don't overlap each other. They do a little bit with the blades, but it really makes it look like that image has just been superimposed. Then we have the self-titled album by Rancid, or to be more specific, the second self-titled album by Rancid, also known as Rancid 2000, also known as Rancid 5. But I have always called this album Rancid 2000. And this album is the start of what I have called my Rancid phase. Not entirely sure how I discovered Rancid. I know they appeared on one of the Tony Hawk games, but I think it was one that I didn't have. Maybe like Underground 2. But I'm pretty sure I heard of them through somewhere else. Might have been one of those sites where it recommended random music to you, like Yahoo Launch or Radio Blog Club. Probably Yahoo Launch, I don't know. Either way, I discovered them one way or the other. And a song that I found quite early on was Antennas, and I enjoyed that song. I got into it quite a bit. And eventually, I got this album physically. I think it was the first Rancid album I ever owned, as influenced by my liking of the song Antennas. And I got it from a music store that was in a local town. time. This was the same place that I bought my first ever album, which was the Melancholy collection by Millencolin. You may remember I told the story about that, saying that I had bought that during my works experience from school. But I would say maybe a couple of years after that, one day I went to that same place and I bought a bunch of CDs. And the funny thing is that I don't think I can remember any of the ones I got that day. I'm sure the majority of them were ones that I've already talked about, but the main one for me was Rancid 2000, and I really got into it. I remember I even put the poster up on my wall. I had the poster that came with the album, quite a big poster actually, and I put it behind my computer screen. I think that might have been my first poster of a few, or it was one of the early ones at least. My first one might have been from Purple Onion by Les Claypool's Frog Brigade, but that one was around the same time, and I really got into this album. It's one of those ones where there are a lot of short tracks. There are 22 tracks here. 2 of them are less than a minute. 15 tracks are between 1 and 2 minutes. 2 tracks are between 2 and 3 minutes. And 3 tracks are over 3 minutes. So a lot of these songs are over pretty quickly, but the album is formatted in a way that there is gapless playback. The moment one song finishes, the next one's there. And so what you end up with effectively is just 38 minutes of continuous music. It's like non-stop rocking, man. That's something that Jack Black would say. That was kind of a bad attempt at a Jack Black impression. But anyway, my main memory of listening to this album was during a time where I had another sort of, I'm going to say, health kick. I mean, not really, but you may remember back when I was talking about From Chaos by 311, during the chilled summer of 2006, I would go for a bit of a jog after visiting my friend Bridge during that summer. Well, I had a similar sort of experience with Rancid 2000, and I believe that this was after the chilled summer of 2006, so it might have been winter of 2006 at the end of the year. Maybe, I'm not too sure about that. But my friend Bridge was away on holiday for a week, or maybe 2 weeks. And during this time, I would pretend that I was going to see my friend Bridge, but I would go for a long walk, and I would listen to this album a lot. There was one point I remember on that journey after it had been snowing, there was a little bit of grass with snow on it, and I would spend some time making a solid snow pile. That was a thing that I did. Some people like to make a snowman. No, I like to make a snow pile. What I would do is I'd gather snow in one area, usually against a wall, to protect it from as much sunlight as possible and just compress that snow down to make as solid of a pile as I could. And I really enjoyed that because I like to see how long I could make it last for. But yeah, I did that around the same time that I was listening to Rancid 2000. And at one point during my IT A level, we were given the task of making a Flash website, back when Flash was a thing, and we had to promote a band. And me, being really into Rancid 2000, decided to make a website to showcase Rancid 2000. And the thing about this album, with its visual style and the branding surrounding it, my classmates, or rather 3 lads in particular, they had come to the conclusion from that I was really into death metal, even though that's not what this is. This is like as punk as it gets. But they just had this idea that I was really into death metal, which upon reflection was also not helped by the fact that I had mentioned that I was really into an album by a band called And You Will Know Us by the Trail of Dead, which obviously they assumed must be death metal. And obviously it would make sense that I like that because I love death metal. So ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, this album is definitely punk, and I would say that this was their first attempt at doing a throwback to their early stuff, namely the first self-titled album, Rancid 1993, because this one came out straight after Life Won't Wait, which was completely different. And they have tried to copy that style again with albums like Tomorrow Never Comes, which was much more recent, but I don't think they've hit it as well as what they did with this one. It's difficult to pick favourite tracks. I would say that some of the ones I like the most are It's Quite Alright, Rattlesnake. I remember I really got into Axiom and Black Derby Jacket, but I would also say that Rigged on a Fix is one of my favourites as well, but my absolute favourite is probably Let Me Go. That is one of the 3 tracks that's over 3 minutes. It's the 4th track on the album and it comes straight after 3 very fast tracks. So it's very nicely positioned, and it's certainly not a popular song among Rancid fans, but I think it's really catchy. WYSIWYG by Chumbawamba, also known as What You See Is What You Get, and that is what people tend to call this album. I notice that whenever I see it referenced, they call it What You See Is What You Get rather than just WYSIWYG, which is how it's written. And interestingly, whenever I think about this album, I always doubt myself. I always ask, do I really like it that much? But to be completely honest, every time I listen to this album, I have an absolute blast with it. And again, this is an album that was not received very well, but I like it a lot. In fact, this was the album that came out directly after Tub Thumper, which as you know had its big hit Tub Thumping, but it flopped. It didn't go anywhere. Despite all that, I have a very strong memory about how I found this album, and I would say this is the most prominent album for my memories, for my nostalgia, for 2011. And there's been a few albums that have been significant to 2011 for me. The Liberty of Norton Folgate by Madness was one of them, as was Computer Savvy by the J. Arthur Keenes Band. And shortly after WYSIWYG, there was also The Boy Bands of One, also by Chumbawamba. But WYSIWYG is the prime album that I found when doing my initial research. I remember it was quite early in 2011, around the springtime maybe March or April, and I just thought to myself, ah yes, Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba. I remember that song from when I was younger. I wonder what else they've done. And WYSIWYG was the first album to catch my view. Before I give it my first proper listen, I decided to sample it, which I did sometimes, and I immediately listened to the track I'm Not Sorry I Was Having Fun, and I enjoyed it. I might have been playing Plants vs Zombies at the time. I remember mentioning that I was playing Plants vs Zombies towards the end of 2010 when I got The Age of Ads by Sufjan Stevens, so those dates are rather close. It does kind of make sense. But after that track, it went straight into the next track, Jesus in Vegas, and I didn't realise this straight away at the time, but this is one of those albums where the tracks bleed into each other. One track will end and then the next track will start immediately. So I hadn't realised that a new song had started, but it got to the chorus of Jesus in Vegas and it was like, oh yeah, I really like this. And I ended up listening to just Jesus in Vegas for a while. I did that sometimes with some albums. I would just find a song that I like and listen to that song before properly listening to the album. But I did eventually start listening to the album properly, and there were certain events going on in the UK at this time that were rather significant to me. Or rather, it was something that I took strong notice of, because it was at this time that a friend on my Facebook had shared a post saying yes to AV. Now, I wasn't politically active at the time. I didn't really understand politics. I didn't really have a part of it. At least not an active part. Obviously, I live within the system, so I am a participant of it, of the results of it. But I hadn't really given it too much thought. And I remember being interested to know what this was, and it turned out that there was going to be a referendum in the UK as to whether we would adopt the alternative voting system. That's the ranked choice voting system, or rather a ranked choice voting system. It was around the same time that I discovered CGP Grey, because he made videos on this as well, and that is what he is mostly known for, I think. But this really impacted me because there I was, having not really thought about politics before, and here was something that just seemed blindingly obvious. Like, it was just abundantly clear to me that an alternative voting system was better, it was more democratic, and that the first past the post system was just inherently worse. But here I was seeing this being treated like a debate, where people would make a case one way or another, and I think that was my first experience of being really disillusioned. It was the first case, or the first time that I can recall seeing politicians actively lie in ways that were beyond obvious. And so I ended up getting really passionate about it. Now, in the end, the referendum did not pass, and that was a real hard-hitting moment for me, that we could be given these two options where one of them was just blatantly less democratic than the other one, and people can just go with, yep, I want that one. And so that really hit me, and it really made me cynical, I must say, because it felt like people were trying to argue with maths, and I did not take well to people trying to argue with maths, or rather argue against maths, against basic basic logic. And the fact that I saw the alternative vote as clearly more democratic was treated as simply an opinion, where in this case, it's definitely not. Unless you want to argue that democracy is bad and you want less of it, then by all means. But like I say, we're talking about direct logic here. And this happened at the same time I was listening to WYSIWYG a lot. So I highly associate those two events. But it was also around the same time, shortly after both of my grandparents died on my dad's side. And we used to go and visit them quite a lot. And so we had this stage where my dad would come and pick me and my brother up, and we wouldn't really have a place to go. So we ended up making a thing of going to the Chippy, or a Chippy trip as we come to know it, where about once a week he would take us to a chip shop over by the shoreline, and we'd sit in the car eating fish and chips. I'd have a chip butty myself. And in that car journey, I would play this album a lot. I would also play the Boy Bands of One, which he liked a lot. But I also played this one. So I certainly have a lot of strong memories tied to those events that I've just mentioned there. As for the music itself, it's quite poppy. It does carry over quite a bit of the style from Tub Thumper, but I think it's much more refined. A lot of these songs are pretty short for the most part, and they do slide in their random samples, but where Tub Thumper would have them for a large chunk of time at the end of each song, this album would have them, well, probably more often, but they were much smoother. They were a bit more snappy, as it were, and it blended into the music more effectively. There's a lot of irony in the lyrics, and there's quite a lot of pop culture references as well. From what I've been able to find online, the album is basically trying to make fun at the type of culture that comes from the music industry, from the success that they had had with Tub Thumping, the song. And like I say, this album didn't really stick for a lot of people. The main big single from this album was She's Got All the Friends That Money Can Buy, and it's not one of my favourites. But otherwise, this album is quite energetic. It doesn't take any breaks, and the style can sort of jump back and forth between, well, different styles. As for my favourite tracks, I would definitely say Jesus in Vegas was my first favourite track. And I also remember listening to WWW Dot. I especially remember listening to that track when talking to my friend on Facebook that I had mentioned, who had posted that Yes to AV image. But I was also into Hey Hey We're the Junkies and Smart Bomb. Those two songs I feel were a lot more like the music that I was already into. But one track that I really like that I think gets really overlooked is Shake Baby Shake. Very simple, not much going on there, but it's very nice. And this is an album that I had a lot of fun with, very strong memories, and I always doubt myself asking, do I really like it that much? And I have to conclude that, yeah, I suppose I do. Let the Dominoes Fall by Rancid, and this is perhaps my most nostalgic album. I definitely feel a very deep connection to it, and to set the scene here, it was early 2009. I was just finishing up my second year of university, and for the past few years I had experienced a string of albums being released by my favourite bands, which, as you may recall, started with In With The Out Crowd by Less Than Jake, and it also included Hello Destiny by Goldfinger, although I wasn't as big into that one. And you may also remember that when I listened to Hello Destiny, I went on, quote, long walks. I say that in quotes because it wasn't too long as compared to what I would eventually start walking. But I had found out that Rancid were going to release a new album, and I had a few years ago gotten into Rancid 2000 and then Indestructible, which I got for my 18th birthday, and so I was really highly anticipating this one. I remember seeing a low quality video of them performing LA River, which was a song that wasn't released at the time but came out as a part of this album. Anyway, I ended up pre-ordering this album, but not just the album, but the special deluxe version. It came in an extra thick box with some random bonuses. It did come with a poster, or maybe two posters that I didn't use. I also think it came with a guitar pick, a Let the Dominoes Fall guitar pick. But what I cared about mostly was the bonus CD, which was an acoustic version of this album. I say an acoustic version. It was acoustic version versions of a selection of the songs from here, plus a couple more, or rather one more outgunned, and a DVD, which was sort of like a making of the album, I think. It was all in black and white as well. Not like grayscale, but solid black and white like the album cover. That was a thing they did a lot back in those days, and that flat graffiti style artwork was also very popular in the late 2000s. But the first time I listened to this album, I remember I was lying on my bed playing Final Fantasy XII. It was shortly after I got my PS3, but even still, I was more attracted to this PS2 game, Final Fantasy XII, which I had gone back to after having played and completed before. This was also the same time I was listening to the Naked City self-titled album, which I talked about all the way back at the start of this list, very briefly. But I was playing this game as I was having my first listen of Let the Dominoes Fall. I'd already heard LA River and Last One to Die, but starting from the beginning, I enjoyed what I heard, and I remember really enjoying Up to No Good. I remember it getting to the breakdown towards the end of that song and me thinking, whoa, this is good, which is a thing that doesn't usually happen for me. It usually takes me time to get into music. And then straight after Last One to Die, there was Disconnected and I Ain't Worried, and I was really into them. I remember I was very happy to hear Matt Freeman on vocals again, even if briefly, and I know he did the vocals on LA River, but at this point in their career, they didn't really involve him in the vocals much. And it was quite a delight to hear. Definitely good in small bursts. Quite different to the Devil's Brigade album I mentioned, where he did practically all the vocals. But I listened to this album and I really enjoyed it, and I just listened to it over and over again. At one point in 2009, around the summertime, which was shortly after this album came out, I decided to take my long walks a bit more seriously, and I would quite often walk to uni. That was when I was back at uni, but before then I would still walk to the town, and it was a long trek. And I would hear this album a lot when walking alongside the river, especially a bit further along where I wouldn't normally go. There was a part of the route that I went that wasn't very pedestrian friendly, let's say, and I would walk along there listening to this album. And I'd just do this so much. I'd listen to this album absolutely loads. And it was around this time when my nana fell ill. Me, my dad and my brother would go to the hospital to visit her, and I would be playing this album in the car. It was certainly the album of the time, but then my nana died shortly afterwards. And so, through pure circumstance, this is the album that reminds me of my nana. And I think it's that memory, plus the memory of going on this long walk during the summer of 2009, combined with just how frequently I would listen to this album, as to why I would probably consider it to be my most nostalgic album. And I have a lot of albums that are nostalgic, but this one probably hits the number one spot for that list. Now, as for the music itself, I feel like there's a good variety here, although probably not more variety than what was on Indestructible. There are the fast punk songs like This Place and The Bravest Kids. There's a bit more upbeat ska style music like Up to No Good, and Dominoes Fall, I would also say. And you've also got acoustic music with Civilian Ways, and then I Ain't Worried is a bit more rap-like, I guess. There's a good variety of tracks here, but if I had to pick my favourites, I would probably say East Bay Night, Up to No Good, Disconnected, and I've always really liked LA River, but in more recent times I've become to appreciate Skull City a lot more. Yeah, very special album for me. The Empire Strikes First by Bad Religion. This is interesting because I've always considered this to be the newest album from the era of when I was getting into Bad Religion. And so I've always kind of thought of the Empire Strikes First era as my introductory era to Bad Religion. But strictly speaking, it wasn't quite. When I first started actively looking for more Bad Religion songs after having heard You and Big Bang, the Empire Strikes First wasn't out yet. But when it did come out, I was completely unaware of it because I was still in that discovery stage. And you have to remember that I first really got into these bands by finding more songs on Winamx after having discovered them on Tony Hawk's. And this one kind of just got released in the middle of that process. And I was too unaware of albums for it to properly register in my mind. But once it had come out, I do remember finding some of the songs from that point. Such as, I think God's Love was one of the first ones I found. I'm willing to bet that God's Love was the first song here I found. But also, the title track, The Empire Strikes First, and maybe Sinister Rouge, and maybe Los Angeles is Burning were among the first set of ones that I found. I do have some vague memories related to some of these songs. I remember my friend Josh was really into Boot Stamping on a Human Face Forever, which I was really into as well because it was quite different, and it's one of those songs that never gets any recognition. And also the song Beyond Electric Dreams. I remember having that song play in my head quite a bit when we went on holiday. I think one year we went to Benidorm and you could see a crucifix on a mountain in the distance, and I remember that making me think of Upon a Mountain Encased in Solar Rays. And I also remember getting into Another Abyss, which I listened to as I was playing Time Splitters one time. Oh yeah, and I also remember hearing Overture. That's the introductory instrumental, which is the only instrumental they've ever done. And I remember thinking to myself, just assuming for some reason that it was from How Could Hell Be Any Worse, which I knew was their first and earliest album. So at that point I had a vague familiarity with albums. I at least knew enough that the older songs were from How Could Hell Be Any Worse, the very old stuff, but I was still kind of in the dark about it, at least for a little bit of time. So whilst I don't have any core memories about this album being released, I do feel I have a memory of the Empire Strikes First era, and I suppose now is as good a time as any to talk about the era and some of the things that came from it. For one, this was when I went to see them live. Yes, I went to see Less Than Jake live once, and I have seen Bad Religion live also once. But this time it was in 2005, and so by that point I think I had learned all their songs that they'd released up until that point. They weren't teasing any new music or anything like that, not in 2005. But I remember for the backdrop they used a big banner which was the image from this album cover, except the head was replaced by a television with an eye on it. I have seen that image around a few places, including on their Live at the Palladium DVD. I'm sure I've seen it there, which was also part of this era. But the one main thing I remember about that show was that I was stood next to a guy who was shouting, "More old school! More old school!" over and over again, after every song, "More old school!" Until eventually they played a song from How Could Hell Be Any Worse, and they shouted, "Yeah! Fuck Armageddon!" All he wanted was more old school. That's all he wanted. Yeah, my dad also believes that he got scammed when he was there as well. He went to buy something and they took his money from him saying it was fake, even though he'd just taken out the cash machine. So, I don't know. But yeah, that live show was a thing of this era, as was the Live at the Palladium DVD, which was mentioned on the Bad Religion podcast. That was a fan-made podcast by someone called Mike Bentley, and he would report on Bad Religion news, and he would do quizzes. And of course, I was really getting into Bad Religion, so I was like responding, giving answers to the quizzes. And he once asked someone to make an introductory theme for the show, and I did, and I emailed him the MP3 or something like that. I don't know. But I consider the Empire Strikes First as my really getting into Bad Religion era, even if it did come out shortly after I started getting into Bad Religion. I guess I wasn't excited about the concept of a new album because during this time there were still songs that I would not have heard that had already released, so that's probably why it wasn't quite a big deal. And it took up until 2006 with the Less Than Jake album In With The Out Crowd for that to really start happening. A Fever You Can't Sweat Out by Panic at the Disco. Yeah, this one's been a long time coming. In fact, most of the time when I've mentioned Panic at the Disco so far, I've been saying that, oh, I wasn't quite as much into that as I used to with their older stuff, or something to that effect. But it's honestly been so long since a Panic at the Disco album that I wouldn't blame you if you'd forgotten all about that. But this album was huge. The song I Write Sins Not Tragedies was massive. The early to mid 2000s, and even a little bit going towards the late 2000s, there was quite an emo wave that was rushing through the youth culture of the time, which I was not really a part of. I'd mentioned before that my friend Avril from school had an interest in My Chemical Romance, and I was vaguely familiar with Fall Out Boy, but it's not something I was really big into. But my origin story for this album comes from a random email that I got. It was a newsletter by Fueled by Ramen. I think I had maybe subscribed subscribed to their email listing because they had an association with Less Than Jake, I think. But yeah, it was like an email talking about this album, and I was thinking to myself, that looks interesting. Those are some interesting song names. I wonder what they sound like. So immediately I went and found The Only Difference Between Suicide and Martyrdom is Press coverage, and my first impression was that it sounded a lot like Fall Out Boy. In fact, at the time, I would have said that they sounded exactly the same, and I very much saw a parallel between that song and the Fall Out Boy song called Our Lawyer Made Us Change the Name of This Song So We Wouldn't Get Sued, that was on From Under the Cork Tree. And I was familiar with that album through the spindle of DVDs that my granddad brought us, so that's how I was able to make the comparison there. This was a little bit after that. And I also found the track Lying Is the Most Fun a Girl Can Have Without Taking Her Clothes Off, and I really liked that song as well. So I kept searching for more songs, but it was mostly those two that I was really into. I remember accidentally coming across a few demos or earlier versions. For example, I found a demo of Time to Dance called It's Time to Dance, and a demo of Camisado called Relax Relapse, but I didn't know that at the time. I eventually got the album for that Christmas in 2005, which is a Christmas I have mentioned briefly before. It was the same Christmas that I got Purple Onion by Les Claypool's Frog Brigade, and I might have gotten a Primus DVD around that time. That was definitely my main Primus phase as well. But yeah, this album, if you can't sweat out, I like that a lot better. I remember listening to it in the car, in my dad's car, on that Christmas day. Similar to a previous Christmas where I played Generator by Bad Religion in the car on Christmas Day. And I remember the song London Beckons Songs About Money Written by Machines played when we were at a traffic light. And so now that song in my mind makes me think of traffic lights. But yeah, I really listened to it a lot at that time. I remember listening to these songs on my way to Bridges. I had previously mentioned there was a time when I would listen to Hamburger Train by Primus from Pork Soda and try to get to Bridges' house before that song finished. That was around the same time as this album. It's all part of that same era. And it's an era that I've not talked about much for quite a while. But speaking of my friend Bridge, his brother was also into this album. I remember quite a bit later he would be playing it. And it was fun because I knew the songs. I remember at one point it got to I Write Sins Not Tragedies, and his dad would pass by as it was the line, "What a beautiful wedding," and his dad would say something like, "Oh, you're listening to music about weddings?" You know the typical whole thing of like your parents walk into the room at the wrong time. Might have been that kind of thing. Although not quite, because they were very adamantly against swearing, and there is a bit of swearing on this album. But anyway, I really got into this album and I liked it a lot. It was strange to think that I saw it as kind of like an alternative to From Under the Cork Tree by Fall Out Boy. I saw it as the other side of the same coin, because this album I like so much more than that one, and I would have listened to it quite a lot as well when I was on my paper round, because that was around the same time. But I also remember Bridges' brother also got their follow-up album Pretty Odd, and it was kind of strange because I wasn't really as excited about that album, even though I had loved If Ever You Can't Sweat Out, and I just kind of ignored it for a while. There was a few songs I liked on it, but I just kind of ignored it. And I find with Panic at the Disco, even though they do now have several albums, and I have heard several albums, and I like them to varying degrees, I definitely consider this one to be the absolute pinnacle, and it just stands out on its own, no question. But I also find it kind of funny that for me, this was an album I just stumbled across as being subscribed to the Fueled by Ramen newsletter, but it absolutely ended up making waves. I remember once being at my dad's house and one of the neighbours was playing some music and they played I Write Sins Not Tragedies at one point. And you also hear that song on those videos where it's like, oh, react to old emo music or whatever. It's difficult to really figure out what I would consider to be my favourite tracks. At the start, other than the two I mentioned, I also got into But It's Better If You Do rather early on. I think I got into that song before I got the album properly, and then I eventually also really got into I Constantly Thank God for Esteban and Time to Dance. But I've come to really appreciate Nails for Breakfast, Tax for Snacks a lot more these days. That being said, I've always felt like I Write Sins Not Tragedies was one of the weaker tracks on the album, to be completely honest with you, alongside Camisado. But all in all, I think this album was a flash in the pan, as the saying goes, I think, because it wasn't really tied to the type of music I was mostly into. Like I say, it was mostly tied to the Fall Out Boy, My Chemical Romance, that sort of thing. But this one just appeared and I liked it a lot. And of of my absolute favourite albums, the albums I like the absolute most, this one is, without a doubt, one of the most well-known ones, if not the most well-known one. Hello Rockview by Less Than Jake. And here we have my Less Than Jake origin story that I have told a few times already. I discovered this band through the track All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, which was on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. And at the time of hearing that song, I thought it was Goldfinger because Goldfinger was also on that game. And I had assumed they'd mixed up the names of the tracks. Or rather, they had misattributed the artists to the tracks. But no, I was wrong. And that song is how I discovered Less Than Jake. It ended up being one of a small selections of songs that I had turned on for that game. I only had a few turned on. Wasn't keen on the majority of that game soundtrack. But I remember finding the song online and finding that it had a weird introductory bit, like a little skit, with this voice that went, "This is a fair request and I promise I will not judge any person only as a teenager." And I also saw the music video, which had a different skit at the start of it, that went, "It doesn't belong in this world, it belongs on fucking Mars, man." And for some time, I started to just be aware that Less Than Jake would often start their songs with weird little skits. It became a thing that I identified the band with. And that was only really the case for a small handful of songs. But it was certainly there for some of the earlier songs that I found. But my introduction to this album really is the same story as my introduction to Losing Streak. Because on that Christmas that I got Generated by Bad Religion, I also got Hello Rockview by Less Than Jake. But it was kind of like a double album reissue. It came with Losing Streak. It was still marketed as just Hello Rockview. It was Hello Rockview on the cover. And I believe the inlay featured Hello Rockview and Losing Streak. They did something quite interesting with it. They had a little booklet with the lyrics in, except apart from just showing the lyrics for Hello Rockview, they actually went through it as a comic. And the back of the box showed the track listing as it is from Hello Rockview, but they also added the track listing for Losing Streak as well. But again, it was all themed on Hello Rockview. And so this album I certainly associate with that time, that Christmas, where I first properly started learning about these bands, Bad Religion and Less Than Jake, in terms of their albums. Previous to this, I think I was made aware of the All My Best Friends Are Metalheads single, but that would have just been an image I found online with a name I recognise on it. But discovering these songs as a set of songs as part of an album, it really did make it feel more substantial. But there was one particular problem with this CD that I had. I think the Losing Streak one was fine, but the Hello Rockview in particular, that album, with the way that it was formatted, at least this version of the album, the CD that I had, it was formatted that they added the extra 2-second gap at the end of each track. And that kind of messed it up because there are a few tracks that blend into each other a little bit. I mean, not much, but you would sometimes around this time get albums where tracks would fade out, but the end of the fade out is at the start of the next track as that next track starts, so it flows a little bit. And this was especially a problem between the first two tracks because they don't fade, but track 2, Help Save the Youth of America from Exploding, starts with an acoustic, but it just gets caught on the end of the first track. So what ended up happening was the first track would end and then you'd hear a d and then a pause for a bit, and then track 2 would start. It wasn't very well formatted. But of these songs, aside from All My Best Friends Are Metalheads, the first one I found was History of a Boring Town, which was one of the few tracks that I found very early on. It was within the first 4, probably 3rd or 4th. Possibly 5th. I might have heard Johnny Quest Thinks We're Salads before it, but I think it was the 4th track of theirs I ever heard. As for the rest of them, I think Scott Farkas Takes It on the Chin was the only one I had heard before getting this album. I don't quite know, but I had a friend at school, Imogen, who was into this band a little bit, not really, but she found out about them through her boyfriend, who I have mentioned a couple times before. He was the one that showed me The Science of Selling Yourself Short from Anthem. And my friend Imogen, she said that the 2 songs that she knew was Help Save the Youth of America from Exploding and 5-State Drive, and she liked them. But I believe there were a few of these songs that was on that People's History of Less Than Jake DVD that I've mentioned before that I didn't really know the songs as well. A prime example of that would be Nervous in the Alley. That was quite a popular song from that album, but it did take me a bit of time to find it and get into it. But I think this album is probably recognised by most fans as the highlight of their career. If not Anthem, people like Anthem a lot too. But for me, this album certainly has a place as my Less Than Jake origin story, and it somewhat has a place of my music discovering origin story. New Maps of Hell by Bad Religion. And this album was very special to me because it came out at a crucial point. Not a crucial point in my life personally, but rather this was the first Bad Religion album to come out since after having discovered them. I mean, not really, like I've already said, The Empire Strikes First came out after I discovered them, but this was the first time I was actually aware of a new album coming out. And at this point, I was already well versed in all of their music. I had already exhausted the Winamax/LimeWire mill for too long now, and I had run out of new Bad Religion songs to discover. But I remember on YouTube, there was someone that I watched, and this is going back to 2007, so the video quality was not very good. This was basically like webcam footage. But there was somebody I used to watch who used to talk about Bad Religion and play Bad Religion songs. And I remember one time going to his channel and he was saying, "Oh, hi everyone, this is a cover from a song from the new upcoming album, New Maps of Hell, da-da-da-da." And I was just thinking, oh, hold on, what? New Maps of Hell? What's that? And I think he played a cover of 52 Seconds. Very badly, I might add. At least that's judging my own memory of what my ears heard back then. But yeah, I just found out about this new Bad Religion album. And I had previously, in 2006, had the experience of discovering a new Less Than Jake album when it came out. And so now this is going to happen to Bad Religion, and I was really excited. And I also remember this was talked about briefly on the Bad Religion podcast that I mentioned before. The band had released the song Honest Goodbye online. You could hear it on YouTube. I don't think it was the official channel releasing it on YouTube. I think someone just uploaded it. But I was really happy to have new Bad Religion music. And I remember listening to it whilst playing through Dragon Quest VIII. Because I also found Dragon Quest VIII in 2007. And I really got into that game. But I was still early on in the game. And I would listen to Honest Goodbye over and over again. Because it was a new Bad Religion song. And that was such a novelty. And then soon afterwards they released Heroes and Martyrs. And I remember the Bad Religion podcast, they would say, "Oh, it sounds like just a typical Bad Religion song." And I'm thinking, you're making that sound like that's a bad thing. But I very much remember getting this on day of release, and I remember it was July the 10th. And I would, of course, listen to it over and over and over again. But one thing I very much remember is I went through a phase of walking to my friend Bridge's house at this time. And the route that I would go at this time, I would walk past the local shops. And I would always get a bag of Snacker Jacks, caramel flavoured Snacker Jacks from the local Sainsbury's. And I would eat them on the way to Bridge's. And when I did this, it always got to the song New Dark Ages. I would be thinking of that song always in relation to caramel Snacker Jacks. It's a very strong memory. Just by coincidence of when it appeared on the album, it just happened to line up that song would come on when I was eating those Snacker Jacks. But in these early days, I would say my favourite track was Requiem for Dissent, and possibly New Dark Ages, and maybe Germs of Perfection as well. But I did have an absolute blast with it. It was shortly after that my friend Bridge was going away on holiday for a couple of weeks. And I remember there was that short period of time in 2007 where I would just be so lazy. I would just stay indoors and play games, like full days, just playing games. And I absolutely blitzed through them. I completed Dragon Quest VIII. I then completed Shadow Hearts in 3 days, I think. And then I played Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And I would be listening to this album loads. I might be getting the ordering of these events a bit mixed up, but I definitely know that I was listening to this album when playing Ocarina of Time, because there's an item in that game called the Lens of Truth, and there's a song on this album called Grains of Wrath, and I would end up adopting the word Lens of Truth into the lyrics of Grains of Wrath. I would replace Grains of Wrath with Lens of Truth in my head, because I was just absorbing this media extensively. I was just playing games constantly, and I was listening to this album over and over again. So this album was definitely a big novelty to me. I remember also using it as the background image on my PSP, which is not a good idea really. The album art is certainly very cool and certainly of its time. Again, very grungy Metro. I'm a big fan of that grungy Metro style, but it does not work as a background. Too many clashing colours. Too high contrast. But I've got a picture of me in my dad's house on the top floor holding up my PSP with that album cover on the back as the background, as if to say, yeah, I'm cool. Which I should also point out was just before I started uni. It was just between me finishing sixth form and me starting uni. GNVFLA by Less Than Jake, or as my brother would call it, Gunfla. On the lead up to this album coming out, I was already familiar with and had a bit of experience with bands I like releasing albums after having discovered them and anticipating those releases. The first time that happened was with In With The Out Crowd by Less Than Jake in 2006, and then the next time that happened was with New Maps of Hell by Bad Religion. And I suppose there was also Hello Destiny by Goldfinger, but as you know, I wasn't too big on that one. But GNVFLA was my first experience of having this experience the second time for a band, if that makes sense. It was my first experience of a band releasing a new album that I had previously experienced them releasing a new album. But the story behind discovering that is that I remember I was sleeping over at my dad's house. It was the top floor of this large house that he had. And I remember waking up one day and immediately I went on his laptop. It was an Apple MacBook. And I found somewhere that Less Than Jake was releasing a new album and they had featured a brand new song. That song being Does the Lion City Still Roar? And so I loaded up the song and within 1 second or maybe 2 seconds I immediately knew that this was Less Than Jake. By which I meant I could clearly tell that this was the older style of Less Than Jake that I was familiar with. Now I say that as if In With The Out Crowd was a big disappointment for me. It wasn't. It was a disappointment for a lot of people. It wasn't for me. I enjoyed it. But it was very clear to me at that point that In With The Out Crowd sounded different. And then hearing the start of Does the Lion City Still Roar, I could tell, oh, this is like something from Hello Rockview. And the reaction around it generally was very positive, especially for a lot of people who were let down by In With The Out Crowd. But even as someone who wasn't let down by that album, this album, or rather this song, it really did trigger something in my mind. And I became rather obsessed with that song for a while. Anyway, that happened in May of 2008, and about a month later or so, the album came out. I did get the album, but before it came out, it leaked online, and I got it that way first. And I was giving it my first proper listen. You see, unlike many of their other albums, they didn't slowly release it piece by piece. It wasn't a case of, check out this new song, hey, check out this other new song, hey, check out this other new song. As far as I can remember, they showcased Does the Lion City Still Roar and then none of the others. So listening to the album properly for the first time, I was actually properly listening to most of these songs for the first time. And I was in quite a relaxed state as well. I remember I was in my room. It was quite a sunny and warm day. I mean, it was June. And I was playing Final Fantasy V Advance and I just let this album play. One thing that's really of note here is that this album has gapless playback. The songs do very well flow into each other. And from what I've been able to find online, this was due to the fact that they weren't bound by a record label for this one, so they had a bit more creative freedom over it. But on that first listen, the song that really stood out to me the most was Abandoned Ship. And I remember playing Final Fantasy V Advance. I think I was in the Wind Temple, like right at the start. And the part in Abandoned Ship when the chorus starts and it goes da 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 da. There was something about it that I just thought was really good. And soon after that, I burnt the album to a CD and I used to play it in my dad's car. But the problem with this burnt CD that I had was that track 6 would sometimes skip. Like it would get caught at some point and have to skip the track. So he wouldn't listen to Handshake Meet Poker Face quite all that often. And my brother at one point said that his favourite track was The Space They Can't Touch, which became a bit of a running joke, I suppose. I think it was just a one-off comment at the time. And I also remember myself on the song Conviction noticed I really got into the line, money can't buy happiness, but it sure can pay the rent. Because, I don't know, I kind of thought that was funny or clever or something. I'm not quite sure, but it did stand out to me. But when I actually got the physical album for myself, the proper album, what was funny about it is that the UK version came with a bonus track, Antidote for the Underdog, and I hadn't heard that song yet. And I remember getting the album, coming home, and knowing that I was going to have to go out again soon. And so what I did was I quickly grabbed it, put it into a CD player, and skipped to the end. And I'm like, just to listen, it's like, I've got to get a preview of what that final track is like, what that bonus track is like. It was strange. But yeah, 2008, mid-2008, on that summer break within my uni years, I listened to this album a lot. Also, got another couple of funny stories. I remember the first time I showed this album to my dad. And during the first track, he said, oh, this is a bit different, this one. And then when the second track kicked in, it was like, oh, okay, that was clearly just the intro. But also, there was one time I was introducing my friend Tyler to Less Than Jake, and I think I showed him the song 1989. Not from this album, but I showed him that song. And he said, oh yeah, this sounds a lot like the theme song that someone I know on YouTube uses. So he showed me it, and I responded saying like, oh yeah, that's also Less Than Jake. That song's called Does the Lion City Still Roar? So it turned out he'd been listening to some Less Than Jake without even knowing it. Against the Grain by Bad Religion. I do feel like Against the Grain is the best album from that particular era. It definitely belongs alongside Suffer and No Control in terms of their sound. But where I think most people would consider No Control to be the best of those three, I think Against the Grain is. But, fun fact, for me, when considering my early music discovery days of finding songs on the likes of Winamx and LimeWire and all that lot, this album is represented at the beginning and at the end of that. I think the first track from here that I found was Unacceptable, which I think was probably within the first 10 or so Bad Religion songs I found. And I was really into it, like I was really into all of them. And I do feel like Unacceptable is a very underrated song. It doesn't get much love, but it was a funny case of misheard lyrics. I remember listening to it in the Red Room at my dad's house, and in the chorus, the line, 1 part per million, I heard it as far, far familiar. I don't know why, I just did. And after some time, I discovered Flat Earth Society and Walk Away. Again, two of the tracks that aren't the most well known from this album, but I think my strongest element of nostalgia, my strongest memory from this album is with the title track, Against the Grain. Because that was a song, and sometimes you'll get songs like this in life, at least a lot of people do, where you find it and you hear it and you just listen to it over and over and over again. And that's what I did. In the summer of 2003, I had recently gotten Final Fantasy Origins, which is Final Fantasy 1 and 2, but on the PS1, because it had just recently come out. And I must have completed Final Fantasy 1 at this point, but I had started playing Final Fantasy 2, and I spent a long time grinding at the start. The levelling mechanics were rather strange, and they're generally not very well liked, but there was enough going on there that I was really interested in levelling up my different spells and my stats and my weapon proficiencies, that I would just spend so long at the start of the game training. And as I was doing that, I remember I used to drink loads of lemonade at this time. There were these Coca-Cola glasses that we had. I used to drink loads of lemonade out of them. But I also used to eat a lot of those cocktail sausages, like mini sausages. I just ate loads of them. And whilst I was doing this, I was listening to the song Against the Grain over and over and over again. I was obsessed. I just thought, like, oh, this is a really fun song. Where I was used to most Bad Religion songs being fast and energetic, which this one certainly is still. This one felt a bit more bouncy, maybe? I don't know. But either way, I listened to it loads. And so I have a strong nostalgia of listening to that song Against the Grain whilst playing Final Fantasy 2, drinking lemonade, and eating cocktail sausages. But this album also marks the end of my first big wave of Bad Religion discovery. Before New Maps of Hell came out in 2007, I'd managed to find every Bad Religion song. And so there was that journey of discovering all of the Bad Religion music before New Maps of Hell came out, which was the first time there was new Bad Religion music being released that I was aware of. Whereas, as I mentioned with The Empire Strikes First, that album came out in the process of me discovering their songs. But there was one point where I had every Bad Religion song apart from two. I was missing Get Off and The Positive Aspect of Negative Thinking, both of which are from this album. And the funny part is that I eventually managed to get both of those songs through my friend Tom from school. This is Tom, the big metalhead that was into death metal and all that. I actually mentioned to him that I had every Bad Religion song except for those two, and then he managed to find them and he sent me them. And it was at that point that I realised that I had all Bad Religion music, there was nothing else to find. Of course, it was always a bit questionable because you do get songs which are not so common, but even then I did have all the other songs that weren't on albums. But for some reason I was just missing Get Off and The Positive Aspect of Negative Thinking. And speaking of The Positive Aspect of Negative Thinking, there's a particular quirk of this album which feels to me like a big error. You see, the song before that, Blenderhead, that song ends suddenly and The Positive Aspect of Negative Thinking starts suddenly. So you would think that they would go together, but I don't know if it was just a mastering error or whatever, but at the end of Blenderhead there is a 2-second gap of silence. and it's so jarring, it doesn't sound like it belongs there. And the only other story I can think of with regards to this album is that my friend Ross had the song 21st Century Digital Boy, which I had already known about. I knew that song already. But when he played it on his Xbox, this was the same time he showed me the song Kerosene, by the way, I remember hearing it and thinking, that doesn't sound right, that sounds worse. And that's because the version that he had was the version from this album, which is the original version. And that's not the version I was used to. And I still to this day feel like the Against the Grain version of 21st Century Digital Boy just sounds weird. It doesn't sound right. But aside from that, other than, say, Anesthesia, which I think is probably one of their most overrated songs, and I wasn't too big into Entropy for a long time, but I think if you want old school, proper old school Bad Religion, this album is the best. See the Light by Less Than Jake. Man, I tell you, as far as Less Than Jake goes, I feel like this album should get a lot more love than it does. I think this album is excellent, but it is one of those albums that came out at a particular time for me. By this point, I'd already experienced a few Less Than Jake releases. In With the Outcrowd in 2006, GNVFLA in 2008, and then there was nothing for a few years, but then Greetings and Salutations came out in 2012. Yes, there was TVEP in 2010, but I'm not including TVEP. That was a weird side project as far as I'm concerned. But even just 1 year after Greetings and Salutations, although that album is weird in and of itself, those songs could have all been recorded long before then, I don't know. But even still, it was a very short time between that album coming out and See the Light coming out. And 2013 as well was for me a rather significant time, life-wise, but also music-wise. I did get a Bad Religion album at the start of the year with True North, and in the middle of the year I started listening to more 311 albums, which I really liked. But See the Light came out towards the end of 2013, and my memories of it are mostly associated with the beginning of 2014. See, at the start of 2014, I did a sort of like a work placement course at an Age UK shop, and I hated it. It was horrible working there. I could complain about it all day. I did not get on with most people, and the place was an absolute mess. Now, I don't want to knock a charity, such as Age UK, I'm sure they do a lot of good work. In fact, there was another Age UK shop also in the same area, and I spent a couple of days working there, and it was much, much better. But the main one that I went to, it was horrible. I hated it. And this was in the town over to the west that I have mentioned before, mostly from 2010. I used to go there quite a lot in 2010. It was where I got The Age of Ads by Sufjan Stevens from the HMV there, and I listened to The Descent of Man by Bad Religion quite a lot during that time as well. But it was the start of 2014 that I had to go back there to do this work placement, and I was always doing the early shift, so from 9 to 3. Problem with that was that I had to get the train to get there, and the train times were awkward enough that by the time I got there I had to wait ages. So bearing in mind this was about January that this happened, it was cold, and so when I arrived there at the train station I would just sit in the waiting room for half an hour doing nothing, except I would listen to music. So I would just get off the train, sit in this waiting room for half an hour, maybe more, and I would just listen to this album. And I would do this every day. And my time working there was horrible, but my time before I actually started working, earlier on in the day, I was bored, yes, because I was sat in one room, but I would be entertained by listening to this album, and I really enjoyed it. This was also the same time that I started playing Magic the Gathering originally. I was still using one of my early decks, and I wasn't good at the game at this point. I was terrible. But it's something that I definitely associated with that time, those early cards that I used to play. So as for the music, my first introduction to this album was the song My Money's on the Long Shot. They showcased that online, and I think they also showed Give Me Something to Believe In, which to be honest I wasn't massively into at first, but it's really grown on me. In fact, I would say the only song I'm not really into from this album is Sunstroke. I've never been too big into Sunstroke, and on the first couple listens I thought my favourite was probably My Money's on the Long Shot, but that's only because I was familiar with it. After a few listens it started to really drop in the ranks. I really got into John the Baptist Bones and American Idol. I remember there's a part of The Troubles where I thought to myself, it sounds like Sonic Adventure music. But I remember my brother mentioning at one point that he was really into Bless the Cracks. And that was another one it took me a while to get into fully. And I think a very common theme with the albums at the very top of this list is that there was just a phase where I would listen to them over and over and over again. And this is no exception. The start of 2014, it was this album. And I think if you're a fan of Less Than Jake, there is a lot lot to love here. Borders and Boundaries by Less Than Jake. Well, we have been through many Less Than Jake albums, and finally we have reached my favourite, Borders and Boundaries. Of course, this list is a very difficult task. It's been very difficult from the start, and it's been very difficult throughout. And quite frankly, pretty much any Less Than Jake album was a competitor for my favourite. But at the end of the day, I've decided that Borders and Boundaries is going to take that title. Now, this album came out in 2000, and I discovered Less Than Jake a couple years after that, and so when I discovered Less Than Jake, this was probably the newest album that they had released. Of course, by the time I was actually looking into Less Than Jake, Anthem had come out, because as you may remember, the second Less Than Jake song I was shown was The Science of Selling Yourself Short. I knew I liked All My Best Friends and Metalheads from Tony Hawk's Fall, but it was hearing The Science of Selling Yourself Short that made me think that I should properly look into this band and find out what else they do. And after those two tracks, I believe the first one that I found was Look What Happened, which originated on this album here, and in fact the version that I had was this Borders and Boundaries version, which I think is the superior version. But of course, Winamx being as it was, the song was titled I Swear It's the Last Time, which is not what the song is called. It's what's sung during the chorus, but it's not what the song is called. That's what I knew it as for a while. And I think if I am to label a Less Than Jake album as my favourite Less Than Jake album, then it sounds like it would be deserving of some grand story about how I discovered it and what it meant to me. That was definitely the case with See the Light, but sometimes you just like things. Don't need to have this big story behind it. And that's the case here, because when I was listening to the majority of these songs, I didn't really have any concept of what this album was. But I can tell some stories about some of the songs. For example, I had the track Gainesville Rock City on a copy of a Kerrang CD. Someone had given me a copy of a Kerrang CD which I'd never listened to, and I didn't really pay much attention to it, but it had Gainesville Rock City on it, and I didn't realise that until after the fact. If I was a bit more adventurous with that CD, I could have looked into it and found some music that I liked, but I didn't. But I think a friend of mine from school maybe had that CD, because he was into, like, metal. He was one of the few kids in my class that were into Trivium, which I did not like then, and I've listened to since, and I do not like them now. But he liked Gainesville Rock City, just a random thing that he liked that song. But I think my main memory, other than Look What Happened and Gainesville Rock City, is with the song Bad Scene in a Basement Show. Because, you see, I find there's this rather strange phenomenon that I've experienced, especially from that time of internet being the Wild West that it was. I would find songs through Winamx, and I did find the song Bad Scene in a Basement Show, but it was one of those songs that for some reason I had sitting in my downloads folder that I didn't actually put into my proper music folder, and so I kind of associated it as being a strange, obscure song that not too many people know about. And granted, it's definitely not one of their more popular songs, but that feeling that I had was based completely off false pretenses. It was just because it was sitting in a downloads folder. It felt kind of weird and off to the side a bit. That being said, I did go through a phase where I was really into that song. You may remember when I was talking about Anthem, there was a brief period in, I believe it was 2003, where we were having some work done in the bathroom and the computer was next to the bathroom, so I wasn't allowed on the computer, and I ended up making a mix CD that I used to play a lot as I would sit in my bedroom playing Final Fantasy X and Soul Calibur 3. As far as Less Than Jake goes, there was Look What Happened, History of a Boring Town. I know there was Escape from the A-Bomb House from Anthem on there, but also I had Bad Scene in the Basement Show, and I listened to that song quite a lot as well. As for some other tracks, I remember also listening to Malt Liquor Tastes Better When You've Got Problems, but I wasn't really big into that one at first. And there was one time when we were on holiday and I had the song Kehoe in my head for some reason. Don't ask me why, but there was one time in the hotel when we were having breakfast and all I could think of was sometimes both are not enough. Not in reference to the breakfast itself, just the line. It was a nice breakfast. It was a nice hotel if I recall. But that would would sometimes happen where if I'm far away enough from music, I will just start thinking about a particular song and that would be in my head for a while, and that's what happened with Kehoe. Although, when I first heard that song, it was labelled as Kenho. Don't know why, that was just what happened. And I think the first time I recall hearing Last Hour of the Last Day of Work was on the live footage of the Pink Pop Festival. Although I think I watched that and heard that song and thought to myself, oh yeah, I know that song, that's Last Hour of the Last Day of Work, even though I wasn't really all that consciously familiar with the song itself. It's not a song that if you asked me how it went, I would have known, but after having heard it, I knew what it was. And I think the first time I really properly got to listen to Mr. Chevy Celebrity was on the People's History of Less Than Jake DVD. Or rather, that's the first time that song really stuck out to me, that I took notice of what it was. But yeah, I'm not really sure what else I can say. Not every album needs a big story behind it. There's no stories about me discovering this album or anything like that. It's just an album that I've come back to many times and I always really enjoy it. And there are many Less Than Jake albums out there that I would say are fantastic, but it's just a case of if I have to pick a favourite, I guess it's this one. Stranger Than Fiction by Bad Religion. This was, again, one of those albums that came out long before I discovered the band, and so, once again, I became familiar with many of these songs before properly listening to the album itself. If not all the songs, in fact, probably all the songs. But to go back to the beginning, the first track from this album that I ever heard was Stranger Than Fiction, either that or 21st Century Digital Boy, but I believe it was Stranger Than Fiction, because I very clearly, very vividly remember when I first heard Stranger Than Fiction, I noticed how different it was from the other tracks that I heard from them. There seemed to be a lot less aggression in that song. And I remember I used to compare it to the song Sometimes I Feel Like, just because that was another Bad Religion song that I heard around that time. And in my mind I would pair them, which is a thing that I did every so often. Because I was discovering individual songs, I would sometimes associate one song with another song, even if they're from completely different eras and different albums completely. That's sometimes what I did. And so comparing Stranger Than Fiction, the song, to Sometimes I Feel Like, it clearly to me felt like something different, and it felt a bit out there, thinking, oh, this is Bad Religion. But this was still early days, of course, so my frame of reference was very small. But I heard the song 21st Century Digital Boy from a friend. I think I've mentioned her previously before. She was into Goldfinger, and I think I maybe mentioned Bad Religion, and she found 21st Century Digital Boy, and that's how I first heard it, through her. And I have also mentioned that my friend Ross had that song, but the Against the Grain version. But I certainly feel like the Stranger Than Fiction version is much better. Also, speaking of my friend Ross, he was really into the song Better Off Dead from this album, and I wasn't really. I'd also managed to find Television and Infected. Television is quite an oddball. They brought in Tim Armstrong to do some of the vocals. I remember my friend Josh making a point to say that, oh, it's that guy with the long hair that's singing, because he saw the video to Punk Rock Song, and he assumed that that voice was Jay Bentley, but it wasn't. And the song Infected is probably one of the most standout songs on this album, probably the most standout song on this album. Maybe their biggest hit from this album, I don't know. 21st Century Digital Boy feels like it also fills that slot. They play both of those songs every time live. They are two of the 4 songs that I think they play at every show. But Infected stands out because it's over 4 minutes, which was not common for them at all, and it's a lot slower and a lot heavier. They were trying to capture the Nirvana crowd, I guess. That's when grunge was really taking off, or rather that was when grunge was really big. But to reflect on what this album is and what it represents, looking back with a bit more of a bird's eye view, I consider this album to be quite a transitional album, and I've always thought of it as that bridge between the old and the new. Now, many years have passed since I originally came up with that thought, so from the context of a modern day lens, that might not make much sense. You could divide their albums up into as many or as few eras as you wanted to, but I think that when you consider that before this album there was Generator and Recipe for Hate, and then after this album there was The Grey Race, then No Substance in the New America, I really feel like this album is a bridge between those two eras of their career, I guess. The songs started to get a bit faster again, and even though albums like No Substance and the New America, which were not heavily praised very well, those albums could be quite bombastic in their sound, I think Stranger Than Fiction is where some of that started, because you start to hear a bit more intensity with the backing vocals and the what they call the oohs and ahs, such as, for example, on Individual, probably one of my favourite tracks on the album, the part where it goes, individuals, nowhere to be seen. Ah, there's that. Ah. You would start getting that more and more on this album. Also included on Tiny Voices, which I think is one of the best songs on this album as well. And similarly, not quite the same, but similarly, on the song What It Is, when it goes, but I don't know what it is. That's all done with backing vocals, and it really adds to the sound of the album. And you also get a similar thing at the end of Markovian Process, which wasn't on the original US version of the album. But overall, I think this album adopts enough of the old and embraces the new to come, and all in all, what we've ended up with is just one fantastic album. And finally, The Process of Belief by Bad Religion. Were you expecting anyone else? Now, I have made a concerted effort when presenting this list to not overemphasize the position of the album on the list. Making a top albums list is something that I've been wanting to do for a while now. It's taken a lot of work, it's taken a lot of time, but inevitably, anytime you tell somebody about a list such as this, everyone's got the same question: what's number one? And quite frankly, I wish it was a question that people wouldn't ask, because I think it, in a way, undermines the list. I think what they're thinking when they ask that is that, well, if it's such a big list, then number one must be fantastic. And granted, whatever I would put at number one at the top of a list of 300 is going to be an album that I think is fantastic. But where I have said at the start of the list and tried to make it abundantly clear that you should really take these numbers with a pinch of salt, my opinions could change based on mood, and it takes a lot of inner thought and deep analysis to really figure out where I think things should go, and it's very prone to error as well. That being said, I am confident that The Process of Belief is my favourite album of all time. I have darted between a few favourite albums over the years based on whatever I was heavily into at the time. For example, there was a period of time where I would have considered Rancid 2000 my favourite album. There was a period of time when I would have considered WYSIWYG by Chumbawamba my favourite album. But those were during times that I had recently discovered them and I was just so into them at the time. And that's always going to happen. There's going to be new albums I find that I am really into. But after so many years, I think I've finally settled on the idea that this is just my favourite album. It's possible that it gets overtaken by something else in the future, I'm not denying that. But I would say it's unlikely at this point. So I'm going to talk about what The Process of Belief represents to me. For one, I think it's rather fitting that this album was the newest album that had come out when I had started looking up Bad Religion. Even though at the time I was completely unaware of that and I had no real interest in albums as an object, be that as a product or as a work of art. But it is just the case that Bad Religion was the band that properly got me into looking up music in general, and at around that same time, this album was brand new. But because I was unaware of it, I don't have a big story about discovering the album or anything like that. But what I can say with confidence is that when I was looking up those songs, the songs that I found from this album were always amongst my favourites. I believe the first track here I found was Supersonic, and I remember making a parallel between this song and 21st Century Digital Boy, which you might think that doesn't make any sense, and I certainly didn't pair them in my mind. But you would sometimes get bits of music that reminded me of bits of other music. So in this case, it was the part that went into oblivion that reminded me of the line, it goes yeah, oh yeah, from 21st Century Digital Boy. And you can see the parallel there that I've made the point. But I also remember discovering Destined for Nothing quite early as well. I really like that song a lot, and I paired that song in my mind with Don't Sell Me Short from the New America. I had assumed for some reason that Destined for Nothing was an older song and Don't Sell Me Short was a newer one. And I guess that's probably because this album, sort of like what I mentioned with GNVFLA by Less Than Jake, this album was a case of the band reclaiming their older style. Because after No Substance and the New America, which people did not like, Brett Gurwitz rejoined the band, and I wasn't there to witness it, but I can imagine a lot of the fans were very pleased. So I guess that explains why I felt like Destined for Nothing was an older song. I guess that makes sense. The two big songs from this album are Sorrow and Epiphany. Mostly Sorrow though. I think Epiphany was big at the time, but that one's kind of gone a bit more to the wayside. But funny story about the song Sorrow, my friend Ross from school, I remember asking him if he had seen music videos for Bad Religion songs, songs, because I was curious to know if he had seen any that I hadn't. Because remember, this was back in the days of WinMX and LimeWire. Downloading a song took some time, but downloading a music video took a long time, and there was no YouTube back then either. And he used to be quite funny about it as well. He was a funny kid. He made me laugh a lot, but he would basically just lie. He would say, for example, that there was a music video to You where Greg has spaghetti pouring out of his eyes. And I was there thinking, like, oh yeah, this is funny, but I'd rather he just tell the truth. And so at one point I thought to myself, I'm going to test him. I'm going to ask him a question that I already know the answer to, see if I can catch him in a lie. And I asked him, is there a music video for Sorrow? And he goes, oh yeah, there is. There's all these speakers on pyramids and everything. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, I wanted to hear him lie. I wanted to catch him in the act, but he told the truth. I should have asked him, why do you lie? Would you betray your soul? That's a reference to another song, by the way, a song called The Lie on this album. But Epiphany, I remember showing that song to my friend Josh and saying that it sounds a bit like a Red Hot Chili Peppers song at the start, just because there's a bass line. And we had such a short range of context that he agreed. But Epiphany and The Defense, and to a lesser extent Sorrow, I would say those three songs are their big songs from this album in terms of not popularity, but just feeling fuller and more powerful and bombastic, I guess. I also got into Broken and You Don't Belong in these early stages as well. Well, I say early stages, maybe like early middle stages, but You Don't Belong was one of those cases where it would sit in my downloads folder for a while, and it felt a bit obscure and out the way. And there are also the two Japan exclusive tracks, which are also fantastic. I remember finding Shattered Faith, and for a while just assuming it was from The Grey Race, I don't know why. And I think I found Who We Are on Aris. It was another one of those early 2000s file sharing programs, because I remember my friend Ross would recommend Aris to me. He was big into Kazaa, but he would recommend Aris, and that was how I found the songs from Into the Unknown. But I also found Who We Are, which is another obscure Bad Religion song, which was only on the Japanese version of the album. But it was also on one of the Punkorama compilation albums, which is what they did sometimes. As for Shattered Faith though, the story behind that one as to why it wasn't included was that Jay recognised that it sounded a lot like The Kids Aren't Alright by The Offspring. And listening to that song, I think, oh yeah, I could definitely hear how it does sound like that. Especially the chorus. But to be honest, Shattered Faith I think is so much better. It's a much, much better song. And I think every song on this album is fantastic. If I had to pick a low point, I would say Bold and Extremely Dangerous. There's a bit of a weird fake ending in it, but still a great song. But yeah, don't know what else I can say. This album is fantastic. I absolutely love it. It's an album that I know I can always come back to and have an absolute blast with it. And I feel confident that I can say without a doubt that The Process of Belief by Bad Religion is my favourite album of all time. And that concludes my top 300 albums. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a lot of work, but it's been a pleasure, and I'm so glad I've managed to get this project done. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but I've managed to finally buckle down and get it done. Before I sign off here, I do want to go through a few points, just have a bit of a rundown, just to go over how I felt this list went, some final thoughts, and maybe just fill in a few gaps. First thing to mention is that I really did not correctly estimate how long this would take. I knew it was going to take a long time, but I did not anticipate just how much longer I would talk about each album as I went up the list. But also, I think it's gone rather well. One of my concerns was that because I'm not musically minded, I don't understand music as much as I understand other things. So I haven't been able to get technical about anything. So I decided to talk primarily about my experiences with the albums and my stories behind them. And I think I was successful at that. It does mean that the stories are a bit all over the place. Nothing was said chronologically. But hey, that's just how it goes. And it's nice to be able to talk about these things. I will say though, there are a few albums I didn't talk about. And so some of the stories may have felt a little incomplete. So for example, I talked about going to the town to the west, as I've been calling it, in 2010 when I got The Age of Ads by Sufjan Stevens. And I was listening to The Descent of Man by Bad Religion. And that was also where I got Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd that I listened to in 2010. I didn't mention, for example, that I also also listened to a bit of a band called Little Women. They had released an album called Throat, and it's this weird jazz noise thing. I found it through the Needle Drop, and I went through a phase where I was quite fascinated by the first track of that album, but it didn't really take off. I never got big into it. It's the type of music that many people would say it's not real music. So I wasn't going to talk about it as part of my list, but it's certainly part of the story. Likewise, I was talking about songs that I heard from work with my friend Kyle, and we would find the songs online. He found the Orion Experience, which I talked about a few times. And I also mentioned Lily Wolf at one point, but I didn't mention there was Darlington Drive as well. They were not included on this list because they have one EP and it's less than 20 minutes, so it wasn't included. And that's like country music. I also had a bit of a phase in 2017 when I started getting nostalgic for 90s pop music. I had made a playlist of nostalgic songs from my childhood, which I didn't really care about at the time. Stuff like Spice Girls and Steps and Bewitched, Venga Boys, that kind of thing. But that was just a bit of a phase really. A bit of a 90s throwback nostalgic phase, I suppose. But not much really came of it, so I didn't really have much to talk about there. Likewise, currently I have set my alarm to a radio station, Nation 90s, and I've discovered a few songs through there that I have gotten into. For example, I've discovered Republica, and I found a song called Slight Return by the Blue Tones, and I really like that song. So those are bands I'm going to look into, I'm definitely interested in, but I haven't heard any of their albums yet, so I can't include them. There were also a few albums that fell just outside of my top 300, mostly albums that I have listened to as part of my 5 albums a month project that just didn't make it. So for example, Can't Touch Us Now by Madness, and there's also the newest Primus album, The Saturating 7, which I didn't really like that much. So there are some bands that made several points on my list, but had maybe 1 or 2 albums that just didn't make it. There was also, for example, a Sing Song and a Scrap by Chumbawamba. I listened to that one shortly after the boy bands had won, when I was doing my course for Poundland in 2012. So this was when I was listening to System of a Down and Vernian and Process. But a Sing Song and a Scrap, I listened to that for a little bit, and I liked a few songs from it, but I just didn't stick with it, and I haven't gone back to it. And so there are a few albums like that where it was just, I heard it for a bit, and it kind of has a place in one of my stories, but it just didn't quite make it. But I think the place where most albums fall off is the 5 albums a month project, because I have listened to loads of albums in that project so far. I started it in September of 2020, so it's been going a good few years now, so that's a good few hundred albums. Also, The Decline by NoFX. That is a 1-track EP, it's 18 minutes long, and I really like it, but because it's not an album, because it doesn't reach the 20-minute mark, I couldn't include it. So yeah, just wanted to give a brief overview and say that, yeah, there are other albums that just didn't quite make the list for one reason or another. But one potential reason that an album might not be on this list is that I didn't hear it early enough. As I mentioned right at the start, I finalised the list on the 21st of February of 2026. As of the time of recording this part, it is the 21st of April 2026. So within that 2-month time frame, I've listened to 10 more albums. And that includes one album in particular that I liked a lot. I've recently listened to City of Thieves by Sonic Boom 6. Never heard of that band before, but I listened to that album at the end of March just gone, and I absolutely loved it. I would very happily put it on this list. And very high up as well. But the problem there is that I had to cut off the list at some point, because otherwise it would never be finished. And there's always going to be new albums. I'm always going to find new things. And so there was that time where it felt rather awkward for me to keep recording and talking about all these albums, knowing that City of Thieves wasn't going to be included, because I really, really enjoyed it. But there is literally no way to do this without it becoming quickly outdated. It's going to happen. Like I say, there's always going to be new albums. This list is a timestamp. It's a time capsule. But in doing that, it does serve its purpose very well. And if you've stuck through to the end, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you all next time. Bye!